That lovable old buffoon, everybody's favorite, Fred Allen in person. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first, I guess I ought to apologize for introducing myself, but everything is sort of confused tonight. You know, opening a new program, you know how it is. I was so busy running around all day telling my relatives that I was going back to work and then reviving them after they fainted that I forgot to bring an announcer, I forgot to bring any actors, I forgot
Did you forget to bring the commercials?
Oh, no, Mr. Bascom. I've got the commercials right here.
Lucky for you, Alan.
Yes, sir. That's the sponsor. But, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Portland, and welcome to my little one-man siesta. The program's just starting.
But where is everybody? Where's Harry, Peter, the Merrimack?
Well, this is a new program this year. Haven't you heard?
No.
Oh, why, this is the Texaco Star Theater. Everything's new but the jokes. You'll find out.
But the stage is empty. Where's the band?
Well, I'm sorry. I was just explaining all of that to the audience, Portland. I've been so busy all day, I forgot to hire any talent.
But you've got to have people to have a show.
Unless you're running a flea circus, yes. But don't worry, I'll have everything in a minute. I have got a man dragging a chopped liver sandwich up Broadway. I'll have 200 actors here in no time. Now, you just sit down, Portland. Let me worry.
All right, I will.
And now, very nice of you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Allen.
Yes?
I'm Shattuck Purvis.
Shattuck Purvis?
Yes.
The name, oddly enough, means nothing to me.
I'm the official network greeter here at Columbia.
Oh, you greet...
The new actors,
yes.
I see. Welcome to the Columbia Network, Mr. Allen. Are you wearing a rubber glove?
Well, not at the moment, no.
Then I shan't bother shaking hands. I never shake hands unless the other party is wearing a rubber glove.
A sanitary precaution?
No, I have a wet hand.
So many executives in radio seem to have wet hands these days.
Yes, my hand is so wet that I have kelp hangnails.
Kelp hangnails, really?
I keep my gardenia alive just stroking it.
You don't say.
Oh, yes. Shaking my hand is like finding 5 clam necks in your palm.
Well, thanks a lot for the warning. I hate those dank handshakes that feel as though one is milking a seal.
I see your point.
I hoped you would. Very nice.
Welcome to the Columbia Network, Alan.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Purvis. Shattuck Purvis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Purvis. The name wears well, but still means nothing to me.
What's that?
Well, it's a new the sound man is auditioning for another program 2 blocks down. He's overdoing it, but overlook it. It's a new program. You've got to expect a little knocking now and then. Hey, that must be my talent. Somebody unlocked the door at Afra or something. But I haven't any actors. I'm holding an audition here.
Talent in radio? Why, this is revolutionary. I'll show them right in.
Yes, I wish you'd do that. Now, order, please. Everybody's going to have a chance. Now, first, boys, I need a band leader. Is there a maestro in the crowd?
I'm a band leader.
Oh, step a little closer to the microphone, brother.
Yes, sir.
What is your name?
Goodman.
Goodman? Benny Goodman?
Not at this salary, mister.
Oh, you are the cut-rate Goodman. Well, what name will you use for what this job is going to pay?
Al Goodman.
Al Goodman, fine. You have a band, Mr. Goodman?
I have 25 men.
25 men? They all have instruments, of course.
20 men have instruments.
20 men have instruments. Who are the other 5 with your band?
Music lovers.
Oh. I see. They're doing away with the middleman. They're right in with the band. Well, you have a dress suit, Mr. Goodman.
This is it I have on.
Really?
I rented it.
Wait a minute. You do read English. I mean, you haven't just learned all this by rote, and you're not coming the hoax on me, I hope. You rented that suit? Well, I must say you took the words right out of my mouth, Mr. Goodman. That's the first dress suit I've ever seen with a belt in the back.
The guy talked me into it.
Well, why did you buy that red vest to go with your full dress suit?
Can I help it? I have no sales resistance.
Well, that explains those... They're comedy lines. I mean, if nothing happens, it's up to you. I got a witness. The man wrote when he was laughed when he was writing them. I mean, well, all right, you're hired, Mr. Goodman. Get your band together.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys.
Fine, very good. He's a man. He's got something, that man. I hope I find out what it is before it's too late. Now, what about an announcer? Is there an announcer among you folks back there? Oh, are all three of you boys radio announcers?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm afraid we're only going to need one announcer for this program, fellows. I guess the only fair thing to do then is to audition all of you three boys. I have a short test sentence here. The one who reads it best gets the job. Would you mind trying it first, son?
Oh, me?
Well, yes, just read this one sentence.
Okay. Now listen, Muggs. I ain't no stool pigeon, see? But this time I'm coming clean, see? Texaco Products is the best, see? That's a McCoy, see?
You are a radio announcer?
I've been working on gangbusters, see?
You have been contaminated, see? You, the little man with your glasses dragging. You, the little fellow. Could you read that same sentence, please?
Say, listen, girls and kiddies. Texaco Products is the best. You're not telling me, I'm telling you. So how am I doing, boy?
Is this your debut, or have you been in radio before?
Have I been in radio, is asking? Have I been in radio? 17 years I'm unsustaining. And for 2 years I'm giving out with spot announcements for Muckenfuss's mothballs.
Sorry, we can't...
So listen, you are by accident at any time tuning in on the Muckenfuss Masquerade?
The Muckenfuss Masquerade?
Yeah. 6 hits and a knish.
No.
Yeah, they're catching on, boy.
Well, no doubt, and thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome, boy.
You go away. Now, you, the tall chap.
Yes, sir.
Will you read the same sentence, please?
Yes, sir. Motorists know the Texaco products are the best.
Well, that's more like it. And your name, son?
Jimmy Wallington.
The job is yours, Mr. Wallington.
Thank you.
I guess I won't need you other boys. Sorry.
Come on, Sam. Okay, which way is Uncle Ezra, boy?
Quiet. Now, what about a singer there? Is there a singer in among the...
Yes, sir. I'm a singer.
Oh, are you? What's your name, Bob?
Kenny Baker.
Say, that was quite a reception.
Yes, I'm a local boy.
Oh, a local boy, eh? And are you looking for work in radio, are you?
Yes, I'm around auditioning.
Oh. Have you had any radio experience?
I was on the Texaco program.
You were on the Texaco program. You are on the Texaco program right now.
Oh, boy, am I in a rut.
Yes. I would say you were. Now, have you ever been in a rut before?
Well, not all over. My voice was in a rut once.
This is mighty interesting. How did your voice get in a rut, Bub?
I sang 3 choruses of Wagon Wheels.
That'll do it. Now tell me, Phil.
I'm Kenny.
Oh.
Kenny Baker.
Oh, excuse me. Your teeth hang down so far, I thought it was an accordion.
Say, you're pretty funny, brother.
Well, thanks. You like comedy, do you?
I can take it or leave it. I was on the radio with a comedian out in Hollywood once.
Really? Who was he?
I forget his name. It was, Bunny or something.
John Bunny?
Yes, only he called himself Jack.
Oh.
He was a bald-headed guy.
Oh, I've heard of that old John Bunny. Well, he must be pretty creaky, pretty old by now.
He sure is. He finally got so weak we had to tie him to the microphone so he wouldn't fall down.
Well, how did you get him to stand up in the street?
The laundry used to put starch in his union suit.
That's very good.
That was one for me, wasn't it?
Yes, it sure was.
You know, if I didn't know I was a singer, I'd swear I was a comedian.
Well, fortunately for me, you know.
I'll say.
And which is it? You want to add something to it?
Let it go.
And which is it you want to do on this program?
I'd rather sing.
Well, I guess it can be arranged, Kenny. Now, of course, I'll have to hear your voice. Can you give me a quick audition?
You bet. I've got a song right here. It's Blueberry Hill.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if our orchestra is ready, Kenny Baker submits for our approval Blueberry Hill. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Kenny. I'll talk business with you later, Kenny. Now, let me see. What's next here? Now, oh, yes. Where's that new announcer I hired?
Right here, Fred.
What was your name again?
Jimmy Wallington.
Oh, Jimmy Wallington. Oh, yes. Well, all right, Jimmy. Now, don't you think this would be a good time to tell our friends about Texaco Fire Chief?
Why, yes, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two things you want in gasoline: power and economy. And one filling of fire.
Oh, gosh, I seem to have mislaid my lawn yet again. Would you read this telegram for me, please?
Why, surely, Fred. Why, it's from your last year's announcer, Harry Von Zell.
Harry Von Zell.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Harry. What's he got to say, Jimmy?
He says, "Dear Fred, congratulations on the beginning of your new series. May you go as far with Texaco as motorists go with Fire Chief. I wish I could be with you tonight, but on the other hand, it's just as well that I'm not."
I wonder what Harry means by that.
Well, he goes on to say, "If I was there, I might forget myself and start talking about that dull, sluggish feeling." And Fire Chief is just the reverse of dull and sluggish. Fire Chief means brilliant performance and flash response. So congratulations on my absence, and good luck to you in Texaco. And it's signed Harry Von Zell.
Say, it was nice. Thank you. Make a recording of that. We'll send it to Harry. Say, it was nice. It was nice of Harry to send us that wire.
Yeah, it was nice of me to read it.
Yeah, and it was nice of me to deliver it. How's about a tip?
Oh, yes. You're the little fellow. Jimmy, have you a tip for the boy?
I certainly have. And here's the tip, son. If you want real power and economy at regular gasoline prices, get Fire Chief at your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Goodman, with his All This and Cymbals 2 orchestra, has just completed last sentence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I talking.
Mr. Allen.
Mr.
Allen.
Oh, yes, Kenny.
Well, this is later. How was my song?
Oh, Blueberry Hill was fine, Kenny. You're hired.
I did a good job, huh?
Oh, boy, did you do a job. You know how well you sang? I am allergic to blueberries. And as you were singing Blueberry Hill, I could feel the lumps coming out all over me.
I was wondering why you suddenly had 4 Adam's apples.
Yes, that's what did it. And don't tell Ripley. And please don't go away. Do you want to meet Mr. Baker?
How do you do?
Photographer. Do you want to come up and take a picture, Jeffrey? Why don't you come up and take a picture of the audience? That's the thing to do. Then we'll have something. But and don't go away. I might need you in a little while, Kenny, for an encore.
Okay, if you want me, I'll be over back of the bass drum working on my stamp collection.
Oh, good. Do you enjoy pasting in your stamps?
Oh, I don't care about the stamps. I just like the taste of the glue. Yum, yum.
Save me an old special delivery I'm not going to use. I'll be over for a snack later. And now our guest tonight...
Mr. Allen.
Oh, now look, Portland, I'm frightfully busy.
Well, how is the program going?
But there is only one way to tell, Portland. If I am not here next Wednesday night, you will know it isn't going. It's gone.
Oh, you'll be here all right.
Well, how do you know?
I just passed the sponsor over in the corner, and he's humming.
No kidding. Say, that's a good omen. What song is the sponsor humming?
I'll never smile again.
all I wanted to know. Now, look, Portland, I am right in the middle of...
Are you going to have a guest tonight?
Yes. This year, to be frank about the whole thing, I am going to try something new in guest stars, Portland.
What?
Well, Major Bowes has so much excellent talent on his programs that I thought that it might be nice if we invited the Major's outstanding amateur each month to make his or her first professional appearance and receive their first radio salary on our program.
And you could call it Major Bowes Amateur of the Month.
Through a strange coincidence, that is just what we are calling it. I have spoken to the Major, and everything is arranged.
Gosh, how did you get the Major's permission?
Say, when the Major looked out of the window and saw me drive up in that brand new Chrysler, he capitulated.
And your first guest is here now?
That's right. Tonight you will meet a young lady whom I heard on Major Bowes' program only last Thursday night. The Major and I both feel that she is a soprano of rare ability and destined to go far. Now, may I, at this time, present Miss Christina Carroll. Good evening, Miss Carroll. Now, before we start, may I say that I enjoyed your singing immensely on the Major's program last week.
Thank you.
I hope you are not nervous on this, the occasion of your professional debut, Miss Carroll.
Well, to be quite honest about it, Mr. Allen, I am.
Are you really? Would you feel better if I held your hand?
I don't think so.
I get it. Well, how old are you, Miss Carroll?
I'm 19.
Sweet 16 with interest, huh? And, where is your home?
In Cleveland.
Ah, Cleveland. That's the town where a fella needs a ball team. Cleveland is where they couldn't hold that tiger last week. When Detroit left the field after one game, home plate had a vegetable dinner on it, I heard. But tell me, were you born in Cleveland, Miss Carroll?
No, I was born in Romania, but my mother is Hungarian and my father is Polish.
Say, you have the makings of a Balkan crisis right in your own home. Well, have you done much singing as an amateur?
Quite a lot. I was soloist in the choir at the Cleveland Heights High School and also at the University of Southern California.
Well, how did you get from Southern California to Major Bowes' program? Did the Major have a unit at the college, majoring in bows?
No, I came to New York last May to continue my vocal studies.
You what?
I came to New York last May to continue my vocal studies.
Yes?
Well, one day a few weeks later, I thought I'd try for an audition on the Major's program.
And P.S., you got the job.
Yes, Mr. Allen. And now, thanks to you and Major Bowes, here I am.
Oh, shucks. Don't thank me, Miss Carroll. Now, I know if you had a program and heard me sing. Oh, well, why go into that? But tell me, have you set yourself any particular goal in the world of vocal calisthenics?
Well, naturally, my ambition is to sing at the Metropolitan.
Oh, good for you. You know, to look at me, you wouldn't think that I once sang at the Met, Miss Carroll, would you?
In New York?
No, it was the Metropolitan in Brooklyn, a low theater. But enough about I sang obligato there at a community sing one night and was held over by two ushers till the manager took a punch. But enough about my off-key past. Tell me, Miss Carroll, isn't grooming oneself for an operatic career rather strenuous work?
It certainly is. I spend 4 to 5 hours a day practicing, and I also devote a great deal of time to memorizing operatic scores.
Or something tells me that with your determination and talent, one day you will achieve your ambition and find yourself at the Metropolitan.
I'm going to try my best.
And I certainly hope you succeed. Now, on your opening night at the opera, Miss Carroll, if you happen to look down and see a frowsy figure in a tattered tuxedo and burlap spats, standing on his seat yelling, "Bees, bees," it will be I.
Thank you in advance, Mr. Allen.
And now, what are you going to sing?
Villanelle.
Well, thank you. Mr. Goodman, if you will. Thank you. And now that folks have heard your voice, Miss Carroll, they know why the Major and I have such high hopes for your future. And I'm sincere about that. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Alan, you got a minute?
What? Well, who are you?
The name is Malarkey, Alan. Mort Malarkey, creator of radio comedy. And boy, have I got some swell gags about service stations.
Well, who needs jokes about service stations?
Well, you do. The Texaco people's got pictures of you out all over the country, dressed up like a Texaco dealer, ain't they?
Well, yeah.
Well, okay, if you're going to be a Texaco dealer, you got to have a good routine of jokes to go with it.
What jokes?
What jokes? Get this one. You're in the service station, see? A guy drives in, he says, will you look at my hair? And quick as a flash, you go into a Cockney accent. You say, look at your hair? Why, yes, sir. Take off your hat. You get it? There.
Oh, wait, no. I don't.
Now, look, here's another one. The guy says, check my oil. You say, this ain't no check room. You'll have to take it with you.
Oh, no.
And get this. A guy drives in.
Just a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Malarkey. I'm doing the world a favor. I'm butting in here. Jimmy, am I going to need jokes like that to be a Texaco dealer?
Well, I'd say no, Fred. To be a typical Texaco dealer, you need courtesy, efficiency, and a thorough acquaintance with the requirements of motors and motorists. Then, too, your Texaco dealer sees that you have a neat and tidy place in which to freshen up, identified by the Texaco registered restroom sign. So look for the big red star with the green T's that identifies the Texaco dealer. He's friendly, he's cheerful, but he's not there to give you laughs. He's there to give you service. Service that matches the quality of Texaco products.
Wake up Al there.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. This little session is entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table now, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time.
You guys have only been doing one show. You get to bed at 10:30. Now you're up till 12 o'clock. You're all dozing off here. Well, the forum is officially open, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 4 hours difference in time, Jimmy, you guys from California. But the forum is officially open. Portland, would you kindly present our first... Would you like to come up and join us? What are you doing there, working for Click? In the aisle with the camera, and I don't see any lights going off. It goes click every once in a while. I think it's propaganda. But, Portland, will you introduce the first member of our little board?
Yes, Mr. Martin Friedgood from Brooklyn, New York.
Well, good evening, Mr. Friedgood.
Good evening.
Is it Brooklyn or Mr. Friedgood you're employed? Mr. Friedgood, may I ask your profession?
I'm a publicity writer for United Artists.
United Artists, really?
Yeah.
You mean one of the fellows who goes around writing stories about the glamour folk in the United Artists picture?
Well, that's the idea.
What picture are you writing about now?
Principally The Thief of Baghdad.
The Thief of Baghdad, really? Who is in the picture? This is what we call in radio a plug, you see. It's all right. Who is in the picture?
Sabu and...
Sabu? Has he got his elephant in it this time?
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't.
All alone.
All alone. Well, he's working for peanuts, probably, which he will give to the elephant when he gets him back from the other picture. How do they pay off Sabu? In rupees or what money do they use?
I guess they use dollars.
He counts, I imagine, Sabu, doesn't he?
I think so.
I do Sabu and I do Sabu. But the best I can do, I'm up a little late, Mr. Friedgood. But tell me, when does the Thief of Baghdad open?
Roughly in about a month.
About a month, huh? Well, thanks. I'll make a note of it on my cuff, because I've got my October shirt on, and I'll certainly go to see it. Thank you. And now, Portland.
Miss Shirley Carson from Providence, Rhode Island.
Good evening, Miss Carson.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
From Providence. May I ask what you're doing here in New York?
Well, I work here in New York.
Do you really? I'm going to go farther, I warn you. Where do you work?
I'm secretary to the Department of Philosophy at Columbia University.
Philosophy?
Yes.
Our interview is over. I know I'm not going to get drowned in conversation that's out of my depth. But now, Portland, thank you, Miss Carson. I didn't mean to be so abrupt, but you and I have nothing in common if you know about philosophy.
Mr. Louis Olson from New York City.
Mr. Olson, may I ask your calling or profession?
Investment counselor.
Investment counselor, really? I'm going to ask you I hear down at the stock market now, the seats on the stock exchange have swivels on them so the brokers can spin around and keep up with the market. Is that true, do you know? But, you are not in the market for a good, scarcely cold egg, are you, Mr. Olson? But what would you say as an investment counselor, Mr. Olson, if I had $1 million right here on the table? What would you tell me to do?
Well, the Stock Exchange Institute teaches one how to operate.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a tuition, and I wouldn't want to cut in on that.
Oh, I see. You wouldn't want to do a little freelancing around this $1 million, eh? Well, I think that's the wrong answer, Mr. Olson. I think if I had $1 million right here on this table, the first thing you should advise me, is to put it back where I got it. Well, that seems to bring us to our question. With our national election, I've got to get glasses of longer arms here. I with our national election but a few weeks away, tonight we scan verbally a matter that remotely concerns the great American ballot. Since the day women were granted the right to vote, husbands and wives in many homes have wrangled about their choice of candidates. You're all following me? Oftentimes, the husband who feels that he is an authority on the men and issues involved will attempt to influence the wife and tell her for whom she should vote. So our question tonight is, should a husband try to sway his wife and tell her how to vote? Now, Mr. Friedgood, how do you feel about this matter?
I feel that a husband should try to sway his wife wherever he can.
Even in the matter of voting?
Yes.
You think that the husband should come in there with the button on that he means business, and if the wife doesn't like the button on the coat, she should not give him a hot lapel to get rid of the button. You think, in other words, then, that the husband should tell his wife how to vote?
Absolutely.
You're sincere. You're not just pulling my leg, because if you are, I'll take my stocking off. Well, thank you, Mr. Friedgood. You're in favor of the husband dominating. Now, Miss Carson?
I don't think it's a question of whether a husband should or not. I think we can take it for granted that a husband will try to influence his wife. The question is whether a wife should try to influence her husband.
Well, are you married, Miss Carson?
No.
Well, you're just speaking
from
hearsay. I mean, little
My
things.
sister was recently married.
Oh, your sister was. She has passed on these opinions to you. Well, it's very nice of her. Having used an opinion, you might as well pass it on to someone else. But you think that the wife should be free to vote as she sees fit?
Yes, I think she should try to influence her husband subtly.
Oh, you think? Oh, we're going to have trouble here now. That leaves it up to Mr. Olson, and I'm afraid he's going to be no help at all. Now, Mr. Olson, how do you feel about it? Should the husband influence his wife's vote?
I feel that the paramount issue is harmony in the home.
Harmony in the home.
And naturally, he should not influence the wife in her vote.
Not influence the wife at all. Do you think they both should talk it over and come to some general agreement and both vote for the same person? Or do you think they should lock themselves in a room, fight it out, and the winner come out and vote for whoever he or she cares to vote for?
Not unless she brings it up first.
Unless she brings it up. Well, you have answered a question I haven't asked, Mr. Olson. But if you'll come back next week, I'll try to think up a question to go with that answer you have given me. And have it for you here, fried in butter, at 12:42 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, a.m. Well, I doubt our little committee seems to be all muddled up here. In fact, we've arrived at no decision at all. I think that our little discussion will have no great effect on the marital riots that precede each local and national election. Each home, I'm sure, presents a different problem. Many a senator who has been yelling himself hoarse in Washington all winter arrives home when Congress adjourns to find that, after all, his wife is still Speaker in the House. So on this dulcet, far negligent observation, our forum closes, and thank you a lot for your kind assistance. Thank you. And now, Kenny.
Yes, Fred?
How about giving us your encore now?
All right. You mind if I sing Cynthia?
Why, not at all, old boy. Now, Mr. Wallington has a word for you about Sky Chief. I give you Jimmy Wallington.
Thank you, Fred. And I give you Larry Elliott.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What is this, an announcer with his own guest announcer? Who is Larry Elliott?
You tell him, Larry. Well, you might say I'm a specialist in ground flying, Fred.
Ground flying? What's that?
That's what I call driving with Sky Chief. Your Texaco dealer's different premium gasoline. You know, Sky Chief was perfected for automobile use by the same scientists who created Texaco's special aviation gasoline. And Texaco aviation products are used to fly more scheduled airline mileage in the United States and to other countries than any other brand.
The Texaco Comedy Workshop Players. Tonight they present a burlesque of one of radio's most popular quiz shows. It's called Grab It or Leave It. Overture, Al.
This is station KLUK. We now present Grab It or Leave It, the quiz program that's different. Grab It or Leave It is brought to you each week by the makers of Shapiro's Double Duty Spaghetti. The only spaghetti that can be eaten as spaghetti or pulled through the teeth and used as dental floss. Housewives endorse Shapiro's spaghetti folks. Mrs. Olive Bays of Gimmel, Nebraska, right?
My husband kicked about my cooking for 20 years. Last week I bought a box of Shapiro spaghetti. He ain't complained since.
And how did you serve it, Mrs. Bays?
I cooked it with knots in it and he strangled to death. Wonderful.
Become a widow the easy way, ladies. Buy Shapiro's today. And now, grab it or leave it. And here is our genial master of ceremonies, Bob Squawk.
Thank you all, folks. Now, here's how our Grab It or Leave It quiz works. Each contestant picks his own subject. If the contestant answers the first question correctly, he gets $1. If he answers the second question, his dollar doubles and he gets $2. The contestant can keep doubling or stop at any time. In other words, he can, quote,
grab it or leave it,
unquote. Are we ready, Ted?
Yes, Bob, and our first contestant tonight is Mr. Ladislaus Twine.
Where are you from, Mr. Twine?
I ain't from no place. I live right here.
You lived right in the studio, do you? I see. Eating old spot announcements, I think, as far as being around. Well, what is your occupation, Mr. Twine?
I'm a feeler at an orange juice stand.
A feeler at an orange juice stand?
I'll explain. You see, when the squeezer squeezes an orange juice, he hands it to me.
Oh, and you?
I put my hand down into the glass and feel around in the orange juice.
Well, for what?
If I feel any seeds, I pick them out.
Well, it's pretty trying work, I imagine.
Yeah. Some days I don't feel like feeling, but I gotta feel.
Well, no.
There's other days I feel like feeling, and there's nothing to feel.
Well,
how would you feel?
Well,
That's the way it
goes. That brings us to our quiz. Now, what would you like to talk about, Mr. Twine? Would you like to talk about animals, books, the theater, horticulture?
The books, I guess.
Books?
Yeah.
You certainly fooled me. All right. This first question pays you $1.
If I answer it.
Well, naturally. Expect a little cooperation if you don't mind, Mr. Twine. Now, here's your question. The book, A Christmas Carol, was written about a certain holiday. What was the holiday?
Wait now. What holiday? The Christmas Carol.
That's right.
The Christmas Carol. Boy, that's a toughie.
Well, think hard, Mr. Twine.
Yeah,
no prompting in the audience. Now, the Christmas Carol. What holiday?
Thanksgiving.
No.
Thanksgiving.
I just said no.
There's 2 Thanksgivings.
know, and it's neither one of them. Now come, Mr. Twine, Christmas Carol. Jiminy Christmas, Christmas.
It ain't Christmas, is it?
Yes, it is. That is correct. Well, amazing. You have friends here, have you? You fooled me again, I must. Amazing, truly amazing, Mr. Twine. Now, how about it? You want to try the next question for $2?
$2. Gee, that's a gamble.
Now, please, no disturbance in the audience. This ain't hell's a-poppin', you know. What about it, Mr. Twine?
Well, okay, I'll take a chance.
Bully for you. We're still on books, you know, and this question here pays you $2. Who wrote Les Miserables? Les Miserables.
Can I settle for $1.50?
No. It's $2 or nothing.
Look, let's forget the question. I'll match you for the dough.
Now, this isn't the pot of gold, Mr. Twine. Who wrote Les Miserables?
Irving Berlin?
No. You're wrong. The correct answer is Hugo, Victor Hugo.
Oh, Victor Hugo. Don't I get nothing?
No, I'm very sorry. You missed Hugo.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Send us a road map with your request. Now, our next contestant...
Here I am again, boys. Hit me with a question. Come on, hit me with a question.
Please.
Bobby's back again.
I told you to keep that test out of here.
I tried.
Hit me with a question, but I know all the answers.
Good evening, Mr. X.
Here I am again, but hit me with a question. Come on, I know all the answers. Come on, hit me.
Be patient. Ted, you'd better explain to our listeners about Mr. X's sudden intrusion to our audience.
Yes, right, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 weeks ago, this contestant first appeared on this program. He refused to give his name. He called himself Mr. X. The first week, he answered 6 questions correctly and won...
I had $64 coming.
Yes, and Mr. X refused to take this money.
Yeah.
He came back the next week, answered 8 more questions correctly, and doubled his winnings up to...
I had $13,000 coming.
Yes, and again, he refused to take the money.
Yeah.
This is the 4th week Mr. X has been on Grab It or Leave It.
Yeah, and Shapiro Spaghetti owes me $150,000, and I ain't through yet. Come on, hit me with a question,
Now,
Bud. I know all the
wait a
answers.
minute.
What's the chemical formula for sulfuric acid? H2SO4.
Quiet.
Who wrote Tintern Abbey? William Wordsworth.
Mr.
I'm
X.
just warming up.
Who is this fragment of sophisticated scum?
Is that my first question for $300,000?
No, it isn't.
Well, then I ain't answering. Come on, hit me with a question.
All right,
Come on.
all right, you 10th Avenue Einstein. For $300,000 or nothing, name the 17th, 18th, and 19th letters of the Sanskrit alphabet.
Let me see. That's a cinch. The letters are Gimlo, Ret, and Lamet.
That is correct. Darn it.
Tumba Sabu McGill Malipa.
What's that?
That's Sanskrit for hit me with a question, but I know all the answers.
This is awful, Bob. Shapiro Spaghetti now owes Mr. X $300,000.
Yeah, now I'm going to double it.
No, not now you're not. I'm taking the next contestant, Ted. Get him away from here.
Oh, no, I don't want to go away. Who wrote the Trojan Women? Euripides!
Gad, I'm sorry we ever thought of this money-doubling idea. Well, who's next, Ted?
Our next contestant is Miss Maisie McGurk.
Well, how do you do, Miss McGurk?
Call me Cuddles, big boy.
Miss McGurk?
Oh, playing hard to get, huh?
Please. You live in New York, do you?
Greenford.
Oh, I see.
The phone number is Red Hook 19970. It's a pool room.
And they call you, do they?
Oh, I'm always in there.
Oh, I see. What is your occupation, Miss McGurk?
Well, my specialty is organizing sunshine clubs and billiard parlors.
Oh, you spread cheer in pool rooms, do you?
Yeah, if I see a party behind the 8-ball, I kind of mosey over and drop a kind word.
You are doing a wonderful work, madam.
Yeah.
Now, what would you like to talk about, Miss McGurk? Art, sculpture, taxidermy, plumbing?
I'd rather talk about you, glamour boy.
Miss McGurk, this is a quiz program.
So I'm quizzing you. What are you doing later, good looking?
How dare you? I think you'd better go.
Okay.
I'll meet you in the pool room later. And thank you, Miss Maisie McGurk.
Hey, I'm getting restless. You owe me $300,000 and I want to double it. Come on, hit me with a question. Come on.
All right. You moronic compendium. You've finally gone too far. I've got a question that'll shut you up. Answer this.
Okay, shoot the sticker to me, Slicker.
How many hairs were there in Ivan the Terrible's beard?
6,174, of which 369 was ingrown. That's why Ivan felt so terrible.
Correct. Correct. You're uncanny.
Yeah, and Shapiro Spaghetti now owes me $600,000.
$600,000.
Stop it, I say. It's Mr. Shapiro, our sponsor.
Mr. Shapiro.
Oh, you're just in time, Shapiro. You owe me $600,000.
$600,000. This farce has gone far enough, Squawk. Who is this man?
That's what I'd like to know, Mr. Shapiro. Who are you, X? A Harvard man in disguise?
Not me. The name is Philpott Sweeney.
Well, what do you do?
I'm a janitor in Radio City.
A janitor? How did you assimilate this vast knowledge?
I sweep up the studio where they broadcast Information Please.
You mean?
Sure. I've been sweeping up all them questions and answers. I know everything. No man living can stick me. Come on, hit me with a question, but I know all the
just a minute.
answers.
You're into me for $600,000 already. If you answer another question, I'll owe you $1 million. Shapiro Spaghetti will be bankrupt.
I don't care. I got me legal rights. Come on, hit me with a
Squawk. This Double or Nothing program was your idea. You've got to stump him and get me out of this, or
I've got it, Mr. Shapiro.
And you better have.
Oh, yeah?
Philpott Sweeney, for $1,200,000 or nothing, I challenge you to answer the question I have written on this piece of paper. Here.
Oh, sure. Okay. I know all you... Oh! Hey, this is a brute.
No comment, Mr. X. Let's have your answer.
Gosh. Is it, Owasso, Michigan?
No.
Is it, Nokomis, Mississippi?
No. This is your last chance, Sweeney.
I give up. I'm licked.
Oh, Squawk, you're a miracle man. Shapiro Spaghetti is safe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
But how did you do it? What is the question on that piece of paper?
It's a question he can't answer, you can't answer. It's a question that nobody in this country today can answer.
And that question is?
Can you name one town in America Mrs. Roosevelt hasn't visited?
Every year, awards are presented to the bus companies showing the best maintenance records. 4 out of 5 of the 1940 awards for intercity service were won by Texaco users. In fact, nearly 70% of the buses winning awards in all classifications use Texaco. Since 1930, when these awards were first presented, more winning bus companies have used Texaco than any other brand. The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas company. Americans have a special knack for giving things appropriate names, names which become part of the language. And in that regard, it is interesting to note the name which the American public itself gave the country's gasoline and oil dealers, service stations. The name tells the story, a story known to every motorist who has ever stopped for air in the tires.
Special announcement. Kool's, America's finest mentholated cigarette, have been radically reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in.
We present the only actor to ever hitch a wagon to himself to make himself a star. That Mickey Rooney of yesterday, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we start, I want to thank you for the many kind letters and wires that came in last week after our first program. It's certainly nice to have you welcome our little gypsy guild back on the air. You've made us all very happy. We are happy, aren't we, everybody?
No!
Yes, you've made us all very...
I'm not happy, Fred.
Who said that?
I did. Jimmy Wallington.
Well, what's wrong, Jimmy? You're not happy? Why, I thought your announcing went over with a bang last week.
Oh, it wasn't my announcing, Fred. I know when I said Texaco products are the best, I was a ball of fire.
I'll say you were. That's not only one man's opinion yours. That's mine, too. That's two men's opinion.
Thanks, Fred.
I'll say you were a ball of fire, Jimmy. Of course, after you burned out a little, you played it as a clinker, but... the spark was there. Now, why aren't you happy?
Well, Do you remember last Wednesday as the show started?
Yeah.
I stepped down to introduce myself.
Yeah.
And you cut right in and started the overture.
No, I didn't.
didn't like that at all. I didn't think it was nice of you a bit.
I didn't start the music, Jimmy. It was Al Goodman in that cheap tuxedo he had on last week. Al began perspiring. The tuxedo coat started shrinking. Al's right sleeve closed in, his arm flew up, and the band started playing. I couldn't help it.
Well, it ruined my reception.
Well, no wonder you're not happy. We'll make it up to you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have an old, used reception for Jimmy Wallington? Could we just Thank you. As of last week, there you are, James. Now, are you happy?
Oh, you bet. I'll be right home, Ma.
He won't either. He's portraying a part there. Now that we're all happy.
Happy, he says.
Who was that?
Me, Al Goodman.
Well, what are you unhappy about?
Last week you talked so long at the end of the show I had to cut my last number.
You mean when you played We're in the Money, you shortchanged us?
Yeah, I had 2 bars of music left over.
Gad.
Now I know how Schubert felt with his unfinished symphony.
And Blossom Time, too, you could... Well, no wonder you're unhappy, Al. We'll fix that right away. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Al Goodman will now give you the music he had left over from last week. Carry on, Mr. Goodman.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's it. That makes last week's mediocre show a sensation, Al. Now that'll be on the hit parade, just that much of it, too. But if anybody can pucker up quick enough to whistle it later on when it catches on. Well, now everybody's happy.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Portland. I hope you're happy about last week's program.
Yes, what do I care what people say?
Portland, didn't you read any of the reviews? Winchell, PM, Alton Cook, Ben Groves?
No, I was so happy I wasn't taking any chances.
No kidding. Well, fine. Did your mother hear the show?
Oh, Mama couldn't miss it. She made plans.
How do you mean?
When you went off the air last June, Mama left the same station tuned in all summer. She just sat there and waited for you to come on again.
She was tuned into the station we were on last year and heard this program last Wednesday night?
Yes. Mama said when you started joking about Ida and your 5 daughters... she just about died.
Well, I suppose... That about comes under the heading of ad-libbing, doesn't it? I suppose when I sang I love to spend this hour with you, your mother ran amok.
Oh, I'll say. Mama put in her teeth just to whistle.
She did? Well, it was certainly nice of your mother to get out her smirking crockery just for that.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me, Portland. What is it, Kenny?
I want to apologize for last week.
Apologize for what?
For all the laughs I got on the program.
Well, you don't have to apologize.
Go ahead, hit me. I deserve it. I'm a bad boy.
Why should I hit you?
That's what they used to do on the Jell-O program.
The comedian on that program...
Once I got 5 laughs, and he beat my brains out.
Well, why didn't you beat his brains out?
Somebody beat me to it.
Well, that seems to be the consensus. Well, you don't have to worry about provoking mirth on this program, Kenny.
But I'm supposed to be a singer, and last week I got all the laughs.
Well, no, you didn't. I got a lot of laughs.
Oh, you're just saying that to make me feel good.
No, I'm not. I got plenty of laughs last week.
Honor bright?
Honor bright.
Hope to die?
Well, not too often in this.
Well, all right. I don't feel so bad about it now.
Well, fine. Let's just forget the whole thing.
I'll just stick to my singing.
Yes.
If I keep getting all the laughs and singing, too, one of us will have to go, won't one?
Yes. One will.
It won't be you, will it?
No, Kenny, it won't be I.
I get it.
Now, look, Kenny, this program is a happy little family. On our show, no one person is responsible for a laugh.
No?
No, of course not. Now, I'll show you how a laugh works out. Listen.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, there are the gag writers who steal the joke. That's first. Then there's the publicity man, Fizdale, who lets the public know a week in advance through all the papers that the joke is coming. Then the joke is finally told on the program. Jimmy Wallington signals the audience that a joke has been committed. The cast runs up and down the stage making faces. The drummer stands up and drops his trousers, and the laugh follows.
Gosh.
So you see, Kenny, hardly worth waiting for a line like that. So you see, Kenny, you don't have to worry. Last week, you were but a cog in the machinery of mirth. Now, is that clear?
Yes, it's like that old saying, it shouldn't happen to a cog.
Yes, you're perfect. Now, excuse me, Kenny. Come in.
Telegram for Mr. Allen.
Oh, thank you. Here's a nickel for you.
No, thanks. I'm an eccentric millionaire.
Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize you, J.P.
Here's a nickel for you.
Oh, thank you. Say, look, everybody, it's a wire from our sponsor.
Well, what does he say, Fred?
Let me see here. I heard your program last night. Where was the Texaco theme song? I'm listening again tonight. Get it? Gosh, I've got to get a theme song, Jimmy. Where can I get a Texaco theme song in a hurry?
Let's see.
If two songwriters don't come through that door, this isn't radio. Come in.
We're two songwriters.
This is radio. And I'll wager that you boys have a Texaco theme song with you.
You are positively psychic, brother. Get a load of this. 1, 2. There are miles you ride by bicycle. There are miles you ski in snow. In the snow. There are miles you hop along on pogo sticks. While you're bouncing to and fro. There are miles you walk for a pack of camels. There are miles you skate on ice like glass. But the miles that fill you most with a gladness of the miles using Texaco gas. Fill up your tank.
That little guy has been singing through a Venetian blind. His voice is not only flat, it only comes at you so long. And well, that's done it. Say, Kenny, while we're waiting to scrape that song off the acoustics, would you sing something to sort of clear the atmosphere up?
Okay, how about my Lindy Lou?
Well, if it's all right with her, it's all right with me. Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a surprise guest, a man who plans a startling exhibit at the coming New York Automobile Show. I'll give you then Mr. Dinwiddie Throb, inventor of the soil-proof windshield. Now, Mr. Throb, just how did you work out this soil-proof windshield?
Well, first, I made a thorough survey of windshields in general.
Yeah?
I found that the average windshield is dirty only on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Well, therefore, in developing my windshield, I put the outside on the inside.
Yeah, really? really?
Eureka, I had it.
Well, it is semi-amazing, but I don't get it.
Well, it's very simple. You see, the outside, which normally gets dirty, is now on the inside, so it stays clean, and the inside, which stays clean, is now on the outside, so it doesn't get dirty. Look for me at the auto show, Mr. Allen.
Well, why should I go down cellar just for that? I'll look for you, Mr. Throb, but I doubt if I'll find you. What do you think, Jimmy?
Well, I don't know, Fred, but here's a man who can tell you what you will find. Larry Elliott. The New York Automobile Show opening this Saturday, October 12th, and similar shows throughout the country will give motorists a close-up of the great 1941 models. And every streamlined beauty will hold out the exciting invitation to drive a completely new car for the first time. To enjoy this...
Thank you. Al Goodman and his men who have a rendezvous with rhythm and have just kept it have only now completed Begin the Begin. And now you got around to that kind of late, didn't you, Al? It's been out 8 or 9 years, hasn't it, Begin? What are you taking from an old hit parade? And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Portland?
There's a lady here. She says it's very important.
Well, bring her over. It's probably an old fan that's winded.
Mr. Allen will see you, miss.
Thank you, Cherub.
Well, I'm very busy, madam. There is something you want?
Yes, Mr. Allen. Will you donate 1 minute to humanity?
1 minute?
Yes. May I use your microphone for just 60 seconds?
Well, why pick on my program?
I've tried all the others. We the People, the Goodwill Court, Hobby Lobby.
And?
It's the same old story. They offer me money, automobiles, and advice, but they won't give me time.
You can't get a minute?
Even Bolivar has turned me down. I must have 60 seconds.
At my microphone here?
Yes. I have a message for the world. It is urgent.
Who are you?
I am Madame Lazonga.
I'll be happy to announce you. Stand by, world. You are about to hear an important message comes to you from Madame Lazonga. Madame Lazonga.
The 7th lesson is ready.
That is all a conjunction. An old butt fell out of the script. That is all, madam.
Yes, thank you. I am off.
Well, you've got plenty of company around here. Portland, lock that door, will you? I've got to get on with our guest.
Oh, is it anybody we know?
Why, certainly is. Who is the most popular comic strip character current in the newspapers today?
I give up.
It's Superman.
You mean our guest tonight is Superman?
No, not Superman. Our guest is the man who, we put a traffic cop there so you can get back and forth easier. Our guest is the man who originated Superman, Portland. He has written all of Superman's exploits since this idol of millions made his first public appearance. He's Mr. Jerry Siegel. Good evening, Mr. Siegel.
Good evening, Fred.
So you are the man behind Superman, Mr. Siegel.
No, I'm just one of the men, Fred.
Yeah?
I write the situations and the dialogue, and the strip is drawn by my collaborator, Joe Shuster.
Well, you seem rather young to be the instigator of this highly successful feature, Mr. Siegel. How old are you?
25.
And how long have you and Mr. Shuster been working on your high-voltage Robin Hood?
We started about 8 years ago, but Superman has been in print only the past 2 years.
Well, what caused the delay? Cirrhosis of the batteries?
No, Fred. It took us 6 years to sell Superman. He was turned down by almost every comic editor in the country.
Well, they laughed at Fulton with his steamboat, you know. I guess around your hometown, Superman was known as Siegel's Folly. Tell me, where and when did your strip first appear?
In May 1938, Superman came out in a magazine called Action Comics.
Was he well received?
The strip attracted so much attention that the publishers decided to give Superman his own magazine.
And then his popularity increased by leaps and bounds.
Yes, Fred. Today, Superman is in 218 newspapers, reaching 20 million people. He's in magazines, on the radio, and now he is going to appear in Paramount shorts.
Well, who is Superman really supposed to be, Mr. Siegel? He isn't just old Frank Merriwell with a dynamo in his union suit, is he?
No, Fred. Superman is a super being who came from the planet Krypton. He uses his tremendous powers to fight evil and injustice.
Well, he can do about anything, can't he?
Mm-hmm. Superman can run faster than a bullet travels. He can lift an ocean liner out of the water. Why, he can even stop a train with his bare hands.
Can he open a Pullman window?
Easily.
What a man. Well, I noticed that Superman is always benefiting humanity.
Yes, Fred. He saves people from floods, stops wars, and he's always breaking up crime rings.
Well, fortunately, Superman only exists in your imagination, Mr. Siegel. If he stamped out all of our crime, J. Edgar Hoover would be reduced to playing bits on Gangbusters. Say, how far ahead do you have to write your strips?
I usually keep 3 months in advance.
Oh, you're so afraid of your syndicated Frankenstein?
No, it's Mr. Ellsworth, the editor, and my wife. They get after me.
Why don't you sick Superman on them? It must be a wonderful feeling, Mr. Siegel. 20 million people waiting with bated breath to see if Superman is going to pull up the Holland Tunnel and blow the perisphere through it for a spitball. You are the only man in America who really knows what's going to happen.
I don't feel any different, Fred.
Oh. You're just being modest, Mr. Siegel. After all, you dominate a muscular marvel with a dual personality. When Superman isn't Superman, he's disguised as a reporter, isn't he?
Yes, he's Clark Kent, a meek little chap with glasses.
When Clark has to perform a miracle, he switches to that Superman harness, huh?
That's right. He wears athletic tights and a long cloak.
Well, what I can't figure out is this, Mr. Siegel. Now, how does he change his clothes so fast?
Well, after all, he's Superman, Fred.
I wouldn't care if he was Gypsy Rose Weinstein. Nobody can get into that long underwear ensemble in less than 5 minutes. Now, how does Superman do it?
Well, confidentially, Fred, he wears his outfit under his business suit.
Oh, when he's Clark Kent, he has those streamlined balbriggans on underneath, huh?
Right, he's always ready for action.
Well, if he wears woolen underwear all the year round, he sure gets action. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Siegel. I've certainly enjoyed this opportunity to get the lowdown on Superman.
It's always a pleasure to talk about my protege, Fred.
You know, confidentially, if your Jumbo Peter Pan can use a part-time job, I'm going to have a little chore coming up around here about the first of the year. Superman is good at lifting things, isn't he?
Yes, Fred. You want him to pick up something?
My option.
Well, I'm afraid that's the one thing that even Superman can't do.
I get it.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Jerry Siegel. Ladies and gentlemen, from the current Broadway hit show, Louisiana Purchase, we borrow the popular quartet, the Martins, who sing for you now, Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead. Say, what's this paper? This paper all over the floor. Kenny, did you tear up this driver's license here?
Yep, I'm through driving here in New York.
What's the matter? The finance people get your car?
No, it's those hand signals. Gosh, out in California, I never put out my hand when I was driving, unless I wanted to know if it was raining.
Oh, but here in New York?
I made a turn this morning without sticking out my hand, and you should have heard what a truck driver said.
What did he say?
It wasn't hello.
Or any part of it? Well, I can see. I can see you need some instructions in the hand signal code here, as we know it here in the East, Kenny. Now, I'll give you a quick digest.
Gee, thanks.
Now, the first signal you want to remember is the banana beckon.
The banana beacon?
The banana beacon, well known here in the East. In this signal, the hand is extended laterally with the fingers drooping down like bananas, only not yellow, unless the driver has jaundice, of course.
Well, what does that signal mean, Mr. Allen?
This signal, left turn, also right turn, stop, or back up.
Well, isn't there any signal that just means turn?
Well, that depends on where the driver's going to turn, Kenny. In one of the most important signals, he doesn't use his hands at all. The driver just uses his head.
Uses his head?
That's when he's going to turn into a Texaco dealer station. Am I right, Jimmy?
Absolutely correct, Fred. Motorists really enjoy meeting Texaco dealers. And that's because this is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. Now, this little session is entirely unrehearsed. Something wrong, Fred?
I was kind of blow. I thought I had bubble gum, and I was trying to, but it wasn't bubble gum.
Well,
I think it's an old piece of glue. I just thought of whoa, and my mouth snapped shut. Well, this is the question of the week, Jimmy. Thank you. And the forum is all assembled here. You don't mind me.
That was quick. You know, you got through that announcement fast. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, you can go ahead and talk, and I'll talk over here. I mean, it isn't sanitary, 2 people using the same mic, you know. But our forum is officially open for the question of the week. Portland, if you'll kindly introduce our first guest.
Yes, Mr. Charles Ernest Wixendale from the Bronx, New York.
Well, you sure you got the name? Thank you. Mr. Wixendale, is that correct?
That's quite correct.
May I ask your profession, what you do in the Bronx, please?
I'm a laundry route salesman.
A laundry route salesman?
That's correct.
Were these your customers applauding? You didn't bring 3 or 4 customers down in the truck tonight, did you? Well, what laundry do you work for up in
the Fox Square Laundry Company.
Fox Square? Is that in the Bronx?
Yes, sir.
I said, do you have a slogan with your company?
Yes.
Does your company have a slogan? Most of them do. There's one up home has a slogan, a wet wash company. Why kill your wife? Let us do your dirty work. Does your company have a slogan, Mr. Wixendale?
Our slogan is, we wash everything but the baby.
We wash everything. Hey, it's just as well if somebody accidentally left a baby in the laundry bag and you starched it and sent it back, and the people discovered they had a little stiff in the family at that age. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wixendale. And now, Portland.
Mrs. Josephine Robinson from Jackson Heights, Long Island.
Well, good evening. Thank you. That's Mayor LaGuardia. I guess he hasn't gone home yet. Mrs. Robinson, do you live in Jackson Heights, do you?
Yes, I do, Mr. Allen.
You work over there?
No, I'm a housekeeper.
Oh, a housekeeper? Well, that's sort of, you're in the same business that Mr. Wixendale is in a remote way, or doing flat work over there. But how are things over in Jackson Heights?
Well, very nice, Mr. Allen.
They are? Well, I'm certainly pleased to hear that. Well, as you drive out there on Roosevelt Avenue, Jackson Heights reminds me always of Neon and Neighbors. That's all you can see on the way out. Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Robinson. It's very nice. It's building up. Over there quite a lot. They tell me they're so short on mice that many of the mice are winded running from house to house.
Mr. Bill Mullen from Old Orchard Beach, Maine.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mullen.
Hello, Fred.
Don't tell me you brought your fans down from Old Orchard Beach, Maine, too. Well, what are you down here for? Trying to get the main exhibit back from the World's Fair people?
Not quite, Fred. Just down enjoying the fair and going to the automobile show Saturday.
You can see the fair from here, really? You're enjoying it? Well, excuse me, Mr. Mullen, we're a little pressed for time, and I've got to carry on here. But that brings us to, if my head falls down, it will be a weight on my mind. Just lift it up, and I'll carry on. Well, that brings us to our question, and since controversial matters are denied our little catch-as-catch-can board here, we turn to the harmless subject of matrimony. An authority on the subject recently stated that most rifts in the marital lutes can be traced to the husband. This authority said that after marriage, many wives find that their husbands neglect the numerous attentions that were indulged in during the courtship. Flowers, candy, theater tickets are conspicuous by their absence. As husbands, order in the board, please. Husbands abandon these byproducts of romance. And so our question tonight is, do you think a husband should continue to court his wife after marriage? Now, Mr. Wickendall, let us speak as man to man. Do you think the husband should continue to pay those little attentions and carry on with the little niceties after marriage?
I do, sir.
You do?
Yes.
Do you often show up, come in on the laundry truck at night with a bag of jelly beans? Nothing for the missus?
Yes, sir.
You do? Are you happily married?
Very happily.
Who does your laundry? Well, congratulations, Mr. Wickendall. And now, Mrs. Robinson, what do you think about? This man is distracting me. Go away. So much of him, he can distract you from all angles. But what do you think of the question? Do you think the husband should remain as attentive and shower the wife with gifts in later life?
I certainly think he should, Mr. Allen. I think it helps for a continued married life.
Mm-hmm.
A happily married life.
Well, how long have you been married, may I ask? 23
years.
20. Are you happily married?
I am.
See, you can get applauded for anything on the radio. All right, Mr. Mullen, are you married?
No, Fred, I'm not.
Well, then you're not very well qualified to cope with the question, are you?
No, sir.
Are you courting, are you?
No, but I'm willing.
Well, that brings our little forum to a close. I would say. I feel that we've accomplished practically nothing, and thank you all for your kind cooperation. You're now Kenny Baker.
Yes, Fred?
Do you
need some more comedy?
Oh, excuse me. I'm so tired I see your lines in my place. Well, not right now, comedy, Kenny. The names will be synonymous in time. I think about now we can use a song.
All right, would you like to hear Maybe?
Why not? Jimmy, have you got a second to go over these figures with me here?
What figures, Fred?
Well, these things here. There's some statistics my personal research bureau has compiled on last summer's crop of automobile tours, Jimmy.
I see.
Now, I know that you're an expert on motoring, so we should just listen to these and see if they sound correct. Check on them.
Well, surely, Fred, sure.
Look, this first one here, during the touring season, the past touring season, 593 motorists got themselves folded into their own road maps and were never heard from again.
Well, it sounds possible.
That's now the second one here. 7,654 people in trailers stepped out on the back porch while their trailers were in motion and woke up on Route 1 to find the trailers didn't have back porches.
Oh, now, Fred.
And one tourist, just one, Jimmy, had his car washed and didn't run into a dust storm the next day. And how do these figures sound? They gallopy to you? Are they accurate, you think?
Golly, I don't know, Fred. You know, there's only one statistic that I do know about last summer's tourists, and that's this. More of them use fire chiefs
of new Hollywood epics, but what about the bad pictures? The celluloid faux pas the public never sees. Now, tonight we preview a picture for you that recently had all Hollywood hushed up. A picture that closed the studio and put 200 executives back in the wholesale garment business. But sure, Al. This is the story of a Hollywood flop. Instead of screen credit, screen blame goes to the following persons. The genius who started the ball rolling.
I am Simeon Fink, the Hollywood producer. A Warner Brothers picture, The Seahawk, made a fortune. So I said to myself, with a sequel to The Seahawk, I will be a millionaire.
And today, Mr. Fink?
I'm a bum.
With a capital B?
With no capital at all.
Thank you. Before Mr. Fink could go into production, naturally, he had to have a story written. Well, sir, he called in the authors, Briskin, Braskin, and Bruskin.
I am Briskin. I stole the story.
I am Braskin. I stole the dialogue. I am Bruskin. I stole the credit.
I'm Shakespeare. Was I robbed?
The story, Bill, you laid an egg. The story ready. The studio swung into action. They called in...
I am Duval, the director. I called the sequel to the Seahawk the Sea Buzzard.
Are you still directing, Mr. Duval?
Yes, I am directing traffic in North Hollywood.
The star of the picture was...
I am Horace Snide. I played the male lead in the Sea Buzzard. Everyone in Hollywood said I would go a long way.
And did you?
Yes, I am now living in Bayonne, New Jersey.
When the Sea Buzzard was finished, it was previewed. One man said...
I saw the Sea Buzzard. I refused to give it one bell.
Oh, are you a critic?
No, a good humor man.
There was only one other person involved in this celluloid catastrophe.
Yes, I am the ghost of Gideon Levy. I loaned Pink $1 million to produce the Sea Buzzard.
Whatever became of you, Gideon Levy?
I saw the picture. Better death than dishonor.
Where are you speaking from?
Dante sends his regards.
Well, it's all inferno. There you have the story of the Sea Buzzard, the sequel to the Seahawk, ladies and gentlemen, a picture Hollywood hasn't dared to mention. We preview it for you here tonight. The story takes place in the year 1540 A.D. The pirate ship, the Sea Buzzard, is homeward bound on the high seas.
Ahoy, boatswain! Ahoy, Captain Thorpe! Full sail ahead!
Full sail ahead it is, sir!
Luff the mizzenmast!
Luff the mizzenmast it is, sir!
Reef the halyards!
Reef the halyards it is, sir!
Warple the crow'ney!
Warple the crow'ney it is, sir!
I caught you that time, Rose. That was marine double talk.
Sorry, Captain. I'll unwarple the crow'ney.
Aye, boatswain. I'm going after my cabin. I've got to stuff up a knothole in the ship's log. Sailing over the bounding foam. My stomach's going up and down. I should have left it home. Ahoy, Pigleg! Where's that first mate of mine? Pigleg!
Here I am, Captain. I was standing watch.
Did sight any Spanish ships on deck?
Nearly one, Captain.
Sounds. Here I am, Captain Thorpe, master of the Sea Buzzard. The toughest pirate that ever plundered the Spanish Main.
Oh, I see.
100 days in these waters.
Aye, and you've only plundered one ship.
Aye, and that a leaky herring trawler, the SS Lindes.
Well, look here. Why do we only go after Spanish ships, Captain?
Queen's orders, Pigleg. Spanish boats is carrying a succulent root to the New World. It must be a priceless growth. The Queen demands her cargo of this pungent herb.
What's it called, Captain?
'Tis an odd name, Pigleg. The Spanish onion.
The Spanish onion? Blimey.
This may be news that a galleon has been sighted. Door away!
Hiya, Captain.
Thorpe, my lookout. Why ain't you up in the crow's nest looking for prey?
Why, I came down to tell you.
To tell me what, Nee?
There's a Spanish boat.
Spanish craft? Quick, rogue, where is it?
It's over to the starboard, the stupor. It's on the starboard, it's gone.
That's the 87 Spanish prize I've lost, Pigleg. By the time that lookout says for Spanish, they're out of sight.
Well, look here. Why don't you sack that lookout, Captain?
I can't. The Nudnik is a nephew of Queen Guinevere. He come aboard with a letter from the Queen recommending him for lookout.
I say. Look, sir. Out the porthole.
Sounds a ship.
Roger.
I'll hail her.
I say.
Ahoy there! What ship are you?
Ahoy there! What ship are you?
I asked you first.
I won't tell you who's this till you tell me who's that.
I'm the sea buzzard out of San Inador, heading for Newport. Who are you?
The Albany night boat out of 14th Street, heading for Yonkers.
That fool is in the wrong direction, the wrong ocean, and the wrong century.
Blimey, another one got away. You'll never get them Spanish onions for the Queen.
Why, matey, I can't trust that stuttering lookout. I'll stand watch myself. Get me my binoculars.
Oh, sir, they're in the closet, in the locker here.
Open it up.
Blimey, there's a bloke in your locker, a stowaway.
Well, I'll be blowed. Who are you, mate?
I'm Kenny Baker.
What are you doing aboard?
Last Sunday, Dennis Day said I had a yacht, and this is it. Would you mind closing the door?
Why?
I think I'm going to be seasick.
Your word is good enough for me.
Shall I root him out, Captain?
No, matey, leave him be. There comes a time in every tenor's life when he can't handle a high sea. Hey, who's that, Gabriel?
No. Look, Captain, the royal barge approaches. It's the Queen herself on deck.
She must have sailed out to find me in quest of them Spanish onions.
Her Majesty is coming down the gangplank. Her Majesty is approaching your cabin.
Let Her Royal Highness in, Pegleg.
Oh, sir.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Greetings, Gate. I arrive in state.
Aye, Your Majesty.
You have carried out your Queen's command?
I have plundered the 7 seas, Your Highness. In this chest here are Aztec trinkets of the purest gold, Nubian gems, Portuguese tapestries, and these strangely inscribed buttons I picked up off the coast of Maine.
And what says this quaint inscription?
Win with Landon. An old native battle cry, no doubt. These are indeed treasures rare.
What care I for treasures? Where are the Spanish roots I commanded you to fetch? Where are my onions?
Alas, I have known, Your Majesty.
No onions for your Queen? You shall pay for this treachery with your head. The guillotine.
Queen Guinevere, not the guillotine.
Yes, the guillotine. The Gillette that follows through.
If I caught no Spanish ships, Your Highness, the blame is yours.
Mine, you rancid guppy.
Aye. Your stuttering nephew you sent aboard was my lookout.
My nephew I sent aboard.
Aye.
A shot. What was that?
Swab, Miss Cuppers, I'll soon find out.
Here, get me a man.
Me lookout. The Queen's nephew.
This lumpkin is not my nephew.
What?
I just caught him in time, sir. He was about to commit suicide.
Yes, let me go. I've got to kill myself.
Hold on, Forbes. Why, you ain't a stuttering.
No.
Your stuttering was a ruse.
Yes.
You let them Spanish ships get away for purpose.
Yes, I did it. I did it. Queen or no queen, I was determined she shouldn't have those onions.
Why, this is vitamin sabotage.
I knew why you wanted those Spanish onions, Your Majesty. You were tired of eating hamburger the old way. You had heard of a new way to cook this irksome ground meat with onions.
Yeah, a knight from the White Tower told me.
I knew once Your Majesty ate hamburger with onions, it would be the rage. Once the world knew about hamburger with onions, I would be through, bankrupt, out of business.
Then you are not simple Archie Forbes, yeoman lookout 3rd class.
No.
Who are you, lout?
I am Sir Lindsay Lazenby, the Piccalilli Baron.
The Piccalilli Baron?
Yes. You see, I had no choice.
He's right, Your Highness. Once the world has tasted a hamburger with onions, Piccalilli will be through.
Aye, and I vowed that day would never come.
Well, you've kept the onion from me, but you can't keep it from the wild. Centuries hence, all mankind will eat the onion.
Aye, and in every land, it'll be the breath of a nation.
When you operate the nation's fastest...
Next Wednesday night, the Texaco Star Theater brings you your Song of the Week.
I got my thrill on Raspberry Hill, on Raspberry Hill.
Wait a minute. That's Blueberry Hill, not Raspberry, isn't it?
When I sing, I don't get the blueberry, brother.
And our guest will be...
Mr. Ernest Peabody, president of the Anti-Noise League. Is New York the noisiest city in the country? Will noise be noise? Tune in next Wednesday. Find out.
Thank you. And music. Thank you. Good night.
Listen. 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 Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for that flattering introduction. You know, it certainly is a novelty to have an announcer speak well of the comedian. So many programs come on the air, and by the time the announcer finishes describing the comedian, it sounds as though the guy is wanted for hopscotch and Walla Walla or something.
Hey, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny, what is it?
I've been having a wonderful time all week.
Huh? Well, who asked you? I mean, what was that?
See, that's right. I skipped 2 lines.
You skipped 2 lines? Well, you're not nervous tonight, are you, Kenny?
No, but... Well, you know how it is. I got so many laughs last week, these straight lines don't mean anything to me anymore.
Well, we've got to have some straight lines in the script, you know.
Shall I schmaltz them up and get some laughs?
No, don't schmaltz them up. Tell me what have you been doing all week, Kenny?
I've been having a wonderful time. This is where that comes in, I guess.
Yes, well, I think it fitted better the first time, the way you handled it. But now look, Kenny, I'm pretty busy. I've got to get along with my newsreel.
Am I in the newsreels, Mr. Allen?
No, you're not, Kenny, but later on in the sketch, you have a fat, dramatic part.
Have I? Oh, boy, wait till Dennis Day hears me tonight.
Yes, sir. You won't be pure island banal, I'll tell you that. And while Kenny brings his enthusiasm to a boil, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents Your World on Parade. New York City, New York. Recent advertising campaign enlightens public on beneficial proteins and minerals to be obtained through eating meat. As a tribute to the packing industry, Mr. Edgar Guest has written a poem called Meat on the Table. Texaco News, sensing new commercial field for American poets, interviews several little-known bards to get their reactions to new markets for their poetic wares. First, a poet from the fields, Mr. What is your name again, sir?
Bliss Bullfinch.
Bliss Bullfinch?
And no cracks.
Have you read Mr. Guest's poem, Bliss?
Meat on the Table? Oh, yes. I gave a reading of Meat on the Table only last week. Ours is a land of steak and chops, of pork, beef, lamb, and veal.
I know. I'm quite familiar with it. Well, where did you give this reading?
In a refrigerator on 14th Street.
In a refrigerator?
Yes, it was a warm day outside. The meat in the poem might have spoiled.
I understand, Bliss. But tell me, Mr. Bullfinch, has Mr. Guest's meat poem inspired you?
No. For my inspiration, I have had to turn to the vegetable kingdom.
Oh, I see. The vegetable kingdom.
Yes. Have you heard my latest vegetable sonnet? Is envy turning you green, little pea?
No, I regret to say that I haven't.
Perhaps you've heard my salad rondelay. Fickle lettuce, you have no heart.
No, I haven't heard that either.
Perhaps my soliloquy while bending over a barrel. Sauerkraut, you mustn't pout.
Well, what truck garden gem are you reciting for us tonight, Bliss old boy?
Brussels sprout.
That is the title?
Yes.
Brussels sprout? Well, go right ahead.
A man's best friend is a Brussels sprout. Its praises from hill and housetop I shout. From millionaire down to the little boy scout. A man's best friend is a Brussels sprout.
Very good.
A Brussels sprout is man's best friend. If you've hurt a sprout, go make amend. Don't abuse a sprout in jest or fun. For every Brussels sprout, is some cabbage's son.
Well done, and I wanted it medium rare. But thank you. Thank you, Bliss Bullfinch. Next, a poet who has a rendezvous with oblivion the minute he leaves us here tonight, Mr. Swinburne McGee. Are you a commercial poet, Swinburne?
Yeah, I'm freelancing.
And by freelancing you mean?
I ain't eating regular.
But you have been writing poetry.
Oh, yeah. I've been hustling the muse when I get a chance.
The muse doesn't resent it? Well, now what about Mr. Guest's poem on meat?
Oh, I got a twist on it. I wrote a poem on fish.
Fish?
Yeah. It's a piscatorial pastoral.
It is? Can you spare it? What is it called?
All hail the sardine.
Sounds mighty intriguing. Go right ahead, please.
All hail the sardine, most short-lived of fishes. No wonder he's selfish and lives as he wishes. When a sardine is born, he forecasts his lifespan, saying, last night I was a boy, but today I am a can.
No question about it, and thank you, Mr. Swinburne. It has been anything but a pleasure to have you here tonight. Our next tattered troubadour is Stark Devereux III. What is your specialty, Stark?
For 20 years, I was known as the king of cliché.
The king of cliché, really?
Yes. Then for 2 years, I didn't write a line.
You were written out?
No, I lost my beret.
And you have been writing bareheaded ever since?
Oh, no. I put one hand on my head and write with the other.
Too bad you haven't a third hand. You could pick up that egg. But have you read Mr. Guest's poem, Meat on the Table?
Oh, no. I poo-poo vitamin verse.
You do?
Yes. I concentrate on the inanimate. I glorify the group.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, a cow alone is a cow. Together, it's a herd.
Oh, I see.
A bird alone is a bird. Together, it's a flock.
Yes?
A thing alone is a thing. Together, it's a bundle.
Oh. And your masterpiece is dedicated to a bundle.
Yes.
And what is it called?
Pooh. To me, it's string.
Come on, will you recite it for us, please?
You can call it twine or whipcord, thread or ribbon, anything. If it can be knotted, tied up, pooh. To me, it's string. You can put it on a fiddle for pizzicato or for swing. Call it A or call it E flat. Pooh. To me, it's string. You can hide it in a necklace. Say it makes your phone bell ring. Call it hemp or jute or oakum. Pooh and pooh. To me, it's string.
Well, thank you very much.
String is string.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, I was so wrapped up.
String will do it. And now, last and no doubt least, a young poetess who always carries a suitcase because she knows she's going places, Miss Steffi Buxbaum.
I am appearing courtesy Mandel's Nut Shop.
Oh, you are? To that Mandel's Nut Shop?
Yes. Tonight I should be working. Mr. Mandel is letting me off.
Oh, I see. I didn't...
But only on one condition.
You have to...
First, I mention Mandel's Nut Shop. It's a must.
Well, have you been on the air before?
Air, he says. I am breathing it.
No, I mean, have you been on any radio programs before?
Every night I am appearing. Always it's a quiz show. Double or leave it. Yes. Ask it, schmask it. I'm a regular Vox mom.
A Vox mom?
Oh, that's a Vox pop, only a woman.
Oh, I never would have known. Thank you very much. Now, but you are a poetess, Miss Buxbaum.
What else? But by Steffi Buxbaum, their poems is only about something you couldn't see.
You mean hidden things around the nut shop?
Exactly. Like a bugle call to a pecan kernel.
You can't see those, can you?
Uh-huh.
And still you write about them.
That's right.
Yes.
Gesundheit to a cashew.
What poem would you like to recite for us tonight, Steffi?
To a seed inside a prune.
Well, you can't find anything more concealed than that.
Who is telling who?
Well, excuse me. Excuse me, go right ahead.
Thank you. To a seed inside a prune. Hello, little seed inside a prune. What's new in there? What is doing? Is it morning, night, or noon, little seed inside the prune? Little seed inside the prune, wrapped up in your black cocoon. Would you with the world commune, little seed inside a prune? Oh, lucky you, little seed in a prune, safe from the world and its misfortune. To you I say it would be a boon if man was a seed inside a prune.
Kenny Baker sings for us Because. All afternoon talking with a Texaco engineer, and I really got the lowdown.
Yes, but you can't explain.
Oh, look, Jimmy, I may not remember all the technical phrases the Texaco engineer used, but I certainly can convey the approximate idea.
All right, then what did the engineer say?
Well, he said that Fire Chief starts fast and picks up quick because it has equilibrium on the bias with a scallop rampant on the girth with reticulation absorbing inertia for emergency duty power.
Is that what he said?
Well, that's the way it sounded to me, Jimmy. As I got it, Fire Chief is so good because it's fiddly with the double warts and hemmed in on the bustle at approximately slurp. How am I doing, Jimmy?
Well, frankly, Fred, I think you're octane happy.
Well, it could be.
Yeah. But most of us would be if we heard a technical explanation of the reasons for Fire Chief's...
Through the rhyme. Very nice, Al, too. And now, ladies and...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny?
Is this where I do my acting?
No, not now. A little later on.
Oh. To be or not to be? Is that a question?
Well, it always has been up to now. Of course, you might change the slant on it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello. You're a little late, aren't you?
Yes, I had to take Mama down to the auto show, and I just got back.
Say, how is the auto show this year?
Oh, the new models are wonderful. They've got big cars and those little Crosleys.
Yes, I know. A lot of radio comedians have big cars and little Crosleys too. Present company accepted, I hope. Well, did you see any of those new the models with the new fluid drive?
Yes, and I saw one car. Instead of a speedometer, it has a television set.
You can tell how fast you're going by television?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. At 30 miles an hour, you see a motorcycle policeman. He's smiling.
Uh-huh. That's a new system waiting in between the sentences, isn't it? Yeah? Don't tell me you're so confused you're now waiting at punctuation marks in case. You say with this new television idea at 30 miles an hour, you see a motorcycle policeman, but he's smiling.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you're doing 50...
You see your finance company man. He's pulling his hair out.
You see, alone? And if you're... Suppose, let's say you're going 70.
You see your will being opened by a stranger.
At 70 miles an hour, your will is being opened by a stranger. We both could have waited there, you see. I have caught a cross-town bus with less waiting than... Well, that's a wonderful idea, even if it didn't pan out so well. Tell me, have all the new models got radios this year?
All except the ones that Major Bose advertises.
Well, what happens if you want entertainment in one of the Major's cars?
Well, you turn the knob, and a unit comes out.
And the mayor of the Honor City right behind us. Well, I guess that covers the quiet now. That should come from other sources. Well, I guess that covers the... Listen, if we can do that, we can do away with the audience entirely. I tell them and you laugh at it. Well, I guess that covers the auto show. May come to that yet, too. What about our guest?
Have you ever heard of the League for Less Noise?
Oh, yes. I remember when the Anti-Noise League was started here in New York a few years back. I wonder what progress has been made.
There is only one man to ask.
You mean our guest?
Yes. Mr. Allen, meet the president of the League for Less Noise, Mr. Ernest Peabody.
Well, good evening, Mr. Peabody.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You are the president and founder of the League for Less Noise?
Yes, I organized the League back in 1935.
Well, do you devote all of your time to anti-noise work?
No, I am president of the Peabody Engineering Corporation here in New York and chairman of the board of Peabody Limited in London.
And you receive a salary, too, as president of the League?
Oh, no. The League is a non-profit organization supported entirely by voluntary contributions.
Well, tell me, what prompted you to start this Down with Hubbub crusade, Mr. Peabody? You weren't frightened by a decibel as a boy, were you?
No, but I have been a resident of New York for many years. The street noises seem to be getting worse.
And you decided to do something about it?
Yes, the League was formed, and after holding several meetings, we decided to try to enlist Mayor LaGuardia's support.
Well, how did you contact the mayor? Did you hail him as he passed by on a hook and ladder?
No, we went down to City Hall.
You took a chance, eh? Did the mayor approve of your anti-noise movement?
Yes, he gave us a fine send-off. And today we have his full cooperation and the support of the police department.
Yes, the mayor has done many wonderful things. You know, I've always claimed that keeping Mayor LaGuardia in the city hall is like making a loaf of bread. Having a little flour has saved us a lot of dough. Tell me, Mr. Peabody, how does the League go about curbing noise? You know, Gesundheit. Oh, sneezing is all right. You have a right to come in here and have a little fun on your own hook. But tell me, Mr. If Mr. Peabody and I are interrupting the sneezing, we'll be glad to sit. But tell me, Mr. Peabody, how does the League go about curbing noise? You know, apart from distributing posters and literature.
We receive thousands of complaints about noise, which we asked the Safety Bureau to investigate, and they're doing a fine job.
Well, don't tell me that a person here in New York City can get 30 days for committing a blowout in his bubble gum, or that the police can force a man wearing a loud necktie to put on a muffler.
The League isn't unreasonable, Mr. Allen.
No.
We're merely trying to curtail the most unnecessary and annoying noises.
Well, what sound, in your opinion, Mr. Peabody, is public nuisance number one?
The automobile horn.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the kind guaranteed to be heard 15 miles away.
Well, auto horns seem to be getting more versatile. They even play melodies these days. I read about a new musical automobile horn that's coming out before you can even blow it. You have to take 6 lessons at Madame La Wurlitzer.
That kind of music is ghastly.
Well, the music, yes, but the horns in themselves are harmless.
Yes, but the chronic horn blower is a nuisance. Also, a danger in city traffic. That's why the Safety Bureau is handling the anti-noise campaign.
Well, tell me, what steps have you taken to curb horn blowing?
Well, for one thing, during the first 6 months of this year, over 40,000 warnings and 3,000 summonses were given out for unnecessary honking.
In other words, you hope to eliminate the toot, the whole toot, and nothing but the toot.
Exactly. Statistics prove that if unnecessary horn blowing is stopped, we'll have a safer driving and fewer accidents.
Well, after automobile horns, what is the next ranking audible annoyance on your noise parade?
Radios.
Mr. Peabody, you're on mighty dangerous ground there, sir.
Oh, I don't mean anything personal, Mr. Allen.
No?
Our problem is the person who plays his radio too loud and too late.
Yes, they are pests. And there are other neighborhood blights, too, aren't there?
Yes, we try to cope with loud-voiced peddlers, street musicians, and the owners of noisy animals. We have practically removed sound trucks from the streets and loudspeakers from store windows.
Very good.
We've helped to have the building laws amended so that instead of riveting, a less noisy process is used.
Well, you're certainly doing a wonderful work. I know the League has made New Yorkers more noise conscious, and eventually that it is going to make our town a more pleasant and safer place in which to live.
I'm sure it will, Mr. Allen.
Now, before you go tonight, I think I should make a little contribution to further the interests of your work.
All contributions gratefully received.
Fine. Well, there are probably several million radios tuned in on us at this very moment, and as a gesture of goodwill and as a salute to the League for Less Noise, Mr. Peabody, I am donating 10 seconds of absolute silence on the entire network. Now, here we go. There you are, Mr. Peabody. How was that?
Mr. Allen, those were the pleasantest 10 seconds I ever spent in New York.
Thank you a lot.
And don't forget, Noise Abatement Week throughout the country starts October 21st.
I'll make a note of it. Thank you, and good night, Mr. Ernest Peabody. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Broadway hit Louisiana Purchase come the Martins, our favorite quartet, to sing for you When You Climb Those Golden Stairs. Which have written in to me, General Delivery, my home address, asking if they're going to have a chance to use their ski suits this winter. And so tonight, for advance information on the weather for the coming months, we bring you the Dean of Amateur Weather Prophets, Mr. Seymour Drip. Now, tell us, Mr. Drip, on what do you base your forecast for the coming winter?
My meteorological prognostications are based upon a survey of squirrels' nests.
Really? Squirrels' nests?
Yes.
Mighty interesting.
Yes, I have just completed a tabulation of 543 squirrels' domiciles in trees in Central Park. The results have been averaged, and a norm has been struck.
I see. You, Norm, didn't suffer any consequences, I hope. You took a poll, you say, but you did it in trees. Now, what were the results of your survey?
The typical squirrel's nest was found to contain the following items. A, 1 soggy Dixie cup.
Yes.
B, 2 subway transfers.
Yes.
And C, a squirrel.
And you have made a weather forecast from this statistical mulligan? These figures?
Yes, I have. After careful analysis, I am prepared to announce the exact length of the coming winter. Winter will last...
Yes?
From the end of autumn to the beginning of spring.
Thank you very much. You've marked up everything very nicely. Well, I see if I want to know anything about the coming winter, I had better consult the official weatherman. What does the weatherman say, Jimmy?
Well, in most of our round table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. This little session is entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready,
I didn't
Fred?
think you were going to make it, Jimmy. You're awake in there. Yes, I am ready and awake, Jimmy. Portland, would you kindly introduce the first member of our board, please?
Yes, Mr. Lionel Toll, New York City.
Good evening, Mr. Toll.
Good evening.
May I didn't wake you up.
No, you didn't, Mr.
But, may I ask your profession, Mr. Toll?
I'm a motion picture trade paper editor and publicity director.
What trade paper, do you mind saying?
The Independent.
The Independent? We mean that's a paper that is sponsored by the independent theater owners in America?
That's right.
How many independent theater owners are there, motion picture theater owners in the country?
About 12,000.
Really? 12,000, huh? Do you think I made a picture at Paramount this summer with a famous character actor out there? a nephew of Boris Karloff's who might... Now, do you think the independent theater owners will be able to handle this attraction when it comes out in December?
If they get the picture on a percentage basis.
If they get it on a percentage?
Yeah. Most of the percentage should be Alan.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Toll. I thought you meant that Benny and I would also have to service the theater, sweep out while the picture... Thanks a lot, Mr. Toll. I'm drooling here. I'm getting distance. I hope you don't mind. And now, Portland.
Miss Marion Miner from Mystic, Connecticut.
Good evening, Miss Miner.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your profession or calling?
I'm a child's nurse.
A child's nurse?
That's right.
Do you feel at home here tonight?
Not exactly.
Oh, you should. I'm in my second childhood.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, I'd like to continue this discussion a little farther, but unfortunately I shan't be able to. I hope you don't mind.
Perfectly all right.
Thank you. So nice of you. Now, Portland.
Mr. Harry Klein from New York City.
Good evening, Mr. Klein.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your calling, profession, racket, or industry?
Short order cook.
You're a short order cook, are you?
That's fine, yes.
Tell me, Mr. Klein. Don't. Jim's doing ventriloquism. Mr. Klein can speak for himself. Jim's around there doing the burger. Let Mr. Klein alone. Well, that brings us to our question, Mr. Klein. And tonight, in spite of Uncle Jim, and tonight we take up a question that concerns radio. Ever since the radio set has replaced the magic lantern in most homes, except in Beverly Hills, studio audiences have been a subject for debate. Many listeners claim that the riotous laughter and applause of studio audiences spoil the program for them at home. Other listeners say that the studio audiences liven up the programs and that hearing others having a good time increases their enjoyment of the programs at home. Now, our question tonight is, do you think that studio audiences are an asset or a liability to radio programs? Now, Mr. Toll, how do you feel about studio audiences?
I really don't feel very greatly about them or not.
You don't? You don't?
Personally, I like to listen to the radio at home.
You rather listen to the radio at home than in the studio?
Yeah, because I can turn the program off at home.
Of course, that's an advantage we have in the studio. Once you get in here, we lock the doors. I guess you can't do that. We're working on a thing now. If you tune us in, it automatically bolts your door. We're going to get the people at home, too. Well, you rather hear a program at home. The effect is greater. Right. There's some illusion, and you enjoy it more.
That's
very
right?
True. Thank you, sir. Miss Miner, how do you feel about studio audiences?
I also rather hear a program at home.
You would? Why? It puts the baby to sleep or something?
Well, it helps, but some of the studio programs, well, they're different than they are when you hear them at home.
You mean there's no illusion when you come to the studio?
Well...
I mean, you see me with these bags under my eyes. Now, after all, at least you hear my voice on the air. There aren't any bags in my voice. Or are there?
No, there
aren't. You would rather hear programs without the studio reaction.
That's right.
Yeah, you don't think it's fair if you hear a shriek or a laugh in the studio and don't understand what it is at home. You feel cheated, do you?
Yes, a bit.
A bit.
But I still rather hear them at home.
You still rather hear them at home. Would you rather have heard this program at home tonight?
No.
You wouldn't. No. Well, all right, Mr. Klein, how do you feel about it? Do you have a radio in the lunchroom?
Yes, we do.
You're a short order cook, but I'm a long order talker. I hope you do. How do you feel about studio audiences, Mr. Klein?
No, I would rather be in a studio and listen to it.
You would rather be in the studio than hear it on the air? Why don't you sell your radio? Just do away with the middleman and get down here every night. Something's always going on. You'd rather hear it in the studio.
That's right.
Well, what do you do with the radio in the place? Keep it turned off?
No, we keep that for the customers.
Oh, for the customers. Not to take their mind off the cuisine by any chance. Huh? Well, I suppose when you serve one poached egg, you turn on the Lone Ranger. It's sort of... Well, you seem to be... I'm sorry I brought the whole thing up. Personally, I feel that all radio programs should be presented for the folks at home. The studio audience, I think, should attend broadcast as sightseers rather than to see how the program is executed and to expect a show put on for their special benefit. Before this audience here tonight can get at me, I am leaving through a crack in the air conditioning. The meeting is adjourned, and thank you all for your staying up so long. Thank you. Say, Kenny.
Yes,
Kenny, you're there, are you?
Yeah.
I've heard of a delayed take, but not a delayed line before. That's a new... Well, all these new things cropping up.
Is this where I do my acting?
Well, no, Kenny. This is where you sing again. I have it on my cuff here. What would you suggest?
I'll never smile again.
Oh.
Give us more music.
Quiet, please.
No comedy, more music.
You down in the front row. Quiet, please.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. I have been watching you ever since this program started. I have never seen anybody get more unenjoyment out of comedy. To put it bluntly, Bud, I have seen happier looking pans than yours under ice boxes.
Well, it ain't my fault. I don't feel so good.
What's the matter? Something you ate? Are you allergic to comedians? Has your wife been beating you?
Nah, I've just been sitting there thinking. I drove 25 miles to get here tonight. Tolling me old trunk along the highway, getting hung up in traffic, looking all over town for a place to park. As soon as the program's over, I gotta go back to where I parked, get hung up in traffic some more, and then tow me old trunk back home. Oh, it's a hibiscus circle.
Yeah. You took the words out of my mouth, and I didn't want them in there. Thank you very much. Well, if it's, let me tell you, friend, if it's driving that's put you in this mood, you've certainly come to the right place. Through a strange coincidence, our Mr. Elliot is about to give our listeners a message that can change your entire mental attitude. Would you mind giving it, Larry?
What sort of mood were you in the last time you drove your car? Was it one of those matter-of-fact, not-much-fun-in-it feelings? If so...
Spot announcement opening at the station next Friday. Well, that was very nice. And now, tonight, the Texaco Workshop player...
Is this where I do my acting, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny. Here's your part.
Oh, gee. Do I play the lead?
Well, I wouldn't say it's the...
I get it. I'm a stooge.
Well, you know what Shakespeare said, Kenny.
All the world's a stooge?
Now, wait a minute. You have done enough to Bill tonight. Now, you go over in the corner and study your lines.
Yes, sir.
Just registered. The military thing is in his voice already. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, quiet, you. The guy from WOR running his own broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the Texaco Workshop players present a blood-curdling mystery. It's called Death Takes a Boniface, or one long pen was disguised as a girdle, so they knew he was closing in. Curtain, Alfredo.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. This is your man about town broadcasting the outstanding nightlife event of the season. I'm speaking from the Bamboo Room of the Typhoon, the new tropical night spot that's opening tonight to join the beachcombers and the hurricane, a society rendezvous. Or rendezvouses, rather. It's plural. And here's the owner of the Typhoon, Sherman Swank himself. Say a few words, Sherman.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Drop into the Typhoon and try my new tropical cocktail, the Zambi. The Zambi is made from a secret jungle formula, and I am the only one who knows... No, now nobody knows.
Sherman, are you hurt?
Oh, I'm dying. Get my creditors for pallbearers. It's the last chance they'll have to carry me.
This is terrible, folks.
Sherman Swank, owner of the Typhoon, has just been murdered. They're locking the doors. No suspects can get away. This is a mystery that will baffle the police. Who will take the case? Will it be J. Edgar Hoover? Will it be Sherlock Holmes? Will it be one long pan?
Hello? Yeah, this is the FBI. What? Somebody just shot a nightclub owner? You got the wrong FBI, mister. This is the Full of Brush Institute.
Hi there. Yes, this is Sherlock Holmes. What? Sorry, old boy. I can't take the case. No, I'm just sitting down to dinner. I'm about to have my soup. Quick, Watson, the noodle.
Hello, Detective One Long Pan's confidential secretary speaking. Yeah, Long Pan will take the case. I'll call him. He's over in the automat seeing if the slots are white with campaign buttons. Long Pan will be right over.
Come in. Come in.
Ah, Gleating. Thought I never get here. Gleating. Very bad. Come radio car. Some man hold radio car up. Gleating and was Mark's to kid, eh? Detective One Long Pan reporting. I'll never smile again. I lost my upper plate.
Hey, what is this? Who are you, you Mongolian hepcat?
I am Detective One Long Pan.
Oh, well, you're just in time. Sherman Swank, the owner of this nightclub, has just been murdered.
Murder? Who are you, Mr. Big Shop?
I am Monty Cuff, Sherman's partner.
Very good. Where's body? Body and murder case very important.
I had Sherman brought in the office here.
Then we are not alone?
No, the body's there in the corner, under that tablecloth.
Aesop say nightclub owner who die on the tablecloth still have cover. Long Pan pick up cloth. Oh, pick up. Oh, I see you. Oh.
Poor Sherman. Look at him. Shot right through the sneer.
Cool bullet hole. Very baffling. Long Pan zip into action. Long Pan examine suspect. Where are suspect?
I got everybody locked in the club. Nobody can leave here until you say so.
Very good. Long Pan.
I say, which one of you is a detective?
I am Detective One Long Pan, buddy. Oriental Arsenic Lupin. What do you want, kiddo?
I've got to go. I'll miss my bus for West Orange, New Jersey.
Why, you bus left. I just hear bus... Why you catch 'em high, Mr. High Talk?
I have to beat the curfew. If I'm not in bed by 10 o'clock, the mayor will take away my Dick Tracy badge.
What you do in nightclub, Rover boy? What you do in nightclub, you bad boy? I saw One Long Pan.
I just came in to get a ginger ale. I heard 2 shots.
Come in.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me, which candidate are you going to vote for?
Who are you, brother?
I'm Dr. Callip. I'm taking a presidential straw vote. Your choice, please.
Oh, well, count me one vote for, what's his name, the Republican?
Oh, the Republican, yes.
One vote for the other guy, the Democrat.
Yes, the Democrat, yes.
One vote for Confucius.
Confucius is not running?
Long Pan light Confucius in. Confucius run on laundry, take a favorite song.
I see. And who are you voting for? You in the corner.
That's a dead body.
Oh, I see. Well, that's one vote for McKinley. Well, goodbye.
Doctor have soft job. Aesop say man make good living count straw. It ain't hay.
Excuse me.
Just a minute, buddy. Who are you?
I'm the fella who has to catch the bus, remember?
You stay here, Mr. Commuter, not go home, East Grapefruit.
It's West Orange.
I don't care, South Cantaloupe. Nobody leave this a nightclub.
Oh, shoot. If you want me, I'll be inside spinning my yo-yo.
Oh, bad.
Look, Long Pan, we're not getting any place. Sherman is dead. Who murdered him?
Long Pan soon find out. Jig time.
Hey, where's that Mongolian flatfoot?
Oh, who are you, Mr. Hot Potato?
I'm Muriel Latouche.
She's the hat check girl, Long Pan.
Yeah, and I know who committed the murder.
Ah, well, you come clean, the short, the dark, and soft egg. Who bump off your boss, Sherman Swank?
It was Louis the Twitch.
Louis the Twitch?
Yeah, that roughneck that owns the Club Sarong next door.
Say, Louis might have done it at that. I saw him coming in.
Why you suspect Louis the Edge, may say?
I'll tell you why. Because he didn't check his gun.
Are you sure, Muriel?
I seen it sticking out of his hip pocket. He was toting formal. Black gap with white holster.
Sliding coaster, important clue. You call Louis in, Mr. Montecarlo. Flanto.
Okay. Page, boys. Page Louis the Twitch. Send him in here.
Okay. Call for Louis the Twitch.
Very good. Case solved in no time. You can't brush me off, 'cause I always got more dandruff. You can try, but you can't brush me off. Request the number. Oh, long time. Boogie kid.
Oh, this must be Louis.
Come in.
You sent for me, Cuff?
No, I sent for you, Mr. Lloyd the Witch. Long paneless you for murder.
I didn't bump off Sherman. Somebody stole me gun and beat me to it.
You mean you were going to shoot my partner because we opened another tropical nightclub next to yours?
I didn't mind you bums starting your typhoon next to my sarong.
Typhoon next to Salong for a draft day.
But why did you want to kill Sherman?
It was that no-drinker swanks, the Zambi. That's a dead steal from the drink my club is featuring, the Zimby.
Well, but your Zimby is just a steal from the zombie.
I know, but it was my original idea to steal the zombie. He stole my steal, that stool.
Long Pan find out who steals stool later. First, mystery, who killed Sherman Swank?
Hey, you fellas, I'm going to miss my bus.
Quiet, please, quiet.
I only came here for a ginger ale.
You sit down. You keep quiet.
Hey, wait a minute, Long Sam. I seem to recognize this punk.
Yeah?
Wasn't you sitting next to me at my table, Bud?
I can't answer, sir. My mother told me not to talk to strangers.
Certainly you're the jerk. I busted out laughing when you ordered a ginger ale.
Ginger ale, jigsaw complete. You steal gun from tough guy, Louis. You shoot Mr. Sherman Swank.
That Mr. One Long Pan is a dirty fib.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you can explain the bulge in back pocket?
That's my yo-yo, smarty pants.
Long Pan investigate yo-yo. Come here.
Well, good night, all.
Come here, get over here.
You see, not yo-yo in pocket. Lead wallower.
Yeah, that's my gat, too. You see, there's me crest on the handle.
Also, 2 bullets missing. You fess up, Mr. High Boy.
Okay. You got me, Long Pan. I killed Sherman Swank.
Why, Daddy?
It was that darn drink, the Zambi.
Zambi?
I came in to get a ginger ale, and what did they bring me? A Zambi. It was the last straw.
But why?
You see, I love ginger ale. And with all those crazy drinks all over town, I can't get a ginger ale. Every time I order ginger ale, they bring me a zombie, a Zimby, a Zombie, a Zambi. I'll get ginger ale if I have to shoot every nightclub owner in town. I'll kill myself.
You stop straining voice, Kenny Baker, or next week you'll sing bass.
I don't care. Tell me, Long Pan, will I hang for this killing?
No, Kenny. Tenor singer get away with murder. Nobody ever hang you.
Why not?
Aesop say nobody ever want good tenor to swing. Long time, Johnny. Now Jimmy has a word for us.
They call them dusters, the men who... 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 Call them... Name wasn't on any ballot. You didn't have to go to the polls and vote for him yesterday. But he's in again regardless. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And now that you've started the program, Jimmy, why, don't you think you'd better go and lie down for a little while?
Lie down? Why, Fred?
Well, you seem a wee bit tired tonight, James. You look like a before-drinking Sanker ad, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Well, I didn't get much sleep last night, Fred. You see, I was up all night listening to those election returns.
You didn't get mixed up in that mob in Times Square, did you?
No. I hear Times Square was jammed, though.
I was down there, Jimmy. It was terrible.
What?
This mob was awful. I was going down 7th Avenue. I got pushed into Sloppy Joe's and squeezed 3 pineapples before I got out of there. I forgot what he was selling for a minute. That would be the height of contrast, wouldn't it? The well-dressed man stepping out of Sloppy Joe's. But the crowd was really terrible. You know, crossing 46th Street, I buttoned my overcoat, and when I got home, I had 3 guys in there with me. I didn't mind the guys, but when they started playing clobriage and the dealer was hitting me in the ribs, then I got mad.
Say, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, and can I see you a minute?
Now, look, Kenny, if it's about your Buck Rogers disintegrator, you can't shoot it off during the show. That's final.
No, this is something else. It's about the program.
Well, what about the program?
Well, I had a letter from my grandfather this morning.
Well, doesn't your grandfather like our show?
Gramp hasn't heard it yet.
He hasn't heard? Why not?
Well, Gramp sits by the radio and dozes off. Mm-hmm. He says the whistle and the bell at the beginning of the show give him a start.
Yeah?
But then he goes right back to sleep again. So I was thinking...
Yeah?
Well, maybe if you could blow the whistle again...
It would wake your grandfather up?
Yes, he's probably asleep right now.
Well, I'll get the sound man. Say, Ray, could we have that siren and bell again? There you are, Kenny. That ought to wake up the old boy.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, I don't know. Gramp's a pretty heavy sleeper.
Let's go, Ray. How is that?
Let's have one more, just in...
Wait a minute. Hold it, Ray. There's the phone, Kenny.
I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, fine. Okay. Gramps awake, Mr. Allen.
Well, let's go. Before Kenny's grandfather dozes off again, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents The World on Parade. New York City, New York. National Hobby Museum opens its exhibition at the new club rooms in London Terrace. Unusual collector's items from costume fleas to election torches draw interest of many visitors and members of the Hobby Guild of America. To get cross-section of hobby trend today, Texaco News interviews several little-known people who have most unusual hobbies. First, Mr. Wallaboo Crumb. Now, Mr. Crumb.
I was on Hobby Lobby. Does that make any difference?
No, Mr. Crumb.
I thought it might be opposition or something.
No, it's perfectly all right.
Sometimes they make a kick.
Well, I know.
My wife was on We the People. They bought her on a Goodwill court.
Well, no,
I like to make a clean breast of a thing. I was on Hobby Lobby. I come right out and say so.
Well, fine.
There's some people I know could be on Hobby Lobby every night and come up here sly as you please and try to get away with it, but not me.
Well, that's very
I speak my mind. And I got a hole in my head to prove it.
Good. Not that one you're talking through. Well, quiet, please. What business are you in, Mr. Crumb?
I'm an assistant mortician in a sardine factory.
An assistant mortician?
Yeah, after the mortician lays out the sardines in the cans, I look in and make sure they're all facing the same way.
Well, rather depressing work, isn't it?
Oh, it gives me the dismals.
Really?
Them little sardines looking up at me looking down at them.
Well, try to control yourself, Mr. Crumb. You're forgetting your hobby.
Well, I can't help it. I get to thinking about them little sardines looking up at me looking down at them.
Well, I know.
Gives me the dismals.
Well, the dismals may be your sideline, Mr. Crumb, but what is your hobby?
Oh, yeah. Well, my hobby is not having no hobby.
Your hobby? Not having a hobby, huh?
Yeah, some men have stamp collections. Waste all their time pasting stamps in the books.
I know.
What do they got when they're through?
What?
A dry tongue and sticky fingers.
Yes, you've got...
Other men collect autographs, buy toy trains, save campaign buttons. To me, it's a waste of time.
And that is why?
My hobby is not having no hobby.
Well, what do you do with your spare time?
Well, I can't do nothing.
Why not, Mr. Crumb?
I'm always moaning.
Well, why should you moon?
I get to thinking about them little sardines looking up at me, me looking down at them.
This is where I came in.
Gives me the dismals.
Well, they're not catching, fortunately, and thank you, Wallaboo Crumb. An enthusiastic hobbyist is Tilton Sluice. And your hobby, Talton it is, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. And your hobby, Talton?
Oh, I've had so many hobbies.
You started young, did you?
Mm-hmm. As a baby, my hobby was opening safety pins.
Really?
Yes, I had lumbago when I was 2.
Well, of course, if you leave things undone, you've got to pay the penalty, Talton. Did you have a hobby at school?
Mm-hmm. I saved spitballs. At high school, I pinned butterflies. You know, people used to come from miles around and say, Tarleton, let us see your butterflies.
And would you?
Well, it depended on my mood. At college, I went in for another hobby.
What was that?
I started saving turtlenecks from old sweaters.
Turtlenecks?
Sarongs for Adam's apples.
Well, I must say that you have had some mighty interesting hobbies, Tarleton.
Mm-hmm. I once combed every tree in Jersey City for birds' nests.
You collected birds' nests?
At one time, I owned every bird's nest in Jersey City.
You did?
Yes, if a bird wanted to lay an egg in Jersey City, it had to come to me.
Well, you didn't abuse this power, Tarleton.
My window was ever open to a feathered friend about to.
You would egg him on. And now that you are getting on in years, Tarleton, do you still have a hobby?
Oh, yes, indeed. Today, my hobby is mounting moose ends.
Moose ends?
Yes. Everybody mounts moose heads. I started collecting in reverse.
Well, your trophies must be a sight.
Oh, my study is simply exotic. 20 moose ends mounted on the wall.
Imagine.
To open the door is to feel one is overtaking a herd.
Frank Buck returning home at sundown.
I turn on the electric fan in my study. 20 tails wag in the breeze. It's drafty, but it's home.
Well, home because there is no place like it, and thank you, Mr. Tarleton Sluice. A young lady who has the only hobby of its kind ever listed in the annals of hobbydom is Miss Kismet Biddle. Now, Kismet, what about your hobby?
My hobby is humiliating cows.
Humiliating cows?
Yeah. A cow once done something I didn't like, and I took a note to myself then and there I'd get even.
And?
I've been humiliating cows ever since.
Well, what did this first cow do to provoke your eternal venom, Kismet?
That, mister, is between me and that cow. I'll go on humiliating cows till the cows come home.
And when the cows come home?
I'll humiliate them.
Well, how do you practice this unorthodox hobby?
Well, say I'm at the rodeo.
Yeah.
A cow walks over to the box where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
I lean over and give her a dirty look. The cow gets it, blushes, and scrams.
Nasty, I must say. You didn't snub Elsie the cow at the World's Fair this summer, did you?
That one, I give it to her good.
Well, how did you humiliate Elsie?
Every day at milking time, I'm there.
Yeah?
When Elsie gets off the pail, she's standing there bowing and mooing. You'd think she was giving whipped cream.
And you?
I pull out a can of condensed milk to show Elsie she ain't indispensable.
That Kismet Biddle is positively cruel.
Oh, can I help it? It's me hobby. I got the whole thing in a poem.
Oh, an anti-bovine dactyl that you've written? A cow poem?
Yeah.
How does it go?
I hate one thing, and it's a cow. It's wrong to hate, I will allow. I love all else, but still somehow I hate one thing, and it's a cow.
Lovely.
A cow gives man its milk and hide, its hoofs for glue, its meat inside. It gives its calves to man for veal. Still, how I hate that horn schlemiel. I hate a cow by any name. Holstein, Jersey, it's all the same. Over my eyes, you ain't pulling the wool. I hate a cow, and that's no bull.
Kismet did it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, whose hobby is well known to us all, lobbies for his hobby with trade winds. Thank you. That was swell, Kenny. Say, Jimmy, have you got a minute?
What do you want, Fred?
About 20 seconds of it.
All right.
It's about my aunt up in Boston. Now, she has my interest at heart, and she sent me a joke to use on the program.
Are you going to tell it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I should, Jimmy. Now, would you mind listening to it and giving me your opinion?
Well, gee, Fred.
Well, I knew you'd be happy to do it. Now, here's the joke. Quote, 2 flute players met on the street. One flute player says to the other flute player, highfalutin, unquote. Well, James, what is your honest opinion?
Look, Fred, do you mind if I just go ahead and read my commercial?
Now, don't evade the issue. What do you think of my aunt's joke? This means a lot. She might go in for writing and turn up with cancer in later life.
Well, to tell the truth, Fred, I'd call that a dud.
You're a hard man, Wallington.
Well, regardless, it's the truth. When a gag doesn't quite go off, doesn't get a big laugh, it's a dud.
Al Goodman and his orchestra, every man a virtuoso, have just played Who from the pronoun of the same name. And now, ladies and... Goodman's laughing. He knows what a pronoun is. Showing off. And now he thinks it's a noun that's for something, a pronoun. Well, now, and quiet. Oh, please, we've got so much entertainment. It's chock full here. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well. Hello, Portland. Comment allez-vous?
Très bien. Et vous?
Hey, I didn't know that you spoke French, Portland.
Mais oui.
Well, je suis un uncle du monkey. How much French do you know?
Only enough to answer anything you can say.
You poor kid, linguistically. Where did you... Yeah? You're thinking of something you're going to say, huh?
No.
If you are, say it. It might help. Where did you learn to speak French, Portland?
From my cousin. He's helping tear down the French pavilion at the World's Fair.
Oh, he's picking it up over there, hey? Well, I wondered why you were speaking a broken French. I speak the pure second-year night school. The patois of classroom 2.
Are you going to night school again?
Oh, I have to. I borrowed a lantern. I've been going every night. I'm on information. Quiet. I'm on information, please. A week from next Friday. I've got to brush up. Gosh.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh boy! Wait till Jack Benny hears about that.
Oh yeah. Benny can't even get with the quiz kid.
You mean Jack is unsmart?
Look, his head is just something that keeps his neck from coiling down into his collar. Benny's IQ is lower than a ferret's habitat. Where's Goodman laughing at that? You see, his habitat he can't handle. He's strictly a pronoun man. A who man.
Did you hear what Jack said about his new picture?
His new picture? I'm in that picture, don't forget.
Jack called up the director.
Yes, I know. He called up Mark Sandridge to try and get first billing. First billing, and I'm in the picture. Why, that's like Gene Autry's horse calling up and wanting to be billed ahead of Gene.
But why shouldn't Jack's name come first?
Now, look, if Benny has any brains, my name will come before his.
Why?
Well, if my name is first and Benny's is second, Benny's relatives who read from right to left will think he's the... Well, don't bother with it. Why, you're mastering one language at a time. Well, come in. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
I thought there were two of you. I said come in twice. Excuse me. Yes?
I am here on a mission of great importance.
Now, look, son, here's $1. I'm very busy.
Put that filthy lucre back in your stocking, Allen. I don't want your tainted pelf.
What do you want?
Time.
Time?
Yes. Madame Lazonga was here last month. You gave her a minute.
And you, too, want a minute at my microphone?
Yes. I, too, have an important message.
All right, I'll introduce you. Who are you, sir?
I am the man who first said, begin the beginning.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yes.
I'll introduce you. Stand by, America. Here is a vital message. 2 years ago, this man here at our microphone tonight said, begin the begin. Tonight he says...
Stop it!
Thank you.
I think so.
Well, that's what I said.
Oh, so that's what I heard it. Adieu.
Yeah. This place, I don't know what it is. This place seems to attract people who have been liquidated mentally. Well, now, Portland, what about our guest?
Tonight, you present Major Beau's Amateur of the Month.
Well, so I do. We welcome a young lady who appeared on Major Beau's program October, I almost coined a month there, October 17th. Tonight, through the Major's kind assistance, it is our pleasure to present for her professional radio debut, Miss Carla Thompson. Good evening, Carla.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Now, before we start, may I compliment you on your swell performance on the Major's program.
Thank you.
Tell me, Carla, how does it feel to be coming out professionally? To know that tonight, the first Social Security payment will be deducted from your first salary.
I'm a little excited, naturally.
Hey, would you like to have me tremble a little so we'll have something in common?
No, I'll be all right, I hope.
Fine. Now, first, where is your home, Carla?
I live in Crown Heights.
And where is Crown Heights?
It's in Brooklyn.
It's in Brooklyn, really? I don't know who is ever at home in Brooklyn listening to radio programs. Anytime you mention Brooklyn, the house falls down. Everybody from Brooklyn is around in all the studios. Well, isn't Crown Heights rather a hi-hat name for a section of Brooklyn, Carla?
Oh, I don't think so.
You don't?
Some parts of Brooklyn are very nice.
Well, perhaps I've never gotten far enough into the interior. But tell me, Carla, how old are you?
I'm just 20.
Sweet 16 and 4 to carry, huh? And how long have you been studying singing?
I've never really studied, but I've been singing since I was 7 years old.
Well, isn't that odd? I started at 8. I was singing bass in the kindergarten glee club. The Mester Singers. But how did you come to get interested in singing so young? The stork didn't bring you wrapped up in an orchestration, did he?
No, Mr. Allen. My mother plays the piano. She's taught me all I know.
Well, that makes your talent all the more remarkable. But tell me now, Carla, where did you first start singing at 7? You weren't in the floor show at Child's.
No, I sang mostly at church festivals and charity affairs.
You were a little her singing hymns, huh? Well, as you grew older, were you interested in classical music or swing?
I've concentrated on popular songs.
Yeah.
I guess I'm what you call a torch singer.
An incendiary contralto, hey? Say, do you know where the expression to carry the torch originated, Carla?
No, I don't.
Would you want to say that again? I didn't quite hear you.
No, I don't.
Thank you. Well, would you like to have me tell you how the expression to carry the torch came about?
Yes, I'd love to know.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. Pull up an E flat and sit down. Well, up in Booth Bay Harbor, Maine, many years ago, Carla, there lived a beautiful girl named Madeline who ran a lighthouse. A lighthouse. Matches Matches hadn't been invented in those days, and every evening Madeline had to go down to the village, light an old broom she had soaked in oil, and come back to the lighthouse and light the lamp. A young lobster pot designer fell in love with Madeline, and every night when she came down to the village to get a light, he'd walk her back to the lighthouse. He expected to marry her, but Madeline finally eloped with the purser on a catboat. Her lover hoped that someday she'd come back, and every night he kindled the old broom, walked out to the lighthouse alone, and lit the light so she'd know. People up in Booth Bay, seeing the boy go by night after night with his flaming broom, used to say he's still carrying the torch for Madeline. And that's how the saying started.
That's very interesting.
Well, thank you, I don't believe that came from the soul, Carla. But tell me, what have you been doing while you've been waiting for your ship to come in?
I've taken odd jobs from time to time, and I've studied at the National Youth Administration Radio Workshop.
The radio workshop is supported by the government, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, I know Mr. Stanley Stevens, the director of the Youth Administration Workshop, and he's doing some excellent work developing fine, new, young talent. But tell me now, Carla, how did you come to appear on Major Bowes' program?
Well, so many boys and girls have gotten their opportunities through Major Bowes. I thought I might have a chance to make good, too.
Well, Major Bowes and I think you have an excellent chance, Carla, and we wish you every success.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Carla, for this pleasant little chat tonight. And what song would you like to sing for us?
Fools Rush In.
Mr. Goodman, if you will. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest tonight. The Eskimo consul here in New York City has sent us, or loaned us rather, the official Eskimo Gallup weatherman, Bazook of the North, who will give us a short talk on Arctic weather conditions. I give you then Bazook. I'm sorry, Bud, but that North Pole double talk doesn't go here. Can you couch your remarks in plain everyday American? That's what I thought. Well, I mean, it's too bad, buddy, but we're not getting anyplace. You especially. Say, isn't there someone here who can translate Eskimo?
Oh, yes, I can, Fred.
You speak Eskimo, Jimmy?
Like an igloo.
You do? Yeah, we won't hear much out of you tonight, then, will we? Well, we are certainly lucky. What is this fellow trying to tell me, Bazook, here?
Yeah, well, he's saying that chill fall weather is here and winter cold ahead. And something should be done if you want fast starts. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. This little session is entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Jimmy. Portland will kindly introduce the first member of our board.
Yes, Mr. Henry Ephraim from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Ephraim.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your profession?
I'm a stage manager, Mr. Allen.
Stage manager?
Yes.
With some show current in New York, or are you at Liberty?
No, I'm not at Liberty,
Fortunately for you.
I'm with George Washington Slept here at the Lyceum Theater.
George Washington slept here? You're making up the bed down there for children? Well, I want to tell you, that's at the Lyceum, isn't it? I wanted to tell you, I saw the show last week, Mr. Ephraim, and it really is a fine comedy. There are a million laughs in it, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. Tell me, I wanted to ask you, as stage manager, you have charge of the sound effects there, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell me how you get that effect with the boring the well for the water in the yard outside the house? How do they do that?
Oh, we get it very simply. We got the idea from George Kaufman. He said we should drill a well every night backstage, and when we strike oil, we'll close the show and quit.
Well, that's a good idea, but you have to find a Texaco show in there when you strike oil. So I don't know whether that would be the solution. But I really, Mr. Efren, and you can thank Mr. Kaufman for a very pleasant evening. I enjoyed it. I was sitting next to me there. There were two people from California, I guess, a man and his wife. And in the second act, where you had that rain effect, that was you up there, I imagine, running it down, running with a hot water bag up and down. But when this rain started to come down, this lady from California turned to her husband and said, "Look, Phil, there's that stuff we saw at Boulder Dam." But thanks a lot, Mr. Efren. And now, Portland?
Mrs. Irma Bonney from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Bonney. Miss Bonney or Mrs. Bonney?
Mrs. Bonney.
Well, I never know it, Mrs. Bonney. Tell me, are you engaged in business here in New York, or do you live here?
Yes, I am, Mr. Allen.
In business
I
here?
own the Spanish Language Center of New York.
Spanish Language Center? What is that, a Spanish school?
We teach Spanish, we translate Spanish, we do Spanish recordings for moving pictures that are being sent to South America.
Yeah.
We also do Spanish publicity for artists going to South America.
You don't cook Spanish omelets up there?
Not yet.
Sideline, do you?
No.
You don't, huh? Well, I imagine with the friendly spirit that is motivating the South American countries and our own country, that there must be a great interest in Spanish at the moment.
There is a tremendous interest because, of course, as you have just said, the commercial relations between the two countries at the present time are very important,
yes,
and it's most important that young men going to South America learn to speak Spanish.
Sure, if they're going to be in business, naturally. I don't know much about Spanish. The only thing I know about it is that the J in Spanish is always pronounced like an H, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, do you know Hack Benny, that hurt? And now, Portland.
Mr. Lester Zins from Brooklyn, New York.
Good evening, Mr. Zins. May I ask your profession or business or...
I'm a pitcher for the House of David baseball team.
You're the pitcher for the House of David. But I wouldn't... I thought all the players in the House of David team had those big muffs. Where is your beard?
We shave as soon as the baseball season is over.
Oh, you shave as soon as the baseball season is over, do you? But I was going to ask you some questions, but you won't mind if I go ahead with you. We're a little short for time. I was going to ask you how many games you play in a season. You barnstorm all during the summer, don't you?
We play an average of 115 games in 4 months.
You do? And you wear your beards all the time? Isn't it rather messy sliding into second?
It isn't so bad sliding. But while eating soup, we find it quite a strain.
Well, of course. Well, that stops me. A joke like that, you wouldn't hear in a lifetime. Well, that about brings us up to our question. I was going to say consummate or something. A quick pun like that escapes me, and the time is fleeting. Well, that about brings us to our question. And tonight we ask your opinions, our little committee, on a form of oral demonstration that has been making rapid strides of late in newsreel and moving picture theaters. Formerly, patrons maintained decorum in the celluloid marts, but today, hissing, booing, and catcalling are common practices in theaters showing the new films. Now, our question tonight is, in your opinion, is it proper or improper for a person to give audible vent to his approval or disapproval of persons or events shown in the newsreels? Now, first, Mr. Efren, how do you feel about these demonstrations in newsreel theaters?
Well, I think it's all right to give vent to your approval or disapproval. It seems to me to be a kind of a harmless way of giving off feeling and sentiment at those occasions. Political. Doesn't cost anything, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone.
And you test the acoustics in the joint at the same time. Well, that's one way to look at it. And Mrs. Bonney, how do you feel about it?
I think that it's probably not good manners, but it certainly releases one's inhibitions.
You have a sound argument there. I'm quite sure Mr. Zins has a joke that's coming Well, you are in favor, then, Mrs. Bonney, you might say.
Yes, I am.
in expressing yourself. You don't think it will get to other things, do you? Where if you don't like the dial system when you get a wrong number, that you have to hang up and start hissing in the phone booth. You don't think it'll come to that?
I think it would be a good idea.
You do, really?
I do.
Well, you have something. And Mr. Zins, how do you feel about this booing and catcalling business?
Well, I believe if you're not in favor of what... Are you trying to rattle me?
No. This is my own face, so help me.
Well, I believe if you're not in favor, you don't necessarily have to show disapproval, whereas if you do approve, your applause would be most welcome.
Well, that's perfectly right. In other words, you should withhold your opinion unless it's favorable and then go the whole hog. Is that right?
I believe so.
Well, I think we've made a pretty mess of things, company. I doubt very much that I can't read. I've got to either get glasses or longer arms. I doubt very much that our brilliant discussion tonight will curb this raucous outburst in newsreel theaters. Personally, I think that people have a perfect right to yell at the newsreels because when sound came in, the newsreels started yelling at people. And turnabout, as the man said when he spun the crooked roulette wheel, is not fair play. Now, on this sage note, our forum closes, and thank you, Mr. Ephraim, Mrs. Bonnie, and Mr. Zins for your kind cooperation. Now, Kenny Baker sings tonight. And say, before you start, Kenny, I hear glowing reports about neon is lighted all through the Middle West, they tell me. These glowing reports about your concert tour. Where are you singing this week?
Well, Saturday I'll be in Denver.
No kidding.
And the 11th in Kansas City.
Well, I just wanted it for my diary. I'm keeping a record. Very good, Kenny, and good luck in Denver Friday and in Kansas City Monday. I hope you don't get a hot scooter making those towns so quickly. Say, Portland, while I think of it...
Yes, Mr. Allen?
What is the matter with your mother? She's been sitting down there in the third row all evening, looking as if I were a termite at her wooden wedding.
Oh, Mama's sore on account of you insulted her.
I insulted your mother when?
The other day.
Yes?
She showed you her car.
I didn't say a derogatory word. I praised the car. I said what a beautiful covey of tin it was.
Yes, but you didn't ask to drive it.
Was that an insult?
Mama said so.
Why should it be an insult?
Oh, you'll have to ask Mama.
Oh, no. I'll do it the easy way. I'll contact our authority on automotive etiquette. Larry Elliott.
Yes, Fred.
Larry, what is your verdict on this unfortunate faux pas that I apparently have committed? Did I really, honest to goodness, insult Portland's mother by not asking to drive the car?
Oh, maybe Portland's mother's too sensitive, Fred. But I know this. It's a compliment to a car owner when someone says, "That's a nice job, that car of yours. Mind if I take the wheel and drive a bit myself?"
Tonight, the Texaco Workshop players, ladies and gentlemen, offer their tribute to the unsung hero of the 1940 football season. It's called The Story of BRAMSON SNIDE. Each football season produces its outstanding figure. 1 year a player, another year a coach. 1940 now stands ready to choose its favorite. Who will be America's gridiron hero number one?
I nominate Tommy Harmon, brilliant Michigan back.
I nominate Carl Snavely, outstanding Cornell coach.
I nominate Frank Regan, flashy Penn star.
Yes, these heroes have their claim to fame, but none is as deserving as our candidate. For 1940's football hero number one, we nominate BRAMSON SNIDE. BRAMSON SNIDE is no dynamic fullback. BRAMSON has never won a game in the last minute of play, but BRAMSON SNIDE, in his humble way, stood up under hardship and abuse that would have crushed any brawny giant stalking the gridiron today. This, then, is the tale of a lowly football fan, the story of BRAMSON SNIDE. BRAMSON SNIDE graduated from Siwash University in 1932. His one burning ambition after leaving college was to attend the great annual Siwash Army game at the Yankee Stadium in New York City. Each November, though, it was the same old story. Bramson would take himself aside and say to himself,
Gosh, I wish I could see the Siwash Army game. If I only had the dough.
For 8 long years, Bramson didn't have the dough. But in 1940, he turned the tables on himself. This fall, Bramson Snide said to himself,
At last I've got the dough. This year I'll see Siwash play Army. Yippee!
A week before the game, Bramson started to prepare. First, we find Bramson making himself a pennant.
Gee, tearing this flap off my union suit was a great idea. It makes a swell pennant.
Then Bramson rehearsed his college cheer.
Toothpaste, liniment, gargle, eyewash, dunk 'em, skunk 'em, hold 'em, Siwash.
Bramson was raucous and ready for the Siwash Army game. All he needed now was his ticket. Bramson called the college. The head of the Siwash Athletic Committee said,
I'm sorry, Snide. We turned all the tickets over to the dean.
The dean said,
I haven't even got a ticket for myself, Snide. I had to give them to the coach.
The coach said,
I gave the tickets to the team.
And the team said,
We sold the tickets to a speculator.
But why, fellers?
What are we going to eat all winter? Cheers?
Bramson turned away. His hands clenched, his body stiffened. He muttered to himself,
I'll see that Siwash Army game. I'm going to New York City.
And sure enough, that night found Bramson Snide aboard the football game special. Boisterous Siwash alumni staggered through the train, but Bramson sat alone in his compartment, wig-wagging his little union suit pennant and humming his college song, Fair Siwash. Suddenly, his compartment door burst open.
Wow, look at who's here. My old college chum, Joe Dimwitty. Hello, Joe. What do you know?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. My name is Bramson Snide.
Quit kidding. You're Joe Dimwitty, class of 27. I'm Sam Bevins, 27, too.
Well, I'm sorry, Sam, but I'm not Joe Dimwitty.
You're not?
No, I'm not. Say, what is this?
My old college buddy trying to brush me off.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Just because I'm only a vice president, I'm a failure.
Please, will you stop crying on my lap? You're shrinking my pennant.
Okay, I'll go. But don't say you're not my old classmate, Joe. Tell me you're Joe.
All right, I am Joe Dimwitty.
You are?
Yes.
It's funny you don't look like Joe.
But you just said...
Oh, trying to pull a fast one, eh? Impersonating Joe Dimwitty, eh?
But I'm not Joe Dimwitty.
You're not?
No.
Now give me that brush. I'm a failure.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Well, you're just in time, conductor.
Oh, yeah? What's this drunk doing in your compartment?
Nothing. I don't
Oh, so you lured him in here, huh? Trying to pick his pocket.
Pick his pocket?
Where on are you crooks working the football trains? You're under arrest.
Under arrest? Oh!
Hey, what do you know? He's fainted.
I'll bring him to. Get me some water.
He's fainted.
Well, don't stand there. Get me some water.
What's water?
When Bramson was revived, he showed the conductor his union suit pennant, gave his Siwash cheer. The conductor bet him 2-1 Siwash would get beaten and withdrew. But Bramson's troubles were in their infancy. When he left the station in New York City, a man in a battered yellow vehicle followed Bramson along the curb. Finally, the man said,
Hey, mister, want a taxi?
No, thank you. I never accept gifts from strangers.
And Bramson didn't take that taxi. As he plodded into Times Square, he saw a big sign over an orange juice stand. It said, Siwash Army tickets here. A sinister fellow standing by the squeezer addressed Bramson as he approached.
Hey, Bud.
Are you me, mister?
Yeah, you need a ticket for the Army Siwash game?
Have you got one?
Yeah, just one seat left.
Oh, boy, where is it?
Overlooking the 50-yard line. It's $10.
Here's your money.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought this seat was over the 50-yard line.
That's right, Chub.
Well, this ticket says, admit one to roof at 2100 Grand Concourse.
For $10, you don't expect no seat inside the stadium, do you?
No?
No.
Well, what's this roof ticket then?
Look, chum, look. Right across the street from the football stadium is a roof that looks right down on the field.
Oh, and that's where I'll be sitting?
For $10, you don't expect no seat on that roof, do you?
Hey, what is this? How do I see the game?
Look, chum, there's this roof overlooking the field, see?
Yes?
The landlord has put up a mirror there, see?
Yes?
2 blocks down is another roof with a perfect view with a mirror on the first roof.
And my seat is on that roof?
That's right. Here's a telescope that goes with the ticket.
Well, I need a telescope?
Yeah, you're sitting behind a chimney.
But if I'm sitting behind a chimney, how can I see the mirror?
There's a hinge in the telescope, brother. You can make it the hard way.
With his precious ticket and the telescope clutched to his chicken breast, which was mostly dark meat, incidentally, Bramson Snide scurried back into the bustle that is New York. Now get to the Yankee Stadium, but how? He'd have to ask the way. Stepping into a steamy cafeteria, Bramson addressed the steamy girl cashier.
Excuse me, miss.
Yeah? What's on your mind, Sharpie?
Can you direct me to the Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, you get a bus at 33rd and 3rd.
Huh?
I said you get a bus at 33rd and 3rd.
What's that?
Look, this is 5th Ave, you see? Then comes 4th, then 3rd, 2nd, 1st. You go down 33rd, that's 33rd and 3rd.
Well, I'm sorry, but I still don't get it.
What's the matter, you thief?
No, but...
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Goody.
This palooka wants to go to Yankee Stadium.
Oh, that's a cinch. Look, Bud, you get a bus at 33rd and 3rd.
You can't miss it. Is Can't Miss It near the Yankee Stadium?
What a dope. Listen, Joyce. You get a bus at 33rd and 3rd, right by the Erster Bar.
Erster Bar?
Yeah, Erster Bar. Ersters. What you get pearls out of?
Yeah, it's right on 33rd and 3rd.
Now I'm back to toity-toit again.
Yeah, you're hip. You can't miss it. It's across the street from a moon picture.
What's a moon picture?
Listen, for the last time, Joyce, go over to Toyd, go up to 33rd, there's your bus at the 33rd and 3rd Erster Bar by the moon picture.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
But how do I get to the Yankee Stadium?
Listen, Bud, forget everything I said. You want to go to Yankee Stadium, right?
Right.
Okay. Before you do anything else, go across the street into that big building.
Is that a bus terminal?
Nah, it's a night school. You can't get no place in New York till you learn how to understand English.
Bramson Snide left the cafeteria in a daze. 2 months later, a shabby, beaten little figure still shuffled through the streets of New York City looking for the Yankee Stadium. It had grown bitter cold. Bramson had pinned the little flap pennant back on his union suit to fend off big, bold Jack Frost. One brisk night, as Bramson slunk along the Bowery, he felt a large, warm hand plunge down into his muffler. Bramson wheeled. At the other end of the hand was a policeman. At last, Bramson's tribulations were over. A minion of the law would surely know the way. Bramson addressed the officer.
Please, sir, how can I get to the Yankee Stadium?
Yankee Stadium?
Yes.
It's a cinch. You get a bus at 33rd and 3rd by the Erster Bar at the moon picture.
This was the last straw. Bramson Snide fled in the direction of the East River. Some days later, a beachcomber at Staten Island found a bit of tattered flotsam riding the ebb tide. It was the little union suit pennant. That dank little flap was the end of Bramson Snide. And now, Larry Elliott with our thoughts for tonight.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry. Next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry. Next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry. Next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry. Next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry. Next few moments. What he does, I don't know. Who he is, well, that slipped my mind, too. Anyway, here he is. Who's this in person?
Well, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. A rather peculiar reception. Started around on an angle in back of Kenny and showed up in the front. Well, the acoustics are bent in here, apparently. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, before we start, what is the big idea?
Oh, is something wrong, sir?
Sir? Well, what sort of an introduction is that? Who he is, it slipped my mind. What he is, here he is. It's who's this in person. Well, you know who I am, don't you?
Oh, why, yes, you're... Well, you know who you are.
Well, sir, I know who I am,
Sure.
but you apparently don't. So what's wrong with you?
Well, I'll be all right in just a minute, Doctor. You know, this amnesia is killing me.
Doctor, amnesia, a fine thing. An announcer with amnesia.
Say, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, son.
Huh? Son.
Say, what's the matter with Jimmy, Mr. Allen? His eyes are glassy looking.
Mr. Wallington has amnesia, Kenny.
You mean that stuff with citrate in it? Citrate of amnesia?
No, Kenny. This is, what he has is known to your druggist as alkyl sulfotelphate. Amnesia is loss of memory. Jimmy, apparently, is here and he doesn't remember a thing.
Well, we gotta cure him, Mr. Allen. He owes me $8.
I'll try him again. Say, Jimmy.
I'll tell him when he comes in.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I mean you.
Oh, I'm Sergei.
Sergei? Yeah. He doesn't even know himself. Well, I'll see if he recognizes you, Kenny.
Never mind me. Ask him about the $8.
Now, one thing at a time. Say, Sergei.
Yes?
Do you know who this is, Sir Gold Boy, Kenny Baker?
Oh, yes. Kenny Baker, you're singing Sam, aren't you?
There goes my $8.
Now, look, Sergei, do you know what program you're on?
Well, this is the Coney Island local, isn't it? I'm changing it to DeKalb for Flatbush Avenue.
He thinks he's going someplace. This program isn't going anyplace, is it, Mr. Allen?
Not with an announcer who has amnesia, Kenny. Now, look, Sergei.
Yes, please?
Yes, please. Now he's talking like Dennis Day.
Sergei, the thing, is the country ready for another Dennis Day, do you think? Sergei, you had better go and lie down, Sir, old boy.
Why?
Because in 10 minutes you've got to read a commercial. And if you can't remember to say Texaco, Sergei, next week, Sergei, your name will be Graham McNamee.
Texaco. Oh, yes, Texaco.
Yes.
I must remember that.
Yes.
Texaco.
Well, good. Jimmy's going to lie down, Kenny. Now, if his... Wait a minute. He can't overcome that old Ken Murray habit. Wait a minute. He just wanted to lie down to keep the joke company, I guess. A lot of times jokes get lonesome lying around alone. You know, those little jokes, the bon mots. Nothing is as lonesome as a little bon mot lying around. But if Jimmy's memory returns, he'll be okay.
If he wakes up a halfwit, I'll only get $4.
If your voice is changing, we want to... And if his mind is a blank, he'll probably give you a check, Kenny. But taking our cue from a Wallington check, we bounce into the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents The World on Parade. New York City, New York. The Council of the Actors Equity Association authorizes opening of legitimate theaters for Sunday performances. Innovation startles the world of the theater in and about New York. Texaco News interviews little-known theatrical folk to get their reactions to Sunday shows. First, an impresario who has been producing plays for many years, Sebastian Gall. Now, Mr. Gall.
I've been on Broadway, man and boy, since 1890.
What became of the boy, Mr. Really? You've been...
Yes, sir. I remember Bite to the Sewing Machine Girl the night it opened.
Say, what happened with that show?
It's still running. Today they call it the Garment Center.
Oh,
yes, sir. I remember the New York Philharmonic when it was only one guy with a mandolin.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. I can remember the theater when it was nothing but a guy wearing an Inverness down on 14th Street.
And you've been producing shows all of this time?
I've been producing shows since the first shoestring was invented.
Well, do you button shoes set you back a little in your... Well, do you think, Mr. Gall, that Sunday shows will help the theater?
It don't make no difference either way. Either you're doing capacity or you're losing your shirt.
Ah, but if you're doing capacity and the theater opens Sunday night and it's packed...
You're still doing capacity. You ain't getting no place.
Well, yes, now, but if you're losing your shirt...
It still don't make no difference.
Well, I don't see...
Look, I'll explain it. Oh. I got a revival running now. It's Getting Gertie's Garter.
Yeah?
Only I'm calling it Getting Gertie's Foundation Garment.
Oh,
Yeah, it's more up to date.
You are doing capacity.
Capacity? I'm losing me shirt.
Well, now, take your case, for example. If you open Sunday night...
So what? Nobody will still come in. I'm still losing me shirt.
Well, then, in your opinion...
Sunday shows don't mean nothing.
Well, thank you very
much. You're either doing capacity or you're losing your shirt.
Well, thank you.
If you're doing capacity, you got jumpy knives in the stomach.
Yes.
If you're losing your shirt, you got nothing in your stomach.
After all...
Hey, jumpy knives in your stomach is better than nothing.
You should live just long enough to find out and no longer. A little-known singer who has his opinion on Sunday performances, Salvatore Linguini. Signor A. Linguini. Just a second, Signor.
What's the matter for you? You don't like the key?
Well, no, it isn't.
I can sing him in any key. Which key you like? E flat, maybe?
No, don't bother.
Grazie.
Gesundheit. Now, what about these Sunday shows?
I, Salvatore Linguini, am imported to sing for the opera.
Oh, for the season?
Sure. Monday night, I'm sing Boris is good enough.
Well, that's good.
It's good enough for Boris, it's good enough for me. Tuesday, I'm singing a Faust. I'm singing like the devil.
Well, I'm sure you will.
Wednesday, I'm singing from a Figaro. Figaro.
Just a minute, Signor. I don't care a Figaro about your Figaro or the other nights in the week. What about Sunday night?
Sunday night, I'm no sing.
Well, if the theater's open, the opera will surely open.
Salvatore Linguini still no sing.
Why not?
International exchange.
What is par for those two words? What has international exchange got to do with your singing Sunday night?
When I'm sign a contract in the older country, I'm get 2,000 lira.
2,000 lira. That would be around $100 a week.
That's before international exchange.
And today?
I'm sing all the week in the opera. I'm a catch 27 cents.
Ah, but that's net, you forgot to say. Your salary is 27 cents a week. Well, how do you live?
Sunday, I'm a seller of chestnuts on the street.
And that's why you won't sing Sunday night.
Sure, so how am I going to live? Sunday nights, I'm got to sell the chestnuts.
Yes, but if the opera issues an ultimatum...
Which do you think will win, the opera or the nuts?
None.
Nuts to you. I'm asking you a civil question.
The feeling is mutual, which used to be a burlesque circuit, and thank you, Mr. Salvatore Linguini. A prominent actress... We must get another author to write little lines to get the people away from the microphone after the big lines don't get anything. A prominent actress who is concerned about the theater Sunday opening and just drove up in a Fiat. We were all worried here. Miss Rachel Prompton. How do you feel about Sunday performances, Miss Prompton?
I have been in the theater 30 years and never worked a Sunday.
What company were you with?
Do you recall the 7 Sutherland sisters?
Yes.
I was the 3rd sister from the end.
Which end?
It depended.
Oh, I see.
Oh, those happy days. I was the toast of New York.
Really?
Men begged to drink wine from my slippers.
Why?
I wore a 9.5 slipper. It held 2 jiggers more than Bernhardt's.
Lucky you.
Oh, those gay old days at the casino. Jay Gould and Diamond Jim snatching off my slippers, rushing off to Delmonico's to bid. I'd follow along later in my stocking feet.
Oh, happy time.
Oh, yes, roistering until the crack of dawn. Then home in a tally-ho, bouncing upstairs in my soggy pumps.
Oh, Tantivy aloft. Well, didn't the champagne in your slippers bother your feet?
At one time, my bunions were 90 proof.
Your chiropodist took the cure later, I imagine. Very interesting. But what about Sunday performances, Rachel?
Oh, I don't worry about them.
Why not?
Well, these days, if I open in a show on Monday night...
It closes the next day?
No, generally the same night.
Oh, I see. You are a victim of short runs.
Yes, darn these cheap stockings.
Yes? We were stuck for a line there. We didn't know how to get around. You can see right there. You can see right there it has nothing to do with Sunday night or running the stocking, but you're both on your last legs, madam, and thank you, Mr. Printer. A man about Broadway and sundry alleys who is up in arms about the Sunday proposition is Derwent Fonseca. You are for the Sunday performances, Derwent?
Not me. Just means another day of work for me.
Well, I know.
Means getting up,
naturally,
getting dressed, getting down at the theater, getting ready before the show, getting away when the show's over, getting back in that subway jam,
I know.
getting to bed late.
Well,
Slaving 6 days a week, brother. I'm entitled to Sunday off.
What show are you with?
I ain't with any show.
Well, I thought you were...
I ain't no actor.
Didn't you say you had to get down to the theater?
Yeah, I'm a picket.
Why are the New York theaters being opened on Sunday? Is it to aid the actors? Is it to benefit theatrical producers? No. The real reason the theaters are opening is to provide a haven for countless millions who find their homes unbearable and who flee wild-eyed into the streets every Sunday night when a certain verbal blight walks to his microphone and says,
"Hello again.
Thank you. It was very charitable of you to applaud, ladies and gentlemen. It was a weekie, but we did the best we can. And now Kenny Baker has received a request, and the handwriting looks suspiciously like Kenny's. While we're checking with our graphologist, Kenny sings Blueberry Hill. Hey, thank you. That was very good, Kenny. Blueberry Hill. Larry, what's that boy's name? Larry Elliott. Is that little fellow's name here? Larry?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are. I thought something was in my eye. It's your mustache there. Well, Larry, I wanted to tell you something here. I have a little tip for you. I hope you won't resent it.
Not at all.
I recently finished reading a book on advertising technique. And in there, I'm just giving you this free, gratis, and for nothing. In there, it says there are 7 cardinal rules that must be followed in all advertising.
7 rules? Well, what are they, Fred?
Well, they're rules that you are not using, Larry. Rule number 1, put a picture of a pretty girl in your ad.
And the other 6 rules?
Put in 6 more pretty girls. Now, you haven't been doing that, Larry, old chap.
Oh, but Fred, this isn't television. Oh, I can't put a picture into a commercial.
Well, you certainly can put across a mental picture. Now, look, suppose I'm an average listener sitting home, if home, listening to the radio. Mm-hmm. Now, try to give me a thought picture that will call attention to your ad.
All right, Fred. Now, think of a pretty girl.
All right. I'm thinking of one.
Now,
no, wait a minute. I didn't like the hat that dame had on. Wait a minute. I'll think up another one. It's no trouble with a mind like mine. Now I'm all set.
Uh-huh. Well, what's the girl doing, Fred?
Let me look. Why, she's sitting in a roadster, and there's a handsome young fellow at the wheel. And yes, the girl is wearing a chrysanthemum. What does that mean, Larry?
Chrysanthemum?
Chrysanthemum.
Why, it's the day of the big game, Fred. And the young fellow is pointing his roadster on the bright autumn highway that leads to the stadium.
Well, say, he's trying to put his best foot forward, isn't he?
Yes, Fred, and my advice to him is this. Let your car put its best foot forward, too.
You ought to have this furniture moved back. People can't see Al bowing. Just his neck hangs down. It looks very bad. You ought to see him all. Move these out. You want to take a bow, Al? Move that stuff out. Good number, you get a bow. You don't have to be in there ducking your head like you're auditioning for an African Dodger. Well, Al Goodman and a few boys he has rented from Bora Minovich by the hour have just played I Know That You Know. And now, ladies and gentlemen, again. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
Sign here.
Well, sign for what?
I got an eagle outside for you.
An eagle?
Yeah, his name is Mr. Ramshaw.
Well, I'm afraid you're a week early, son. We're interviewing the eagle next Wednesday.
You mean I should take the eagle away and bring him back next week?
If you will.
Shucks.
Are you disappointed?
Yeah, now I gotta wait 7 days to give you the bird. So long.
I ought to report that, Nipper. Some of those messenger boys are getting pretty particular. I got a singing telegram yesterday. The messenger boy asked me to put out my cigar before he sang. He said the smoke bothered his throat. Well, that's the old machine. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Say, what have you? Your relatives are always in on rainy nights, aren't they? Well, it's cheaper than buying umbrellas, I guess, for the family. Say, what have you got in those 3 bundles, Portland?
Turkeys.
You look definitely raffle happy. What are you doing with a trio of gobblers?
Well, there are only 3 more Thursdays in November.
So?
Nobody said when Thanksgiving is this year yet.
Oh, so you're going to eat turkey every Thursday from now on, huh?
Yes, Mama isn't taking any chances.
Well, that little routine there settles one thing definitely. That proves that the turkey came before the egg. I mean, now we've got it right. Say, tell me, what have you been doing? If it's not coming from the heart, please don't applaud. None of it. Gesture. But tell me, what have you been doing? What have you been doing all week?
Mama took me to the horse show Friday.
Did you have a good time there?
Yes, but we got scared. One horse kept following Mama around.
Really? Why?
I think he recognized a relative in Mama's fur coat.
Well, what is your mother's fur coat? Unborn Shetland?
It's supposed to be Jumbo Chinchilla.
Oh, Jumbo Chinchilla. Oh, boy.
But some man said he remembered Mama's coat from Pimlico.
Probably from an old parlay down there, I guess. But enough of this equine falderall. What about our guest?
Have you ever walked up Broadway at night and seen all those spectacular electric signs?
I know if T didn't agree with you, I'd have taken it out of at there and made it A for you. I don't mind tea in the strip. Coffee will keep you awake, but tea, I mean... Well, all right. I have walked up Broadway at night and seen all those spectacular electric signs. Now,
well, the man who originated and built most of those signs.
Yes? Yeah? So what? Is he our guest tonight? I can't do both parts. I finally missed my own.
That's right. Mr. Allen?
Yeah, now some ad-libbing. Give it to us.
Meet Mr. Douglas Lee.
Well, good evening, Mr. Lee. You, Mr. Lee, are founder and president of Douglas Lee Incorporated, one of the largest and most successful sign companies in the country.
Well, if I say yes, won't it sound boastful, Mr. Allen?
Yes, it might, Mr. Lee. But you are the president of your company.
Well, yes.
And your company is one of the largest in the country?
Well, yes.
Now, you see, when you break it up, it loses that ego quality. That echo. I fixed that. Well, you seem rather young to be a tycoon, Mr. Lee. Is it just that you're mummified or well-preserved?
No, I'm only 30, Mr. Allen.
Only 30. Well, how long has your company been in business?
A little over 7 years.
And in that time, you have erected most of the best-known signs here on Broadway. Well, how did you happen to become a Mazda magnate, Mr. Lee?
Well, I used to work for a big sign firm here in New York, but I had some definite ideas of my own about outdoor advertising, and I finally left to form my own company.
Well, were your ideas revolutionary? I mean, as signs go?
I didn't think so, Mr. Allen. I felt that creating a sign was something like putting on a spectacle. I thought that a sign designer should approach his work as a showman.
In other words, a sign creator should be sort of a cross between Ziegfeld and Edison the man.
Exactly, yes.
Well, of course, the theatrical producer does have one advantage, Mr. Lee. He can take his leading lady out after the show. Now, you can't very well walk into the Stork Club with a thermostat on your arm, can it? But since you have started as an electrical entrepreneur, what are some of the spectacular animated signs you've originated?
Well, our new Silex coffee maker sign has real steam rising from the cup.
Really?
And another has a clown tossing quartz. And I built a penguin that winked 100,000 times every day.
Well, it wouldn't do him any good unless another penguin just happened to be going by. But tell me, Mr. Lee, outside of advertising appeal, do your signs attempt any other functions?
Well, yes. Quite often they perform a public service.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for example, I developed a Coca-Cola sign on Columbus Circle, and that one forecasts tomorrow's weather.
Yes?
I have other signs that tell the time, the temperature, and so on.
Well, I understand that the most entertaining innovation that sign lovers have noted on Broadway recently is the comedy cartoon technique that these new displays employ. Now, is this slapstick animation process your development?
Yes, it is. A model of it was brought over from Europe, and we developed and pioneered it in this country.
Well, the signs are similar to movie cartoons, just except that they're done in lights. Do you assemble them the same way?
In principle, yes, sir. See, first a scenario is worked out, then the drawings are made and photographed.
Yes?
And then the film's projected on a small screen made up of hundreds of photoelectric cells. Then the images are transmitted to the larger screen on the sign.
You want to read that over? No, that's right. You're right. Gosh, I don't. So while I thought you said sign on the screen. Well, so while the large animated sign is functioning, Mr. Lee, an actual miniature movie is being run off backstage, or back sign, I guess you'd say.
That's right.
Well, you've never gotten your wires crossed and accidentally projected two pictures at the same time, have you?
No, it hasn't happened yet, Mr. Allen.
Well, imagine the consternation if the Lone Ranger rode out of that cup of coffee on one of those Wrigley fish, yelling, "Hi-ho, Coca-Cola." Confidentially, what do you feel is your outstanding contribution to Broadway signdom, Mr. Lee?
Well, I would say it's the new display that I've just put up at Broadway and 46 for Wilson Whiskey.
Well, how large is that sign?
Well, it takes up 4,000 square feet. It also contains 10,000 light bulbs and over 1 million feet of wiring. It also has more, too. It has 20-foot fountains that circulate 1,500 gallons of water every minute.
Well, where do you get this water? Are you renting it from Billy Rose?
No, it's just water that was freelancing before we took it over.
The old water that was freelancing around. Well, I say, how long does your free show with this new electric extravaganza run?
7 minutes. We're showing 3 features. First is the Ducky Romance, then Happy Thanksgiving, and also a sports subject.
A triple feature. The sign doesn't throw dishes at the crowd when it's over.
No, we're not overdoing it, Mr. Allen.
Well, it's certainly been nice of you to stop by tonight, Mr. Lee.
It's been a pleasure, Mr. Allen.
Hey, I just happened to think, Mr. Lee, since you are interested in electrodynamics, I suggest that you tune in on our guest next week, Mr. Ramshaw, the Eagle.
Why, Mr. Allen?
Well, you may light up the Great White Way, Mr. Lee, but if that eagle gets loose again next Wednesday, he'll electrify the entire country.
Good night, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, and good night, Mr. Douglas Lee. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the current Broadway hit Louisiana Purchase, we borrow the Martins for their version of Huckleberry Duck. Every night about this time, I tune my radio in on a little station in the country that broadcasts weather reports. Monday night, I heard this.
Weather for tonight, cold to colder. Folks with water on the knee are advised to put in antifreeze.
On Tuesday night, I heard this report.
Weather for tonight, colder yet. Singers are warned against performing Swanee River. They'll be gargling icicles.
And tonight, I tuned in just before I left home, and I heard this.
The program originally scheduled for this time has been congealed.
So I turned the dial, and I heard this familiar voice saying,
You can take the weatherman's word for it. Much colder weather is on the way. Don't let an occasional mild day fool. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where each week
Jimmy, just a minute, Jimmy.
What's the matter, Fred?
There's nobody at the round table.
Well, there were 3 people sitting there just a minute ago.
They're not there now.
No, really?
Now, don't tell me those 3 draft numbers all came up at the same time.
Well, here we are, Mr. Allen.
You said it, Porty. Let's go.
What is this? Who is here and who is ready to go?
Kenny and I.
Now, don't tell me you've dismissed our round table guests again tonight.
That's
We
right.
sure did.
Well, haven't I got enough trouble with Benny? Do I have to have...
Oh, boy, did you hear Jack last Sunday?
Oh, don't...
Oh, Mr. Benny was certainly hot.
Look, Benny hasn't been hot since the night he was trapped in the Chicago fire. And Mrs. O'Leary caught him that night coming out of her barn with 2 pails of hot milk. That guy is lower than a Yale score.
Is Jack going to premiere your new picture in Waukegan, Mr. Allen?
Benny has got nothing to do with Where Love Thy Neighbor opens. It's between Paramount and me, Sub Rosa. I'm writing Mark Sandridge to have the picture positively open at Old Orchard Beach up in Maine.
But isn't Old Orchard closed up in the winter?
Yes. And there's still more life around Old Orchard closed up than there is in Waukegan wide open.
Well, Jack talked to all the Paramount heads last Sunday.
Yes, so what? He talked to Mary Martin all the time we were making the picture. That didn't do him any good either. Benny with his premiere. If he was a swallow, he'd want a premiere at Capistrano.
Does Mr. Benny really know Mr. Freeman, that man from the South?
He must. Jack stopped Mr. Freeman's car and spoke to him.
Now, look, Mr. Freeman is the head of Paramount. He's from the South, and he doesn't use an automobile. He drives around the Paramount lot in a buckboard, pulled by 2 extras made up as Mason and Dixon. Mr. Freeman calls the Paramount lot the plantation.
Do the actors pick cotton at Paramount when they're not working?
Well, no, Kenny. The producers pick the cotton. They pick it out of little bottles to get at the aspirin. But let's drop the whole thing. I give you my word. Love Thy Neighbor will open at Old Orchard Beach. That's that. Now, what about the question?
There isn't any.
That's why we sent the people home.
Well, I don't see what...
Well, this Friday night you're going to be on information, please.
See, that's right. I forgot all about it. A cuff job. It slipped my mind.
Well, we'll show them, eh, Mr. Allen?
We?
You bet. Kenny and I'll be in there helping. And you'll need plenty of helping.
You can't top that guy, WPA.
It's FPA, Kenny.
But they're pretty smart on information,
Oh,
please.
I don't...
Kenny and I want to help you out.
You bet. We're going down with the ship.
Where's the quiz book, Kenny?
Here it is. You take it, Mr. Allen.
Quiz book? What do I want this for? For
well,
what?
you can ask us some questions and get a little practice.
Oh, you want me to make like Fadiman?
Yes. You can ask us any question.
Now, are you sure that you 2 didn't look up the answers in the back of this book?
Why, that would be cheating.
Yes. Wasn't it?
Well, all right. A little workout, a little preview won't hurt me. Wait till I find a question here.
All right. Mr. Goodman, will you come over here now?
I'm ready, Porty. What has our maestro, Mr. Goodman, got to do with this?
He's our musical expert.
And Al is better than Oscar Levant.
What has Levant got that I haven't got?
A smattering of ignorance?
With Levant, it's a book. With me, it's misfortune.
On that false note, we sit down for our little improvised information, please. Seated before me at the experts' table is Mr. Al Goodman, music critic of the Daily Racing Form. Portland, constant reader of the popular column, My Day. And Mr. Kenneth Baker, a contemporary of Dennis Day. Are you ready, experts? Well, here's the first question. Oh, Kenny, is your hand up already?
Yes, I'm over anxious, I guess.
Well, Kenny, you're sure you didn't look at the answers in the back of this book?
Is that the first question?
No. The first question is, who fiddled while Rome burned? All right, Kenny.
A fur-bearing animal whose domicile is a dam, the building of which is facilitated by his flat tail.
That is elaborate, ill-timed, and incorrect. Portland?
I had the same answer as Kenny.
Something's wrong, Porty,
Well,
because
you
I...
told me.
Quiet, please. Mr. Goodman.
What was this question again?
Who fiddled while Rome burned?
What local did he belong to?
What difference does it make?
If it was Rome, New York, I know the delegate. I can fix it for him.
Oh, no. Forget the whole thing. That question's been used. We'll try. I'll get a fresh question here. Here's one. Who appeared when Aladdin rubbed his lamp? All right, Kenny.
A fur-bearing animal whose domicile is a dam, the building of which is facilitated by his flat tail.
Kenny, you have got a one-track mind.
I'm on the same track.
Well, if we hear nothing, it'll be a collision. Quiet, please. We've got to get on here. Time is pressing. Mr. Goodman, who appeared when Aladdin rubbed his lamp?
If it wasn't a good humor man, I'm asking you.
All right. Well, I tell him. All right, I'll tell him. When Aladdin rubbed his lamp, a genie appeared.
If she's got light brown hair, she's on the hit parade. Genie, light brown hair.
Experts, please. Now, so far, there hasn't been enough light shed by these answers to give a midget a sunbath. Now, let's try something real simple. I will have the orchestra play the first few bars of a well-known song. Now, see if you can guess the name of it. Music, please. Think hard. All right, Kenny.
Can I have a little more of that?
Are you stuck or are you a music lover? Music, please. Well, Kenny, what's the name of it?
I don't know.
Portland?
I don't know.
All right. Tell us, Mr. Goodman.
I don't know.
You need to stand there in that barely making it double-breasted suit and tell me that you don't know the name of that song?
Listen to him. 50 new songs come out every week, and he expects me to know every one of them.
You won't have any trouble after the first of the year.
I'm Deems the tailor, maybe.
Well, pardon me, Maestro, for fixing it up good. I'll get back to the book here. Now, here's a question on literature. Who said to be or not to be?
A fur-bearing animal.
No. That again.
Well, there must be some question that's an answer to.
It is possible, but it just so happens that it isn't this one. Now, who said to be or not to be?
Well, I didn't.
Portland?
I didn't.
Suddenly, everybody's looking at me. Why?
Say, take a look at yourself and make it unanimous. Here's a question in the book. Here's a question that's been circled in blue pencil. Something tells me that Kenny is going to be able to answer this one. Kenny.
I'm ready, Mr. Allen.
What, Kenny, is a beaver?
A beaver?
Yes.
You got me, brother.
Well, that's done it. They were here to finish the first show. Well, that's done it. Something tells me I better get a stand-in for information, please.
I'll go over for you, Mr. Allen.
Oh, no. Now, you go over to that microphone, Kenneth, and sing something appropriate.
How about Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen?
It fits what I've just gone through to a T. Four people just broke in the front door, thought this was Carnegie Hall, Kenny. It was very nice. And now we bring you a surprise guest, a gentleman who ranks himself as one of the country's foremost inventors. I mean, that little-known man, Mr. Diogenes Fuddle.
Thank you.
And just what is it you've invented again?
The Fuddle Gum Gun.
The Fuddle Gum Gun? Well, what is that?
Why, it's an invention that will revolutionize our national defense. It will positively...
Excuse me. If this gum gun is of military importance, this is no place to be blabbing it around, brother. Why don't you tell the Army about your cannon?
Well, I did. They said tell it to the Navy. So I told it to the Navy.
And they said?
Tell it to the Marines.
Oh.
It just seems like nobody wants to hear about the Fuddle Gum Gun.
Well, we do. We're a clearinghouse for riffraff. We're happy to... Now, tell me, just how does it work?
Well, it's very simple. Instead of shells, the gun shoots chewing gum into the headquarters of the enemy general.
Yeah.
The general sees chewing gum strewn around, picks up a stick, and puts it in his mouth. Presto, the war is over.
May I ask you why?
Because the gum isn't gum. It's rubber cement.
I don't get it.
The general's jaw is vulcanized. He can't give any more orders.
Say, you've got something there, Mr. Fuddle. And you can keep it there, too. Don't let my judgment sway you. Now, here's our authority on military affairs, Colonel Wallington. What would you call Mr. Fuddle's invention, Jimmy?
It's a dud.
Oh, Colonel Wallington, please.
Well, dud's the word. Down on the Army proving ground, when a shell leaves the mouth of a cannon, hits the target, but fails to go off, it's a dud. There are duds in gasolines, too. Sluggish, slow-action elements that fail to vaporize in the carburetor. The result?
Workshop players. Tonight they present a Hillbilly Court episode entitled Mountain Justice, or the judge knew his gavel was broken, but he didn't give a rap.
Judge Allen.
Order in the court. First case.
First case on the docket, Rubes of Bullfrog Manor versus Titus Strang.
And the charge is?
Murder, Judge.
Order in the court. Titus Strang to the bar.
I'm guilty, but willing to be acquitted, Judge.
Mighty big of you. Charge here says you murdered one Rembrandt Butts, a vagabond artist.
I shot him, Judge. He was sparking my intended Googie Jenkins.
Who's Googie Jenkins?
Googie's the prettiest bit of man bait in Bullfrog Manor, Judge.
Yeah.
Butts was sparking Googie behind my back. I'd shoot him again.
Well, don't be necessary. Guilty or not guilty, Titus?
I'm guilty, but aching to be heard, Judge.
Your court will appoint a time, Titus.
I want to be heard.
Creep down. First witness, Abner Tuttle.
Present, Judge.
Occupation?
Head Boniface at the Happy Holler Hacienda.
Happy Holler Hacienda?
It's a combination boarding house, trailer camp, harness shop, zither school, and barbecue.
Barbecue Alicante, is it?
Yes, sir. We keep her blazing day and night, Judge.
Yeah.
Guests can eat anything that backs into the fire.
You knew the deceased Rembrandt Butts, did you, Abner?
Yeah. Rembrandt checked in at the Happy Holler Hacienda Labor Day, Judge.
What time, Ab?
Well, sir, it was about 10 o'clock. I was running a ferret over the lobby, stalking the field mouse. His Stanley steamer pulled up outside.
Yeah.
I put the ferret back in the cigar case and took the goldenrod I was pressing out of the register, put my shoes on, and got behind the desk ready for business.
What happened?
Well, this Rembrandt Butts feller comes in. He was wearing a burlap beret, flowing corduroy tie, seersucker mandarin mesh jacket, herringbone slacks, and green patent leather sandals.
Friend of Orson Welles, was he?
No. Said he was an artist.
Billboard, barn, or Liverpool?
He was a tattoo artist, Judge.
Oh, one of them skin mural fellas, eh?
He didn't have no money. Said if I put him up for a month, he'd tattoo Whistler's mother on my chest.
Well, it's fair enough.
Yes, that's what I thought. Said for 2 months he'd engrave the Lincoln Highway down my spine with detours.
Deal was consummated, was it?
Yep. I arranged for my tattoo sitting the next day.
Well, how about the murder, Abner?
Well, sir, Googie Jenkins is hostess at the Happy Holler Hacienda.
Yeah.
Rembrandt took one look at Googie. She fell like a hawk full of hen meat.
What about Titus, her sweetie?
Oh, Googie didn't have no time for Titus. Titus had come around bowing, snapping his bubble gum.
Yeah.
Googie was playing deep.
Yeah.
Titus had been the crab in front of her.
Yeah.
Googie had turned the other way.
Titus is getting the grand finale how to do in climax, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Titus was loco foco, Judge. Yesterday it come to a head. I was in the kitchen gutting a flounder for chowder. I heard the shot.
Yeah.
I run out. Rembrandt slumped over the wheel of his Stanley steamer. Googie's is screaming. Titus is standing there, his shotgun still smoking.
That's all you know, Ab?
Rembrandt's gone. I'm left holding Whistler's mother half tattooed.
Something left undone?
The chair. Whistler's mother's just squatting on my chest, Judge. Nothing to sit on.
Well, stand down, Abner.
Should have seen it was all
I
over
know.
here.
Something might grow on there for her to set on later life. Next witness, Googie Jenkins.
The light has gone out of my life, Judge.
You was in love with the defunct Googie?
The first time Rembrandt looked at me, Judge, I was a goner.
Put the old Cupid hex on you, did he?
He was dripping glamour, Judge. His eyes looked like 2 grapes in a saucer of skimmed milk.
Yeah.
When Rembrandt smiled with all them gold teeth, his mouth looked like a brass sunset.
Yeah.
Sitting across from me at dinner, Rembrandt had opened his mess jacket so's I could see his tattoo in.
What was on his chest? Statue of Liberty as usual?
No, 'twas Napoleon, Judge.
Napoleon?
I'd be toying with a fritter, and Rembrandt would take a deep breath, and Napoleon's hand would slip out of his coat and wave to me.
Sounds kind of risky.
Rembrandt was a gentleman, Judge.
Well, how do you know?
Well, after meals, when other folks would use toothpicks right out, Rembrandt would slip down under the table and service his teeth out of sight.
Well, that's etiquette, Googie. You two was keeping company, was you?
Rembrandt took me walking every night, Judge. The moon had come out. He'd put his tattooed arm round me.
Kiss you, did he?
That's for me to know and for you to find out, Judge.
Well, that's telling me, I reckon. What did Titus do when he heard about your new beau, Googie?
Titus went plumb loco, Judge. He locked me in my room.
Did he?
Said if Rembrandt made love to me again, he'd kill him.
And he did it,
Quiet, order in the court. Quiet, you hush up, Titus. You seen the killing, did you, Googie?
Rembrandt died in my arms, Judge. I opened his mess jacket. It was terrible.
The wound, you mean?
That bullet not only killed Rembrandt, Judge, it sank 2 battleships he had tattooed on his stomach.
Now stand down, Googie.
The light has gone out of my life, Judge.
You might strike another match, Googie. You're only 71. Stand down. Titus Strang.
That tattooing tomcat made love to Googie behind my back, Judge.
Quiet, Titus.
I'm only human, Judge.
Just barely, I'd say. According to evidence, you locked Googie in her room.
That I did. I swore if that epidermis etcher made love to Googie again, I'd kill him.
But if you locked her up, how could he make love?
I'm coming to that, Judge. See, I knowed if Rembrandt had enough money, he'd get out of town.
You offered to expedite, did you?
Hey, Judge, I give him a job.
Tattooing?
I commissioned that skin-sticking Michelangelo to tattoo a picture of Googie onto my back from memory. For 2 weeks, I'm setting every day. He's sticking me from nape to nowhere with his inking dirk.
Hurt, Henny?
I was sleeping onto my stomach every night, Judge. My back felt like a porcupine rumble was going on him on the shirt. Well, see, yesterday he finished. Rembrandt says Googie looks so natural he's fallen in love with my back.
You pay him the money, did
you? I can't wait to show Googie my pelt pastel. I run up to her room, tear off my shirt, turn around and yell, "Surprise!"
And what she say?
Googie says it's wonderful. And with that, she rushes out of the room and I hear the outside door slam. I looked out of the window. Googie's climbing into that Stanley steamer with Rembrandt butts. I turned to go, Judge. I saw my back in the mirror. That's when I got my gun.
Your back was the last straw, hey?
That low-living, hide-hacking Humpty Dumpty hadn't tattooed Googie's picture onto me at all, Judge.
What then?
I'll show you. Wait till I pull up my shirt. There.
Well, Dog Frog McGraw. It's writing.
Yes, read it, Judge.
Roses is red, so is the heather. Shake off this punk, we'll elope together. Signed, Rembrandt.
You see, Judge? He made love to Googie behind my back.
You're a walking Billy Doo, Titus.
That's why I shot him,
Your
Judge.
defense is his proposal got under your skin. Court rules it's justifiable homicide. Titus, case dismissed. And now, our thought for today from Larry Elliott.
Shortly after the last World War, a famous military expert remarked, the Allies floated to victory on a sea of oil. At about that time, a group of men founded an organization whose aims were to cooperate with our government in matters of national interest, to protect our country's oil reserves, and to preserve the spirit in which the oil industry had served America and her allies. That organization was called the American Petroleum Institute. This week, the Institute is holding its 21st annual meeting at Chicago. And once again, America finds the oil industry ready and willing to serve her. At this meeting, plans are being made to help the Council of National Defense. Institute members are studying how they may best supply the normal demands of our civilian population and at the same time meet the emergency requirements of national defense for fighting-grade aviation gasoline, fuels and lubricating oils for our fleets in the air and on the sea, our armies and industries ashore. And so, tonight we salute the American Petroleum Institute and the industry it represents. Every American can be proud that the oil industry, while meeting peacetime demands, is fully prepared to help America build a strong national defense.
Thank KNX Los Angeles, the KNX Los Angeles, the KNX Los Angeles, the KNX Los Angeles, the KNX Los Angeles, the
Ladies and gentlemen, the next voice you will hear will be that of Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening. Say, Jimmy, what was that digest introduction there? What about my build-up? What am I, suddenly, a spot announcement or something? Why, Bulliver gives the Time a better send-off than that. What is the big idea?
Well, look, Fred, the first thing an announcer learns in radio is never to give a big build-up to something that isn't going to follow through.
Mr. Wallington, you don't mug. Just read the thing. If you have friends in the audience, you can talk to them during the commercial. Mr. Wallington, are you hinting that tonight's program is a potential blinzer?
Well, all I know is that I was at rehearsal. Nothing made me laugh.
It didn't?
No. You know, Fred, I am known as Jimmy. It takes a good one to make me laugh. Wallington.
Well, I only wish you were more like Don Anything Goes Wilson. You know, Benny sews feathers in his underwear every Sunday night. The guy... Well, my luck, I got a pessimist for an announcer. What am I going to do? Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Mr.
Better late than never. I thought you'd be going through on the 12-4. You're coming through at 12. Well, you're just in time, Kenny, it says here. You were at rehearsal today after this little trouble with Mr. Wallington, and it takes a good one to make me laugh, Wallington. You were at rehearsal. Now, what do you think of our program?
Oh, it's all right, I guess.
Well, only all right, Kenny. You don't think it's convulsing?
Well, I don't think that joke I have on page 14's funny.
Which one?
Well, the one where you say to me, did you see Betty Davis in the letter?
Yeah.
And I say, no, I didn't shake out the envelope. Boy, that's good.
Why, what's wrong with it, Kenny? Why, that joke is as hot as a fireman's destination. Why, the script is loaded with these as you get along, page after page. I hope not. Now, look, I listened at rehearsal. I was tied up directing the band, you know. Goodman is only a figurehead here. I was conducting. And I distinctly remember some lusty abdominal guffaws.
You mean when Mr. Goodman fell into the orchestra pit?
Yeah. That was a riotous moment.
The orchestra didn't laugh.
Why not?
No blood.
Well, now that Kenny has brought this brief episode to an hilarious, albeit messy close, we turn... I must watch those big words coming one on top of the other there. We turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents one highlight from the world of news. New Haven, Connecticut, Columbus, Ohio, Evanston, Illinois, and all stadiums east and west. As the final whistle blew on gridirons throughout the country last Saturday, the curtain descended on college football for 1940. Tonight, the Texaco News brings you the high and low lights that studded the hectic football season that has just come to a close. First, a prominent educator who ignored the game entirely this year, Professor Emeritus Quince. Now, Professor Quince, about football...
Football, bah!
What do you mean, football, bah?
What is football? 22 adolescents in the process of being educated, committing group mayhem to retain possession of 1 cubic foot of wind encased in the epidermis of a swine. It ought to be abolished.
Well, if you abolish football, Professor, what sport would replace it?
Logarithms.
Logarithms?
Yeah.
Well, how could you play logarithms?
The same as football, except the center, instead of passing a ball, would pass a logarithm.
Yeah.
The backfield would carry a roll-top desk.
The three men in the backfield with the roll-top desk. I see.
Now the whistle blows.
Yeah.
The center snaps back the logarithm. Both teams huddle around the desk. The first team to work out the logarithm gets 6 points. The crowd cheers. The band plays, I got the logarithm. I got the logarithm.
Professor, have you ever caught yourself talking to a pistachio?
Do you think I'm a nut?
I certainly do, and I'm generally right, and thank you, Professor Emeritus Quinn. A young lady football fan who didn't miss a single football game all season is Miss Sunny Trite. You saw all the college games, Sunny?
Yeah. Everybody calls me Sugar.
Sugar? Why?
Because I'm always in the bowl.
Oh. You know all of the football players, do you?
Name any college, and I'll show you the fullback's class pin.
Really?
I've been going out with college boys since I was knee-high to a raccoon.
You don't say.
I got their numbers, brother.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for instance, there's the studious college boy.
Yeah?
He'll read you like a book.
Yes?
Then there are the college bridge player. He's all hands.
Uh-huh.
And the college baseball player. He'll pitch a little whoa.
I see. And which type of college boy do you prefer?
Well, for the last 2 years, I've been concentrating on football players only.
Why?
Well, I ain't getting no younger.
Well, no.
And the way it looks to me, I'm a cinch to end up in the old maid's home.
And you're going to football games so that when you're sitting there in the old maid's home...
I'll have more passes to remember than any other old maid in the journey.
And thank you, Miss Sunny Trout. And now a little-known player who has just completed a hard season on the gridiron, Bull Morrow. How long have you been playing football, Bull?
I've been playing college football 20 years.
You've been going to college for 20 years?
Yeah. I was a freshman in one college for 4 years.
Really?
Yeah. When I left, I was a senior freshman.
Well, I guess you can go way back in college football, Bull.
Yeah. I played against the Navy when John Paul Jones was at tackle.
Don't say.
Yeah. I played against the Army when Pershing was their quarterback.
Fancy that.
Yeah, Pershing played quarterback on a horse.
Really?
After you tackled the horse, you had to tackle Pershing.
Well, tell me, Bull, confidentially, did you have a good season this year?
Well, we only lost one game, 6-0.
Well, how did that happen?
Well, their fullback got in the clear. I could have nailed him, but I turned the other way on purpose.
Why?
I didn't have the heart to tackle my own son.
Well, would you say a fellow can play college football all his life?
Well, if he's got a specialty, he can. Like me. I got a specialty. That's what keeps me going.
Well, what is your specialty, Bull?
Running around my own end.
You run around your own end?
I've been running around my own end for years.
Well, doesn't the view get rather monotonous?
Yeah, it does, but it's a living and I'm out in the open.
Say, by the way, Bull, what college did you play for this year?
The letter's right here in my sweater.
What is it?
I don't know. I can't read neither, bud.
And thank you, Bull Morrow. And now 2 oddities that went unnoticed during the college gridiron year. The man who had the least to do during the 1940 season was Thurber Quint. How many games did you participate in, Thurber?
I worked in 8 games and I didn't do nothing.
You don't say.
Through 3 of the games, I slept.
Yes?
In 2 other games, I was put out of the stadium for loitering.
Yeah?
Last Saturday, I was pinched during the game for vagrancy.
Well, I don't...
They hired me to work, and then they don't give me nothing to do.
Well, if you slept through 3 games, were ejected for loitering, and arrested for vagrancy, what were you supposed to be doing at these games all season?
I was keeping score for Yale.
difficult task you
For
have.
Yale and me both. We got plenty of nothing.
The outstanding innovation of the past football year was the attempt by a Harvard senior to make cheering more literate. As a Harvard man, T.J. Smythe III aptly puts it,
Football cheers today blend the cadence of the jungle with the jargon of the gutter.
You mean they don't make sense?
My point exactly. Rickety X go X, for example. Now, what is that? A surrealist grouping of vowels and consonants utterly devoid of meaning.
Well, how did you attempt to revolutionize cheering, Mr. Smythe?
At Harvard, we endeavored to clarify the cheer as it progressed.
Well, can you demonstrate this new Harvard method?
Yes, I've brought a few Harvard chaps along. We'll root one out for you.
You're going to root one out, boys? Well,
Yes.
fine.
Ready, chaps? Ready, Smythe?
Well, all right. All right, now let's hear the new Harvard clarified and self-explanatory cheer.
Sis, a sibilant byproduct of hissing. Boom, a hollow report emanating from a drum. Bang, the bleat of a sheep that day. Sis, as before. Boom, previously defined. Bang, ditto. Are we in it? Most assuredly we are. Harvard, rah. A contraction of hurrah repeated 3 times. To wit, rah, rah, rah.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, who won his letter in a raffle at the post office, sings Only Forever. Thank you, Kenny, and good luck on your opening with Unit 37 tomorrow, Kenny. Hey, is Larry Elliott around? Oh, there you are, Larry. Say, Larry, I want to congratulate you.
Congratulate me? What for, Fred?
For what you've done for a friend of mine, a former miser.
But I haven't done anything.
Oh, yes, you haven't. We both got the same script.
The suit's out.
Oh, I know. That threw you off, leaving something out, eh? Well, say, you haven't done anything. That's your line. I'll read it over. You can see how it should have been done. Yes, you have done something, Larry. This miser used to be so tight that when he got his hands on a penny, he'd squeeze it until Lincoln's beard was a Van Dyke. But today, this miserly chap is a changed man, and thanks to you, L. Elliott.
But I don't get it, Fred. What did I do?
Well, my friend heard you talking about Sky Chief, Larry, and he abandoned all of his old miserly habits. Today, he buys Sky Chief for his car. Thanks to you, he has gone from motoring parsimony to extravagance.
But, wait a minute, Fred. Using Sky Chief is not an extravagance.
Using Sky Chief is not an extravagance?
It's not an extravagance.
Well, it's called the luxury gasoline, isn't it?
True enough, Fred. Motorists do know Texaco Sky Chief as the luxury gasoline. But that has nothing to do with the price. For Sky Chief costs no more than other premium fuels. Luxury merely describes Sky Chief's performance, the thrill of flying starts, zooming pickup, the satisfaction of having smooth, soaring power.
Maestro Al Goodman and his Marfac Lubricating Orchestra have just completed 2 guitars. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Portman. Did you hear Mr. Goodman's Haviland Hillbillies playing 2 guitars?
Yes. Mr. Goodman is wonderful. He should be conducting at Carnegie Hall.
Well, I know his relatives have been saying that for years. Isn't it funny you should hit upon it, too? But I'm so afraid Mr. Goodman is doomed never to be a symphony conductor.
Why?
From the back, he doesn't look good in a rented dress suit.
Mama wants to buy some of Mr. Goodman's records.
Well, any music lovers who may be interested in buying Mr. Goodman's recordings, of course, can get them only from Al's brother-in-law, who is selling the records on 42nd Street.
On 42nd Street where?
Well, you pass the flea circus next to that hamburger Alicia it's the second doorway on the right. You step over the little old lady who's selling racing forms. Go down the hall, and Al's brother-in-law is next to a fat man with no shirt on who's making book. You light a match, and his brother is right behind this fat guy. He'll give you 8 to 7 on a 2-to-1 shit.
He isn't there anymore.
Oh, did you say something, Mr. Goodman?
Yes. My brother-in-law isn't there anymore. He moved.
Well, Portland wants to buy some of your records, Maestro. Now, where can she find your brother-in-law?
At the new location.
Well, I know, but where is your brother-in-law's new location?
You know the auction room on 44th Street?
Yes.
You go in there.
In the auction room? Yes.
The auctioneer will put up a cheap article.
Yeah?
You keep bidding on it. The article will finally be sold to you.
Yes.
And when you step to the back of the auction room to get the article, which is now your property,
yeah,
a man will be wrapping it up.
Well, naturally.
Next to him will be another fellow handing him the string.
That's your brother-in-law?
That's my brother.
Oh. Well, when I find your brother...
Ask him where my brother-in-law is.
Forget about the records, Portland. I've got my eye on an old melodeon from the Greeley Square. It was buried in the pit there years ago. I'll get it for you and give it to you later. Say, who is our guest tonight?
Well, you
Portland?
said last week that every place you go in New York, people are dancing.
Oh, and how true I was and didn't know it at the time. You know that every other building on Broadway today seems to be a dance hall. Roseland, Honeymoon Haven, all the nightclubs. Chin Lee's has a dance floor.
Oh, I hear they even have dancing in the automat.
Yes, they just opened a special slot there. If you want to dance, you drop a nickel in. The chef whistles Blueberry Hill through the slot, and you dance. Now, what I would like to know is, where does everybody learn to do this dancing?
Oh, I think our guest can tell you.
Our guest tonight is a dance hall owner?
No. This young lady is a teacher from America's leading ballroom dancing school.
Arthur Murray's?
That's right. Mr. Allen, meet Miss Ruth Hopkins.
Well, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Your pupils are out in force tonight, aren't they?
I hope so.
Pardon?
I hope so.
Oh, thank you. Ad-libbing at your second appearance at the microphone. Congratulations. You're doing a whale of a job, Miss Hopkins. Now, you are a tutor of terpsichore, Miss Hopkins?
I am a dancing teacher, yes, Mr. Allen.
But you look so young to have mastered the rigadoon and fling. How long have you been instructing?
Ever since I finished at college 5 years ago.
Well, did you go to college here in New York?
Yes, I got my B.A. at Hunter.
Well, how did you happen to go from campus to Congress?
It was very simple, really. After graduation, I saw an ad for teachers at the Arthur Murray School. I was engaged, and I've been there ever since.
Your B.A. turned out to stand for Big Apple, didn't it? Well, what dances did you have to master before you could instruct?
Oh, the foxtrot, waltz, tango, and the modern dances like the rumba and the conga.
May I ask, what method of instruction you employ? Do you teach classes, or do you isolate the minuet apprentice?
All of our students receive individual instruction.
Well, what do you use for music? Mr. Murray doesn't rent one-man bands from the major for each couple, surely.
No, Mr. Allen, we use Victrola music.
And how many there's a cheap dance hall over here where they have a man who gets shortwave programs on his bridge work, and he follows They've done away with the Victrola. Well, tell me, how many programs? Oh, you ought to see the steps they do to static when those shortwave programs. How many programs will you have a day, Miss Hopkins?
I average about...
Now, wait, let us be serious. No laughing matters.
I'm sorry.
How many pupils will you have a day?
I average about 5. On a busy day, I may give 8 lessons.
8 lessons. You see Madame Zonger and raise her, too. Well, I didn't recognize the madam in fine print there. Well, I know that Mr. Murray has geared up his mazurka mill for mass production. And how many teachers does his school employ?
We have 110 girls instructing and 90 men teachers for the women students.
Gosh, with 200 teachers giving 6 or more lessons daily, Mr. Murray has a bustling business consisting of little holding companies, hasn't he?
Outside of New York, there are 30 or 40 other Arthur Murray schools throughout the country.
Mr. Murray has finance in his dance, all right. Well, just how does... that joke is on its last legs. We gave her another chance for this. Answer out of everything from now on. Say, well, how does an Arthur Murray course work out? Now, let's say that I enroll, Miss Hopkins, and you are my teacher.
Well, the first thing I would teach you, Mr. Allen, is how to walk.
Oh, Miss Hopkins. Well, after all, I'm not creeping around here on all fours.
I mean, you'd have to learn to take graceful, rhythmic steps and correct your posture.
Well, let me explain, please. My posture normally isn't as bad, Miss Hopkins, but tonight, through an unfortunate accident, I have on a pair of cheap suspenders. Now, the suspenders won't give, so my spine has to. Well, getting back to my lessons, after I learned to walk,
I teach you a number of simple foxtrot steps.
Yeah?
After that, we'd spend some time on the waltz.
Well, how long would it be before I could walk brazenly into Roseland and be the talk of the wallflowers?
With diligent application, I'm sure you would dance very well in 3 months.
Oh, I doubt it, Miss Hopkins. From the dancing I've seen in the aisles at the Paramount, some of the, I'm afraid this new technique is too much for an old turkey trotter and a Peabody prancer like myself.
I think you'd make a wonderful dancer, Mr. Allen.
Oh, well, I might be all right for Dodger work. I could probably catch one of those girls they throw around on the first bounce. That would count. But I'm sure I couldn't cut a rug if I was dancing with skates on. But tell me now, do you have many celebrities enroll as freshmen at your Fandango Forum?
Yes, we've taught many famous executives, writers, and professional men. At one time, we even had a senator as a pupil.
So that's what they do. But tell me, Miss Hopkins, how do you keep up with new dances? Now, suppose a new rhythmic caper, the Canarsie Creep, an old Brooklyn folk dance. Suppose this old folk dance starts sweeping the land. Now, how do you manage to get it red hot and teach it to your pupils?
Well, Mr. Murray attends to that. He holds special classes for the teachers. And we are taught the latest dances as soon as they become popular.
Say, you can give a lesson or you can take it. Well, Miss Hopkins, I must confess that you have awakened the nymph in me. I'm 90% fawn, you know. The latest Gallup rating. I went up to the zoo especially for it. But I think I shall enroll with you for a course in dancing instruction.
I shall be happy to streamline your Peabody and turkey trot, Mr. Allen.
Well, so nice of you. If you could only, Duco, finish my Texas Tommy while you're at it. Well, what modern dances do you guarantee? Texas Tommy was a famous dance before Goodman was...
I'll teach you to waltz, foxtrot, rumba.
Oh, I had better forego the rumba, Miss Hopkins.
Why?
Well, at the moment, our country is enjoying friendly relations with South America. Now, if any Latin American ambassador ever catches me doing a rumba, there's going to be a diplomatic crisis on the spot. As the boys say down Washington way, Miss Hopkins, there will be hull to pay. Good night, and thank you for sitting me out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Martins sing one of the songs from the new Paramount picture, Love Thy Neighbor, starring Mary Martin, Rochester, and Fred Allen. The song, Dearest, Dearest I. Tonight we are honored in presenting as a special guest one of the country's most unique hobbyists, Mr. Agnew Crunch. Just what is your hobby again, Mr. Crunch?
My hobby is writing down in this album remarks made by various people on the subject of weather.
Well, it sounds fascinatingly dull, I must say. What are some of your collected fragments of weather chit-chat, Ag?
Well, here is a remark made by a man named Jones on the evening of December 3, 1907. Quote, "It looks like rain, kinda," unquote.
Say, that is as neat a bit of tritery as I have ever heard.
Well, I've got some that are even better. Listen to this one. Quote, "Ugh, muck-a-muck-chuck, ugh," unquote.
That is a remark about the weather?
Yes, it was made by Rain in the Face during a snowstorm.
You don't say. Well, tell me, Agnew, what do you consider your most significant bit of weather conversation? I mean, the gem of your entire collection.
Oh, that is a remark that was made by a man on this very program.
Really?
Your Mr. Wellington was saying it backstage a moment ago.
Oh, we'll get a medal from Radio Guide, I bet, before this is through. Our own Jimmy. Why, there's an honor. Say, Jimmy, what was this brilliant bit of talk you dropped about the weather?
Well, I said this. If you put off getting your car ready for winter weather, the time's growing short. So see your Texaco dealer now and avoid needless trouble, bother, and...
What? We're leaving for Old Orchard with you.
Well, folks, I've got bad news for you this evening, you all. My picture ain't a-going to premiere at Old Orchard.
So what's the difference? We're packed. We'll go to Waukegan.
Well, unfortunately, or fortunately rather, it isn't going there either. The picture is going to open right here in New York City.
Did Mr. Benny decide that, Mr. Allen, or did you?
No, the publicity department decided, Portland. You know how they do with pictures. They take them where they mean something to the neighbor. You know, like if the picture's northwest mounted, they go way up in Canada, up in some Medicine Hat with it. And if it's Brigham Young, they open a picture like that, say it's Salt Lake.
I see.
Well, that's the thing. Now, the publicity department started looking at Love Thy Neighbor to find an excuse to open it someplace, you see. Well, they looked all through the picture, and they finally found a little scene where a man is eating an orange. And on the strength of that orange, they were going to open the picture in Florida.
And what happened?
Well, sir, if the research department didn't step in and find out that the orange the little man was eating was a California orange. So, of course, Florida was finished right there. Well, Paramount went back, looked through the picture again, and finally decided to open Love Thy Neighbor in New York.
Why?
They found a yellow cab in the picture. Everything settled just as Benny was running out of jokes.
Jack had plenty of jokes last Sunday.
At what price jokes? Don Wilson has to get married so that Benny can get material for a program. How Don can afford it is too much for me.
Oh, two can live as cheaply as one.
Not on what Benny pays one. I'm expecting Pellagra to break out on that program any week. What a feeny. Benny is so tight he has to butter his lips to skin his teeth.
Oh, you ought to stop fighting with Jack, Mr. Allen.
Well, I will.
When?
When the white stuff stops sizzling when it meets the blue stuff in a settler's powder.
Why don't you two just shake hands?
Yeah, I wouldn't shake hands with that guy. Did you ever feel that limp, lifeless covey of digits that hang on Benny? The one time I shook Benny's hand, I thought it was putty. I tried to lump it and push it back up his sleeve again.
Well, why don't you start a feud with somebody on this program? Instead of building up Jack, you can build up one of our people.
Oh, that's fine. Who can I insult on this program?
You can insult me.
Well, all right. Now, you might have something there. I'll try it out. See here, Portland. That dress you have on looks like something that was gotten out of a silkworm with a sapini. I've seen better-looking garments thrown over a bird cage in the home of a middle-class family at night.
Oh, yes? Is that a suit you have on, or are you dancing with someone?
And what about your hairdo? Is that a snood you have on, or has your papoose slipped up?
I wouldn't say that if I were you, buddy.
Who wouldn't say what?
I, Goodman, wouldn't say it.
You, Goodman, are not saying it. I, Allen, am saying it.
In the presence of Goodman, no lady is insulted.
What happens in the presence of Goodman if a lady is insulted?
Goodman leaves the room.
I'm insulting.
I'm leaving.
All right, Olson. That settles it, Johnson. Say, he might be another Olson and Johnson the way it's working out there.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Goodman. We were only
sure.
joking.
We're just auditioning a feud.
A feud? That reminds me, I'm hungry.
Oh, no, wait. If you're hungry, Mr. Goodman, you can follow that trail of corn you just left and peck your way back to the bandstand.
I'm corny and he's growing.
Oh, go away. Go away, Ole.
That's an idea, Mr. Allen. You can start a feud with Mr. Goodman.
How can you insult a man whose idea of snappy repartee is sticking his tongue out at you? You see, there's nobody on this program, Portland, that I can really fight with.
What about Kenny?
Oh, Kenny, with that Boy Scout outlook? Oh, well, how can I get Kenny mad?
Call him names, Mr. Allen. It's a natural feud.
Well, I'll try it. I'll wait till I get him over here. Say, Crumb.
Did you call me, F.A.?
Yes, I called you Crumb.
Crumb? Say, that's good. Last week I was a nutnik. This week I'm a crumb. Boy, I'm going places on this program.
Oh, Portland, look at those trusting eyes. I can't go through with it.
But you've got to start a feud, Mr. Allen.
Well, I guess Kenny's my last hope. Say, Kenny, have you ever taken a good look at your teeth?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Did it ever occur to you that when you open your mouth, you look as though you're masticating a mahjong set?
Yeah. Revolting, isn't it?
Kenny, are you going to take that? Aren't you going to do something about it?
You bet, Porty. Next week I'll wear a muzzle.
Oh, it's not.
Keep it up. Try some more, Mr.
Well,
A.
I can't get Kenny mad. You
say something dirty about his singing. That with tenors is murder.
Say, now, that is not only a well-read line, that is an idea. That with tenors is murder. Well, Kenny, last week I heard you sing Jeannie with the light brown hair, and your voice had more cracks in it than the linoleum on a... Well, it's imitation stuff. There's no name for it. I'm just trying to get linoleum. Well, on a flop house floor. That concludes the sentence, ladies and gentlemen. Ta-ta.
You think that's something? Wait till you hear me louse up Ferry Boat Serenade tonight.
Good, didn't I? Whoa, this whole thing is a waste. Well, let's go back and do it tomorrow. Kenny's got a whale of a laugh. Let's try that out. I heard you sing Jeannie with the light brown hair, and your voice had more cracks in it than the linoleum on a flop house floor.
You think that's something? Wait till you hear me louse up Ferry Boat Serenade tonight.
Oh, this whole thing is a waste of time.
Kenny, are you a man or a mouse?
A man. But tell me if you see a cat coming.
Look, Kenny, give it to him back, but good.
Take a good look at Mr. Allen, Kenny.
Yes, his face, his suit.
You'll think of something mean to say back then, Kenny. Look at him.
I'm looking.
Now say something.
You think I should?
Sure, go right ahead.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny?
Gee, you're lovely.
I apologize. I've been an evil, risky-thinking old man, trying to change your warm disposition. All I can say is that this world is a better place to live in as long as there are sweet youngsters rampant like you and Dennis Day.
What's so sweet about Dennis Day?
Kenny, was that you?
And what's so young about Dennis Day?
Well, Kenny.
He's 50 if he's a day.
Well, he's a day.
All right, he's 50 if he's a dentist then.
Now, you said enough, Kenny. You better sing your number.
Oh, why don't you hire Dennis Day?
Now, Kenny.
He'll jump at $8 a week. You'll save $2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if Mr. Goodman can find his place, Kenny Baker will now sing Ferry Boat...
$6 a week and a box of Cracker Jacks, and he'll run errands for you.
Get going, Goodman.
Say, if he's a comedian, I'm a singer. Who said that?
Steamer. I am just content to be...
Could you spare just a few seconds? There's a news photographer here to take a picture.
Well, I'm sorry, not right in the middle of the program, Jimmy.
But that's what this man wants, Fred, an action shot.
Yes, Mr. Allen, a comedian at work. Now, if you'll just hold your mouth open as if you were saying something excruciatingly funny.
Now, look, Bud, you can't take a picture here in this light. The light is...
Oh, goodness, can't you see I've got a flash bulb on my camera? Now, open the mouth a little wider, please.
Listen, if I open it any wider, Mayor LaGuardia will probably drive up here and dedicate it for a new tunnel. Come on, Bub. Set off your flash bulb and get it over.
All right, Mr. Allen. Here it comes. Oh, tut.
Well, what happened? Your flash bulb didn't go off, did it?
How embarrassing. That bulb was a dud.
A dud?
Am I the one? Imagine me putting a dud bulb in my flash gun. I must be slipping.
Well, don't worry about it, friend. I put that dud in your camera.
You, Mr. Wallington? Is this sabotage?
No. Let's call it a demonstration. I wanted to show our audience that when a news cameraman presses a button of his flash gun and the flash bulb doesn't go off, it's a dud. And it's not far-fetched to speak of duds in gasoline either. The gasoline vapor that fires in your cylinders is a combination of many elements. All these elements should burn completely the instant the spark flashes. Those that don't are duds. Duds that steal power from your motor. Texaco Refining removes these duds.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop players tonight to present a saga of big business called The Great Department Store Dilemma, or The Customer Wasn't a Midget, but they shortchanged him just the same. Music?
Department stores.
Robbing nerve centers of the modern metropolis.
Department stores.
Mammoth merchandising marts where mankind's every want has been anticipated.
Department stores.
Where 1,000 real-life dramas are enacted every day. On each bustling floor of the great R.H. Allen department store, where our story takes place, bedlam reigns from 9 to 5. The air is fraught with hubbub.
Oh, Lord, what have to wait.
Going
up. Bargains.
Lingerie, yes, lady.
Going down. Going down.
2 hours over.
Going down.
Underwear.
Going up. Going down. Going up. While decibel chaos rages in every department of the mighty R.H. Allen store, the tycoon who controls the destinies of this mastodonic enterprise races through his working day, ever mindful of the battle cry of big business, efficiency. We find R.H. Allen, the dynamic jerk, just entering his private office.
Good morning, Miss Pitt.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Call me R.H., Miss Pitt. It will save time. Time is money in the department store game. We have got to be efficient, Miss Pitt.
Yes, sir.
Take a memo. All floor walkers will report for shoe and spat test immediately. Any floor walker caught with squeaky shoes will be asked to turn in his gardenia and leave. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Make 6 copies on Kleenex. Kleenex memos can be used as hand towels later. That is efficiency, Miss Pitt, and efficiency is the keynote of our business.
But this store has been losing money for 10 years.
I know. We may be facing bankruptcy, but we'll collapse efficiently.
That reminds me. They phoned again this morning.
The receivers?
Yes. They reversed the charges.
Dad, they're trying to push me over the brink. Every nickel counts today, Miss Pitt.
Eureka, R.H.
Weems, my head bookkeeper.
They balance, R.H. They balance.
What balances, Weems?
Your books. Today ends our fiscal year.
Well?
After losing money for 10 straight years, this year...
R.H. Allen shows a profit?
No, you just came out even. So long.
Did you hear that, Miss Fitz? For the first time in 10 years, we've broken even. I've been looking at red ink so long, my eyes are permanently bloodshot. What is my next appointment there?
There's a man outside with a complaint.
Well, he won't be lonesome then, will he? Well, now let me see. I feel like a bit of troubleshooting. Show him in.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll see you, sir.
Hello.
Oh, yes?
You owe me 13 cents.
Now, just a minute. Just a minute, please.
You owe me 13 cents.
I heard you the first time.
Then why didn't you pay me?
Efficiency is the rule at R.H. Allen, sir. Before a refund is even considered, your complaint form must be filled out, sir. Now, I'll fill it out here. Your name?
Lorenzo Fritter.
Lorenzo Fritter. Address?
The Dingley Dell Trailer Camp, Westchester.
Nature of complaint?
You owe me 13 cents.
Now, wait a minute. That is hearsay. What we want the details.
Well,
I bought 7 egg cups here. You only delivered me 6. You gotta give me 13 cents.
This isn't the pot of gold, Mr. Fritter. You are dealing with the R.H. Allen Company, the home of efficiency. Now, if a mistake has been made, mark you have made it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here. Take this slip.
Yeah.
Take this slip to the credit department.
The credit department.
They'll give you a slip there to the bookkeeping department. You'll get a slip there for the Small Claims Bureau.
Yeah, the Small Claims.
They'll give you a slip to Petty Cash.
Yeah, Petty
and there
Cash.
you will receive a slip to the teller.
To the teller.
The teller will tell you...
what?
The teller will tell you where you can go. Now, here is your slip. Good day.
Now, look, it ain't the principle of the thing.
I know. It's the 13 cents.
Yeah. What trouble I go through for 13.
Couldn't you just give him the 13 cents, R.H., and get rid of him?
Give him the Do you realize what 13 cents means at this time, Miss Fit? Why, after 10 years, the R.H. Allen books finally balance. 13 cents means a deficit. A deficit means receivership. What is that?
Elevator operator 57 is waiting.
Oh, yes, he's up on charges. Show him in here.
Yes, sir. Come and get it, 57.
Thank you, miss. You sent for me, R.H.?
Yes, 57. Serious charges have been brought against you. My elevator Gestapo, operating in Well 2, reports that when you announce the articles for sale at each floor, 57, you can actually be understood.
Oh, no, sir. It is not true. I swear it is not.
We shall soon see, 57. I'm putting you to the test.
Yes, sir. I will vindicate myself. You will see.
No blustering, 57. Now pretend you are in an elevator. You're arriving at the 3rd floor. What is it you say?
3rd floor, Nimitz Ware, double stuffing, give a bottle, gloves,
Stop, 57. The word gloves filtered through. I distinctly heard it.
I am sorry, sir. It must have been a slip of the tongue.
Well, I'll give you one more chance, 57. Now, you arrive, say, at the 4th floor. Carry on.
Yes, sir. 4th floor, Jones, where no problem, bus, from bang, from cameras,
Stop. That word camera came through clear as a bell. Now, is that being efficient, 57?
Well, clarity is my weakness, sir. My mother was frightened by Milton Cross.
Heredity is no excuse in big business, 57. Miss Fit, buzz for Mr. Riggs.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Riggs is not replacing me, sir.
No, 57. Riggs will take you in hand for the time. Come in, Riggs. 57, Riggs here will tutor you in diction. Riggs is the greatest exponent of incomprehensibility in America. Riggs has been talking for 20 years, and no one yet has ever understood a word he has said. Riggs, meet your new pupil, 57. Get to work, boy. And how can a department store be efficient if its elevator men are comprehensible?
You mean they've got to talk garbled?
Why, if shoppers can understand elevator men, they'll go right to the department they want. Why, they'll make their purchases and leave the store. But if shoppers are confused, they'll wander around for hours buying other things. Now, if I can...
what about my 13 cents?
Now, Mr. Fritter...
what am I getting here, a rookin'?
Dear Mr. Fritter...
don't give me that, my dear Mr. Fritter. I'm missing an egg cup. You owe me 13 cents.
Did you check at the credit department?
Yes.
Did you go to the bookkeeping department?
Yes.
The Small Claims Bureau?
Yes.
The teller?
Yes.
And what did the teller tell you?
You owe me 13 cents.
Clean this up once and for all. Miss Fit, buzz for Felton, our vice president in charge of egg cup bundling.
Yes, sir.
No reveille on the buzzer, please.
Now, look, either I get that egg cup or I'll get my 13
Now,
cents.
see here. You can't bully an efficient organization, Fritter.
You buzzed, R.H.
Yes, Felton. This customer, Fritter, claims he purchased 7 egg cups here.
Yeah, and I was only delivered 6.
Quiet, Fritter, please.
I recall the fritter sale, R.H.
Good. Now, as vice president in charge of egg cup bundling, Felton, I order you to acquaint this imbecile with the fact that he is wrong.
I'm afraid I can't, sir.
Felton, there is an egg cup missing?
Yes. I took it, sir.
Felton, you?
It was an emergency, sir. A bit of wax from my artificial gardenia somehow got into my eye. I was blinded. I was reeling around the bundle counter in extreme pain.
I was crying little Dixie cups.
Felton, you?
I had to purge my eye. I had no eye cup.
No eye cup, and you took an egg cup from Mr. Fritter's order?
To swash my eye, sir. I intended to put it back. When I returned, the vice president in charge of twine had consummated the bundle, sir. It was on its way to the Dingley Dell trailer camp.
You see, you owe me 13 cents.
R.H. Allen will make restitution, Fritter. Where is that missing egg cup, Felton?
I smashed it. Everything went black. I had to conceal my cry.
Now quit stalling, Allen. Give me the 13 cents.
I can't give you the 13 cents. Felton, give Fritter here a duplicate egg cup out of stock.
But there are no more, sir. Mr. Fritter brought the last of a broken Oriental lot.
Dad, what a calamity.
Now, wait a minute. Do I get a lawyer or do you give me the 13 cents?
You're asking the impossible, Fritter.
Now, what's so impossible? Just give me the 13
But you
cents.
don't understand, Mr. Fritter. For 10 years, this store has been losing money. Receivers have been circling around and around, ready to swoop. Today, for the first time, my books balance. My business is breaking even.
So what?
If I give you the 13 cents, R.H. Allen would show a deficit. It means bankruptcy, collapse, ruin.
That don't mean nothing to me. I got 13 cents.
Now, don't press your claim, Mr. Fritter. I'll do anything. I'll even step down. I'll make you the president of this company.
The president?
Yes, Mr. Fritter. You are now the president of the great R.H. Allen Company. I'll leave. Here, take my desk.
So, this desk belongs to me? The blotters, this aspirin, everything?
Not everything, Mr. Fritter.
No.
In the top drawer of that desk, I have some personal property. Those things belong to me.
What things?
There are 5 2-cent stamps and 3 postcards.
So what? You owe me 13 cents.
For today and tomorrow from Larry Elliott.
Long before the days of the automobile, Americans gave the name station to the place. 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 Americans.
One in person.
As long as I'm down, I'll pull up my stockings. But thank you, and good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say just a minute, stranger.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. Now, who told you, gave you permission to introduce me? Where's Jimmy Wallington?
Hi, Fred.
Wallington.
Hello, Sam.
How was I, Mr. Wallington?
Oh, you were great, Sam. Here's your 50 cents. You did a swell job.
Thanks, Mr. Wallington. So long.
Look, what is going on here, Jimsy? What is this Sam 50 cents business here?
Well, I've been pretty busy lately, Fred.
Yeah.
I hired Sam to handle some of my small jobs for me.
Oh, that's fine. Introducing me as a 50-cent job, huh?
Well, what is it? Here he is again. Sam could do that to save me a headache.
Now, well, let me tell you something, Mr. Wallington. Everybody on this program has got a job to do. And I want no substitutes. If there is any... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, fellas. What's cooking?
Well, if there's anything... quiet. If you... if there's anything in the air, he just left.
He didn't all go, did he?
No, Kenny, apparently he didn't. Kenny, what do you think? Madam, please. Madam, you'll have to have your carbon ground. We cannot. Kenny, what do you think? Let's tell a couple of bad jokes till she sobers up. Kenny, what do you think of an announcer who shows up with a guest announcer to handle, as he puts it, a small job?
Why, that's awful.
Well, it's just what I've finished telling Mr. Wallington. Now, I don't want anyone on this program dragging flotsam and jetsam up to our microphone.
Jetsam?
Yes.
Say, that reminds me, Mr. Allen. Don't miss Mr. Kaporis when he sings tonight.
Kaporis? Where is Kaporis singing?
on this program. I've got a benefit tonight. Mr. Kaporis is taking my place.
You have a proxy vocalist standing by?
Why not? I can make more money playing benefits than I can around here.
Well, that's not the point. You maliciously changed the subject, Kay. That's not the point. There will be no other substitutions on this program tonight. Now, I just had that all out with Mr. Wallington.
Oh, but can't Mr. Kaporis sing just one song, F.A.?
No.
Just a chorus?
No.
Not one teeny-weeny note, F.A.?
No, and that's final.
Well, all right. I guess I'll have to stay here and sing then.
That's a must. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny?
While I'm singing...
Yes?
Can Mr. Kaporis hold my hand?
All right. While Kenny is off to rehearse his cuticle pressing with Mr. Kaporis, we turn to the latest news of the week. Have you got a better fanfare than that, Al? Could I have another one? That one's been used. I can tell a used fanfare. Could we have another fanfare, Al? Now, they're coming up. That's better. The Texaco News. See, they should rehearse. The second one is always better. Always after this, when they play the first one, let it be just an audition fanfare, and then... The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Severe cold wave that gripped most of the nation and sent mercury tumbling to 20 below zero in the Middle West arrived in New York and New England states during the past week. At Ithaca, New York, the weatherman said...
Temperature 10 above and getting colder.
At Melrose Falls, Vermont...
Temperature 10 below and getting colder.
Greenfield, Massachusetts reports...
Ain't got the temperature yet. Mercury's so low, we're drilling for it.
Similar reports of sudden cold spells come in from many cities and towns throughout the eastern area. Texaco News gets first-hand flashes from several victims of the sudden cold wave. Dr. Ballot, as usual, was first in the field with a cold pole. How do you get your figures for a cold pole, Dr. Ballot?
Well, first I have to assemble my statistics.
Yeah?
I tabulate the wind and the velocity, subtract the precipitation, multiply by the barometer reading, divide by the hour of the day, add 5. That's the Great Lakes.
Well, naturally.
That gives me the mean temperature.
Well, that's only theory. How do you personally know that it's cold, Doctor?
Well, confidentially, I wet my big toe and hang my leg out the window.
The old reliable farmer's almanac method, hey? Well, as soon as you know it's cold, what is your next move, Doc?
I get on the phone and I question people. I say, what do you think of the cold?
And what does your cold poll for this recent spell show, Dr. Ballot?
83.6 of America said brrr.
Yeah?
15.9 said grrr.
And the other 0.5 said...
Hang up, jerk. We thought you was the pot of gold.
But after all, you're not the pot of gold, Dr. Ballot.
Brother, I not only haven't got the gold, I haven't...
Thank you very much. At Oswego, New York, one man who had great difficulty with the cold was Thatcher Spratt. Now, Thatcher...
Sure was cold. I had mittens on over my mittens.
Really?
Yep, I had to put weather stripping under my zipper.
You don't say. Well, what was this outstanding prank that the cold played on you, Thatcher?
Well, there's a feller up in Watertown, New York, owes me $10.
A business debt?
Nope, he was Wilkie-minded, so I bet him.
Oh, I see. Well, did you collect?
No, so I called him up last week. I called him the day the cold spell started.
What happened?
Lord, it was cold. I picked up the phone and started to say, Operator, I'm calling Watertown.
Yeah?
I couldn't say Watertown.
Why not?
Every time I said water, the word froze in my mouth. I must have spit out 20 cubes.
What do you know?
I finally got tired of spitting out cubes, so I hung up. Lost $10.
Well, that was cold.
I'll tell you how cold it was. I'm a 32nd degree Mason, and I went down 10 degrees.
Well, that's good enough for me, and thank you, Thatcher Spratt.
Wilkie didn't win, did he?
Only in certain states. A young lady who blames the cold for losing her lucrative theatrical engagement is Honey Flanagan. What happened? What happened, honey?
Well, I'm the leading femme attraction with a boiler cube trick.
Oh, you're with the burlesque show, are you?
Yeah, maybe you heard of me. The Pavlova of 10th Avenue.
No, I haven't. What is your specialty, honey?
I'm a bubble ballerina.
Oh, a bubble dancer?
Say, what I can do with the gossamer globule ain't nobody's business.
Really?
Why, when I trip down the runway manipulating that soap watermelon, brother, I'm out of this wild.
You're the last word in grace, huh?
I look like a stem with me grape dangling.
Well, what about this cold spell, honey?
Oh, that's how I lost my job.
What happened?
Well, the day it got cold, I'm doing a matinee. I'm dancing on the runway, manipulating me bubbles.
Yeah?
The house has gone wild. I'm dipping, the bubble's dipping. I'm spinning, the bubble's spinning.
Yeah?
A customer coming in opens the front door and a blast blows down the runway.
Cold?
Cold, it's freezing. I'm getting the chills.
But in spite of that cold, you finished your dance.
Oh, yeah. Well, I come off the stage, me tooth is chattering. And the manager's waiting. He fires me.
Well, for what?
He says I'm dancing with 10 bubbles.
Well, how could the manager say you were dancing with 10 bubbles when you only had one?
It was that cold, mister.
You mean?
Yeah, them other 9 bubbles was goose pimples.
I see what you mean, and thank you, honey Flanagan. A native New Yorker who was the outstanding metropolitan victim of the sudden cold was one Nero Tremaine. Now, Nero?
Say, you don't mind me wearing this kimono, do you?
Oh, you have to wear the kimono in public, do you, Nero?
Yeah.
On account of the cold?
Yeah, it all comes out as my grueling story unfolds.
Well, what took place?
Well, the other day I'm taking a bath, see? It's kind of warm, so I open the bathroom window.
Yeah?
I'm splashing around in the tub when zowie, a cold blast blows in through the window.
And?
Whappo. From the hips down, I'm a cake of ice.
Well, how long before the ice melted?
It ain't melted yet.
Why?
Well, the water froze so fast, it pulled the enamel right off at the top.
Well, I'll be...
No ice can't melt with no enamel around it. I'm a walking Frigidaire.
And you are doomed to go through life wedged in this enameled ice cake?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it uncomfortable?
Yeah, sometimes my stomach gets itchy.
And you can't scratch it?
Nah. I gotta put a door in or something.
You poor man. What are you going to do to make a living?
What can I do? I'm starting Monday with Ripley.
Good luck to you on your tour, Nero.
You don't want to say that?
No, I don't. But you'll keep a long while in that condition, and good luck to you, Nero Tremaine. While weathermen and forecasting experts are at a loss to explain the sudden arrival of the cold spell, Texaco News brings you the real lowdown. The reason the country has been swept by this unexpected cold wave can be traced to a recent speech by the president. On October 29th, the president said,
"In November, America will feel the first effects of the nationwide draft."
Thank you. And so we go from the cold to Kenny Baker, who is hot tonight. With Mr. Kaporis holding his hand, Kenny sings a song that makes its radio debut this evening. Tonight, this song is being sung on the air by Kenny for the first time. It's called Chapel in the Valley.
Say, Fred,
Yeah?
will you have a cigar?
A cigar, Jimmy? What is this? Are you celebrating a blessed event?
No, Fred. I just thought you might like a cigar, so I'm giving you one.
Oh.
Go ahead, take it.
Oh, no, something's wrong here. When Wallington gives away a cigar, there is something in the awry. Are you going to ask me for a raise or something?
No, Fred, it's all right. If you don't want the cigar, I'll give it to Goodman.
Oh, no. Rather than that, I will take it. Hey, have you got a light?
Why, sure, right here. I got a match right here now.
Say, that match went out.
Yeah, that was a dud. Here, I'll try another one.
Another dud.
That's right.
I get it. You didn't give me this cigar to smoke, James. You are using me to demonstrate a dud. You, I understand, are an authority on duds.
Yes, Fred, there are many kinds of duds. When the engine of your car answers the starter, sputters, goes dead. It can be a sign of duds in gasoline, too. Duds are the worthless parts of gasoline. The sluggish, slow-action elements that are a drag on your engine, a drain on your battery. That's why Texaco removes these gasoline duds by a vital step in the refining process. The duds are out of fire.
Mr. Al Goodman and 15 men who have walked with Rachmaninoff, ever so slowly, have just played I Got Plenty of Nothing, and for good measure, it ain't necessarily so. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah, what is it?
My answer is yes. Goodbye.
Hey, what was that? What was that? Well, I've got to catch that guy. Hey, sound man, open that door, will you? Hey, you.
Yeah?
What a business. I say, sound man, open that door, and the guy 20 feet away opens the door. Then I yell, hey, you, and a fat actor who's been standing next to me all the time says yes.
I beg your pardon, brother. You called me?
Are you still in character?
Certainly.
Then I called you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what inspired you to come barging in here? I'm minding my own business. You come rushing in. You say, Mr. Allen, I reiterate, what is it? You say my answer is yes and leave. Now, what was that?
Well, last week your announcer said, are you using Texaco gas?
Well?
My answer is yes. Goodbye.
At least he could have come in a car. I mean, I ought to rent myself out as bait for a psychopathic ward. If I could get all of the crumbs that show up at this microphone together, I could open a free lunch for sparrows that would reach from here to Passaic. I have more...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well, Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Is there a draft in here? Do you feel a telltale zephyr when I open my mouth? You know what a zephyr is with the tea in it? It's a zephyr that blows through a tea shop and picks up the tea as it's passing through. Did you feel a zephyr?
No, but I caught a cold last Sunday.
You did? You overtook it or just caught at a football game?
No, I was listening to Jack Benny.
Yeah?
He was coughing and sneezing on the radio. I guess I caught it from him.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I heard Benny Sunday. What a show. Entertainment, 15 Gesundheits and 3 commercials.
Jack didn't even mention your picture.
No, I don't think you'll hear anything more about Love Thy Neighbor out of Benny.
Why not?
Well, I understand that he saw the picture run off at the studio out in Hollywood last week, and when the picture was over, Mr. Freeman gave Benny the key.
What key?
The key to the cutting room. So that Benny could get a load of himself on the cutting room floor. Benny is so good on the floor, they tell me, he's had 3 offers from the Johnson Wax people.
You mean Jack may be through in pictures?
Well, if he is, it serves him right. A guy with that middle-aged spread trying to be a Mickey Rooney. What does Benny want with those Cupid bow lips and that flea-bitten toupee? John L. Lewis has got more hair in one eyebrow than Benny has got on his whole head.
Jack doesn't need hair. On him, skin looks good.
That guy living out in Hollywood with his mother-of-pearl incinerator, he certainly lives high for a lowlife. Benny is so low he can read by the light from a hot foot. Well, that's Benny's quota for tonight. Now, who's our guest, Portland?
It's Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month.
That is correct. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we present a little lady who Major Bowes feels has one of the most remarkable voices he has ever brought to the microphone. I would like to have you meet at this time Miss Adelaide Bishop. Well, I was going to send a man out to give you a piggyback in, Adelaide, when you didn't show up. You tired?
No.
You're not, aren't you really?
No.
Cross your heart.
Cross my heart.
All right. Well, good evening, Adelaide.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
How old are you?
I'm 11.
11 years old. You don't mind me calling you Adelaide, do you, Adelaide? Would you rather I called you Miss Bishop?
No, Mr. Allen. Major Bowes called me Adelaide.
Oh, I know, but the Major is a much older man than I am, Adelaide.
That's funny. He doesn't look any older than you do, Mr. Allen.
That child needs glasses, that's all. But before... And when you get your glasses, get the bifocals on top so you can look up at people. But before we start, Adelaide, may I tell you how much I enjoyed your singing on Major Bo's program?
Thank you.
You know, for a little girl, your voice has a remarkable range. What type of singer would you say you are?
I'm a coloratura soprano.
A coloratura soprano. At the age of 11, you are jousting with the most difficult of all vocal calisthenics. Well, how do you account for your unusual voice? Was your mother a singer?
Yes, Mother was a coloratura, too.
Ah, that explains it. And your mother has started you taking vocal lessons?
Yes, I've been studying for 2.5 years.
And who is your teacher?
Louis Polanski.
And what does Mr. Polanski say about your singing, Adelaide?
He says if I'm a good girl and practice hard, someday I may sing in grand opera.
Well, are you only interested in operatic music?
No, I like swing music to listen to, but not to sing.
You're strictly long hair in every sense of the word, aren't you? Well, what are your favorite operas, Adelaide?
Personally, I prefer Rigoletto, Lakme, and Lucia di Lammermoor, and the other coloratura roles.
Well, Adelaide, Major Bowes and I both predict a brilliant future for you, and we hope your operatic wishes come true and that you will have a long and successful career in the world of song.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I want to thank Major Bowes, too.
Well, I'll wake him up and tell him as soon as I get through here. You're entirely welcome, Adelaide. And now, what are you going to sing for us?
The Bell Song.
You know, most little girls, 11 years old, Jimmy, you ask them what the Bell Song, they think it's something the Good Humor Man wrote or something. But say, Jimmy, you're just the man I want to see. Now, you're an expert on motoring. I'd like to get your opinion on a big idea I'm kicking around.
Oh, it sounds great, Chief.
Well, why don't... Now, wait a minute. Don't give me that Hollywood reaction.
Okay, Chief. What is the big idea?
Well, I have thought up a way to beautify all those highway warning signs. You know the signs that say stop, go slow. It sounds like that.
Well, how are you going to beautify them, though, Fred?
Tear them down, Jimmy. Now, instead of these warning signs, I'd put up big animated electric signs. You know, like a 100,000-watt replica of Hedy Lamarr.
Well, what sign would Hedy Lamarr replace?
Danger, soft shoulders. What do you think of my idea, Jimmy?
Well, it's terrific, Fred. There's just one minor thing the matter with it.
What is that?
It won't work.
Well, why not?
Because there's one highway warning you can't replace, Fred. I mean the danger sign you can't see.
A danger sign Well, what sign is that, Jimmy?
It's the bite of cold in the air, the frosty breath on your windshield, and it says, much colder weather ahead. So don't delay. Get Texaco's 5-way protector.
Peter was late for rehearsal this morning.
Oh, no, I was pretty busy.
He was very late.
Well, I'm not interested, Portland. Now, ladies and gentlemen.
But Teddy was almost half an hour
now,
late.
Portland, please.
That's pretty late.
Well, I'll grant you that. But what can I do about it? The child labor laws protect Kenny. If I do anything to Kenny, the quiz kids will probably go out on strike. And I don't want any pickets around here with their voices changing. Now, just let's forget about Kenny.
But Kenny told me to tell you he was late.
Oh, he did?
Yes, and Kenny told me to tell you that he hasn't got a watch.
Oh, is there anything else he wants me to know?
Yes, there are only 19 more shopping days to Christmas.
Now, look, Portland, when you see Kenny, you can tell...
Say, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Mr. Goodman?
Kenny Baker was late for rehearsal.
I have the misfortune... You took it a tone higher this show. I have the misfortune to know all about that, Mr. Goodman.
You also know Kenny hasn't got a watch. And to Christmas, there are only 19 days for shopping left.
That also. That also I know, but not quite in that order.
You know all that?
Yes. And if Kenny wants a watch, he can take it up with Santa Claus direct.
Does Kenny believe in Santa Claus?
Well, I wouldn't know how.
I, as a kid, believed in Santa Claus.
And what do you believe in today?
The bylaws of Local 802. And the rights of the American people.
But what has that got to do with Santa Claus.
Mr. Goodman, Portland, is the king of non sequitur. He is the originator of the isolationist sentence. Nothing Mr. Goodman says is relevant to anything that has been said, is being said, or will be said.
If that's a bawling out, and you're asking who can take it, I am answering Goodman.
Fine. A different interpolation each time. And my answer to that is...
Leave it, Mr. Allen. Here comes Kenny.
Jill.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Hey, hello, Kenny.
Well, what do you know? I'm late again, huh?
Oh, well, that's all right, Kenny.
Gee, if I only had a watch, I could tell you how late I am.
Don't worry about it, Kenny.
But I'm overdoing it.
No.
Did Portland tell you I was late for rehearsal this morning?
Yes, Kenny.
Did she tell you why I was late?
Yes, Kenny.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, Merry Christmas, Mr. Allen.
Now, look, Kenny, this isn't the Benny program. I know that on that show you were trained to do your Christmas hinting early.
Who's hinting, Mr. Allen?
Well, with all this talk about being late, no watch, and Christmas...
Oh, I only mentioned Christmas on account of my Christmas card.
Oh.
I wrote one for everybody.
Oh, you composed the Christmas verses yourself?
You bet. Look at these cards.
Read us one, Kenny.
Okay. Here's a verse I dedicated to my Uncle Phil. Oh, Uncle Phil, with hearts so full of Christmas spirit and good wool. If your nephew buys a watch, Uncle Phil, will you pay the bill, Uncle Phil? You will?
That is sentiment and bad timing.
Well, you said to wait for last.
That was last week, every other week, and not every week. That is sentiment?
It sure is, brother.
That is brazen hinting for a watch, if I ever heard brazen hinting for a watch.
Well, I think it's beautiful, Kenny. Have you got another one?
Oh, you bet. This one's for Mr. Goodman. You want to hear it, Mr. Goodman?
I'm all ears.
You certainly are.
Now, this is no time for flattery, Kenny. Just read your card.
Yuletide greetings, maestro mine. Boy, oh boy, how you keep time. For you, the orchestra with love is full of a. Brother, can you spare a boulevard? Would you like that, Mr. Goodman?
Yes, you can mail it to my old address.
I suppose that boulevard is sentiment in there. That isn't hinting.
Well, I'll leave it to Porty.
It's pure sentiment. Kenny, you're a genius.
Thanks, Port. And to show my appreciation in advance, I wrote a card for you. It's very romantic.
Oh.
Gosh, read it, Kenny.
All right. Merry Christmas to you, Porty, and season's greetings for 1940. On this program, the rest are fools, but you stand out like 17 jewels.
Again with the watch.
Haven't you got a verse for Mr. Allen, Kenny?
No, I don't.
Oh, you bet. This has a special sound effect.
Well, I don't.
All right, eh? Hark, Mr. Allen. That was a chime. That's how people without watches tell time. I'll think of you Christmas while the clock is tick-tocking, and I'll hang up my left wrist instead of my stocking.
Kenneth Baker, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Making a hollow mockery of Christmas Day, the holly, the mistletoe, the Christmas spirit. What do they mean to you? Nothing. You just want to watch.
Yes.
Well,
shame on myself.
I should say so.
I'm a bad boy.
You certainly are. Yes,
After all, watches don't grow on trees.
My brother-in-law got one off a fence.
Quiet, Mr. Goodman.
Mr. Allen, do you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to tear up these Christmas cards and buy everybody Christmas cards with sweet, unselfish sentiments on them. And when February comes, I'm going to mail them out.
Christmas cards in February?
Yes. I'll put a little note in with them explaining.
Explaining what?
I'll just say, sorry this card reaches you so late, but without a watch, do I know what time it is?
Now, I will tell you once and for all what time it is, Kenneth Lawrence Baker.
I know. It's time for my song.
Right. And a set of Encyclopedia Britannica is on its way to Kenneth Lawrence Baker, General Delivery, Box 4, whose next number, first time I knew my mouth wasn't big enough for my tongue to get out. Kenny, whose next number is Pale Hands I Love.
Take my case next.
Your case?
Yeah, my wife beats me. She's been beating me for 3 years.
Well, what program do you think you're on?
Ain't this the Goodwill Court?
No, it isn't.
Am I a dope?
Yes, I think you have hit the nail on the head, frankly.
Well, what am I going to do? My wife beats me.
You mean she uses a baseball bat or brass knuckles?
Oh, no, not Mabel. You see, the thing is, we're a two-car family. She's got a car and I got a car, see? Every morning we go out to the garage together. She gets in her car and I get in mine. But by the time I get my car started, hers is always out of the driveway and 3 blocks down the street.
Oh, so that's why you say...
My wife beats me.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do for you, friend. I'm going to turn your case over to a higher court. I pass you on to my colleague, Judge Larry Elliott. What is your verdict, Judge Elliott?
Well, my verdict is that the gentleman should do what the lady in the case has obviously already done. Namely, change to Sky Jeep, the luxury gasoline.
Well, luxury's okay for my wife, but I balance my budget.
Ah, but this luxury isn't expensive.
Now, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a mystery melodrama. It is case number 247 3/4, taken from the secret files of the great international detective, Fetlock Bones. This case is called Death Comes to the Mystery Story Writer, or Cheese It, the Corpse. Music.
The great detective Fetlock Bones needs no introduction to our audience. The crime has yet to be committed that Fetlock Bones has failed to solve. In 1927, Scotland Yard, after working on the case of the dynamite muffin for 20 years, gave it up. The mystery was solved when Fetlock Bones said,
"Your deduction that there was dynamite in the muffin Lord Busby bit into is incorrect, Watson, old boy."
Then how do you account for the fact that Lord Busby's head was found in the attic, his legs in the cellar, his arms out on the lawn, and his torso sitting in the wine closet?
Elementary, Watson. Lord Busby had a nervous breakdown. He simply went to pieces.
In 1931, when confronted with the great zipper mystery, Pinkerton threw up his hands. The zipper mystery was solved when Fetlock Bones said,
"Gladmore Sutro was not murdered. He committed suicide."
Look, Fetlock, the bullet hole was under the zipper in his smoking jacket. The zipper was closed.
Right you are, old boy.
Well, after he shot himself, how could he close the coat zipper?
He didn't.
What then?
Gladmore opened the zipper in his smoking jacket to shoot himself.
Yeah?
His head slumped forward. His goatee got caught in the zipper.
And?
When rigor mortis set in, his head snapped back, closing the zipper. It's an open and shut case, old boy.
In 1939, when called in on the baffling case of the poisoned bloodhound, the thin man went back into pictures. The poisoned bloodhound case was closed when Fetlock Bones said,
"The bloodhound was not poisoned, John Edgar."
Then how did he die, Mr. Bones?
Business had been bad in this pet shop.
Yes?
The owner couldn't afford to buy red ink. He's been dipping his pen in the dog.
And the bloodhound?
Expired of anemia. Elementary, old boy.
Tonight, December 4th, 1940, another mystery stumps the world. Mr. Moto has given up. Mr. District Attorney has resigned. Superman has passed the buck. The FBI has finally appealed to Fetlock Bones. Fetlock Bones at this very minute is standing outside the door of a Park Avenue penthouse, pulling his peaked cap down over his eyes, removing his magnifying glass from his Boston bag. The great detective Fetlock Bones is ready for action. He knocks at the penthouse door.
Mr. Bones, at last you've come.
Rather, I took a taxi and ran all the way.
You took a taxi and ran?
Yes, the blasted taxi started before I got in.
Well, you've come just in time, Bones. I was putting in a call for Basil Rathbone.
Well, you can't solve a mystery by transcription, old boy. Well, I shall get to work. Now, who are you and who's been done in?
I'm M. Lincoln Rooster, the publisher. My best-selling mystery writer, Ellery Spleen, has been murdered.
Where was he shot?
In the penthouse right here.
And the circumstances? What are the circumstances?
Spleen was giving a dinner party for a few author friends. We were celebrating the publication of the new Ellery Spleen mystery story.
Carry on.
After dinner, Ellery began to read us the final chapter of the book. He had just come to the last line. As Ellery read, the murder was committed by, there was a shot. Ellery slumped over, dead.
These are the circumstances?
Yes, I ordered the other authors into the rumpus room until you got here.
You found the gun, old fig?
I searched everybody. Nobody in that room had a gun.
Sounds interesting. I should like to see the body, old boy. If it's receiving, of course.
Yes, he sits right here. Ellery died in the living room.
Stubborn, I say.
This way, Bones.
Righto.
There he is.
I say, who's this blighter bending over the body?
Sorry, sir. I'm Buggins, the butler, sir.
Well, don't disturb the body, Buggins. You might destroy a clue.
I'm giving the master his liver pill, sir. It takes him on the hour. I've got strict orders, sir.
But it's futile to give a dead man a liver pill. A liver can't live on alone as a rugged individualist, you know.
I'm taking no chances with the master, sir. It might be playing possum, sir.
I don't care if he's playing Pisha. Withdraw from Exhibit A, Buggins.
Right, I shall get back to the cuckoo clock.
The cuckoo clock?
Yes, I'm repairing kit, sir.
Right, you are. I say, Rooster, this stack of books here adjacent to the body.
Oh, these are autographed copies of Ellery's new mystery novel. These are the only 10 copies printed so far. He intended to present them to his author guests after dinner.
Don't see here, Rooster. I refuse to stay in the rumpus room another minute. I am leaving.
Who is this person, Mr. Rooster?
This is Dr. Fumfet, Mr. Bones.
Yes, I am Dr. Fumfet, and I've got to get away. I've got an important operation.
If you're a doctor, old Fump, what are you doing at an author's dinner?
I'm also an author.
Oh, an author, doctor.
Yes. I wrote memoirs of a doctor, Odyssey of a doctor, Confessions of a doctor, Station Wagon doctor, Station Wagon without a doctor without a station wagon.
If you're a doctor, why didn't you give first aid to Ellery Spleen when he was shot?
Me? What do I know about medicine?
Well, say you're a doctor.
Yes, but I've been so busy writing doctor books, I've forgotten my profession.
I see.
Now, out of my way, Cad. I have to go and put in an appendix.
I say you have forgotten medicine, haven't you? One doesn't put in, one takes out an appendix.
I'm putting this appendix in, fathead. It's the appendix to my new book, How to Win Doctors and Influence Nurses. Let me go, if you will, please.
You can't go. I am Detective Fetlock Bones, Dr. Pumfet.
Well, very interesting, very interesting. Well, good night, Mr. Bones. I'll take my autographed copy of Ellery's book. Oh, I'm shot.
Good heavens, I'll call a doctor.
Too late. I just diagnosed myself. I'm dead.
That's right, he is dead.
Very good doctor, I should say, diagnosing so skillfully.
Where did that shot come from?
Well, I heard glass shot her. The bullet was fired through the window. Where does this window lead, Buggins?
To the terrace, sir.
Very good. We shall barge out and overpower the murderer. Lead the way, Buggins.
Sorry, Mr. Bones. I've got to repair this cuckoo clock.
I'll go with you, Bones.
Carry on, Rooster.
I'll open the door.
I say, Trull, who are you?
I'm Myrna St. Vitus Fink.
Is this creature an author, too, Rooster?
Myrna St. Vitus Fink is the great surrealist poet.
And also possibly a part-time murderer?
Oh, no. No, I didn't kill Ellery Spleen, I swear. How could I kill Ellery? I loved him.
Then why were you hiding out here on the terrace? Short, dark, and lumpy?
I had hidden a surrealist love poem in Ellery's vest. I was waiting for him to find it.
Myrna, you were in love with Ellery.
Could I help it? I'm a surrealist. Not. Am I?
If this person's poem is in the body's waistcoat, Rooster, her alibi is in order. Let us adjourn to the body.
Come in, Myrna.
Here we are. This bulge in Spleen's upper waistcoat pocket. I say it's the poem.
Yes, my poem.
Read it, Bones.
I shall. It is called Surrealist Surrender. Celery, Ellery, Ellery, celery. Cupids on the grass, alas. Pigeons, hop-toads, neck on necking. Will it, Ellery, come to pass?
No, it can never come to pass. Alas, alas. To Paul.
Please control yourself, Myrna.
No. I'll join Ellery. I'll end it all. I'll go out and eat some cafeteria crab meat. That will do it. No. I shall die with Ellery's book clutched to my breast. I'll take my autographed copy of my lover's book. Oh, I'm shot.
Well, I'll be...
Move over, Ellery. Here I come. Oh.
Dead. Good heavens, just as she reached for the book.
I say, Mr. Bones, this other window is broken.
Don't tell me, Buggins. I'm the detective.
You know, it's getting gruesome in here with these three bodies.
Yes, frightfully lumpy underfoot, too. I say, Buggins, neaten up a bit.
I'm repairing the cuckoo clock, sir.
Bother the cuckoo clock. It's getting frightfully untidy here. You might stack the bodies in the corner, if you will.
Yes, sir. I shall stack the master first.
What was that?
Sorry, sir. I seem to have dropped something, sir.
A pendulum.
Yes, sir. It's from the cuckoo clock, sir.
I shall examine that cuckoo clock. Ah, I thought so. Buggins, I arrest you for the murder of Ellery Spleen.
You're balmy, if I may say so, sir.
Yes, Buggins had his back to us, Bones. How could he shoot anyone? You heard the windows break.
That was me clue, Rooster.
The shots didn't come through the window?
Definitely not. Buggins fired the shots. To divert our attention, he threw parts of the cuckoo clock through the window.
I think I should pop out for a short meander about the rookery.
Overpower him, Rooster.
I say you're dislodging me dicky, sir.
Quiet, Buggins. Bones is deducing.
And conscientiously, if I do say so, Rooster. Buggins, you fired those shots.
How can I fire the shots, sir? I've no gun.
No, but you've rigged up this cuckoo clock as an infernal machine.
But, sir,
You've removed the entrails of this cuckoo, Buggins. You've mounted the cuckoo on a revolver barrel. The cuckoo's leg you have fastened to the trigger. When the cuckoo popped back, the cuckoo's leg fired the shots.
Is that right, Buggins?
Yes, mercy, Mr. Rooster.
Why, you...
Please, sir, you're elevating me dicky. Cutting me windpipe.
Are you prepared to make a statement, Buggins?
I confess, Mr. Bones, you've caught me with me cuckoo down.
I knew it, Buggins.
But I only meant to tip off the master, Mr. Bones.
Ellery Spleen? Why?
It was those murder mysteries he wrote. They all ended the same way. The butler did it. The butler did it. I told Spleen if he wrote one more book where the butler did it, I'd kill him. He did, and I did.
But the others here, Buggins.
I killed them to keep them from taking copies of that butler smeared and tripe out into the world. I've saved the honor and prestige of the butling profession.
Straighten your dicky, Buggins, and let's pop along.
Will I get the chair, Mr. Bones?
I doubt it, old boy. Anyone who eliminates 4 authors today is doing mankind a favor. These dead authors here have fulfilled the ambition of every writer today.
Meaning, sir?
They've made the Spook of the Month Club.
Oh, very good,
quite
sir.
Good. Let's... Ladies and gentlemen, it is a far cry from comedy to culture, but as a comedian, I'm getting a real thrill tonight by presenting the most famous voice of radio's cultural side. It's a voice that has long shepherded the world's great music across the kilocycles and brought countless hours of enjoyment to millions. It is, in fact, the voice of Milton Cross.
Thank you, Fred.
Mr. Cross, I know that you have a message of real importance. May I extend to you the hospitality of our microphone?
Thank you very much, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, last Monday, the Metropolitan Opera Company opened. 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 Last Monday, the Metropolitan Opera Company opened.
When giving presents in advance, it is customary to attach a little label reading, "Do not open until Christmas." Tonight we give you a prize package. We pasted a label over his mouth. If he opens it before Christmas, he's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. I just bend down low like that to show you my hair doesn't come off. So many of those people come from Hollywood and give you those little bows, you know, because the thing goes on the side. Well, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, that Yuletide toxin you just sounded, It doesn't quite fit in with your attire.
Well, what do you mean, Fred?
Well, isn't this rather late in the season, James, to be wearing open-toed shoes?
Oh, these shoes were regular Oxfords, but I was doing some Christmas shopping in a department store this morning.
Well, how did the ends of your shoes get nipped off?
Well, I was coming down on an escalator, and I stepped off, all but my toes.
Oh, I see. Went much better the first show,
didn't it?
I guess you should have another set of feet for the 12 o'clock show. Well, you know, those galloping ramps are pretty dangerous, Jimmy. I knew a fellow last year who tripped and sat down on an escalator. And, well, when they finally pried him out, he was wearing a tweed sarong. His trousers were ruined, no end. But we just throw that in. You know, you got to kill him now, okay?
Hiya, fellas. What's frying?
Well, Jimmy and I were barbecuing a little verbal fat, Kenny. We were just sort of talking about Christmas shopping.
Well, if that isn't a coincidence, I was at Macy's all afternoon.
Shopping?
No, I was tied up with Santa Claus.
Tied up with Santa Claus? You must have had some list.
Brother, I threw the book at him.
You asked Sandy for plenty, hey?
Did I? A bow and arrow, a pogo stick, a new yo-yo, an electric razor.
An electric razor? Well, isn't that a little too grown up, Kenny, after all?
Oh, I'm a big boy now. Look at this cheek.
What is that, fuzz?
It ain't mohair, brother. Santa Claus better come through.
Oh, now, Kenny, don't tell me that you think that fellow at Macy's is really Santa Claus.
I don't think it. I know it.
Well, how do you know it?
I got it straight from his brother Gimbel's.
I see.
He's got another brother on 14th Street. Boy, what a Santa Claus he is. With a dialect.
Really? You rarely get one complete with a dialect. Well, you managed to visit 3 department stores in this Christmas rush. Well, didn't the crowds bother you any?
Oh, it was pretty bad. It was so crowded on 33rd Street, one woman fainted and had to walk for 4 blocks before she could fall down.
I suppose they finally froze some water in icicles and passed it to her through the crowd to revive her. Well, the shopping crowds are terrible. Let you and I enjoy it, Hey, listen, after all, the audience gets the best of it. We've got a right once in a while to have a little fun here. You know, the crowds are terrible, the shopping crowds, Kenny. I heard about a salesgirl who reported for work at Wanamaker's, sold 3 dresses at Klein's, and got paid off in Bloomingdale.
Boy, things are sure moving fast around the stores, F.A.
Oh, they sure are, KB. In one busy toy department, they tell me, they're running the little kiddies across Santa Claus's lap on an assembly bell.
Well, as Fred Allen would say, so much for Santa Claus.
Well, I'll explain that. We tossed for that line, folks, and Kenny lost, so he had to say it. So as Kenny Baker would say, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents highlights from the world of news. Washington, D.C.
No news.
Nizhny Novgorod, Russia.
Толстой грабино, что такое сметана, no news.
Shanghai, China.
I hung, I fuyong, lichinat, no news.
Times Square, New York.
Times Tribune, Mirror, sorry, Mr. No News.
Well, there you are, folks. There you are, folks. It looks as though there's no news, but no news is good news. And the good news is that Kenny Baker sings for us now, There I Go. Kenny, if this was the Pantages time, you'd have taken 2 encores. But I'd say to you, Kenny, that was fine. You would have been held over in Salt Lake, which was very hard. Kenny, that was being held over in Salt Lake was not what you think it is. But, Kenny, that was fine. It was not only pro rata, but the whole thing there. You were out of... Kenny, that was fine. Hey, at this time of night, you're lucky enough to think of a straight line. Who can think of something? Kenny, that was fine. You are in rare form tonight.
Yes, I've been practicing every day.
You have, really?
Yeah, I got to be in good voice this week.
Why?
Dennis Day gets into town.
Dennis?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, boy, I guess you and Dennis, two tenors, have high old times when you get together.
Oh, boy, we're practically insufferable.
What do you fellas do, Kenny?
Well, generally I go over to Dennis's house and he sings for me, and then Dennis comes over to my house and I sing for him.
Well, this goes on all day?
Till night, yes.
Then what happens?
Well, Dennis and I generally go over to Frank Parker's house and sing duets for Frank.
Well, that sort of fills in the day, doesn't it?
Oh, it's monotonous.
Yes. In any special key? You ought to teach... look, Kenny, now, you ought to teach Dennis. Do him a favor when he gets off tomorrow. He'll be singing bass for 4 days after being up. You ought to teach Dennis that song you just sang a little while ago.
There I Go?
Yeah.
There I Go. I wonder how that song got its title.
How did you ever happen to think of a line like that? Because I know the answer, you see. Had I been this well prepared on information, please, it would have been another story. They're still penalizing Fadiman over there, you know. $125 it cost tonight. I was on the auctioneer is talking slower since, you know. But you wonder how that song, There I Go, got its title? Well, I tell you, I'll be frank with you, Kenny. If you don't mind me incognito, I'll be frank. The song There I Go, it was inspired by a remark Dr. Jekyll made one day as Mr. Hyde passed him on the street. As Mr. Hyde went by, Dr. Jekyll said, There I go. Well, sir, if this observation later didn't become the title of your song.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell Dennis. He's never been confronted with a fact.
Excuse me, Fred.
Wait a minute, Kenny. Were you through, Kenny? Well, all right.
Excuse me again, Fred.
Well, you're coming in again? Or is it... Well, yes, Larry.
Well, is this where I say a few words about Sky Chief gasoline?
Well, yes, approximately now, Larry. But before you start, I have a great idea for you.
Well, what is it, Fred?
Well, did you see Walt Disney's picture Fantasia?
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember those centaurs?
You mean those fabled creatures that were half human and half horse? Sure, what about them?
Well, why don't you write a commercial about centaurs? You know, you could make up a centaur fable, only bring it up to date and give it a commercial twist. Mm-hmm. Like a fable about creatures that are half human and half automobile.
Well, that would be no fable, Fred. That's the truth. A lot of good drivers are practically part of their cars.
Oh, Larry, you don't mean that there are people with gears for legs and a transmission where their heart should be? There's nobody that gets his blood changed every 1,000 miles now, after all.
Well, not quite that, Fred, but it's a fact that when you drive a car, you become part of it. You climb the hills. You steady it over the bumps. You guide it between the lines, around the curves, and on the straightaway.
Al Goodman and his band, who next week are making a personal appearance at a jukebox in Katie's Tavern on the Hempstead Turnpike, have just played The Man I Love. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well. Thank you, Issy. You ought to thank Mr. Goodman for starting your reception. Why he just applauds anybody from force of habit. Is that going with you? Well, what's new, Portland? And something had better be new, or the program's going to be 3 minutes short.
Well, I wanted to show you this telegram. It's from Mary Livingston.
Mary Livingston? Well, if it's for you, why show it to me?
Mary gets into New York tomorrow. She wants us both to come down to the depot to meet her.
Well, let me see that wire.
Here.
Having terrible time. Jack ran out of sandwiches at Kansas City. His thermos bottle ran dry at Chillicothe. If you will meet us at the Grand Central with donuts and hot coffee, Jack will have enough strength to get to a hotel. Otherwise, I will have to leave him in the check room or ask Mr. Foster what to do with him. Why, that Feeny?
Don't they have a diner on that train?
Well, they have diners on all the California trains. Diners don't mean anything to Benny. To Benny, diner is only a song title.
Why is Jack coming to New York?
Well, Love Thy Neighbor opens at the Paramount next Tuesday, and Benny's coming from California with his tape measure to measure his name when they put it up on the marquee.
Well, will the marquee hold two of you?
They're testing it today. They'll know. You know, I'm surprised that the picture's even opening at the Paramount, Portland. With that ham in it, I thought it was a cinch to open in a delicatessen.
Where is Jack stopping in New York?
Who knows? The last time he stayed at the Sherry Netherland, he checked out the second day.
Why?
The hotel refused to press Benny's Kleenex. What a guy. He spent 3 days trying to find a glass-bottom taxi cab so he could ride down Broadway and look for cigar butts. An old Catalina playboy.
Did you hear Jack say you laugh at your own jokes?
Well, a man's got to be pretty funny to make himself laugh, after all. You know, he's so close to himself, he gets sick of himself occasionally. That's quite... You know why Benny doesn't laugh on the air, don't you?
No, why?
Well, every time Benny tells a joke, it reminds him of what he's paying his writers pro rata who sold him the joke he's telling. You see? He's the only man I know whose tear duct connects with his pocketbook.
You'd better not go too far with Jack, Mr. Allen.
Who's afraid of that coward? Benny's so yellow, when he gets into a cab, you can't tell where the yellow cab leaves off and Benny starts.
And Jack was bragging how strong he was Sunday.
Strong. Benny's so weak he only smokes one way. He can't exhale. But then when he smokes, he's got it. You see? Yeah? It's hard to fluoroscope him, you know. It always looks like the top of Mount McKinley. Benny's teeth are so sensitive, he has to have his dental floss warmed before he can use it. Hot dental floss. How do you like that? Well, that exhausts me on the flimsy subject at hand. Now, what about our guest, Portland?
He's the owner of the show that's had the longest run of any show ever produced in New York City.
Oh, you mean the producer of Tobacco Road?
No, this gentleman owns the Flea Circus.
Oh.
Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Roy Heckler.
Well, good evening, Mr. Heckler.
Good evening, Fred.
You, Mr. Heckler, are the sole producer and proprietor of the Flea Circus in Hubert's Museum on 42nd Street.
That's right, Fred. My flea circus has been there for 15 years.
15 years? Why, your show has had a longer run than A.B.'s Irish Rose and Tobacco Road put together.
Yes, we've seen a lot of shows come and go.
Well, how many artists do you employ, Mr. Heckler?
I have 15 stars,
Yes.
15 understudies, and about 30 actors in training, all fleas.
Well, yours is indeed a unique theatrical troupe, Mr. Heckler. What do your little leaping thespians provide in the way of entertainment?
They do everything from juggling balls to running chariot races. Every one of my 15 stars has a different specialty.
Well, how can you possibly train a flea to do these things? Isn't it rather difficult?
Not at all, Fred. Fleas are quite intelligent and adaptable.
That is the first kind word I've ever heard anyone say about a flea, Mr. Heckler. In fact, it's the first remark I've ever heard about a flea that could safely be used on the air.
Well, fleas are greatly misunderstood, Fred.
Well, I don't agree with you, Mr. Heckler. I'm sorry. It's rarely that I don't agree with a guest, but when you say fleas are greatly misunderstood, I don't agree. One usually knows what a flea is getting at, Mr. Heckler. But tell me, can you train any old flea that wants to break into show business?
No. The ordinary flea is too short-lived for training purposes. We have to import a hardier specimen.
Well, how does the average Pekingese cricket live? How long does the Pekingese cricket live, as a rule, Mr. Heckler?
The normal lifespan is 2 to 3 years, but acting wears the flea out.
He's usually through after 6 months.
Washed up, eh?
Right.
Well, what do you do then? Do fleas have a form of Social Security?
No, my actors all die in harness, Fred. I just put understudies in their places.
The show must go on. It's the old saying. Well, let's take a typical performing flea, Mr. Heckler, and trace his career from its humble beginnings to the dizzy heights of his Broadway success. Now, let me see. What would be a good name for a flea?
Malcolm isn't bad, Fred. I once had a flea named Malcolm.
Well, all right. Now, let's say Malcolm arrives in New York Harbor one day. He skips gaily off the boat, takes a nip out of the customs inspector, which he declares later, checks in at the Lambs Club and reports for work. Now, what happens?
Well, that's a little exaggerated, Fred.
Really?
Malcolm, arriving in a box with a lot of other fleas, the first thing I do is put a collar on him.
Sort of a shrunken lavalier.
Yes. I make the collar out of fine copper wire. Malcolm wears it the rest of his life.
Well, is Malcolm's noose for ornamental purposes?
No. It's a safety measure. I pick up Malcolm, attach him to his props with a collar, and it avoids injury in the process of handling.
What is the initial step in the training routine, Mr. Heckler?
Well, first I have to break the flea of its frisky habits. He has to be taught to walk instead of skipping and hopping.
Well, how is that done?
I put him in a small horizontal glass tube. Every time he tries to hop, he bangs his head against the top of the tube. It only takes a couple of days.
When Malcolm staggers out, then he's slap happy but cured. What happens to him next?
I try to cast him in the show.
Well, you mean certain fleas have special talents?
Yes. Some fleas are natural strongmen.
Really?
Others make good jugglers or dancers, and some are born comedians.
And then I suppose they're they're not called fleas, though. Then I suppose there is the complete dud or the Jell-O again type of flea. But let us say Malcolm seems to be a natural juggler. Now what happens?
Oh, I teach him a couple of tricks and keep him as an understudy until the juggler I am working gives out.
Well, you're spared one headache most theatrical managers have, Mr. Heckler. At least you're not forced to cope with exhibitions of temperament backstage.
Oh, you're wrong, Fred.
Really?
Some fleas are very temperamental. They'll hardly work one day, and the next day they'll turn in swell performances.
A variety man out front or something. Well, how do you, how do you account for this, Mr. Heckler?
Well, who can look into the soul of an artist, Fred?
How true. Truer words. But tell me, who would you say is your outstanding performer as of today?
Rudolph, the strongman flea, Fred. He turns a merry-go-round that weighs 400 times as much as he does. The only trouble is Rudolph is getting old.
What happens when a flea performer begins to age? Does he start to wrinkle up around the antenna? Does he start to go around showing old write-ups and bragging about his radio appearance on Flea the People?
No. Usually his legs begin to go, Fred. Fleas have weak ankles.
Well, I didn't know that. I'll bandage them in the future if I have any trouble with the elderly fleas. But who are some of your other stars beside the aging Rudolph, Mr. Heckler?
There's Patty, the Irish flea who jumps through a hoop. And then there's Tommy, the football flea, Prince Henry, the juggler, and our closing act, Fifi, Sadie, and Peaches, the dancers.
That is a gallant array of microscopic talent, Mr. Heckler.
Yes, that's what all the critics say.
The critics? Well, don't tell me the news reviewed your flea circus and gave it 3.5 swats.
No, but George Gene Nathan, Walter Winchell, and the late old McIntyre have all reviewed my show.
Say, with all that publicity, I'm surprised that some of your troopers haven't been drafted by Hollywood, Mr. Heckler.
They have, Fred. 2 years ago, 2 of my fleas were flown out to Hollywood to appear in a picture with Claudette Colbert.
What company made the picture?
Paramount.
Oh, that explains it. Paramount apparently will stoop to anything for talent. They even had me out there on a leash last summer. Well, this has been a mighty interesting glimpse behind the diminutive big top of your flea circus, Mr. Heckler.
Thanks, Fred. I've enjoyed talking about my little show.
And give my regards to your cast in the green room when you get back over there. And tell your please that they don't have to worry about the future. When they get old and they have to quit show business, tell them to come to me.
I didn't know you were a flea philanthropist, Fred.
Oh, yes, Mr. Heckler. I'm buying a St. Bernard. It will always be a refuge for old, destitute fleas.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Roy Heckler. Thank you. And now our house quartet, the Martins, huddle at the microphone to test the Hugh Martin arrangement of When You Climb Those Golden Stairs. Golden Stairs.
My organization.
Of what organization?
The Ladies' League for the Prevention of Unkindness to Cars.
The Ladies' League?
Yes. Oh, you've no idea how many cars are being treated unkindly these days, Mr. Allen. Why, I saw a poor old sedan at a curb just this evening.
Yeah.
The poor thing was so cold, its differential was all goose pimples.
Its differential was all goose pimples? No kidding.
I sat right down and knitted it a cozy.
Well, with a belt in the back, I hope. The differential. Well, that's the way your league functions. You knit garments for old, decrepit cars, huh?
Yes. Help us, ladies and gentlemen. Send in your old knitting needles. Send in your yarn. Send in anything.
Just a minute, madam. If you want to prevent unkindness to cars, here is a man who can put over a real message. Mr. Jimmy Wellington.
This is the time of the year when the makers of...
Can I be excused for about 15 minutes?
Excused? Why?
I've got my portable radio upstairs, and I've got to listen to the record quiz program.
The record quiz program? What is that?
Well, the announcer plays a record,
Yeah.
and the first listener to phone in the name of the song gets $1.
Oh, you want to walk out on this program to listen to another one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's loyalty...
But they give away $1.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Portland. For a measly $1, you'd leave everybody on this program flat. Now, you wait till I tell Kenny. Kenny?
All right, just a minute, F.A. I'm on the phone.
Well, hurry up.
Hello? Record quiz program? That song is Beat Me, Daddy, 8 to the bar. Yeah? Oh, boy, I'll be right over.
Kenneth Baker, you come back here.
Oh, but I'm in a hurry, F.A. I got to see a man about $1.
Gosh, Kenny, did you win?
It wasn't Oscar Levant. Well, so long.
Now, wait. Just a minute, Junior. Have you forgotten a certain part-time job you have around here? It involves singing on the premises.
Charity is one thing, F.A., but $1 is 100 cents.
I am not interested in your revolutionary economic definitions, Kenneth Baker. Your first obligation is to this program. Now, and to make sure that you don't get out of here, I'm going to put your song on. This is rather spiteful, but I'm going through with it. I'm going to put your song on right now. Say, Maestro. Where's Goodman? Say, Goodman.
Yes? You're calling Goodman?
Yes, I am calling Goodman. I am changing the program around. Kenny is ready for his song.
Just a minute. Goodman is telephoning.
What is this? Suddenly everybody's telephoning.
Hello? That song is Beat Me to the Bar, Daddy 8. What? Somebody already won it. Obviously, it's your own brother, Chisler.
Well, that does it. Doesn't anybody beside the censor pay any attention to what's going on around here?
Nobody.
Who said that?
Goodman said it.
Me? Suddenly I'm a tenor.
Now, look, if you three are trying to audition a mutiny, what is
Well,
this?
Kenny has something to tell you, Mr. Allen.
Kenny has what to tell me?
Well, if you want the truth, F.A., this program is old-fashioned. Nobody listens to it anymore.
Well, why are people suddenly not listening?
Because you don't give any money away.
That's right. This program is corny.
What is it? Nothing but entertainment.
Entertainment isn't enough on the radio today?
No, it isn't. You've got to give away money.
Yes, like all the successful programs. Double or Nothing, Take It or Leave It, Professor Quiz, Pot of Gold.
And why are they successful?
Why?
Their listeners send in questions and make money. The studio audience answers them and makes money. Everybody makes money.
On this program, we are the only ones who make money. It says here in the script.
That's right. We don't ask our audience to do a thing but sit back and enjoy themselves. And if we last long enough in radio, this program may be a novelty again.
Oh, you better wake up before it's too late, Mr. Allen.
I'll say, F.A., people don't go for radio shows today unless they can make money.
What kind of a quiz can I make out of this program?
I could be Dr. IQ if I had an IQ.
Put a waffle on my head, and I, Goodman, could be Kay Kaiser.
Look, a waffle on your head wouldn't look bad from what... A waffle you could part in the middle would look better than what you got. Well, look, I will admit that people get money from some of those quiz shows, but they do not get the money for nothing. That's my point.
Oh, no? Well, what about the pot of gold?
That's money for nothing?
All you have to do is sit at home.
I know a man who hasn't been out of the house for 3 years. For 3 years he's been sitting by the telephone waiting for the pot of gold to call him up.
But if it does, he'll get $1,000.
All right. Spread out that $1,000 over the 3 years. He's getting $333 a year. Why, with 52 weeks, he's only getting $6.42 a week. Now, already, after 3 years, the man is so nervous, waiting for the call to come, he's spending $4 a week for cigarettes. Jangled nerves. He can't sleep nights. He spends $2 a week for aspirin. Now, that leaves him 42 cents a week. And his phone bill each month is $6. That man is actually losing $5.58 a month.
You mean if he wins the pot of gold at the...
If he wins the pot of gold at the end of 3 years, that man loses $200.88. And also, he will be a victim of canatosis, which you get from sitting around the house on cane-bottom chairs.
But that's just one man. Lots of people make money on quiz shows.
You can't fight the trend, F.A. You gotta give away some money.
Well, all right. I'll give away money. But I will do it the right way. No slogans to be written in. No personal questions to be asked. No problems to be worked out. You don't even have to have a telephone.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, hand me that hand microphone, will you please? Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in the history of radio, people are going to get money from a radio program without doing a thing for it. Kenny, here is a roll of bills. A small roll. We didn't have enough dough to go for it in a big way. Now, you come down in the audience with me. I'll give away money. I'll show you that after all, there is a program. I beg your pardon, sir. What is your name?
Jerry Johnson.
Jerry Johnson. Give Jerry Johnson $4. Did you, Jerry Johnson, did you have to do anything to get this money?
No, Mr. Allen.
Thank you very much. Jerry Johnson gets $4 for absolutely nothing. Madam, where do you live, madam?
New York.
New York City. Give the lady $3. Here is a gentleman with a kind face. Give the gentleman with the kind face $2, Kenny. Thank you. Pardon me, sir. What size shoe do you wear? Gentleman wears an 8.5 shoe. Give him $4. Pardon me, madam. Here's a lady with glasses. Give the lady with the glasses $3, Kenny. Bifocals $4, lady. You just missed it by $1. Pardon me, sir. How is the... I beg your pardon, madam. You want money? Well, I can't get in there with the microphone after... Oh, well, that's perfectly all right. Well, would you care to come out here? That's perfectly all right. This is one of those quizzes... Now, wait a minute. Don't just give her $1 for coming out that far. If she walks out all the way, Kenny, that will be exercise, and she will become automatically a professional pedestrian, and we don't want any professionals in the contest. Well, I tell you, there's a lady with a, where did you get your hat, madam? Would you care to answer? Give the lady with the funny hat $3. Well, now, there you are. Ladies and gentlemen, these lucky people have gotten the money for doing absolutely nothing. Am I right? No questions to ask, nothing. I'm sorry we didn't have enough to go around. I could have made it, but it's only an hour program. Give me a good sustainer and I'll be all over the house. With the, I've gotten the money for doing... You want a cue,
But,
huh?
Mr. Allen, what about the people listening at home?
Gee, that's right, F.A. The folks at home didn't get anything.
Well, all right. Who's got a phone book?
I, Goodman, always have a phone book with me.
Well, turn to the last page of that phone book, Portland.
All right.
That Los Angeles phone book, by the way. This is for California. We went to a lot of trouble to get that here. The carrier pigeon was all in when he got here with it tonight. Round shoulders, little feathered clavicle, all bent. Well, look in the last column of that Los Angeles phone book, Portland. Find the last name. Count 4 names up. Who is it?
Mr. William A. Zylstra, 3117 Garnett, Los Angeles.
Send Mr. William A. Zylstra, 3117 Garnett, Los Angeles, $5. And now, Kenny, what are you going to sing?
Begin the beguine.
Help yourself to 50 cents, Kenny. Even you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have as a guest a man with a most unusual occupation. I give you Mr. Luther Burbank Snog. Now, what is it you do again, Mr. Snog?
I cross things.
Such as what?
Well, for instance, I am the first man that ever crossed a silkworm and a mort.
What was your motive?
Well, the silkworm made silk and the mort made holes. Boy, did I get some swell lace curtains.
Well, what are some of your other mergers, Mr. Snog?
Well, I crossed a beaver and a kangaroo once. I got a beaver coat with pockets.
Amazing. Well, tell me, do all of your experiments work out so magnificently?
All but one. I've been trying to cross a rubber plant with a tomato. I figured I would get a tomato that if it rolled off of your plate, it would bounce right back into your salad.
Oh, well, how did it work out?
Not good, brother. I took the tomato seed and I vulcanized the rubber plant seed onto it and I planted it. Then I sat down and waited for nature to do its stuff.
And nature reneged?
I don't understand it. Everything else I tried crossing was a success. Why did that seed turn out to be a dud?
That, my friend, is a question that stops me. But my learned colleague, Jimmy Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds, may have an explanation. Have you, Jimmy?
Well, all I know, Fred, is that when you plant seeds, some grow and others do not.
So dentist Plight, or the senator's tooth was a debutante at heart, so he knew it had to come out. Music, maestro.
And so to the tune of his theme song, Teeth for Two, we bid adieu to radio's friendly dentist, Old Doc Allen. Old Doc Allen will be back on the air in half an hour with another extraction. Be sure to tune in, and don't forget Old Doc Allen's slogan. If your teeth need filling, Doc Allen's willin'. Good bite now. Okay, Doc.
Are we off the air, Ed?
Yeah, Doc, but you're on again in half an hour.
I know. I'll get back to my office and go over my next script.
Okay, Doc, I'll stand by.
Good morning, Nurse Mola.
Good morning, Dr. Allen. How did your broadcast go?
Fine. I filled 2 teeth and got in 17 commercials in 10 minutes.
Radio is certainly booming your business, Doctor.
Yes, I'm the first dentist to open an office right in a radio studio and put all of my patients on the air. I'm working on a new theme song now.
Have you got a melody in mind?
Yes. Hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Hand me... this must be my next patient. Hand me my script, nurse, and open the door.
Yes, Doctor.
How do you do, Dr. Allen?
How do you do, Mr. Ludwig?
Goodbye, Dr. Allen.
Goodbye, Mr. Ludwig. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me... Come in.
How do you do, Dr. Allen?
How do you do, Mr. Ludwig?
Goodbye, Dr. Allen.
Goodbye, Mr. Ludwig.
Well, who was that?
Mr. Ludwig is a model patient. He always sees his dentist twice a year. Any fan mail come in for me?
Yes, I just opened this bundle of letters here.
What's this top one? Well, I won't have time to read these letters now, nurse. I've got to run over these scripts for my next 4 broadcasts. You know, I'm on the air every half hour until noon.
Who's your special guest star today?
Senator Botts.
Senator Botts?
Senator Botts. I retreaded the senator's upper plate last week. He was so crazy about it, he insisted on coming on my program today and speaking through his new teeth.
Isn't it almost time for your next broadcast, Doctor?
Yes, it is, nurse. I've got one coast-to-coast extraction, a Mr. Weir, I believe, and then my big guest show with Senator Botts.
This may be the senator now.
Possibly. Oh, it's Mr. Weir.
Oh, Doctor, my tooth is killing me.
Well, we'll go on the air in just a minute.
Can't you take my tooth out now, Doc?
Not until we get on the air, Mr. Weir.
Oh, but this tooth is...
Lucky you. There's the buzzer, Mr. Weir. We're going on the air.
Thank heavens. Oh.
Now, here's your script, your patient script. The dentist chair is next door in the studio. Follow me, please.
Oh, this tooth is killing
20
me.
seconds, Doc. Stand by.
Okay.
Hurry, Doc, hurry.
Now, just sit in this dentist chair, Mr. Weir, and read your script into this combination microphone and rinse bowl.
Oh, but this tooth...
Stand by, everybody. We're on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, old Doc Allen presents his dental sensation of the air, Fang Busters. And here he is, radio's one and only friendly dentist, old Doc Allen.
Well, hi, you all patients. Yes, Lance. This is old Doc Allen, radio's friendly dentist, coming to you again on the half hour. Now, this time I'm presenting as my patient, Mr. Bascom Weir.
Oh, hurry, Doc, hurry.
Control yourself, Weir. Now, where do you live, Mr. Weir?
I live in Cincinnati,
Oh, Ohio. Well,
oh, this back tooth is killing me, Doc. Oh.
Here, no ad-libbing, Weir. Stick to your script.
Oh.
And now, folks, presenting the queen of the ether, lovely Nurse Moeller.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank you all for the many letters you've written in saying how much you've enjoyed my anesthesia work on old Doc Allen's programs.
You're the last with the gas, Nurse Moeller.
Oh, hurry up, Doc. This tooth is killing me.
All right, Weir, all right. Folks, old Doc Allen is ready. Open wide, Mr. Weir.
Oh.
Wider.
Oh. What's up, Doc?
Well, sorry, folks. We're a little late. The program's running a little long. I won't have time to make Mr. Weir's extraction here after all. This is old Doc Allen hustling up and saying goodbye, all.
Goodbye. Hey, Doc, what about my tooth?
You'll have to come back another day, Mr. Weir. So long, folks.
Will Mr. Weir come back another day? Will Mr. Weir get that aching tooth pulled out? Will Mr. Weir go to another dentist? Has old Doc Allen seen the last of Mr. Weir? Stay tuned in and find out. And don't forget, old Doc Allen's big guest star show in 10 minutes, starring Senator Botts. Okay, we're off the air, Doc.
Fine, I'll get back to my office. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me down. Oh, well, Nurse Moeller, has Senator Botts arrived yet?
He's in the waiting room.
Well, show him in.
Come in, Senator.
Thank you.
Well, Senator Botts.
Well, Dr. Allen, I want you to meet my manager, Big Jim Tully.
Hiya. Now, the senator's a busy man, Doc.
I'll put you on the air right away.
Oh, that's fine.
When America hears you speak wearing an old Doc Allen upper plate, my business will boom.
Yes, it will. Look, this front tooth seems to be a little loose, Doctor.
Well, it's the new jive, swing pivot tooth I put in. It gives a little, looks more natural.
I see. Very well, I'll run over my speech.
Got it right here, Senator.
This is an important talk, Dr. Allen. The entire nation will be listening in.
Gad, what a plug for old Doc Allen.
Yes, I'm welcoming all soldiers and sailors who've been listening.
We ain't got much time, Sam. You better rehearse that speech of yours.
Yes, that's Big Tim Tully.
Big Tim,
yes. Soldiers and sailors, salutation. From the sunny slopes of the sultry south to the soaring summits of the Sierras, Do I have to use all these S's, Tim?
That's the way Wendell wants it.
Oh, I see. Well, every time I say S, this front tooth wobbles, I may lose it.
Ridiculous, Senator. My work is guaranteed. Now, if you're not satisfied...
Oh, the senator's nuts about his new uppers, Doc. That's why he's up here speaking on your program.
Exactly. Now, what's the rest of this speech? Oh, yes, right here. Soldiers and sailors... wait a moment, I clear my throat. Soldiers and sailors... Hey, screwy. What is this?
Gad.
Hey, wait a minute, look at this.
The tooth.
Your front tooth is gone, Senator.
Yes, I know, I swallowed it.
Those S's, Senator Botts.
Yes, but you told me that tooth would stay in.
But you...
Politically, I'm stuck.
We'll run you out of dentistry, Allen.
Yes, you grimy scoundrel, you'll see. You hear that?
You sound like Whistler's father.
Goodbye, Senator Botts is on the air in 2 minutes. On the air, I'm scuttled, that's right.
You better replace that looking tooth in a hurry, Allen. If Senator Botts goes on the air talking this way, he'll be laughed out of office.
Sure,
gosh.
Now, stop whistling, Senator.
Yeah.
You'll have this place full of dogs in no time.
Listen, how can I stop whistling? Every time I say yes, I whistle. See, I sound silly.
From here in 1 minute, Senator Bott, stand by.
Stand by, I'm sunk.
It's your last chance, Alan. You're a dentist. Pick the senator up.
Now look, Senator.
Yes?
Try putting your finger into the gap in your upper plate.
Yes, I will. For sure. Like this?
Now, that's fine. Can you talk?
Well, I can talk, but nobody can understand what I'm saying.
That's no good. You better come up with another idea, Alan.
Yeah.
Open your mouth, Senator. I'll take out that plate.
Okay.
There. Now, say something.
Say something? What shall I say? Soldier to terror, try to take it.
No.
Listen to that.
The senator can't go on the air bumping his gums.
Yeah.
Haven't you got a spare upper plate?
Well, yes. Here are some uppers I made for Joey Brown.
Yeah.
Slip these in, Senator.
Okay.
You can't whistle now, can you?
Hey, these are so big I can't even close my mouth.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Take them out. Take them out.
Okay.
All he needs is one pivot tooth, Alan.
Yes, I swallowed the other one.
10 seconds, Senator Bott, stand by.
10 seconds, I've got to come through. I've got it. Give me your teeth, Senator.
Here they are.
Where are you going, Alan?
Just over here to my desk.
Say, what's he doing, Tim?
I don't know. Oh, quiet, Senator. He's coming back with your teeth.
All right.
Here.
Say, your pivot tooth is replaced, Senator.
Oh, good.
Zip your uppers back in.
Why, these are perfect. Soldiers and sailors, salutations.
You ain't whistling, Senator.
Oh, Doc Allen, you're wonderful. Where did you get this new pivot tooth on such short notice? Dad, your front tooth is gone.
Yes, Senator.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the nightcap message from Larry Elliott.
All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jimmy Wallington speaking. I am also available for after-dinner talk. My voice has great flexibility. Can do comedy, drama, or just simple straight lines like, here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for including me in your Help Wanted ad there. It was very nice of you.
Well, I didn't think you'd mind, Fred. People hear so little about me on the program.
Why, so little, Jimmy? Why, you positively dominate the entire end of the show. Why, when everyone else is through, you always say, isolated like, this is Jimmy Wallington.
Yes, I know, but if it's a good show, people are laughing, so nobody hears it.
And, if it's a bad show?
Well, my name is the last thing people hear. I get the blame for it.
Well, in other words, you feel that while you have played no part in laying the egg, you are left to cackle over it. Perhaps you've got something there. Take it up with me later in the feed and grain store, where I'm going directly after to peddle tonight's... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, F.A. Say, can I ask a favor?
Well, it all depends, Kenny. What is the favor?
Well, I got to get away early tonight.
Oh, you mean you won't have time for your song?
Oh, I have time for my song, all right. It's just that I can't wait for my applause.
Oh, you want your applause before you sing?
Yes, if it's not too anticipatory.
Well... Well, say, where did you get that word?
Phil Harris gave it to me for Christmas.
Well, you left it in the stocking too long, Kenny. The sock has gone out of it. But about this applause business, the audience won't applaud, naturally, unless you sing your song.
Oh, but the people don't applaud my whole song, F.A., just the last note.
Say, I never thought of that. Well, if you've got to get away later, Kenny, and won't have time to wait, why don't you just sing your last note now and get your applause while you still have time?
Say, that's a great idea.
Mr. Goodman, will you and the orchestra join Kenny in the last note of his first song? All right, Kenny. You might get a job as vocalist on a spot announcement through this little thing. And on that musical promissory note, which leaves Kenny owing us all a song, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Columbia University holds conference on education for gifted children. At a meeting held last Friday, a group of young men and women whom psychologists had hailed as child geniuses 20 years ago appeared to tell what had happened to their genius status in later life. Tonight, Texaco News investigates the case histories of several other brilliant ex-children who will tell their stories here this evening. But first, we present an authority on child genius, Professor Midas Tate. Now, where do you teach, Professor?
I am Professor of Applied Child Psychology at the Weehawken Day School for Abnormal Junior Intellects.
And the fact that the person is in Weehawken means that the person has an abnormal intellect. Well, what are your duties around the school besides sweeping up, Professor?
I pick out the kid geniuses.
You select the geniuses? Well, with so many children going to school, how can you tell a genius?
It's easy. I look only for kids with big heads.
Oh, you mean that any child with a big head
is a genius?
Well, tell me, Professor, when you find a child genius, what do?
I segregate them.
Oh.
Put them in a special class with other geniuses.
Well, why?
Well, you can't leave a genius in with a class of dope kids. It's dangerous.
Well, how do you mean?
Why, the kid genius starts smartening up them dope kids. Contamination sets in. All them dope kids will grow up smart.
And you don't think that everyone should be smart?
Nah, you gotta have dopes. Who's gonna buy sweepstake tickets? Who's gonna borrow money from loan sharks? Who's gonna bet on horse races? You gotta have dopes. Dopes is the backbone of the human race.
In your opinion, Professor, when you find a genius...
You should segregate him. Otherwise, he'll contaminate somebody.
Well, thank you very much.
Hey, you got a big head, brother. But on you it looks good.
Would you say that I was a genius, Professor?
You're a dope if I ever seen one.
Well, you picked up a following all of a sudden, I noticed. And get away from here before you contaminate me. And thank you, Professor Midas Tate. A young lady who was the talk of the Lower East Side as a child is Miss Stephanie Gittleman. You are a genius, Stephanie?
If Stephanie Gittleman is a genius, it is not for me to say. That is for you to say.
You've got a Mislinus in the throat. But you will have to admit that you were an exceptional youngster.
At 5 years old, I am already going to high school.
Well, you were 5 years old? Were you sighted as a child?
Sighted, he says. At 6 years old, I am not only sighted, I am nearsighted.
Really?
At 7 years old, I am already wearing bifocals.
Bifocals. But despite your bifocals, Stephanie, your academic progress was rapid. When did you finish college?
At 9, I am graduating Bryn Mawr.
Bryn Mawr. A very popular school. Bryn is running the Morris clan on the side, I understand. Well, tell me, at Bryn Mawr, were you a sorority member?
Phi Beta Kaplan.
Well, tell me, Stephanie, what have you been doing since you left college?
Confidential and nothing.
You can't get a job?
Who wants a genius?
Well, of course.
A girl to get a job today has got to be a hatchet-tatchy.
Yes, if a girl is good looking, she doesn't need any education.
She could even be a maroon.
I see.
Well, some girls has got oomph. I got the high IQ.
But you're not bad looking, Stephanie.
This I know, but I am wearing bifocals.
Yes, but...
There is an old saying, a girl with bifocals is not catching moguls.
Say, that rhymes.
I could help it. I'm a genius.
Yes.
I'm always rhyming.
Well, what are some of your rhymings, Stephanie?
Mostly I'm rhyming mythology.
Mythology, the Greek god?
Exactly. Vulcan, Vulcan, why are you sulking? Hercules, are you a tease?
Yes, he was...
Highty-tighty, Aphrodite.
Very good.
But the best rhyming, I'm rhyming about my personal predicament.
Well, what is your poem called?
What to do with a high IQ.
What to do? Well, could you recite it, Stephanie?
Why not?
Well, fine. Go right ahead.
What to do with a high IQ? You are asking me, I am telling you. The Eskimo in his cold igloo, the monkey jumping around in the zoo, they are happier than me, and I'm in who's who. What to do with a high IQ?
Well, thank you very much.
What to do with a high IQ? It will get you meat at a barbecue. It will help you pay off an IOU. It will get you a chance to pitch some woo. I'm laughing and it's on you. I am saying P.U. to a high IQ.
There's only one thing about these people come to the microphone with things in their throats, the croup theater. You can't trust them. A new branch we're opening up. Another scintillating tyke who astounded psychologists at an early age is LaRue Dink. You were a child genius too, LaRue?
Oh, yeah. As a kid, I had a head like a squash.
But you were intelligent.
I was so bright you could read by me.
I mean, if you could read.
Yeah.
Well, really?
Yeah, I used to give off a kind of a dull glow.
Well, when you got a glow, you got a glow. You were luminous.
Could I help it? I was a genius.
Well, now what studies did you excel in, LaRue?
Well, when I was 5, I was majoring in ichthyology, ipsychology, and speaking 9 languages.
You don't say.
Yeah, there was only one thing. I never was no good at arithmetic.
What a pity.
Yeah, you could say to me, Veni, Vidi, Vici in Latin. I'd give you a civil answer.
Such as?
Probatum est.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, at your age, if you want to...
You could say to me, comment allez-vous, LaRue, in French.
And you'd answer?
I'd peek around the edge of my baby buggy and say, je suis in the pink, êtes-vous?
Remarkable.
Yeah, but if you said to me, LaRue, how much is 2 and 2, I was sunk.
You couldn't compute?
I'm a genius, but I ain't no good at arithmetic. If I'd have been born a halfwit, I'd have been better off.
Well, what are you doing today?
I'm doing 20 years. Yeah, the warden let me out just for tonight.
You, LaRue Dink, a child prodigy, ended up in jail?
Yeah, it was my old nemesis.
How do you mean?
Well, I've been working as a teller in a bank.
Yes?
Last month, I'm $20,000 short.
Proving?
I still ain't no good at arithmetic.
Condolences, and thank you. Young boy, what is your name again, Spratt?
Kenny Baker.
Were you a child genius, Mr. Baker?
No, and I ain't any too bright today. It says here.
What brings you to our microphone at this time, Mr. Baker?
I'm about to sing a song.
And the name of the song is?
Meanie.
Meanie. Well, let's mow, Mr. Goodman. It was Meanie, sung by our frustrated tenor, Kenny Baker.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. Kenny Baker's a big success. What do you mean he's frustrated?
Well, Kenny is a success as a singer, Larry. I'm speaking of his thwarted ambition. You know, as a boy, Kenny wanted to be a locomotive engineer.
Oh, no kidding, Fred?
No kidding, Larry. Underneath Kenny's neat pompadour there, he carries a mental picture of himself roaring along at 90 miles an hour with his hand on the throttle, highball baker of the eastbound mail. You know, if a railroad made Kenny an offer tonight, he'd get his oil can and leave us like a shot.
Yes, I guess we've all had boyhood ambitions like that, Fred. You know, we all wanted to be engineers or racing drivers or airplane pilots. Anything where we could control power and speed.
And then we grow up and get some drab little job like selling ribbons or telling jokes on the radio. And the thrill we dream of never comes.
Well, I wouldn't say so, Fred. We still can get that thrill when we drive a high-spirited, nimble, modern car. It's fun to take that wheel and put your foot down on more power than you ever knew.
Maestro, cut it out now. We got to pick up 15 seconds here. Now, let's all pull together. Maestro Goodman and his Ferryboat Philharmonic have just played All the Things You Are from Very Warm for May. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, there are more people in radio on the wrong side of doors. I don't... Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I want to warn you, Mr. Allen.
Warn me about what?
Don't you dare molest Mr. Benny while he's in New York.
Well, who are you?
I am Killer Hogan, Mr. Benny's bodyguard.
You've got a part-time job. What do you want around here?
I warn you, if you come near Mr. Benny, it'll be fatal.
Fatal to whom?
To me. I'll drop dead for that.
Benny's bodyguard. He borrows the bouncer from some tea shop that's in receivership and tries to throw a scare into... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello. That man?
That man just went out. Well, he's supposed to be Benny's bodyguard. What Benny wants with a bodyguard? He's got as much body as a glass of elderberry wine.
Did you hear Jack Sunday?
Yes, I heard him. My jokes get better laughs on his program than they do on mine.
Are you both telling the same jokes now?
Apparently, the only difference is that I seem to be telling them first. It's, I audition them for him, I guess, if they're any good.
Well, Jack said you were cheap.
Cheap? Uh-huh. Now, look, Portland, the Lipton Tea Company has been in business almost 100 years. And in all that time, the Lipton Tea Company has only had one person ever mail in a tea bag for a refill. That person is the man who deigns to call me cheap. And if Benny's stenographer didn't get that joke, she can call up and I'll tell it over again.
Oh, I don't think Jack's that cheap.
Look, do you know why Benny is sway-backed and his eyes are bad?
Why?
Well, you know that little light that's always on inside of a Frigidaire?
Yes.
Well, Benny can't bear to think of that little light going to waste. So he crawls inside of his icebox to read.
Really?
Why, any night that you are in Benny's house and you see him put on his overcoat, his coonskin hat, and his mittens, and then pick up the evening paper, he's off to the icebox to read.
Gosh.
Well, he generally wets his right mitten before he gets in to turn over the pages of the paper, this wet flap he has on the end of his sleeve. Why, Benny's eyes are so bad at the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor last night, he had to ask people how he was doing. He repented later, but...
Well, how was the picture?
Well, it's a one-man picture. Rochester does it again. But Mary Martin is swell. Benny plays himself in the picture. He's badly miscast.
Gosh, it's funny you and Jack in a picture.
That's what you think. And now I have a surprise for you and our audience, Portland. Our guest tonight is the person who is responsible for the feud, the picture, and the whole mess. He's the little boy who first played the bee on our program, and here he is, Master Stuart Cannon. Good evening, Stuart.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Well, you've changed quite a bit since I saw you last, Stuart. How old are you now?
14.
Say, even your voice has changed, hasn't it? Stuart, when you played the bee on our program some years ago, you didn't know what you were starting, did you?
No, Mr. Allen.
You still play the violin?
Yes, I do.
Silly question when you've got it with you. I mean, I knew it wasn't ornamental. Well, the grisly repercussions of your last appearance with me didn't cause you to renounce the Stradivarius and abandon your symphonic aspirations.
No, Mr. Allen. I'm quite in earnest about becoming a concert violinist.
Would you play in public at all, Stuart?
Yes, I'm concert master of our high school orchestra, and they also play in the orchestra at the Henry Street Settlement Music School.
Well, good for you. You're still studying, of course.
Yes, Mr. Allen. I spend 3 to 4 hours every day practicing.
Well, that's fine. 4 years ago, your playing made Major Bow's bait out of Benny. What would it do to him today?
Oh, I don't think Mr. Benny is such a bad violinist, Mr. Allen.
Oh, come, Stuart. You don't have to show any professional courtesy around here. Now, you know perfectly well when Benny starts to saw on that melody sarcophagus of his. It sounds like a she-wildcat defending her young. Benny, a violin player, Stuart, after all. He's been playing the violin 30 years and still has trouble getting it out of the case.
But after all, Mr. Benny's a brother musician, Mr. Allen.
Well, of course, if you insist on being loyal, Stuart. Say, tell me, has anything exciting happened to you in the last 4 years?
No, nothing special. But then 4 years isn't such a long time.
No, Stuart, 4 years isn't a long time. Unless you're a Republican. Have you been on the radio since that first appearance of yours?
Yes, I appeared on the summer show with Harry Von Zell, and another time I won a contest for young violinists and played on a program with Jeanette MacDonald.
Why, as radio goes, you're practically Rubinoff in short pants. Well, when you realized, Stuart, that through getting mixed up with Benny and me, you became the innocent instigator of many embarrassing and far-flung events, don't you feel a little guilty sometimes?
How do you mean, Mr. Allen?
Well, look, Stuart. Now, you came on our program 4 years ago, and you played the bee on your little violin. Now, you didn't mean any harm. You were just a small boy trying to get along in E-flat. So what happens? I make a casual remark to the effect that a certain party could never play the bee. He replies that he can. Bad jokes begin to clutter the air. Sponsors are paying a fortune for radio time so the gags can be told. Finally, Benny plays the bee, sets the violin back 400 years. But does the feud end there? No, sir. It keeps going till Paramount Pictures gets wind of it. They fetch Benny and me out to Hollywood to make a movie. Millions of dollars have been spent. Hundreds of people have worked their heads off. And the whole nation has been in a state of flux for 4 years. Now, all this has happened, Stuart Cannon, because in December 1936, you tucked a fiddle under your little chin and played a piece called The Bee. Now, how do you feel?
Gosh, it's a wonder I haven't been arrested.
Hey, as long as Benny and I are still loose, you don't have to worry. But before you go, you're going to play something for us, aren't you?
Yes, I'd like to.
Well, what piece have you selected?
Well, I'm kind of scared to tell you, Mr. Allen.
Don't tell me it's the eBay.
Yes, it is.
Well, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, Stuart Cannon will now complete the cycle he began 4 years ago by playing Schubert's The Bee. Thank you, Stuart. It's been nice of you to stop in tonight. I'm glad you're growing up such a fine boy. Now, Mr. Benny and I owe a lot to you for starting our feud, and we want to do something for you in return, Stuart. Now, you want to become a concert violinist, And to further your symphonic ambitions, Mr. Benny and I herewith present you with a check for $1,000. That is yours. We have spoken to your mother, and she understands that this money is to be used to advance your musical career. And, Stuart, Mr. Benny and I both hope that you will one day become a famous master of the violin.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I want to thank Mr. Benny, too, for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to work hard, and I hope that someday you and Mr. Benny will be proud of me.
Well, I know we will, Stuart. Thank you, good luck, and thanks a lot. Good night. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 important announcements. You have only 5 more shopping days before Christmas. You have only 3 more stopping days before winter.
Well, what do you mean, Fred? 3 more stopping days?
Why, Jimmy, your ignorance is becoming noticeable. Winter officially starts this coming Saturday. So you have only 3 more days to stop in at a Texaco dealer for winter protection.
Oh, no, Fred. There's not that much time.
Well, Jimmy, I'm no Einstein, but my arithmetic isn't that bad. Now, this is the 18th, isn't it?
That's right.
Saturday is the 21st. 18 from 21.
Oh, I know, Fred. It's true that Old Man Winter puts in his official appearance this Saturday, but it doesn't mean you have 3 more days. Old Man Winter is likely to strike at any...
Say, what is the matter with Kenny this evening? He hasn't played with his yo-yo all night long. He's just been sitting over in the corner pouting.
Well, Kenny feels pretty bad, Mr. Allen.
His colic again, or his rickets back, are they?
No, it's Dennis Day. Kenny and Dennis aren't speaking anymore. Kenny's all upset.
Kenny and Dennis had a fight? Well, what happened?
Well, Kenny took Dennis Day out Monday to show him New York.
Yeah?
And 2 policemen brought Dennis home at 4:30 in the morning.
Plastered?
No, deserted. Kenny left Dennis in the Statue of Liberty.
He left him in the statue? Well, what brought that on?
I, Goodman, to this subject can add.
Mr. Goodman, you know something about l'affaire Dennis Kenny?
I know that poor Dennis Day all night was trying to get out of the Statue of Liberty. Such screaming. From 2 miles away I could hear him.
Well, how could you hear someone yelling in the Statue of Liberty at midnight? Where were you?
I was playing pinochle with my brother-in-law on Ellis Island.
What is your brother-in-law doing on Ellis Island, Mr. Goodman?
He's there on business. The government is consulting my brother-in-law.
Consulting him on what?
Who knows? Import, export, deport.
Now, look, keep your brother-in-law out of this.
He should worry. They're keeping him out all over.
Quiet, please. Now, I'm trying to find out what happened between Kenny and Dennis. Why, formerly, they were as close as 2 fat jitterbugs in a revolving door.
Quiet, Mr. Allen. Here comes Kenny.
Oh,
Mr. Benny, Mr. Allen.
Wait a minute. Who are you working for? Now, remember where to go for your salary Saturday. I'll admit I'm shrinking up. I'm beginning to look like Kenny, but I didn't think I was that bad. But the name is Allen, Kenny.
Well...
yes, Kenny.
Mr. Allen.
Yes?
Is it time for my number yet?
Well, what's this I hear about you and Dennis Day?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just disillusioned, that's all.
Oh, Kenny, don't tell me your faith in humanity has been shattered.
Well, humanity's all right. It's the people in it.
You meaning Dennis Day?
I'm not mentioning any names. But I will say that a certain party is a notorious cheapskate.
You mean Dennis is frugal?
Frugal? Brother, he's tighter than the hips of a sailor's pants. The only thing big about that guy's his draft number.
Why did you leave Dennis in the Statue of Liberty, Kenny?
I'll tell you why. I took him all over New York.
Yeah.
We painted the town red. I paid for everything, and he leaves me holding the bag for $2.45.
That's painting the town red?
It sure is.
With borscht, I could do better.
Now, quiet, Mr. Goodman. We are not discussing interior decorating.
Borscht is good evening conversation.
I'll grant you that.
I look well in borscht.
You look well in anything you eat. Now, your vest right now will go 200 calories. But we are trying to settle Kenny's problem here.
Nobody's jipping me out of $2.45.
But, Kenny, maybe Dennis was broke.
I happen to know, Porty, that Dennis has got $18 socked away in 3 California banks. And that lump in his left stocking ain't a sunken mump either.
Now, look, Kenny, all we want to know is why, abandon these recriminations. All we want to know is why you left Dennis in the Statue of Liberty. Now, just what happened?
Well, right after we landed on Bedlam's Island, I brought up the subject of money.
You after you laid out the $2.45, you hinted, did you?
Kinda.
Uh-huh.
When we started climbing up into the statue, I says, gee, 2 guys can see New York together pretty cheap, huh, Dennis? So Dennis says, not as cheap as I'm seeing it.
He didn't take the hint, huh?
No. Then as we were climbing up the shoulder of the statue, I says, Dennis, wouldn't it be a beautiful world if everybody shared and shared alike?
What did he say to that?
He says, don't pull that radical stuff on me.
I once knew a radical.
A 5th columnist?
No, a 2nd violinist.
Now, Mr. Goodman, please.
What happened next, Kenny?
Well, we finally got up to the Statue of Liberty and up to the top, and we were in the little finger bending out looking at the ocean.
And you hinted again?
Yes. I said, look, Dennis, right over there is Ellis Island. That's for people who come across.
Come across? Well, did he finally catch on?
Not that guy. He said, nobody in my family has come across since the Mayflower. Brother, that's when I scrammed.
What are you going to do about the money, Kenny?
I'm sending the little miser this itemized bill. A lawyer told me he has to pay his share.
What lawyer?
I don't know his name. I met him outside the Goodwill Court.
Well, let me look at that bill you've made out there. What's this first item? Good humors, 20 cents. Merry-go-round, 10 cents. Only one of you rode?
Yes, Dennis went on a giraffe. I ran around with him.
Oh. You get the breeze, and it's healthy, too. Well, what is this next item? Minsky's, 35 cents.
I went in. It was my turn.
Oh. Dennis waited outside, huh?
Yes. I told him the story of the play when I came out. It was all about a bubble.
The whole story about a bubble. Now, let me see what else have we got here. Grant's Tomb, the Aquarium. Say, Kenny, what's this here? Bridge, $1. You had some dental work done?
No, that's the Brooklyn Bridge.
Well, that isn't a toll bridge. What's this $1?
We bought it.
You bought the Brooklyn Bridge for $1?
It was Dennis's fault. If we'd have held out, we could have had it for 75 cents.
Kenny, don't you know that selling the Brooklyn Bridge to yokels is the oldest swindle in New York?
Yeah? Gee, no wonder that guy wouldn't give me a receipt.
Oh, you've got to be careful sightseeing around New York City.
Are there still men who go around selling the Brooklyn Bridge to innocent people?
What do you think my brother-in-law is being deported for? Whistling on Sunday?
It could be for just being your brother-in-law. Not waiting long enough for the second part of that line. Now, look, Kenny, why don't you forget the $2.45 and write Dennis a note. And just tell him you're sorry you left him in the Statue of Liberty.
Do you think I should?
Oh, why, certainly. After all, you had a good time with Dennis.
Go ahead and dictate a note, Kenny.
Sure.
I'll write it down for you.
Okay. Dear D.D.
D.D.?
That's Dennis Day. It's also Dirty Double Crosser.
Now, wait a minute. Your friends.
That's right, I forgot.
Yes, now go ahead with your letter, Kenny.
I'm awful sorry about leaving you in the finger of the Statue of Liberty.
Now, that's good. That's nice.
I just want to tell you, Dennis, that I had a swell time while you're here in New York. I don't think about the $2.45 anymore, except when I'm awake.
Well, that makes me feel better. Now, go ahead, Kenny.
I've got bad news for you, Dennis. Mr. Allen just told me we were swindled when we bought the Brooklyn Bridge. We don't own it at all.
Go on, Kenny.
But don't worry, Dennis. The next time you come to New York, you can ride all over town on the new 6th Avenue subway absolutely free.
But you can't ride free on the subway, Kenny. It costs a nickel.
Not for the owner, it doesn't.
You bought the 6th Avenue subway?
I snapped it up Saturday night, just before it opened.
Just before?
The man didn't think it was going to work, so he sold it to me cheap.
I give up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in the history of radio, the president of a great subway system steps up to the microphone and sings Dream Valley. With all the sound and fury over the picture Love Thy Neighbor, there remains one little man whose contribution has gone unrecognized until now. He's Mr. Seymour Undertow. Now, just what was it you did in Love Thy Neighbor, Seymour?
Me? I sunk.
You sunk where?
In that motorboat sequence in the picture. You know, the director wanted some background atmosphere. You know, a guy fishing, a couple of kids wading, another guy drowning.
Oh, and you were cast for the drowning man?
Yeah, they're shooting the scene. I'm out there in the water splashing and struggling. The director yelled, drown. Down I go. Boy, what a performance.
Well, I don't remember seeing you in the picture.
Oh, you didn't? Didn't you notice that little white cap off of the starboard bow of the motorboat?
That white cap was you?
Yeah, they said I didn't put enough life in my dying. They cut out everything but the splash.
Well, that's Hollywood for you, Mr. Undertow. If a scene isn't full of life, it's a dud. As that renowned MD, master of duds, James Wallington, often puts it.
Hollywood motion picture directors know the value of action. Before a film is released, it goes to the cutting room where slow-moving scenes, the duds in the picture, are taken out. And in a way, that's how Texaco gives you all action with its famous Fire Chief gasoline. Texaco Refining sees to it that slow-action elements, the useless duds that deaden...
Carol is revived about this time each year. The Texaco workshop players curtsy to tradition and repeat a Christmas fable they first presented years ago. Tonight, Santa shows his claws in a modern tale called Santa Claus Sits Down, or Jingle Bells Shall Not Ring Tonight. Overture, Maestro.
This is station NG. Good evening, friends. The makers of Magno, the magnified mousetrap for nearsighted mice, bring you the exciting quiz program, Double or Leave It.
Attention, please. We interrupt the exciting quiz program, Double or Leave It, to bring you a bulletin from the Assassinated News Service.
Flash! Santa Claus will not ride this Christmas. In a terse bulletin issued for his North Pole igloo today, Santa Claus says, quote, I am on a sit-down strike. I refuse to ride this Christmas, unquote. Rumors flood the country. A report from Dallas, Texas says...
200 families living in trailers stop building chimneys. Do not expect Santa Claus.
At Rutland, Vermont, a little girl says...
I wrote Santa Claus a letter and got no answer. He ain't coming.
At Detroit, Michigan, a labor official says...
Santa Claus better ride, or the Teamsters Union will pull out every reindeer from here to Juneau, Alaska.
At New York City, 200,000 children hold mass meeting. Tiny spokesman says...
Santa Claus can't let us down. 200,000 American children have appointed me their spokesman. I'm off to see Santa Claus now. James, my scooter.
Well, come in, little boy. What are you doing way up here at the North Pole?
Is this Santa Claus's igloo, ma'am?
Yes, sonny, I'm Mrs. Claus. Who are you?
Well, I'm Buddy Jones.
Are you lost, son?
Well, no, ma'am. I'm here to see why Santa Claus refuses to ride this year.
Well, I'm glad you come, son. I've been arguing with the old Fumfit all week. He refuses to budge.
Well, where's Santa Claus now?
He's in the next room, sulking.
Well, can I see Santa?
Sure, I'll get him for you, son. Hey, Santa.
Ain't no use in coaxing, Ma. No, I ain't going.
Come on out, stupid. You got company.
Yeah? Who?
I'm Buddy Jones, Santa Claus.
Well, don't mean nothing to me, Sprout.
Is this awful rumor true, Santa Claus?
Yep, I ain't riding, son.
But this is Christmas Eve, Santa. Trees are lighted. Millions of trusting children have hung up their stockings. The world is waiting for you.
Well, let it wait. I ain't riding.
But, Santa...
Oh, ain't no use, Nipper. He's stubborn.
No, I ain't not neither, stubborn Ma. I'm just sick of being Santa Claus. The world don't appreciate nothing. Squabbling, threatening, striking, warring.
But you just can't quit, Santa. You must have a reason.
I got plenty of reasons, Sprout.
As spokesman for 200,000 kiddies, I demand a statement.
What is it you want to know, Shaver?
Why won't you ride tonight, Santa Claus?
Well, son,
I'll tell you. Son, I've been Santa Clausing it since the world began. For 1940 years, I've been bringing people presents every Christmas, trying to spread joy. My intentions has been good, but my reward has been nothing but misery. The first trouble I had was back in ancient Rome. It was Christmas Eve in the court of Nero. The emperor was playing a violin concerto.
Zounds, lackeys! You dare to give Nero the pheasant? We want a Hottius to Nero.
Your Majesty is Cornius.
Cornius? You scoff at my Stradivarius?
Your music will never get Rome Hottius.
Get Hottius. You dogs! Begone, hypocrites! Scravius! Nero can't get Hottius. Those dogs, I'll show them. Watkins, what tumbles out of my chimney?
Merry Christmas, Nero. Merry Christmas.
Who art thou, lumpkin? The chimney sweep?
I'm Santa Claus, Nero, bearing Christmas gifts for your majesty.
Ultimus nauseum. What is it, another basket of figs from the Rome Kiwanis Club?
No, my gift is a trinket rare, Nero. So rare, it hasn't even been invented yet. Here.
Gramercy lout. What is this tiny golden box?
It's a cigarette lighter, Nero. Turn that little wheel.
Odds blood, it flames.
Merry Christmas,
it
Nero.
flames. Rome has scoffed at Nero. Nero will have his revenge.
Hey, what's that lighter, Nero? You're setting fire to them draperies.
I can't make Rome hot with my music, eh? I'll make Rome hot. Revenge!
Look out, Nero! Fire! Fire! So you see, son, if it wasn't for Santa Claus, Rome wouldn't have burned.
Gosh, that was too bad, Santa.
There I was, trying to spread good cheer, and what did I get? The first hot foot in history.
But that was 2,000 years ago, Santa Claus. You shouldn't hold a grudge that long.
Well, Nero was just prologue to my trouble, son. A few centuries later, I set out to bring a present to Napoleon and Josephine. I'll never forget that Christmas, son. Josephine was a-sitting on her chaise davenport. Napoleon opened the door.
Josie, ma petite.
Nettie.
Voilà. I am detour on the way to Waterloo, especially to say au revoir.
Mon lover, mon nappy weppy.
Un moment, and your nappy is away. C'est la guerre.
I will be faithful, mon nappy weppy.
Bien. If quelque man will dare to pay court to my Josephine, I will kill him. Touché.
Your petite Josephine has no other suitors, nappy, je swear.
Bien, mon big beefy oiseau.
Voila, I have a farewell present for you, nappy. Wait ici.
Oh, bien, bien. Mademoiselle, from any place, parlez-vous? Oh, Mademoiselle, Who goes there? Who is coming through the fireplace?
Merry Christmas, Napoleon.
Sacre bleu. You've come to woo my Josephine, Gigolo.
Now, hold on. Put down that truncheon now.
Voilà, cochon. Take this. And this. And this.
Oh, let out. Help.
Bien ridiens.
Your little show returns, nappy.
Ah, with the mistletoe, you sly pussycat.
Yes, it's Christmas Eve. What can be keeping Santa Claus?
Santa, mon doux. You are expecting the chap in the red suit?
Oui, nappy. Don't you think Santa Claus will come?
Not tonight, Josephine.
Yes, son. Napoleon give me a concussion that Christmas. Running out of the castle, I fell in a moat. My ermine got wet and come to life. My collar and one cuff got away.
But you can't stay mad at the world because years ago a Frenchman mussed you up, Santa Claus.
Well, things has happened since, sons. Another Christmas, I got a raw deal in a suburb of England. It was called the American Colonies. I dropped in at the house of a scapegoat named Paul Revere. The cottage had no chimney, so I looked in the window. Mrs. Revere was preparing a turkey. Paul come limping into the room.
Christmas dinner ready, Effie?
Yes, Paul. Pull up a chair.
Set my plate on the mantelpiece.
Can't you sit down yet, Paul Revere? That ride was last April.
Through every Middlesex village and farm ain't once around Central Park, Effie.
Well, you ought to try and sit down for Christmas, Paul. It'd be a nice present for your spine.
Who's that?
Might be a British spy, Paul.
Hand me my gun, Effie.
Who's there, Whig or Tory?
Merry Christmas, Paul Revere. It's Santa Claus.
So what?
I've got your Christmas present, Paul. It's a cushion stuffed with fuzz from Delaware peaches.
For me to sit on?
You bet.
Don't let him in.
Sounds mighty tempting, Effie.
Might be some British trick, Paul.
No, I'm Santa Claus, Mrs. Revere. Open up.
I got my gun, Effie. I'll open the door a crack.
Merry Christmas.
I told you, Paul. Look at that suit.
A red coat. Take that.
Well, son, when I got back to my sleigh and sat down, I was mighty glad I still had that cushion full of Delaware peach fuzz. You see, son, the world's given old Santa plenty of trouble.
It sure has done you dirt, Santa. But nobody dare abuse Santa Claus today.
Well, there's where you're wrong, son. Only last week I was previewing a visit. I went down to a place called Washington, D.C. Well, I got mixed up and went down the wrong chimney. I come out in some office. I was going to wish the man a Merry Christmas when he yelled at me.
What are you doing here? How much money do you want?
Now, I ain't no senator. I'm Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, the State Department's looking for you. You're through.
Through? I ain't even started.
You're washed up, Santa Claus. The government's ruled you're too slow for this job. You're a bottleneck.
Now, hold on. You fellas gummed up Thanksgiving, but you ain't monkeying around with Christmas.
It's all settled, Claus. It's all settled. Turn in your sleigh and reindeer to the FBI. Here's your receipt.
Well, you can't legislate me. I'm a mythical character.
Being a friend of Wendell's won't help you.
It ain't right. After 1940 years, you can't plow Santa Claus under. I got something to say.
Oh, a fifth columnist, huh? I'll take care of you.
Yes, Chief.
The works, Bildad.
Okay, Chief. Here's your subpoena, fatty.
Subpoena for what?
You're wearing a red suit, Fat.
What about it? Wearing a red suit ain't never been a crime.
It is today. Let's go.
Now, hold on, mister. Who are you?
I'm a member of the Dice Committee.
Gee, Santa, you certainly had a lot of trouble.
Well, that's why my spirit's broken, son. Being Santa Claus is just a pain in one century after the other. I'm through.
Please don't say that, Santa. Have pity on us kids. We'll have no toys.
Santa ain't a-moving, son. This is one Christmas I'm gonna enjoy in peace. What's that clock striking?
It's 12 o'clock.
It is, eh? Well...
It's Christmas Day, Santa Claus.
Don't mean nothing to me. I'm taking it easy. I'm sitting right here.
Won't you change your mind, Santa?
I ain't getting kicked around again this Christmas.
Please, Santa Claus.
Hey, Ma.
Yes, Santa.
Where's my mittens, my bag, my reindeer, my sleeve?
Santa.
Yep, I'm a-going, Ma.
Honest, Santa Claus?
I've changed my mind, son.
Oh, thank you, Santa.
Christmas ain't Christmas without Santa Claus. I'm giving the world one more chance.
Can I have a statement for all of the kiddies, Santa?
You bet you can, son. Just say, it's Merry Christmas.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is
home, resting at the end of this joyous Christmas day. Think of us here in this dank and squalid radio studio, slaving away with no surcease from our labors, no holiday.
Jimmy.
While the nation celebrates, we toil.
Mr. Wallington.
If you ask who is responsible for our horrible plight this Christmas night,
Mr. Wallington.
here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look, before we start, Mr. Wallington, if you have any grievances to air, kindly take them up with me after the show. Don't...
Well, I think it's a shame after
But now,
all...
there is a time and place for everything, Jimmy. Now, don't be a schlemiel.
No man can call me a schlemiel, not on what I get.
You're not walking out on us, Mr. Wallington.
No, I'm not walking out, but I won't say another word tonight.
James Wallington has just given his Christmas gift to the world, ladies and gentlemen. And now, hello, Kenny.
Hi, fellas. What's perking?
Well, We took down the no perking sign. The perking is over. Monotonous, huh? The perking's over. Mr. Wallington has just apparently come to a boil.
You mean about working on Christmas?
Yes, Mr. Wallington is in a huff with a belt in the back. We just had words. What is radio coming to, Kenny, when a comedian can't even call an announcer a schlemiel?
Oh, but this is Christmas, F.A. Everybody is supposed to be friendly. You and Jimmy ought to make up. Hey, Jimmy.
Now let him alone, Kenny.
Yes, what is it, Kenny?
Mr. Allen's going to take back that schlemiel.
Oh, let's get on with the show. Now,
but this is Christmas, F.A.
Well, all right. I won't defy the Yule tradition. Jimmy, I take back that schlemiel.
Thanks, Fred.
Fine. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Yes?
Remember 2 weeks ago you called me a nudnik?
Yes? Well, you want me to take that back now, too?
If it's not too much trouble.
Well, all right, Kenny. I take back that nudnik.
Gee, thanks, F.A.
Now, all right. It's Christmas Day. Are we all merry?
Oh, F.A.
Yes, Kenny?
Now that I'm not a nudnik anymore.
Yeah?
Can I be a schlemiel?
Yes, Kenny, with my blessings, you are now a full-fledged schlemiel.
Yee-hoo! Today I am a schlemiel.
And going from the nudnik to the schlemiel, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. The outstanding municipal event of the past week in New York City was the formal opening of the new 6th Avenue subway. Impressive ceremonies in presence of Mayor LaGuardia and other dignitaries added color to opening of newest link in the city-owned subway system. Tonight, Texaco News presents several little-known people who bring you some interesting trivia on the new 6th Avenue subway. Now, first, a freelance statistician, Purvis Preen. You have some data on the new subway, Mr. Preen?
I got the figures right here.
Can we have them?
Yeah, as soon as I get them out, I got them here in my coat someplace. Where'd I put them figures?
There's a lump in your side pocket there.
Oh, that's a mouse trap.
Oh, a mouse?
I got mice in my overcoat. I got to carry a mouse trap.
Oh,
Where'd I put them figures?
There's a bulge in your back pocket there.
Oh, that's my union suit. It keeps creeping up.
Getting altitude, huh? I see.
Here's the figures in with this racing form.
Oh, you have a hobby, too. Well, now let's have the figures, if you don't mind.
All right. The new 6th Avenue subway runs from Washington Square to 50th Street. It costs $60 million.
Yes?
During the coming year, the subway expects to carry 40 million passengers.
40 million at a nickel a head? That's $2 million.
Yeah. The city's losing $58 million.
Well, as a statistician, Mr. Preen, what is your personal opinion of the new subway as an investment?
Well, I would say it's vice versa.
Well, how do you mean?
The subway's a hole in the city, and the city's in the hole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Preen. A subway builder who didn't make the 6th Avenue subway, but who gives his opinion of subways in general, is one BRAMSON Grime. How long have you been building subways, Mr. Grime?
Man and boy, I've been in the subway game 40 years.
Both of you, hey? You don't say.
Well, I invented the first subway.
Really?
Yep, I got the idea from a gopher.
A gopher, Bramson?
Yeah. I seen a gopher burrowing into the ground. I said to myself, if that little gopher can make a hole in the ground, Bramson Grime, so can you.
And you started making holes in the ground?
Yeah, at first it was only a hobby. Then I worked it up into a business.
Well, how did you make a subway in those days, Mr. Grime?
Well, I used to harness about 2,000 gophers. I'd get behind them with a big whip, yell, giddy-up, and into the ground we'd go.
Well, wasn't it rather haphazard building subways that way?
Yeah, I never could tell where my subway was coming out.
I see.
Well, take the time I started building that hole to Jersey.
From New York to Jersey City?
Yeah, I was underground 4 days. Came up in a lady's backyard in Hoboken.
You came up with 2,000 gophers in a woman's backyard in Hoboken? Well, what did you do?
Nothing. I tipped me hat, said, excuse me, lady, turned my gophers around, yelled, tally-ho, and back we went into the ground.
You started burrowing again?
2 days later, I come out in Jersey City.
Well, what do you know?
Today, that hole is known as the Hudson Tunnel.
What do you think has been your outstanding subway job to date, Mr. Grimes?
Oh, 1913, the mayor of New York sent for me. I made the Brooklyn subway.
Good for you.
The people of New York owe me a debt of gratitude to this day.
Why?
Thanks to me, people can go from New York to Brooklyn without being seen.
Well, thank you. A young lady who became famous overnight as a result of her initial ride in the new subway is, what is your name, miss?
Babette Wasservogel.
Babette Wasservogel. And what is your claim to fame, Babette?
I was the first lady to get a seat on the new 6th Avenue sub.
First lady to get a seat. Well, how did this happen?
Well, for 18 years, I've been living in the Bronx and working at Macy's.
Yeah?
Half of my life is spent in the subway.
And you never get a seat?
Every day it's the same routine. I stand in the subway going to Macy's. I stand all day in Macy's. I stand in the subway coming home from Macy's.
You are going through life erect.
My lap is only a memory.
And in 18 years, no one has ever offered you a seat in the subway.
Well, a couple of times the man has pointed out a seat and raced me for it.
But you've never won?
Nah, I weaken in the stretch.
Oh, I'll remember that when the pari-mutuals return. Well, tell me, how did you happen to get the seat that made you famous?
Well, it was the second day the 6th Avenue subway was open. Everybody was nervous, trying to put the subway over.
They were afraid it might flop, huh?
Yeah. Well, I finally gets on the train and it's jammed. I got me arms full of bundles.
Yeah?
All the ladies are standing as usual.
As usual.
All of a sudden, a guy stands up and says, "Lady, won't you take my seat?"
Why, it must have been a shock.
I fainted.
You don't say.
I finally come to and I says, "Thank you for the seat, mister."
Yes?
The guy fainted.
And you?
I sat down.
Thank you very much for a most thrilling story, Miss Babette Wasservogel. The busiest man at the opening of the 6th Avenue subway was Leonardo Schlepp. You were on the go, were you, Leonardo?
I didn't get to bed for 3 nights.
Before the subway opened?
Yeah, I'm at 14th Street, 23rd Street, 34th Street. I'm working day and night. It was the toughest subway job I ever done.
Well, what is it you do in subways, Leonardo?
Well, I do freelance muraling.
Freelance muraling?
Yeah.
You're an artist, huh?
Yeah, I do retouch work mostly.
Well, how do you mean retouch work?
Well, say an artist paints a girl's face, like a toothpaste there in the subway.
Yeah?
I come along and draw a mustache on the girl.
I see.
Yeah, if it's a little kid sitting in a bathtub, I draw a big nose on the kid.
You do?
Yeah, on Elsie the cow, I might draw milk dripping.
Oh, so you're the guy.
Yeah, I got exhibitions all over. The BMT, the IRT. They call me the Catacomb Rembrandt.
A small, vicious circle, I imagine.
Yeah.
And you say you worked pretty hard on the new subway, Leonardo?
I'm all in. I ought to take a rest, but I gotta keep going.
Well, what are you working on now?
Well, there's a blank space at 33rd Street, and I'm writing a poem for it.
Oh, you're going to write a poem in on the wall at 34th Street, a subway poem? What is it called?
The subway.
Oh, what a twist you've put on it.
Yeah.
How does your subway poem go, Leonardo?
Well, here it is. What is the subway? LaGuardia's pride. It's a crack in the ground through which people ride. It's bustle and bedlam, torn pants and dresses, third rails and slugs and Bronx Park Expresses. That is the subway. It takes us to work. Rich man and poor man, wise guy and jerk.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker comes to his personal microphone to sing for you Cantique de Noël. done yourself tonight?
Well, I sure hope Grandpa heard me up on his Christmas tree.
Oh, your grandfather is on his Christmas tree, Kenny?
Yeah, he's hanging on the top branch right next to the popcorn ball.
Oh, your grandfather hung himself up for the present, huh?
No, this was an accident, kind of.
Oh, really?
Grandpa was stringing the colored lights on the tree last night, and the one at top wouldn't light up.
And?
Grandpa climbed up to see what was the matter. He took out the bulb and stuck his finger in the socket.
Uh-huh.
He can't get it out.
Oh.
Grandpa's still hanging there. Poor Gramps.
Yes, Kenny, that bulb was a dud. But your grandfather's not the only man who found a dud bulb on his Christmas tree, Kenny. For further details, I refer you now to James Wallington, M.D., master of duds.
Yes, many persons decorating the Christmas tree last night probably found a few bulbs that wouldn't light up. They were duds. And there are duds of another kind, too. Worthless, slow-action elements in gasoline that fail to vaporize and go off completely in the cylinders of your car, causing sputtering starts, slow warm-ups, bucking, and stalling. But you're not getting duds when you buy Fire Chief gasoline. Texaco Refining removes the duds completely. The duds are out. That's why Fire Chief gives you flashing, brilliant performance. Fast start, quick warm-up, economical mileage. So next time, try Texaco Fire Chief. Remember, at regular gasoline prices, it's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Maestro Goodman and his Jolly Jivers have just played a medley. 3 Blind Mice, Mary Had a Little Lamb, and In and Out the Window. Say, how come, Maestro Goodman, you're playing 3 numbers in one this evening?
Can I help it? The music is stuck together.
Well, how could your music get stuck together?
Before the program is starting, I, Goodman, am rehearsing.
Yes?
In one hand, I'm conducting with a baton.
So?
In the other hand, I'm holding in my mouth a lollipop.
A lollipop? Well, I know, but...
Suddenly, I, Goodman, am getting excited. Why? Who knows?
Well, what happened?
My hands I am mistaking. The baton I am sticking in my mouth, and with the lollipop I am conducting.
I see. Too bad you didn't have another arm. You could have taken care of all the things you mentioned in there. So with the lollipop, conducting with the lollipop and the baton in your mouth, when you went to turn over the music, your hand was sticky.
That's my story, and I'm stuck with it. Also the music.
Well, fine. I'm glad to know that.
If you want to lick the music, it's peppermint. Delicious.
No, thanks. No, thanks. I'm on a diet. 2 weeks ago, I gained 3 pounds just listening to one chorus of Sweet Sue. Say, hello, Portland.
Hello.
I didn't see it coming. Say, you look a little tired tonight.
Yes, I haven't been home for 2 days. I went to see your new picture.
And it took you 2 days?
Yes. I got in line Monday afternoon at the corner of 41st Street and 7th Avenue.
Well, what took you 2 days?
Well, part of the line got pushed into a bus station on 41st Street.
No kidding.
The next thing I knew, I was in Hackensack.
Well, did you finally see Love Thy Neighbor?
Yes.
Well?
Jack got the girl at the finish, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes, I got paid.
Wasn't Jack on the screen longer than you?
No, it only seemed longer.
Do you think you and Jack will ever make another picture?
Not me. I was hoodwinked into this one.
Well, how?
Well, when I got out to Hollywood, I found out that the producer of the picture was Benny's uncle. The director of the picture was Benny's cousin. The cameraman, Irving, was Benny's nephew. And when the picture was finished, I was informed that Benny's father, who is a tailor, was going to cut the picture. So, if you see the picture again and it looks like a sleeve, you'll know whose fault it is. Now, before I get good and mad, what about our guest?
Well, this is Christmas night, and everybody is sitting around the house stuffed with turkey.
So?
So I thought people might like to hear about another kind of stuffing for a change.
And our guest tonight?
He's a sausage stuffer.
A sausage stuffer?
Yes. Mr. Allen, Meet Mr. Otto Hottendorf.
Well, good evening, Mr. Hottendorf.
Good evening, Fred.
You, Mr. Hottendorf, are a bona fide bologna stuffer.
That's right, Fred. I've been stuffing bologna for 13 years.
And where do you practice this unique art?
I work at the Armour & Company plant in Jersey City.
Well, tell me, Mr. Hottendorf, how did you ever come to make worst taxidermy your life's work?
Well, when I was a young fella, I got a job at Armour's. I started off helping around the grinding machine and finally worked my way up to bologna stuffing.
Well, after 13 years, I imagine you stuff a beautiful bologna. Well, does the Armour plant turn out other elongated knickknacks besides bologna?
Yes. Armour makes about 5,000 meat items, Fred, including a lot of byproducts.
Byproducts?
Yes. They make buttons, cones, violin strings, and many other things.
Well, you never get confused over at your plant, do you, Mr. Hottendorf?
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, it might be pretty embarrassing one day if your deliveries got mixed up and a delicatessen suddenly received 10 pounds of fiddle strings, and Heifetz found himself playing humoresque on a salami.
We don't make mistakes at Armour's, Fred.
Oh, excuse me. Toujours l'amour, hey? Well, do you work on these, excuse me, my tongue is a little greasy. It slipped out, Mr. Hottendorf. Do you work on these other items, or do you just concentrate on bologna?
Well, there are dozens of different kinds of bologna, Fred. I work on all of them.
Well, I thought no matter how you sliced it, bologna was still bologna.
You're wrong, Fred. There's ham bologna, beef bologna, salami, liverwurst, bratwurst, knockwurst, stockwurst, pinkerwurst, getwurst.
Now, wait just a minute. You win, Mr. Hottendorf. I gave up around pinklewurst. But tell me, how do you go about conjuring up one of your bloated snacks? Now, what happens before you personally do your stuff?
Well, before the meat reaches me, it's prepared for stuffing by special grinding and cutting men. It has to be chopped very fine.
Bologna, then, is really just hamburger with a girdle on. But tell me now, what happens next?
Well, when the meat comes to me, I load up my machine with it.
Yes?
I take a casing. That's the skin a bologna comes in. And put it over a nozzle on top of the machine.
Yes?
Then I turn on the machine, and the air pressure forces the meat into the casing.
Until it has a skinful, huh? Well, it's practically all machine work, isn't it?
Not all, Fred. I still have to tie the bologna in the right places. A machine couldn't do that.
Well, just now, how do you apply those delicatessen tourniquets, Mr. Hottendorf? Do you employ a sailor's knot or a running noose? Or do you use the old reliable Dr. Kildare ligature?
No, there's no fancy work. I just pull a cord good and tight around the bologna.
I see. And now, as an authority on bologna, Mr. Hottendorf, I wish you would answer one question for me.
What is that, Fred?
Now, is it possible to slice a bologna so as to get the slices evenly between two hunks of bread?
How do you mean?
Well, whenever I slice a bologna, I either put two slices in side by side, which leaves a big gap of bread in the middle, or I cram in 3 or 4 slices of bologna, one on top of the other, and get a lump in the middle of the sandwich that springs my jaw. Now, what can I do about this gastronomic dilemma, Mr. Hottendorf?
The perfect solution for you is the new square bolognas.
Square bolognas?
Yes. For the past 3 or 4 years, Armour's has been making a square bologna which fits evenly between 2 slices of bread.
A square bologna. Well, destiny has finally shaped the bologna's end. Well, this has been a very interesting glimpse into the art of meat upholstery and all of its sidelines, Mr. Hottendorf. And I think that we both deserve to be complimented on a remarkable radio accomplishment.
What's that, Fred?
Well, we've been talking about bologna stuffing for 7 minutes, and neither of us has once tried to make a joke out of, that's a lot of bologna. Now, that is a new high in broadcasting restraint, Mr. Hottendorf, and I want to be the first to congratulate you.
Thanks, Fred.
Now, before you go, I think it might be nice if we summed up the facts on your personal worst inflating career. Now, you say you've been stuffing balonies for 13 years?
That's right.
And about how many balonies do you stuff a day?
I average about 14,000 pounds a day. That's around 3,200 balonies.
Well, they run about 1.5 feet each. You stuff then 4,800 feet of baloney a day. Now, there are 300 working days approximately in the year for you. 300 times 4, 4,800. Times 13 years. That's 4,800. Why, Mr. Hottendorf, do you realize that in your lifetime you have stuffed almost 18,720,000 feet of baloney?
That sure is a lot of baloney, Fred.
There you go! I reckon, Mr. Hottendorf. Well, I guess you just couldn't hold out. But thanks a lot, old man, for trying.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins. Their song, The Toy Trumpet. Now, yes, sir.
I got something for you outside. Hey, bring in them sacks, Joe.
Okay, Mac.
Gotcha, take it easy now.
Hey, where do you want me to put these down, Alan?
Say, his face looks familiar, this fellow. I'd swear I've seen him on another delivery truck. Say, what are all these sacks? What in the world is in these things here?
45,000 telegrams, brother.
45,000 telegrams from me?
Yeah, they're from Texaco dealers all over the country. Sign here, please. Sign here and here and here.
Just a minute. You're too militant for a little man. Now, let me read one of these and find out what this is all about. Fred Allen, please extend to your audience my sincere wish for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Signed, a Texaco dealer.
Here's another one.
A Merry Christmas to the motoring public, and may the friendly, cheerful service of Texaco dealers continue to spread some of the Christmas spirit through the whole year.
Keep going, brother. You only got 44,998 more.
Oh, now, look. I appreciate the spirit behind these telegrams, but if I try to read them all now, my astigmatism is going to have bunions on it. Can't we boil all these wires down to a digest message?
Such as what?
You're asking that you really want to know?
Yes, sir.
Well, the simplest and best holiday greeting in the world, friends. All the telegrams, all the tinsel, and holly and red ribbon in existence cannot say more than this. Ladies and gentlemen, 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast wish you a Merry Christmas. Ensemble. And now, put the bones on the side of the orchestration there, gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes, Portland.
Mama told me to thank you for the lovely Christmas present you sent her.
Your mother liked that mink neck piece, huh?
Yes, all but one thing. It eats a lot.
The mink neck piece eats?
4 meals a day.
You mean they delivered a live mink to your mother?
Yes. What company would send out a live fur piece?
Well, confidentially, Portland, I bought that fur from a credit clothing company. You know, by sending out a live mink, they save time and money. Now, if I miss a payment, they don't have to send a truck and a man and waste the whole day to get the fur. You see, the man just leans out of the main office, whistles, and the mink sprints back to the warehouse.
Gosh, that's some system.
Oh, mink whistlers make big money. Oh, and beaver urges. You know, men who urge beavers to build things. Tell me, how did you like the present I gave you?
Oh, that perfume bookmark is lovely.
Yes, it's a new idea. You know how sometimes a bookmark slips down into the book and you can't find the page?
Yes.
Well, with the perfumed bookmark, you just smell along the edge of the book until you come to the page. And, by the way, thanks for your present.
Did you like it, Mr. Allen?
Oh, it was swell. You know, I've always wanted to own a copy of the Mona Lisa.
That's not a copy. That's the real thing.
Now, Portland.
That's what Mr. Goodman's brother-in-law said when he sold it to me.
Was it retouched?
No, he just cut the Coca-Cola bottle out of Mona Lisa's hand.
Coca-Cola bottle that Mona Lisa formerly held in her hand is by the picture no more. So Goodman's brother-in-law is selling fake paintings now. Why, that guy's so crooked that you've got to be cross-eyed to look him straight in the eye. Well, I'll see about this thing. Mr. Goodman, come over here, please.
I, Goodman, am aggravated.
I, Allen, have done something to offend the sticky-fingered maestro.
When Goodman gives a Christmas present to a friend who is no stranger, and the friend does not give to Goodman a Christmas present, then Goodman no longer considers the friend a friend, stranger.
I'd like to get a cheap interpreter by the hour if it could be arranged.
Mr. Goodman means you didn't give him a present.
A statement I made in plain English not 2 minutes ago.
Well, Maestro, I did give you a Christmas present.
When? This I'm asking in all sincerity.
Yesterday afternoon at rehearsal, I slipped a silk polka dot muffler into your music case.
A polka dot muffler in my music case?
What's wrong with that?
Don't you know that to a musician a dot is a note and verse vice?
You thought that muffler was a piece of music?
A piece of music, he says. We're playing it tonight.
Well, I thought I heard a fringe in that last number. Well, look, if you don't want the muffler, I'll take it back.
On my orchestra, it sounds good. Thanks very much.
And thank you for that can of tobacco with the broken seal you sent over this morning.
You liked it?
I smoked 2 pipefuls of that tobacco, and 4 moths flew out of the curtains with their little wings up in the air.
A gift horse in the mouth, you shouldn't look.
Just for that, I'm going to take back my muffler.
Who needs it? I have a long chin.
Go away. Say, Portland, where's Kenny? He has a long chin. He doesn't need a muffler. You've got a Balbriggan chin, I suppose. It keeps you warm in the winter. Where's poor Kenny, Portland? It's time for a song.
Kenny's over in the corner is pretty low.
What's the matter with her?
Well, Dennis Day told Kenny that there isn't any Santa Claus.
No Santa Claus? Why, Kenny's little toy world must have toppled.
Quiet. He's coming, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, F.A.
Well, how did Santa Claus treat you this year, Kenny, my little man?
Santa Claus. Horse feathers.
See, Mr. Allen? Dennis Day did that to Kenny.
You bet. Dennis Day is one smart kid. He knows what time it is.
Oh, now look, Kenny.
You got to get up pretty early in the morning to put one over on Dennis.
But, Kenny...
That Dennis knows everything about everything.
Meaning?
There ain't no Santa Claus, brother, and you know it.
No Santa Claus, he says. Then who was it sitting there on the 4th floor at Macy's? Mr. Bloomingdale, maybe?
Some corny actor in white whiskers. That's who was sitting there, Mr. Gullible Goodman.
You see what Dennis did, Mr. Allen?
Now, easy, Kenneth, old man.
Boy, was I a chump. Being a good boy. Writing letters to the North Pole. Airmail yet. Leaving a hot lunch next to the fireplace every Christmas. Santa Claus.
Now, look, Kenneth. Millions of people believe in Santa Claus.
Listen, F.A., you're not pulling the bull over my eyes.
Why, Kenneth, I could get hundreds of kiddies to swear that last night they saw a sled drawn by reindeer flying through the air, piloted by a man in red clothing.
Oh, that. Dennis and I saw that man in the sky.
Well, that was Santa Claus.
Then what was he doing spelling out I.J. Fox?
I give up.
Let me try, Mr. Allen.
It's no use, Porty. Thanks to Dennis, I've seen the light.
Kenny, didn't you hang up your stocking last night?
Yes.
And when you woke up this morning, wasn't your stocking filled with goodies?
Yes.
Who do you think filled your stocking with all those goodies?
Dennis says it's a new deal.
That is silly.
Yes. Ask Dennis how the New Deal can get into your stocking when it can't even get into Maine and Vermont.
Mr. Allen's right, Kenny.
Now, look, all of you, I'm going to explain this thing. Gather around. I, Goodman, and everyone. Now, look. Santa Claus is a symbol. The symbol of a spirit. Now, you all receive presents today. You don't get presents at any other time of the year, do you? Someone is responsible for those presents. You see my point, Portland?
Yes, I believe in Santa Claus.
Well, how about you, Mr. Goodman?
There must be a Santa Claus. Goodman is working.
What about you, Kenny?
Well, I guess Dennis was wrong about Santa Claus, Mr. Allen.
Of course he was. Now, you ought to assert yourself, Kenny.
That's right. You bet. I will assert myself. I'm pretty tired of being a stooge for Dennis Day. Say, that guy couldn't convince me of anything anymore. Trying to top me off of Santa Claus.
Good.
I'm going to tell him off right now.
Good.
What are you going to do, Kenny?
Hand me that phone, Porty.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Now, take it easy, Kenny.
Hello, operator. I want to talk to Dennis Day. He's with the Jack Benny program. I don't know the number, but they're in New York. They're stopping at Mulligan's Little Heaven Trailer Camp.
Now, look, don't lose your temper. Don't bawl Dennis out, Kenny. Just restore his faith in Santa Claus, and you will have done a good deed.
Okay, Mr. Allen. Hello, Dennis? Say, you were all wrong about Santa. Now, listen. What? No kidding. Holy smokes. I'll be right over.
Kenny, where are you going?
I got to see Dennis right away.
Why?
He just got some dope on the Stark.
Kenny Baker, you come back here and sing your song. No Santa Claus. The next thing Dennis Day will tell you, there's no major bows. Baker just sung A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square.
Oh, say, Fred, I'm a little late, but I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, thanks, Larry Elliott, and a Happy Yule to you.
Did the gentleman... Did the gentleman with the white muff do right by you this year?
You bet he did, Fred. You know, I was listening to what you were telling Kenny a little while ago about Santa Claus.
Yeah?
Wouldn't it be swell if we could go back to the days when we were kids and really believed Santa brought our presents?
Oh, and those presents we used to get, Larry. Gee, I'll never forget the year Santa brought me that bottle of liniment and a bicycle.
Yeah, I got a bicycle one year, too. I could do all kinds of tricks on it.
Me, too. Under the name of St. Orange, I played 20 weeks for Pantages years ago as a child.
Well, could you ride your bike with no hands, Fred?
Not only no hands, Larry. After the kids in the next block got around to me, I was riding no bicycle. But getting that bike for Christmas was a thrill, nevertheless.
Yes, and think of the thousands of youngsters who had that thrill this very morning, Fred. The gift of a new, smooth-running bicycle.
And the head waiter was fired.
This is the night of December 25th, 1940. As the professors of Metropolis University finish their annual dinner at the faculty club, they little dream that the shadow of death hovers grim and black over their banquet table. Coffee is served, cigars are lighted, and the dean rises to introduce the president emeritus of the university.
Order, gentlemen, please. Members of the Metropolis Faculty Club. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our beloved president emeritus, a man who has spoken at every function Metropolis University has held for the past 30 years. I give you our perennial after-dinner orator, Dr. Phineas B. Dull, Dr. Dull.
Thank you, brothers, thank you. Tonight, as I gaze around this distinguished assemblage, I am reminded of a story. There were two Irishmen, Patrick and Michael. Patrick said to Michael, "Bigori and the Jabbers."
20 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling his story.
And then Michael said to Patrick, "Bigori and the Jabbers."
35 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling his story.
And then Patrick replied, "Bigori and the Jabbers."
1 hour and 10 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling the same story.
And then Patrick and Michael said to each other, "Bigori and the Jabbers." Bigori and the Jabbers.
And Dr. Dull is finished before his story. The dean summons the police. Who will solve this crime? Will it be the FBI? Will it be Superman? Will it be Inspector Bungo?
Hello? Yes, this is the FBI. Amoita? You got the wrong FBI, Morty. This is Flugelman's Bagel Institute. So long.
Superman Mr. Plain. It's Superman's super secretary talking. Sorry, Superman can't take the case. He just had a nervous breakdown. Yeah, Superman went nuts trying to tear the cellophane off a pack of cigarettes. Wrong.
Hiya, party. Yeah, this is Inspector Bungo Gabbin. A murder at the Metropolis Faculty Club? Yeah, I can take the case. Well, I was due at a gangbusters rehearsal, but I can get Warden Dawes to stand in for me. Okay, I'll be right over. Don't nobody move. This is Inspector Bungo talking. Don't nobody move.
Inspector Bungo, at last...
Don't nobody move. I got you covered like a hockey player's shins. Don't nobody move.
For heaven's sake, Inspector, I'm the only one here, and I'm not moving.
Oh, excuse me, Bud. That's me opening line on gangbusters. I thought I was back on the program.
Well, this isn't a radio show, Bungle. This is murder.
Hey, a lot of radio shows is murder, Bud. Who are you?
I am Dr. Irwin Flunk, Dean of Metropolis University.
Yeah? Well, who's this guy at the banquet table with his head in the finger bowl?
That's the body, the late Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
Yeah? Who killed him?
Nobody knows. We were having the annual faculty banquet.
A banquet, eh?
Yes.
What was the entree?
Fried fillet of sole.
With lemon?
No, saute.
I like it better with lemon.
I like it better saute.
Well, I like it better...
Well, I know,
Just a minute now. Where was we?
There's been a murder.
Who's this guy with his noggin in the digit basin?
That's the body, remember?
Oh, that's right. Now, who bumped him off? What happened?
Well, after dinner, I introduced Dr. Dull. He got up and started telling a story. 3 shots rang out, and Dr. Dull fell over dead.
I know. One of the guests must have done it. I'm grilling the guest. Hand me a guest.
With lemon?
Yeah, I like it with lemon.
I like it better saute.
Well, I like it better... Now, hey, wait a minute. There we go again. Bungle ain't cooking no meal. Bungle's solving this murder.
I give up. I confess. I'm guilty.
Professor Borax, you?
Yes, Professor Alan Borax. I killed Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
Oh, yeah? That's only one man's opinion, Bud. Why did you kill him, Whiskers?
It was that confounded Irish story, Begorra and Bejabbers. For 30 years, that old fossil has told that same story. I couldn't stand it anymore. Tonight, I stopped it.
Oh, yeah? I'm Detective Bungo, Bud.
Take me away, Bungo.
Not so fast, Whiskers. How do I know you killed Dr. Dull?
Professor Borax has confessed, Bungo.
Yes, I'm guilty.
Yeah? How do I know you ain't confessing just to get on we the people?
I've got my gun here. It's still smoking.
That's good enough for Bungo. I arrest you, Professor Borax, for the murder of Phineas B. Dull.
I give up. I confess. I did it.
You done what, lady?
I shot Dr. Dull.
Dean Witherspoon, you?
Yes, it was that Begorra and Bejabba story. I couldn't bear it. I killed him. Here's my gun.
I give up. I can't stand it. I confess I did it.
You confess what, Bud?
I shot Dr. Dull.
Professor Toad.
Hey, what is this? A mystery or the Goodwill Court?
But I tell you, I killed him.
No, I did it.
I did it.
No, it was
Quiet. Bungo's settling this once and for all.
What are you going to do?
I'll find out who's guilty. Hibbity, bibbity, sibbity, sab, Ronald Trance, and Dorful Nab. Hiking, kibby, sleet, and snow. Eeny, meeny, miny, what do you know?
It came out on you, Bungle.
Yeah, okay, you're under arrest, Bungle. Who, me? Yeah, you, Bungle. I ain't done nothing. You're coming with me. Let go of my collar. You going quiet? You gonna come with me? Come on, Bungle, let's go.
Well, wait a minute. You couldn't have committed the murder, Bungle. You weren't even here.
Hey, that's right. Turn me loose, Bungle. Okay, Bungle, I will.
But I tell you, I committed the murder with this gun.
I committed the murder with this gun.
Gentlemen, please. I have a gun, too.
Oh, yeah? And none of yous ain't guilty.
What?
There ain't no bullet holes in the body at all.
But all 3 of us fired.
And all 3 of yous mixed.
Well, bless my test tubes, then we're all innocent.
That's terrible.
I thought I'd put an end to that Begorra and Bejabba.
Come on. Break it up, you 3 poofs. Get over in the corner and sit down. Bungle's solving this crime.
Well, but if nobody shot the doctor, what killed him?
Bungle's got the solution, Dean Flunk. The noise of them shots give the old guy a heart attack. That bumped him off.
Oh, that's impossible. Dr. Dull never even heard those shots.
Why not?
Dr. Dull has been stone deaf for 30 years.
Deaf, eh? Well, that's funny.
What's funny about that?
When I was frisking the body for them bullet holes, I found this piece of paper. The name on it says Erasmus Drum.
Erasmus Drum? Why, he's in the faculty club tonight. I saw him in the chess room before the banquet started.
Well, get him up here. What are we waiting for? Call him on the house phone.
All right, I will. Hello? Page Erasmus Drum, please. Have him come to the banquet hall at once, please.
That's more like it. The mystery solved, Dean Flunk.
You mean Erasmus Drum committed this murder, Bungle?
This piece of paper tells the story, Bud. Here he is now. Come in.
Who is Inspector Bungle?
I am, Bud.
Well, what the devil do you mean by ruining my chess game?
Are you Erasmus Drum?
I am Dr. Erasmus Drum, the famous day specialist. And I'll trouble you to see me by appointment, sir.
Oh, yeah? Dean Flunk, meet the man who killed Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
I killed...
Ridiculous, Bungle. Dr. Drum wasn't even in the banquet room.
Of course not. I've been in the chess room all evening trying to rook my opponent's bishop.
Oh, yeah? Well, Dr. Dull is dead, Bud.
Dead? Why, Dr. Dull was in my office only this afternoon.
Right. When I found your bill for services rendered on the corpus's body, I knew you killed him.
Killed him? Why, today, after 30 years of intensive air treatments, I finally cured Dr. Phineas B. Dull of his chronic deafness. That's what that bill is for.
I know. And in curing the old guy of his deafness, Doc, you killed him.
But how could I?
For 30 years, Dr. Dull was telling that corny Irish story that went on for hours. For 30 years, it drove everybody else nuts. But he was deaf and couldn't hear it. Tonight, for the first time in 30 years, he heard his own after-dinner speech. That's how he was killed.
You mean
Dr. Phineas B. Dull bored himself to death. Begorra and bejabers. Thank you. We're a little late, ladies and gentlemen. A happy new year to you all. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. More than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Anthony Polomeni, Major Bowles Amateur of the Month. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. Texaco time.
Change your song, change your dresses to gay sorority. from gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1941 may come and 1940 may go, but we bring you a man who just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Mr. Wallington.
And here he is, ready to go on and on. Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, Mr. Wallington, but now, look, since we are starting a new year, don't you think that at least you might have opened the program with a little enthusiasm?
I should get steamed up about the new year after the shortchanging I got in this program in 1940.
Well, you mean this program owes you something from the old year?
Yes, Mr. Allen, 3 lines. 3 very funny lines of mine were deliberately eliminated in 1940.
Well, why should 3 lines of yours be cut out of the script?
Because I'm a little too funny for your own comfort, Mr. Allen.
Oh. Brother. And I do not mean as a relative. Now, last week, you weren't going to say another word, Mr. Wallington. This is getting monotonous to me. Are you mad enough to make that same gesture this week?
No. Tonight I'll talk.
Oh, tonight you'll talk.
Yeah, but I won't be amusing.
You won't be amusing?
No.
Jimmy, you are as funny to me as a slow leak in an oxygen tank.
Oh, yeah? I'll bet you're still afraid to put my 3 lines to the test.
Well, who's afraid? Have you got them with you?
Right here.
All right. Now, what lines of yours, you say, what lines were maliciously deleted?
Well, on October the 9th, 1940, I didn't say...
What?
Hello, Fred. I'm having trouble finding a wife. All the women I meet are single.
That's, now just read the lines. Don't contort your features then. Give the lines a fair chance to expire. All right. Now, that was the first one you say was taken out.
That's right. Now, November the 6th, this was cut.
Yes?
Hello, Fred. I just lost my wristwatch. On you, it looks good.
That's 2.
And on December the 18th, 1940, this line was purposely deleted.
Which one?
Hello, Fred. Do you need many men to start a tug-of-war? Nope. Only takes a couple of jerks.
I didn't see what you did, but you did something there. Yes, you did. You did something besides just tell that thing. Well, now you know why. Why, though, you did something with your shoulder blade. I'm not around there, but something like... But you threw out your chicken breast in reverse and laid the egg in the opposite direction. Well, now you know why those lines were cut out. Well, that balances our account, Mr. Wallington. And so we turn to the news of the week.
F.A.
Oh, yes, Kenny?
As long as you're straightening out your books for 1940...
Oh, Kenny, don't tell me the program owes you lines from last year, too.
Oh, no, F.A. According to my books, I owe the program.
You owe the...
Yeah, on December 11th, I stumbled over a line and had to repeat 4 words of it. I'm 4 words over.
So?
So I'm unbalanced. Balance me, F.A.
Well, Kenny, here's a line of yours coming up in the script that just happens to be 4 words long. It's an answer to a question of mine.
Yes?
Now, I'll ask you the question, and you don't answer, see? And that'll square us.
Okay. Let me have it.
Here goes. How was your concert? Was it a big success in Walla Walla? Fine. Now, that makes us even, Kenny. And so, with Kenny and our books balanced, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Tonight, January 1st, 1940. 1941. I'm a year behind myself. But what's a year to a joke in radio? A year. Tonight, January 1st, 1941, the Texaco News bears its editorial head in tribute to the year 1940, which departed this life at midnight. Newspapers, newsreels, and other radio programs have brought you the highlights of 1940. The Texaco News gives you the lowlights. Tonight, we parade before you a frowsy group of stagnant nobodies whose unimportant didos during the past year can only be classed as stumbles in the march of time. Now, the first Lowlight Award for non-essential activity in radio goes to Ditmar Wink. What was your contribution to radio, Ditmar?
I broke the 1940 record for sending in box tops.
Well, congratulations.
I sent in 30,000 box tops.
Why?
It was that Stumbo contest.
What in the world is Stumbo?
It's some powder that fizzes. It oxidizes your stomach.
Well, I've heard of alkalizing.
Well, this is oxidizing. It gives your stomach fresh air.
Well, is that necessary?
Oh, sure. Your stomach is in there hanging in the dark. It can't get no fresh air.
Oh.
Yeah, Stumbo takes care of that condition.
I see. And what was this Stumbo contest?
If you sent in 30,000 Stumbo box tops, they sent you a neon hall tree.
A neon hall tree?
Yeah, it keeps you from tripping over it in the dark.
Say, it must be beautiful lit up.
Yeah, it looks like the skeleton of a pear tree on fire.
Well, tell me, you're ambidextrous, aren't you? I just noticed. You read on either side. Well, tell me, how did you ever collect the 30,000 Stumbo box tops?
I was taking Stumbo every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day.
Well, has it improved the condition of your stomach?
How should I know?
Well, it's your stomach.
Not no more, it ain't.
Well, how come?
They got it in a bottle at the Mayo Clinic.
Very much. I hope you join it in the near future, Mr. Ditmar. A low-light award for work in the field of science goes to Professor Phoenix Trad. What was your accomplishment, Professor Trad?
I astounded science by splitting the atom.
You split the atom? Well, how did you do it, Professor?
Oh, it was an accident, really.
What happened?
Well,
What happened?
I was in my laboratory.
Yes.
I had the atom in my hand. I was fooling around with it.
Yes?
I happened to drop the atom.
And?
The darn thing split.
Congratulations.
Same as just an accident, don't you think?
Well, I doubt if I shall ever know. But thank you for the inquiry, Professor Phoenix Trad. A low-life award for achieving fame in New York Cafe Society goes to Colonel Magnus Creep. How old are you, Colonel?
Well, I'm 82.
And Cafe Society cited you?
Yes, I got the loving cup right here.
At 82, you won this loving cup in a contest. How did it happen?
Well, sir, I was sitting around a night spot down in the village one night looking at the floor show and wishing.
Wishing what?
Wishing I was 40 years younger. Yeah, couples with jitterbug and the band was jiving. The waiter tells me I'm wanted on the phone.
And?
I cut through the couples to get to the phone.
Yes?
Right in the middle of the dance floor, I throw a fit.
Yes?
My legs fly up. I get 2 strokes and a chill. I'm shaking and jumping. First thing I know, I'm in the chandelier.
Did they send for a doctor?
No. They pulled me down from the chandelier and presented me with this here loving cup. It's engraved.
And what does that inscription say, Colonel?
To the oldest jitterbug to jit in 1940.
Well, thank you, Colonel Magnus Creep. No, it's certainly... No, wait. We haven't any chandeliers here. You'd have to fake it on the ceiling. But the woman who had the most trouble in 1940 was Miss Dora Dream. What misfortune befell you, Miss Dream?
It's just been one calamity after another all year.
You poor thing. What happened?
Well, first I was hit by a bus. I had 8 operations.
Dear.
Then my mother set herself on fire.
Oh.
The next day, a loan shark put my father in jail.
Mercy.
And next, the fella I was going to marry was shot coming up the aisle by a traveling salesman.
Oh.
And yesterday, the oil stove exploded and killed Grandma and Grandpa. And tomorrow, I'm going to be run over by a taxi cab.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Dora. You've had a lot of trouble. How do you know the trouble you're going to have?
I'm in radio. I work on all of them daytime serial shows.
Oh, condolences and an unhappy New Year, Miss Dora Dream. The outstanding 1940 musical faux pas recorded at Carnegie Hall was committed by Herman Licks. You are a member of the Symphony Orchestra, Herman?
Nah, I've been playing with Solid Sam and his Seven Senders. It's a syncopation combo.
Well, how did you ever get into Carnegie Hall?
I filled in for a guy. It's a cornet job.
Oh, did you find the symphony music difficult?
Yeah, the first number is accompanying some opera tenor. I'm third cornet. Only got 2 notes to play.
All through the tenor solo?
All through it, I'm playing the same 2 notes.
Well, how do you mean?
I'll show you. I got me horn right here.
Oh, fine.
See, in this guy's solo, the orchestra goes la da 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 dee da da.
Yes?
Then the third cornet plays.
This goes on all night?
By the hour. The orchestra goes la da 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 dee da da, and I play.
Well, it must be monotonous.
For the third cornet, brother, it's murder. Yeah, that's what caused me trouble.
What?
Well, for about an hour, it's the same thing. La da 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 dee da da.
And what happened at the end of the hour?
Well, I must have dozed off. I dream I'm back playing with Solid Sam.
Yeah?
Me cue came. La da 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 dee da da.
And what did you play? And what happened?
Well, the tenor fainted. 2 dowagers started a conga in the aisles. It was pandemonium.
Are you still playing?
Yeah, I'm playing tonight.
You're playing third cornet at Carnegie Hall?
No, I'm playing pinochle in the Union Club room.
Well, Herman Licks. And now for his first song of 1941, Kenny Baker has consulted his Gilbert and Sullivan library, and from the Mikado, Kenny sings A Wandering Minstrel I.
A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullabies. My catalogue is long through every passion ranging, and to your humors changing, I tune my supple song. I tune my song. Are you in sentimental mood? I'll sigh with you. Charm your reeling ears with songs of lovers' tears, while sympathetic tears my cheeks bedew. Oh, sorrow, sorrow. But if patriotic sentiment is wanted, I'll patriotic ballads cut and dry. For wherever a country's banner may be planted, all of the local banners are defined. Our warriors in serried ranks assemble, never quail or they conceal it if they do. And I shouldn't be surprised if nations tremble before the mighty troops of truth of T.T. Poole. And if you call for a song of the sea, we'll heed the capstan rod with Yo, heave ho, for the wind is free. Her right to tip and her helm's a lee. Her broad to the homeward bound. To lay aloft in a howling breeze may tickle a landsman's taste, but the happiest star a sailor sees is when he's down at an inland town with his Amancy on his knees. Yo-ho! And his arm around her waist. Shreds and patches of ballad songs and snatches and dreamy lullaby and dreamy lullaby.
I just saw something here. A low-light award, ladies and gentlemen, we overlooked during the Texaco News, and it goes to the worst poet of 1940, Elizabeth Barrett Sagging. What sort of verse do you create, Miss Sagging? I'm sorry.
Automobile ethics, mostly. Mm-hmm. I'm known as the puncture-proof poetess. Mm-hmm. The work I'm reading tonight is called A Fool There Was.
Well, that sounds like Kipling.
Purely coincidence. I've never kippled.
Well, neither have I. We have something in common. Well, might we hear your poem?
Oh, indeed. A fool there was, and he had a car, even as yours and mine. He loved its ignition, its shatterproof glass. But what was this car that he thought had such class? Just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas, even as yours and mine.
Well, thank you very much.
Just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas, even as yours and mine.
Just a minute, madam. We get the idea. It has seeped through, you'll be happy to know. A car is just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas.
Yes, Fred, we get the idea, but it's a mistaken idea. There's more to a car than that.
Can you prove that assertion, Larry?
Yes, indeed, Fred. Because there is more to a car than meets the eye. More to it than its streamlined body, its big, powerful-looking motor. In fact, it's often the little things you can't see that make a difference. Like the way a car responds, the feel of it on the highways, on the hills, and in traffic. And there's where the flexible power of Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline, can give your driving a lift, add a new thrill. You'll find it a luxury to step into your car and enjoy Sky Chief power sweeping you over the hills or getting you through traffic. But when you check the mileage, you'll agree Sky Chief is one driving luxury you can afford. Try Sky Chief at your Texaco dealer at the usual premium price.
Thank you. as though you're going to snap at somebody, Maestro. Maestro Goodman and his 18 characters in search of a downbeat had just played Frenesy. It's not the first time on the air, is it, Mr. Goodman? Oh, thank you. I just wanted to check up Frenesy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, again with the door. Always the door on these. That's radio today. It's either a quiz or it's somebody knocking on a door. He's persistent, isn't he? I have a good mind not to let him in just to see. Come in.
Excuse me, how can I get out of here?
Well, you can get out through that door you just came in.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
It's that new 6th Avenue subway. People are cupping up in buildings all over town. They don't know how to get in or out of it. I heard about a man at the Radio City Music Hall. He went down to the smoking room, stepped through a door. The next thing he knew, it was Queens Plaza. And one of those trees on 6th Avenue started dying during the past week. The mayor put his sandhog hat on and went down through the grating to see what the trouble was, and he found that the tree's roots were gone. The roots had gotten on a 6th Avenue local and were growing downtown. Hello, Portland. I didn't see...
Hello.
Well... Say, you look nice and chipper to start 1941.
Yes, I guess nearly everybody is under the weather after celebrating last week.
Last week?
Oh, I mean last night.
Yes. Time goes quickly enough here while we're here on Earth without you kicking it away in the script there. Do you want to try it over?
Uh-huh. Well, I guess nearly everybody is under the weather after celebrating last night.
Yes. After celebrating last night. Yes, there are so many people at home with big heads around the country today. You know, they changed the whole radio routine.
How do you mean?
Well, instead of Boulevard going on the air every half hour today, Alka-Seltzer has been broadcasting every 15 minutes.
Well, I've got to go.
What is your rehearsed ride?
Oh, I'm taking Mama down to the doctor again.
The doctor? What's the matter with your mother?
It's her bookends.
Her bookends? What sort of a malady is that?
Well, the bookends started all of Mama's troubles.
What bookends?
The ones that you gave her for Christmas. We've been going to the doctors ever since.
Well, I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Well, when you gave Mama the bookends, she didn't have anything to put between them. So she had to buy a book.
So?
So, as long as Mama had the book, she thought she'd read it.
So?
So she found out her eyes were bad, and Mama had to get glasses.
So?
So Mama put on her glasses and tried to read the book, but her tongue was dry.
Well, what has a dry tongue got to do with reading?
Mama couldn't wet her thumb to turn over the pages.
So?
Mama had to go to another doctor.
And?
He put her on a liquid diet. Today, Mama'll know.
Know what?
If her tongue is moist enough to wet her thumb to turn over the pages in her book.
Well, all right, and goodbye.
Goodbye? I haven't introduced our guest.
Well, I'm going to take care of that tonight, and you are excused. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome... This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month. He's a young man who scored a sensational hit on the Major's program recently, and tonight he makes his professional debut as our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Anthony Polomini. Well, good evening, Anthony.
Good evening, Major.
No, that... Not Major. That was 2 weeks ago, Anthony. Now, don't tell me I'm starting to resemble the Major.
No, Fred. I'm a little nervous, I guess.
Well, you have nothing to be nervous about, Anthony. I heard you sing on Major Bowes' show, and you were swell. And the Major and I have high hopes for your future.
I hope you and the Major are right, Fred.
Well, I'm sure when our audience hears you tonight, the opinions will be unanimous. Say, tell me, Anthony, what is your voice?
I'm a lyric baritone.
And how long have you been working on your singing?
I've been studying almost 6 years.
Major Bowes said your recent appearance on his show was your second.
That's right.
The Major liked you so well, he brought you back?
No, it wasn't just like that, Fred. Just a bit different, just the opposite.
Well, how do you mean, Anthony?
Well, the first time I went on the Major's program 4 years ago, I wasn't so good.
Oh, a little bird told you?
No, the Major told me.
Oh, there's a little difference, isn't there? Well, what did he say?
The Major said I needed a lot more study.
And you returned to your scales?
I studied 4 years, and then I went back to the Major just to show him.
Well, you certainly did show him. Now, how old are you, Anthony?
I'm 22.
And your ambition, like most young singers, is to sing at the Metropolitan, right?
Yes, Fred, except that I would like to specialize in comic roles like Don Pasquale and Figaro.
Well, are you going to sing an aria from one of these operas?
Yes, Fred. I'd like to repeat the one I did for Major Bowes from The Barber of Seville.
The Major liked that one, didn't he?
Oh, yes. The second time, Major Bowes said a lot of nice things.
Well, Major Bowes is a wonderful man, Anthony. Did you know that Major Bowes is not his real name? Did you ever hear how the Major happened to acquire his nom de plume?
No.
Well, I'll tell you. Major Bowes' real name is Colonel Phineas T. Higginbottom. About 10 years ago, the Major, or Colonel Phineas, rather, was traveling through the West selling a termite destroyer for totem poles. Well, sir, he stopped off overnight in a small Indian village. And as the colonel was resting on the porch of his trailer in the cool of the evening, 2 stunted Indians came up to him and offered to make some genuine Indian souvenirs for the colonel at a slight fee. Well, Colonel Phineas agreed, and next morning, while he was having breakfast, 2 sets of beautifully decorated bows and arrows were delivered to him at the camp. Colonel Phineas went out on the porch of his trailer to pay off the 2 Indians who were waiting there for their wampum. He asked the red men what work each had done. The first Indian said, whittle your arrows. The second Indian said, made your bows. Well, sir... A unit happened to be passing through there and heard that Indian say Major Bowes to the colonel, and they thought that was his name. Well, word was bruited about, and to this day, Colonel Phineas T. Higginbottom is known as Major Bowes. Well, what do you think of that, Anthony?
Should I sing now, Fred?
Yes, Anthony, I think you better.
Bravo Figaro, bravo, bravissimo, bravo. La 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 la. Resta bottega che l'albeggia, bravo. La 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 la. Fortunatissimo per verità. Fortunatissimo per verità. La 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 la. Pronto per tutta la notte e il giorno, sempre d'intorno in giro sta. Miglior cuccagna quel barbiere, vita di nobile non ci dà. La 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 la. Rassare i pettini, lancite i forbici, al mio comando tutto qui sta. E lancite i forbici, rassare i pettini, al mio comando tutto qui sta. Bella risorsa poi del mestiere con la donnetta col cavaliere con la donnetta la 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 col cavaliere la 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 Figaro. Hey, Figaro. Oimè, che furia, oimè, che bolla, una alla volta, per carità, per carità, per carità, una alla volta, una alla volta, una alla volta, per carità. Figaro, son qua? Ehi, Figaro! Sono qua, Figaro là, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro su, Figaro giù, Figaro su, Figaro giù. Prontissima, prontamente, sto nel falcone delle città, delle città, delle città, delle città, delle città. Ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, a te fortuna, fortuna non mancherà. Ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, a te fortuna non mancherà. Con il facodon della città, con il facodon della città, della città, della città, della
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to join the Allen Anti-Worry League. No more furrowed brows, no more gnawed fingernails, no more...
Wait just a minute, Fred. Just what is this Allen Anti-Worry League?
Just what it says, Jimmy. It's my organization to suppress worry.
Well, but it's natural to worry, Fred.
Oh, but it's so useless, Jimmy. After all, worry doesn't pay. It wrinkles your forehead, it ruins your digestion, it shortens your life. So the motto of my league is, why worry?
You know, I think you've got something, Fred. Worry is futile. I'll join the Allen Anti-Worry League.
Well, fine, Jimmy. Now see if you can drum up some more members for me.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and prospective members of the Allen Anti-Worry League, there are a lot of things in this old world you could worry about. But why worry? For instance, here are 2 of the 40 things about your car you could worry about. The water pump and the shackle bolts. Are they getting enough lubrication? Is the proper lubricant being used? But why worry when Texaco dealers promise you peace of mind if you just drive in for a Marfac job every 1,000 miles? Marfac, spelled M-A-R-F-A-K, is Texaco's 40-point chassis lubrication service. And remember, Marfac is no ordinary grease, but a lubricant specially made to stick to its job. Yes, when you stop for a Marfac job, Texaco dealers work by chart and not by chance. They check more than 40 different points and see to it that every vital friction spot in the chassis is protected with that super tough chassis lubricant, Texaco Marfac. So why worry? Enjoy smooth driving. Next time, try a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
That was a small order of sugar pie cut by the only conductor in radio who gets laughs while he's conducting yet. A small order of sugar pie cut by Al Goodman and his Pastry Philharmonic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to Kenny. Kenny, wake up. Hey, Kenny, wake up. Wake up. What? Well, wake up. Now, you can't doze off in the middle of the program like this.
Oh, I'm sorry, F.A. I'm all in. I must have dropped off.
What is it about this program that induces slumber?
Oh, it isn't the program, F.A.
Well, then what is suddenly making you nap happy, Kenny?
I was at New Year's party last night. Boy, what a party.
You had yourself a time, hey?
Brother, the joint was jumping.
Well, how long did the party last?
About midnight, we ran out of Coca-Cola, so we broke it up.
Kenny, you weren't out until midnight.
Yep, I must have had 40 cherry Cokes.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, you Liggett lush.
But it's only one day in the whole year, F.A.
And Wednesday is only one day in the whole week, Kenny Baker, but it happens to be the day that you have to work. Now, you cannot come reeling around here after a measly 11 hours sleep with that sassafras on your breath.
Well, gee, I couldn't break up the party. What a mob of playboys.
High flyers, huh?
Scooters were lined up for 2 blocks.
Everybody dressed, of course.
You bet, and boy was I hot. Top hat, white tile, and fur jackknife.
Where did you wear the tile? Down your back, or did you carry it in your hand? Well, it sounds to me as though this affair was an orgy.
It sure was. Along about 10 o'clock, a guy from Albany whipped out a Cubeb.
A Cubeb?
Yeah.
He didn't light it.
He sure did. Then he passed it around, and everybody took a puff.
Kenny Baker, you didn't take a puff of that Cubeb.
No, I was outside watching for cops.
A fine thing. Cubebs, cherry Cokes, cops.
I kissed a girl, too.
Kenny!
Does that mean we're engaged?
Well, no, not in this day and age, Kenny. Times have changed. When I was young and kissed a girl, do you know what it meant?
Yeah, somebody was holding her.
Now, just a minute. Now, look, I haven't always looked like this, you know. As a boy, these bags under my eyes here used to blend into the cheeks like that, you see.
They didn't hang down like they do today?
Oh, no, none of that. Why, I had long, wavy eyelashes and big, bushy eyebrows. Why, looking into my eyes was like peeking into a full-of-brush man's sample case. But don't change the subject now, Kenny. I'm finding out about this debauchery of yours. Portland.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Didn't you promise me that you would keep an eye on Kenny?
Yes, I tried to keep him from going to that party last night, but Kenny has a mind of his own.
What did he do, rent it for the evening? Why, this roistering has got to stop. Now, I have to find a way to make Kenny turn over a new leaf.
This is New Year's, Mr. Allen. Kenny should make a resolution.
Hello?
Just a minute, Mr. Goodman. Who told you to butt in here?
Goodman's finger is moving down the page to where it says, Enter Goodman. I, Goodman, enter. Hello, he says.
What a reading. The Milton Cross of the Minsk-Odessa Network.
Mr. Goodman, we're all starting the new year off right. Will you join us in a resolution?
Nothing doing. And this I am saying in all sincerity.
What have you got against resolutions?
You think my family left the old country because there they had daisy chains?
The word is resolution, not revolution.
Resolution, revolution, as long as you keep running.
Mr. Goodman.
Whom I happen to be.
We know who you are. One more word out of you, Mr. Goodman, and it will be from an ex-employee.
One more word from a certain party, and I, Goodman, become automatically a picket.
Well, I give up. Where were we? Oh, yes, our New Year's resolution.
Oh, it's pretty hard to keep a resolution.
I've got a resolution I bet I can keep.
What is it, Kenny?
I resolved never to break the traffic laws on the island of Yap.
Where is the island of Yap?
It's in the South Seas. I saw it in a travelogue.
The island of Yap? Well, what sort of a test of willpower is that if you're never going there?
With my agent, do I know where I'm going to sing next?
When visiting the island of Yap in the South Seas, to my brother-in-law, say hello.
What? 2 lines and he's got laryngitis. A man has 2 lines. His throat is gone. Your brother-in-law... What is your brother-in-law doing on a South Sea island?
Say, when they deport you, it ain't a far rockaway.
Oh, that brother-in-law. Well, how is he getting along in the tropics?
Already he's got a Broadway connection.
Doing what?
He's auditioning coconuts for Sloppy Joe's.
We're not getting any place with Kenny's resolution.
Kenny's getting too pessimistic, Mr. Allen. He should make a resolution to be more happy.
It's too late now, Porty. I'm a bitter boy.
And why are you a bitter boy, Kenny Baker? Why did you get into all of that trouble with Dennis Day, overpaying that sightseeing bill and the other running around stuff? What is it that causes all of your worries and is making you unhappy today?
I give up.
It's money.
Is it?
Kenny, how many times have you told me that the happiest days of your life you spent as an errand boy working for the A&P?
Yes. Those were the days. Pushing my little cart along, weaving in and out of traffic, singing merrily.
You see? Now today you clink when you walk. You have money. Money has robbed you of that happiness, Kenny Baker.
You think so, F.A.?
Well, I know so. And if you want to be happy during 1941, there is only one resolution you should make.
What, F.A.?
Now, you resolved not to take any increase in salary this year.
But that's not up to me, F.A. Suppose you insist on giving me a raise.
I'll cooperate. Now, I won't offer you.
Oh, I don't want to put you to any trouble.
No sacrifice is too great, Kenny. After all, your happiness is at stake.
Oh, but I'm thinking of your happiness, F.A.
2 schmoozers. Who are they kidding?
Now, quiet. Mr. Goodman. Look, Kenny, to ensure your happiness in 1941, here is my first New Year's resolution. I resolve not to give you a raise.
And I, Kenneth Baker, resolve that during 1941, I will not take a raise. It says in the script.
A shrewd move, Kenny. But now you can recapture that pixie outlook, a measure of that supreme contentment that was yours as an errand boy for the A&P. And now for your song. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker...
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny?
I don't want to be a pig, but I would like to go even further with that resolution.
Further?
Yes. If I'm going to be as happy as I used to be, I wish you'd take $2 off my present salary.
$2 off your present salary will make you happy as of yore. Why?
Because then I'll be getting exactly what I got when I was an errand boy for the A&P. Thank you.
And now, now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, the old A&P gypsy, sings, I'll Take You Home Again, Kathleen.
I will take you back, Kathleen, to where your heart will feel no pain. And when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home again. I'll take you home again, Kathleen, across the ocean wild and wide, to where your heart has ever been, since first you were my bonny bride. glad whenever you speak, and tears bedim your loving eyes. Oh, I will take you back, Kathleen, to where your heart will feel no pain. And when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home.
Thank you, Kenny. That was swell as usual. That was very, very nice.
Mr. Allen, may I use your microphone at once?
Well, I don't,
It's an emergency. I just ran all the way from the Bank Tellers Protective Association. I must warn the public at once.
Well, if it's as important as all that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bank Tellers Protective Association brings you an important warning. The next time you write the date on a check, please remember this. This is now 1941. Do not date your checks 1940. Thank you.
Is that all you wanted to say? Why, that seems like a trifle for a big piece of beef like you to be getting out of breath about.
A trifle? Mr. Allen, tomorrow, unless they're warned, thousands of people will absent-mindedly date their checks 1940. There will be a deluge of dud checks in every bank.
Well, say, as an expert on duds and banks, you'll be interested in meeting an expert on duds and tanks. Let me present James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. There are duds and tanks, aren't there, Jimmy?
Yes, and in carburetors, too. For despite all the gasoline in your tank, when you step on the starter these cold mornings, you're dependent on just a few chilled ounces of gasoline in your carburetor. And that's where duds, those sluggish, slow-action elements in gasoline, can really hold up your starting, weaken your battery. Duds simply won't vaporize instantly, won't take the spark fast. That's why the duds are removed by a special Texaco refining process. They're out, all out of Texaco Fire Chief. Yes, Fire Chief is all action. Takes hold quickly, fires evenly. Your engine picks up, warms up fast to full power. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Remember, there's not a dud in a tank full.
And now, the Texaco Workshop players start their 1941 season with a burlesque of one of radio's most popular programs, The Quiz Kids. Music, maestro.
As their theme song fades, we bring to a close another 5 minutes of dance music played by Anatole Feinschreiber and his Aristocrats of Corn. Anatole Feinschreiber and his Aristocrats may be heard again over the same station, but we doubt it. Good night.
This is station KRUM. We regret to announce that the correct time, which was to be heard at this time, will not be heard at this time. Instead, the correct time, which was to be heard at 10 o'clock, will be heard at this time. Stand by for this substitute correct time announcement.
When you hear this correct time signal at 10 o'clock, the correct time at that time will be exactly 10 o'clock. Thank you.
And now, station KRUM presents The Quiz Nipper.
And here he is, that genial sophisticate, the custodian of our super-intelligent group of child prodigies, Kerry Jelly.
Well, good evening, friends. Sitting in front of me here in their little high chairs, here in the studio, are the original Quiz Nippers. 4 outstanding children who have been selected at random from the city's kindergartens. Now, before we start, I know you want to meet our Junior Brain Trust. And first, from the Effie Eggleston Day Nursery, the tiny John Kieran, 5-year-old Elmer Prentice. Say hello, Elmer.
Hello.
Elmer. Is that the way we greet our radio friends?
Oh, yeah. Well, how do you do, members of my unseen audience?
I trust we meet on a mutual mental plane.
That's much better. That was little Elmer Prentice, folks. Now here's our second quiz nipper, the sage of the Lydia Pinkham Jr. Grammar School. Lilliputian Millicent Goon.
The fall of Babylon occurred in 23 B.C.
Not now,
Witchcraft had its heyday in the Middle Ages.
Well, thank you,
The
Millie.
law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton.
Well, we're-
Something fell on his head.
And something is going to fall on your head, honey, if you don't shut that tiny little trap.
Oh, shoot.
And, Millicent. And here is our Pee-wee music critic, Deems Taylor on the half shell. He's little Marvin Clef.
Good evening, symphony lovers.
Well, you seem to have a head cold, Marvin.
Yes, it was caused by the draft from Tuscan in his baton.
Really?
Yes, at his next concert, I must wear my windbreaker.
Yes, you bundle up at Toscanini's next concert, Marvin. And now that brilliant little star of our program, little Rollo. Say, Rollo's high chair is empty. Where is Rollo?
Gee, I don't know.
Isn't this the night Rollo lectures at Columbia?
No, that's Tuesday.
I saw him at lunch with Einstein.
Oh, maybe Rollo's on information, please, tonight.
No, Millicent, that's Friday night.
Oh.
Gad, this is terrible.
Oh, she's at Mr. Jelly. Here comes Mr. Crovney, our sponsor.
Now, see here, Jelly. Where is that other quiz nipper?
Rollo is missing, Mr. Crovney.
Missing? You know very well Rollo Keene is the star of this diaper forum.
Yes?
You just talked me into signing that kid for the entire season.
Well, we can give a show without him.
The quiz nippers without Rollo is like the Rochester program without Phil Harris.
You're on the air, Mr. Crovney.
Well, you better start what's left of the program. I'll go out and look for Rollo.
Yes, sir.
And if I don't find him, Jelly, tomorrow you'll be back calling all men to Barney's. Goodbye.
Well, that's an unrehearsed program for you, folks. Anything can happen. Well, I guess we'd better get going with our quiz. Are we ready, nippers?
Yes, Mr. Jelly.
Now, all right. Until Rollo gets here, we'd better try some easy questions. And our first question, kiddies, comes from Merton of Woebegone, Oregon. And the question is, can you complete the following quotation? A stitch in time saves what?
An appendix patient?
No, Marvin.
Has it any geometrical significance, Mr. Jelly?
No, Elmer. Well, this question is really too childish for your super minds, kiddies. I think I really should give you a hint. Now, the answer is a number.
Is the number 7?
No, a stitch in time doesn't save 7, Millicent.
You said it was a number.
Yes, but the number we want is not 7.
It is near 7?
Yes, the number is between 7 and 10. It is not 8.
It is 9?
9 is correct, Marvin. You little wonder kiddie. Amazing little shavers, aren't they, folks? Now, attention. Looks like somebody opened Ripley's back door. Now, attention, kiddies. This next sticker comes from Mrs. Higgimus Hoggimus of Gopher Hole, Montana. Mrs. Hoggimus wants you to name 4 pairs of famous lovers mentioned in history. Millicent?
Romeo and Juliet.
That's 1. Marvin?
Antony and Cleopatra.
2. Elmer?
You and the sponsor's wife.
Quiet.
I saw you behind the water cooler. You weren't hugging a Dixie cup.
Witty little runt, isn't it? Well, we lose our first question, kiddies, and that sends $2 to Mrs. Higgimus Hoggimus.
Oh, golly.
Yes, we're not doing so well, kiddies. If Mr. Jelly pays out much more money tonight, he's not going to have enough money left to buy our ice cream sodas later.
Oh, gee, I bet if Rollo was here, we wouldn't be missing these questions.
Now, don't mention Rollo's name to me. I wonder where that little rat is.
Oh, look, Mr. Jelly, here's Mr. Crovney.
And Rollo's with him.
Hello, Rollo.
Mr. Crovney, thank heavens you found Rollo.
Yes, I found him, Jelly, but a fat lot of good he is to us now.
You mean something's wrong with the world's smartest sprat?
You'll see what's wrong in a minute. Come over here, Rollo. Say something.
Hello, Mr. Jelly. I'm sorry.
I'm late.
Hey, what was that, a mixed duet?
Mixed duet, my foot. Rollo's voice is changing.
Yeah, I start talking soprano and I wind up...
Talking bass. It's mortifying.
This is an adolescent crisis, Mr. Crowley.
You should have foreseen this, Jelly. But no, Rollo was our biggest attraction. I had to sign him for the entire season. What good is this brat's contract now?
Oh, yeah? Try and bust my contract. You'll see how good it is.
I'll get Leibowitz. That's what I'll do.
Yes. The kid's a cad. He's got us with his voice now.
Jelly, if you don't get this kid's voice back up in his nose until his contract runs out, I'm firing you and the whole show as of now.
Say, I've got an idea, Mr. Crowley. The power of suggestion.
The power of...
suggestion?
Yes, Rollo. For my sake, for your sake, for the sake of the whole program, concentrate.
Concentrate?
Yes.
On what?
Well, on childish things. If you think young, you'll talk young, Rollo.
Yeah.
Now, think of a yo-yo.
A yo-yo. Yes, sir, a yo-yo.
Think of a top.
A top. Yes, sir, a top.
Oh, wonderful.
You think this yogi stuff will do the trick, Jelly?
It's got to, Mr. Crowley. Oh, I've got a movie magazine here.
Yeah?
I want you to look at these movie kids' pictures, Rollo.
Yes, Mr. Jelly.
Now, look, here's Baby Sandy.
Oh, boy, Baby Sandy.
Here's little Shirley Temple.
Oh, Shirley Temple.
And here's little Mickey Rooney.
Oh, boy, Mickey Rooney.
Congratulations, Jelly. Rollo's voice is up again. You saved the show.
Yes, Mr. Crowley. Just one more movie star's picture, Rollo, and you're cured.
Yeah, Mr. Jelly. Turn a page.
All right, Rollo.
Yeah, was it?
Oh,
Gad, his voice. What picture is he looking at?
Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr.
For heaven's sakes, Rollo, stop looking at that picture.
It's too late, Mr. Jelly. Today I am a man.
Now, Larry Elliott's first thought for 1941.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. When you change the license plates on your car this year, put on your new ones for 1941, here's something worth thinking about. If you're an average motorist, your mileage for the coming year will total about 8,500 miles. But note this fact. The average motorist today, compared to the average motorist in 1920, travels 4,250 miles each year for nothing, as far as the cost of gasoline is concerned. Because the price of gasoline minus taxes has come down 50% since 1920. Yes, gasoline is cheap. But that's not all. For the petroleum industry has seen to it that you also get better products as well as more for your money.
Well, thank you, Larry. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night. Thank you.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
look out when you're stepping out. You belong to me. Keep an eye on your heart. Don't upset my apple cart. Keep the sweet chocks out above the rump. Save your love for me. When you're tempted, don't you make believe you're drafted. Just remember that slow and sweet would be indiscreet. Don't go near lover's lane. Let that old moon shine in vain. Keep the coast clear, there's no telling, dear, what the moonlight will start. Keep your mind and your keepers by, and you're keeping on your heart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that
merchant of merriment,
that
lovable buffoon,
that
one and only Fred Allen
in person.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, now look, Jimmy, before we start, I always have trouble with you here right at the beginning of the program. Now, what was this tonight? That composite introduction. Who were those people?
Oh, just a gang I picked up to help with the opening announcement.
You mean I am paying that migratory ensemble?
Yes. You owe them $3 apiece, Mr. Allen.
Oh, I do. Well, who told you to...
Well, I did it for you, Fred. You know, the old hoorah build-up. It makes the show sound big.
And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Now, wait a minute, Kenny. Wait a minute. Now, what is this?
I missed it, huh? Yeah. Don't I get my $3?
Kenny, you were supposed to be in on that mass announcement?
Yeah, I was an end man.
Well, you certainly were at the wrong end, I might say. But I am surprised at you, Kenny Baker, a singer with your reputation, stooping to group hawking to pick up a paltry $3.
Well, it's your fault, F.A.
My fault? How?
Last week, you made me make a resolution not to take a raise this year.
So?
I gotta pick up a little chicken feed some way.
The tenor is jesting.
The tenor is hungry.
Well, all right, Kenny. If you want $3 so badly, I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a chance to earn it. Now, there's a spot for you. There's a spot for you in the sketch tonight, if you can act.
If I can act? Why, they used to call me the Orson Welles of the Boy Scouts Drama and Wigwag Club.
They did? The Boy Scouts
Sure.
Drama and Wigwag Club, huh? Well, what plays were you ever in?
Mostly Shakespeare stuff. You know, Merchant of Venison, All's Well That Ends Much Ado About.
Well, I know, but that's a different type of acting. That's all light miming, Kenny. Now, the acting in this sketch tonight runs the gamut of emotion.
Oh, I can do it, F.A. I'll give you an audition.
Well, all right, then. Now, look, here's a line from the sketch. You are supposed to be a cowboy, and you meet another cowboy, you know, just riding along. You meet this other cowboy, and you say, I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch. Now, read it.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
Very good. Now, we'll try it a little in a little different way. Now, let's say we want to test your emotional capacity here. Now, let's say there has been a killing in Tombstone Gulch. You run 200 miles into town. You stagger up to the sheriff to report this killing. How do you read the line?
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
Not quite after running 200 miles, Kenny. Now, look, try and put something into it this time. We'll make it even more dramatic. You are mortally wounded. An Indian has looked out from behind a totem pole and shot you through the heart with a poisoned dart. Your dying words are...
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
No, Kenny, you won't do, I'm afraid.
Well, how about if I use a dialect, F.A.? I'm great on Spanish.
Well, maybe that will help, Kenny. Now, let's have that same line in Spanish dialect.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, senor.
Very, very good. Words cannot describe how I feel about your reading. And as we leave Kenny to perfect his dramatic technique, we turn with relief to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news.
New York City, New York. Worst fog in New York City history blankets the city for 4 days, slowing down highway traffic, endangering navigation, and causing an estimated $1 million loss to airlines. To check on effects of fog in local area, Texaco News interviews several fog victims to bring you their unusual stories. First, however, let us hear from weather expert Fielding Slush. What branch of weather service do you specialize in, Fielding?
Well, I'm on the staff of a certain soft drink company.
In what capacity?
I am vice president in full charge of barometric prognostication.
But what does a soft drink company need with a weather expert?
Well, have you seen the big Coca-Cola sign at 60th Street, you know, the one that forecasts the weather?
Oh, yes, the neon lights up at night, fair, cold, rain, warmer, like that.
Well, I am the man behind that neon.
You must be cramped for space when you get there. Well, tell me, Fielding, did this recent fog bother your Coca-Cola sign?
Oh, the fog was terrible. No one could read my prognostication on the sign on account of the fog.
What did your sign say?
Fog.
Really? No one could read it? Well, what a dilemma. What did you do?
What did I do? For 4 days, I sat up on top of that sign yelling, yoo-hoo, fog! Yoo-hoo, fog! Yoo-hoo, fog!
Brilliant strategy, I must say. Now, as a weather expert, Fielding, what would you say caused this intense fog?
Well, the new Congress convened last week.
Yes?
Congress is always in a fog, you know.
Oh, and you think?
Somebody must have left the door open, and that fog got out.
You are a Republican, if I have ever seen one, and I passed through Vermont as a boy, and thank you, Fielding Slush. A man who had a most unusual experience in the fog was Captain Narcissus Bilge. Captain, what is your craft?
I'm skipper of the SS Dolly Dombrowski.
Out of Santo Domingo to New York?
Out of Weehawken to 42nd Street.
The Dolly Dombrowski is...
The Weehawken Ferry.
I see.
I'm running them commuter cruises on the half hour.
Oh, I see. Well, what about this fog, Captain?
I've been sailing the Hudson River crosswise for 40 years. And blow me down, I never seen nothing like it.
What happened?
Well, Tuesday morning, I'm docked in Weehawken. I'm up on a bridge. It's just rung 8 bells. I'm trying to figure out what time it is.
Yeah?
Well, the mate comes running up. He says it's a heavy fog, Captain, off of starboard.
A pea super, huh?
Oh, this was a pea super with croutons in it. I can't see the wheel, and I got it in me hand.
And in this terrible fog, you sailed for New York regardless?
What can I do? It's a tradition of the sea. I gotta make 42nd Street.
But if you couldn't see anything...
I'm sailing from memory. I set me course. I ought to be there in 12 minutes.
Yes?
The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along. I'm blowing the foghorn. I'm watching a clock.
Yes?
At the end of 12 minutes, if I feel a bump, I'll know it's 42nd Street.
And?
The 12 minutes is up. I don't feel no bump.
Yes?
14 minutes. I don't feel no bump. The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along.
Yes?
17 minutes. I don't feel no bump.
What did you do?
I pulled tree blasts on me foghorn.
Yes?
And I hear a voice yell, "Hey, you pull over to the kite." It's a mounted cop.
A mounted cop in the Hudson River?
What river? The Dolly Dombrowski's at the corner of 33rd and Broadway.
Well, what did you...
The cop says, "What are you doing with this frigate in traffic?" He's fixing to give me a ticket. I think fast. I talk him out of it.
Well, how could you account for being in the middle of Broadway in a ferry boat?
I says to the cop, "Which way did the Macy Parade go?"
And the cop?
He says, "They went that way. What kept you?"
A stoker. And thank you, Captain. A young lady who lost her job on account of the fog was Sappho McGuire. What was your job, Sappho?
I was hostess at Coconut Charlie's.
Coconut Charlie's? What is that?
It's like Sloppy Joe's, only with coconuts.
Oh. It's one of those open-air drink emporia.
Yeah, I'd slink around the counter wearing a sarong.
And what were your duties?
When a customer come in, I'd slink over, give him a glass of coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'd take me mallet, whap open the coconut, and pass him the inside. It's got vitamins in it.
Really? Well, tell me, what about the fog?
Well, it's a busy day. I'm slinking and passing and whapping, going along like always.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, it's foggy. I can't see nothing.
Well, did it slow up business?
Nah, voices is coming out of the fog. I'm slinking and passing out coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'm feeling around on the counter, whapping a coconut, handing out the insides, and all the time the fog keeps getting white. Then it happens.
Then what happened?
Well, I'm slinking and whapping and passing. I rolls out a coconut.
Yeah?
I can't see it in the fog, but it feels like a beauty. The hair is long and silky.
Uh-huh.
I pick up my mallet and whack it. Bang! There's a thud. I light a match, and what's on the floor?
What?
Coconut Charlie. He's out like a light.
You mean his head?
Charlie's coconut was on the counter, and I whacked it.
And you got fired?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing today?
I'm with a burlesque show. The work is easier.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'm still slinking, but I ain't whapping and passing.
Well, watch out for my coconut on the runway. And thank you, Sappho McGuire. A gentleman who had a most unique experience in the recent fog was Mott Murtry. You had a difficult time in the fog, Mott.
Don't mention fog to me.
Well, why not?
I got pneumonia, chilblains, beat up, and a $10 fine.
Out of the fog?
Wasn't out of a clear sky, brother.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, confidentially, I'm a dipsomaniac.
Well, you don't look like a drinking man, Mott.
Well, I fool everybody. It's 'cause I don't stagger, and I ain't got no veins in me nose.
No veins in your nose?
No. They must have give up and went back into me head.
No doubt. Well, you seem sober now.
Oh, yeah. I spent last week in a Turkish bath in the steam room.
But what about this fog dilemma of yours?
Well, I wake up Wednesday morning. My mouth tastes like a camel just took his foot out of it.
And your head?
My head feels like somebody's playing badminton in there with cannonballs.
You were still in the steam room.
Yeah, I can't see nothing. I put on my sheet. I start groping for a towel.
Yeah?
I keep walking through the steam, groping. I don't feel no towel. Seems like I'm walking for miles.
Yeah?
Finally, I feel a towel. I start wiping my face. The next thing I know, sheet and all, boom, I'm in the patrol.
Arrested? Why?
Yeah, the door of the Turkish bath must have been open. With the steam and the fog, I couldn't tell the difference.
And when they picked you up?
I'm out in Times Square with a sheet on, wiping my face on the back of a traffic cop's coat.
What did the judge give you?
$10 fine.
For stealing the sheet?
No, for impersonating Mahatma Gandhi.
Thank you a lot, Mott Murtry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, a young man who is always in a fog, emerges from it long enough to sing for you, You Walk By.
As a dream, you walked by and dimmed the sunlight's gleam. You speak words and shame the birds that sing. Your smile is softer than the touch of spring. Walk by, and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above. When you walk by, my can make things disappear or pull a rabbit out of a hat. But your loveliness, my dear, does greater things than that. You walk by and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and above when you walk by my
That was very nice, Kenny.
Oh, say, Fred, excuse me. Did you drop this cigar out of your pocket?
Oh, the cigar? Yes, thanks, Larry. Hey, I'm glad you found it. This is an exploding cigar.
An exploding cigar?
Yes, I've got a little score to even with Jimmy Wallington, you see. So I went to Al Goodman's brother-in-law, and I bought this El Bango. Now, I'm going to give it to Jimmy right now. You stick around. You'll see that mustache of his hit the ceiling. Hey, Jimmy.
Yes, want me, Fred?
Yes, James, old boy. Here, my friend, have a cigar.
Gee, thanks, Fred. Say, this looks like an expensive one.
Oh, yes, Jimmy. Cigars like this are going up every day. Put it in your mouth. I'll light it for you.
Thanks, Fred. Say, this tastes pretty good.
Take a good deep drag, Jimmy. You'll get a big bang out of it.
Oh, yeah? Well, for your information, Fred, this cigar won't explode.
Why, Jimmy, how did you know?
Well, I overheard what you said to Larry Elliott.
Oh, shucks. But how did you know it wouldn't explode?
Didn't you say you bought it from Al's brother-in-law? Well, he sold you a dud. Thanks for the smoke and the object lesson.
What object lesson?
Well, an exploding cigar that won't explode is a dud, Fred. Just like the duds in gasoline, those useless slow-action elements that won't go off. And duds are not only a drag on your engine these cold mornings, they can be a drain on your battery, too. Remember, for a quick start, you depend on just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And in those few ounces, gasoline duds show up at their worst, because they won't vaporize readily, won't take the spark instantly. That's why duds are a cause of long, drawn-out starts and consequent battery trouble. But the duds are out of Texaco Fire Chief, removed by an important refining process. They're out so you can enjoy fast Fire Chief starts, quick pickup, and economical power. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Remember, there's not a dud in the tank full.
Maestro Goodman and his zither ensemble have just come out even in a musical composition called Perfidia. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen, I think I've got it.
You've got what, Kenny?
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch. How's that?
Oh, no. No, you've got to put more feeling in it, Kenny.
Well, do you want the feeling as I'm writing in, or shall I start feeling around Tombstone Gulch?
Well, you've got to feel the whole thing, Kenny.
Okay, I'll keep rehearsing. I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch with feeling.
Gosh, that kid's got me worried. I don't...
Something with Kenny is wrong?
Oh, no. It's nothing, Mr. Goodman. I just promised to put Kenny in the sketch tonight. Now I'm afraid he can't act.
I, Goodman, can help Kenny, maybe.
No, you keep away from Kenny. He's apt to catch a dialect if you...
I, Goodman, just from Tombstone Gulch. Wrote in? I can show Kenny how to read it.
You are an actor?
By any chance you are seeing years ago on a billboard the name Tomaszewski?
Tomaszewski? Why, certainly.
In English, it means Goodman.
Now, don't tell me that you were an actor in the old country.
For 5 years in Russia, Goodman is the matinee idol.
And then?
They are cutting out matinees. Goodman is just idle.
Well, you want more money now. You get applause on it. First thing you know, you give up music altogether. Well, you go over now and see. How did that line go again? Just from Tombstone Gulch. Could you read it over again to make sure?
I, Goodman, just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch.
Well, you go over and show Kenny how to do it. What I go through on this program...
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch.
Not you, too. What is this?
Well, I can say it better than Kenny.
Well, that still doesn't make it good.
Can I be in a sketch sometime?
Well, we'll see.
On Jack Benny's show, Mary's in everything.
Well, she's got something on Benny, you see. I lead a good, clean life.
And poor Dennis Day. Jack makes him see Love Thy Neighbor every day.
Why, Benny makes everybody on his program see his pictures every day.
It's compulsory?
Oh, yes. You know, when Benny makes a picture, he gets paid in tickets. And, of course, it's really a big due bill on the local Paramount. And he tears it up into little pieces that become tickets, you see. And this is all he gets for making the picture, these tickets, and he pays off his cast, you see, on the program in tickets. So where can Dennis go if he's using Paramount tickets for money?
To the Paramount.
Correct. Now, what about our guest tonight?
He's a smokestack watcher.
What is a smokestack watcher?
He's a man who watches smokestacks.
What kind of a profession is that?
You'll have to ask our guest. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Patrick Brennan.
Well, good evening, Mr. Brennan. Good evening, Mr. Allen. Portland's explanation of your profession has left me a little bewildered, Mr. Brennan. Now, just what is it you do for a living?
I watch stacks, Mr. Adams.
You watch stacks. Well, I must say that is a most unusual occupation. May I ask what company employs you in this odd capacity?
I work for the Consolidated Edison Company of New York.
And you watch the stacks in case any smoke comes out?
That's right.
In other words, Mr. Brennan, you are in the coke and soot business.
That's right.
Tell me, what is your purpose in watching these stacks?
Well, Fred, if that smoke is coming out of the stacks, it means there is some trouble.
In other words, a certain amount of the company's coal is being wasted.
That's right.
Now, is there any other purpose served by your funnel kibitzing, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, it fulfills a public service.
In what way?
The New York air, for sanitary reasons, must be kept as free as possible from impurities.
A laudable crusade, Mr. Brennan, to keep the air free from impurities, and you certainly are right about the smoke content of New York air. If Santa Claus ever went down a chimney in New York, he'd come out looking like Rochester's father. But now, Mr. Brennan, I think folks might be interested in hearing what constitutes a day's work for a stack watcher. Would you mind if I took one of your days apart?
Not at all, Fred.
Fine. Now, you report for duty early in the morning. You station yourself in your tower opposite the plant. Now, what is your first move?
I start watching the stacks like this.
Good. Well, now, let's say the boiler rooms below are functioning perfectly. Nothing but a colorless vapor floats from the chimneys. No passé coal is on the wing. Things continue to run smoothly for an hour or two. Now, what do?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, doesn't this get monotonous after a while?
Not to me, Fred. It's my job.
Well, tell me, what happens if you see a little smoke start to seep from one of the funnels? Do you yell bingo and call it a day?
No, I press a button.
And what does that do?
It signals the engineer in the boiler room.
And after you've pressed the button and the funnel stops ad-libbing, what do you do then, Mr. Brennan?
Nothing. I just keep watching the stacks.
But working on a job like yours hasn't given you a one-stack mind by any chance, has it?
No, Fred. We have 4 stacks at our plant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I underestimated the thing. Well, now, during an average 8-hour day, about how many times will you have to signal the engineer?
Maybe once or twice.
And what do you do the rest of the day, Mr. Brennan?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, Mr. Brennan, it's been very nice having you over. What MGM has done for Edison the boy and Edison the man, you have done tonight for Edison the company.
Thank you, Fred.
But before you go, I have a little job for you, if you'd care to undertake it.
Well, what kind of a job is it?
Well, as I understand it, Mr. Brennan, you are an authority on smoke of all kinds. No murky vapor is too thick for you to catalog. And so tomorrow night, I'd like to have you come with me as my guest and analyze some smoky air that should defy anything you have ever seen.
Where are you going?
To the opening of a new nightclub on 52nd Street.
No, thanks, but I'd rather keep watching my stacks.
And save the cover charge, eh?
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Stacks, Mr. Patrick Brennan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rehearse a number for their Roxy Theater debut tomorrow. It's called The Story of a Haunt.
To the house, to the young man. If you keep playing this way, you'll blow your brittle world to bits of glass. Change your horn to a thing of twisted grass. Young man, you're sure to crack from the strain. Stop to low. There comes a time when just an empty sack can be the straw that breaks your back. God only knows just why he was born. No time to learn how to read or write. He sleeps all day, but he plays all night. He's that young man with a horn. When he's sending, he goes for notes that horns will never play. But still he keeps on sending out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being torn, just like a life that's been ripped apart from way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man blowing his horn. Do, 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 do. young man with the horns. When he's standing, he goes to notes that horns will never play, but still he keeps on standing out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being sung, just like a life that's been ripped apart, from way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man, blowing his horn.
D. Martin singing Young Men.
Hey, move over, brother. This is where I begin.
Well, who in the
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now listening to the voice of Swami Sam. Swami Sam, the smartest spiritualist, psychic, and soothsayer this side of Siam.
Just a minute, Sam.
Quiet, Bud. You're interrupting my commercial.
What commercial?
Well, I'm advertising my fortune-telling service for motorists. For a small fee, me and the spirits will sit in your front seat and help you with your driving problem.
What driving problem?
Well, supposing your windshield gets so spotty you can't see through it. I gaze into my crystal ball, and I tell you what lies ahead. Now, if you worry about your antifreeze, I'll go right down...
I'm sorry, Sam, but the motoring public isn't interested in your crystal gazing. And Jimmy Wallington here will tell you why. Tell Swami, Jimmy.
It's true that there are always a lot of little driving problems that crop up in winter weather. Windshields seem to be forever getting spotted and grimy. And there's that guessing, too, about the strength of your antifreeze. And perhaps that doubt in your mind about the battery. But you don't need a Swami. Just remember that it's no trouble at all for a Texaco dealer to take care of these things for you. Just drive in. A Texaco dealer will quickly clean the rear window as well as your windshield. He'll gladly test your radiator, tell you whether or not you need more antifreeze. He'll also check the battery and tires. Moreover, he's planned for your personal comfort, too, by providing a neat and tidy place in which to freshen up, identified by the green and white Texaco registered restroom sign. So stop in anytime. You're always welcome at a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some unimportant issue of the day. Fred takes his place at the round table, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. You ready, Fred?
Yes, I am, unfortunately for the world, Jimmy. Portland, will you kindly introduce our first guest?
Yes, Mr. Richard Rosbach from New York City.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rosbach.
Good evening.
May I ask your profession?
Well, I'm a statistician.
A statistician? And what, in any particular business, or just a statistician at large?
Well, I'm a statistician in the investment banking business.
Oh, and you're not an investment counselor by any chance, are you?
No, fortunately not.
You're not. But you are close enough to the investment business to know a little about money. Is that right?
Well, I don't know in my...
A lot about a little money or a little about a lot of money?
Frankly, I find that I don't know much about anything after the administration gets through.
Well, of course, that is probably will be the end of us for all time. At the old stand here. Well, that's only a personal opinion, Mr. Rosbach, and we're just here at the little broken-down forum, and we are not big enough, really, to go into such weighty matters. I was going to ask you, though, in your remote connection with money, if you thought that money brought happiness, do you?
Well, I don't think that it's necessarily the case. I think that it can be helpful.
It can be helpful. I don't think that money brings happiness. Did you ever see an income tax collector laughing? I mean, this answers itself.
I've never seen one because I'm a statistician.
Oh, that is very good, Mr. Ross Back. You can keep your chart clear until one shows up, which I'm sure one will shortly. And now, Portland.
Mrs. Stella Powers from New York City.
Good evening, Mrs. Powers.
Good evening. It's not Stella, but it's Bertine. I like it better.
Bertine?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't care to appear semi-incognito on this program, would you?
No, not at all.
It's Mrs. Bertine Powers, is it? May I ask, are you in business here in New York?
No, not exactly in business, but I'm a seer.
A seer?
Yes. I have the developed faculty of looking into the records of life, and...
Really? You mean that you can as you sit there looking at me, you can read me?
Yes, I can.
Would you like to? Well, you have my sympathy, Mrs. Powers. As you sit there, it must be pretty dull going for you.
Not at all.
But, I mean, you really can. You can tell people's futures and things like that.
Well, I can detect cause.
Oh, can you?
And effect.
Oh, well, I would like to speak to you briefly after the program, if you don't mind.
We'll get into a huddle.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Powers. And now, Portland.
Mr. Og Fitzgerald from Larchmont, New York.
Well, good evening, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Hello, Fred.
Is Og your right name?
Some people think it's a noise, but it's the name.
Oh. Og is an unusual name, isn't it?
That's my mother's maiden name.
Og. Her first name?
That's a Gaelic... No, that's family name.
Oh, a family name.
A Gaelic word meaning young, or the younger.
Oh, I see. You're leading an Og's life, and...
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't time to go into that, Mr. Fitzgerald.
That's a good thing, yeah.
Well, I mean it. Of course, I haven't opened the forum here for so many weeks. I don't know what's going on anymore. I used to be able to control the thing, but you, Mr. Fitzgerald, and Mr. Rossback, and Mrs. Powers under another name, the whole thing is mixed up tonight.
Well, we'll go right ahead then.
Yes, we will. There's not much left to go ahead on confidentially, but we'll go ahead part of the way. That seems to bring us to our question, and tonight we take up a bit of marital trivia that has caused a million squabbles in a million homes. In a recent divorce case, the wife said that all of the trouble had originally started at the breakfast table. The husband insisted on reading the morning paper during breakfast and ignoring his wife. Many wives I know resent this practice, and our simple question tonight is, do you think a husband should read the morning paper at the breakfast table, or should he lavish all of his attention on the bacon and eggs and his wife? Now, Mr. Rossback, are you married?
No, I'm not.
You aren't?
No.
Well, you wouldn't be of much use for our purposes right now, would you?
I don't think so.
But what do you think offhand, I mean for the records? Do you think that a husband should read the morning paper at the breakfast table?
Well, it depends. If he's a Brooklyn Dodger fan, why, I say that he has a good cause.
Good cause. But then again, in the winter, he wouldn't have any excuse at all, would he? I mean, that would only months that the Dodgers are in with R in them, he'd be all right. Well, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about it, Mrs. Powers? Do you think you're married, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you think the husband should be permitted to read the morning paper at the breakfast table?
No, I don't. I loathe it.
You do?
I certainly do.
You think the husband should give all of his attention to the wife, huh?
To the breakfast and the wife.
In that order? Well, you have something there, Mrs. Powers. And Mr. Fitzgerald, are you married?
Yes, sir.
Do you read the morning paper at your breakfast table?
Well, being a newspaper man all my life, I would if I wasn't a mile from the station.
Oh, you use that mile to read and keep peace in the household, is that?
No, I get the paper when I get over to the train.
Oh, you don't get the paper while you're at the house?
No.
Well, I should imagine that would be a rather dangerous practice, reading the morning paper. But apparently we're getting no place with our little forum here, and I have 12 executives waving at me here that I'm already 17 minutes late, and after...
We have 18 minutes yet.
Well, I know, but not for this. But not as the bull of flies, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Are there those kind of flies?
Yeah, you are on the Fitzgerald time. We are on the Columbia Network, and they won't extend us that courtesy after a certain hour. And I have lost track of how our forum stands, but I do doubt that our discussion tonight will revolutionize the literary tendencies of a single husband at a breakfast table tomorrow morning. If the husband is boss, he'll continue to read his paper. If the wife is boss, he'll continue to go without his paper. And if the marriage is 50-50 as a 50-50 partnership, the husband will show up at breakfast with a tabloid so his wife can look over the top and at least see him as he reads. On this bewildering note, our meeting adjourns, and thank you all a lot for your kind Kenny Baker.
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch.
No, not yet, Kenny. This is your song. What is it again?
Oh, Beautiful Dreamer.
Could we trouble you, Mr. Goodman?
Unto me, starlight and dewdrops are waiting for thee. Sounds of the rude world heard in the day, loved by the moonlight, have all passed away. Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song, list while I woo thee with soft melody. Gone are the cares of life's busy throng. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. On my heart, e'en as the morn on the streamlet and sea. Then will all clouds of sorrow depart. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me.
And that's your cue, Larry Elliott. Now tell us about Sky Chief gasoline.
Well, thank you, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, Sky Chief is really...
Now, Portland.
Oh, Mr. Alice!
Portland, please, you're interrupting Larry Elliott's dissertation here.
I know, but please don't let him talk about Sky Chief tonight, Mr. Allen. Mama's listening in.
Well, so what?
Mama's a daredevil. If she hears Mr. Elliott say, Sky Chief makes driving seem like flying.
Oh, you think she'll...
Yes. Mama will fill up her car with Sky Chief and start looping the loop over fences and things. And at her age, it just isn't right.
Now, wait, Portland. I wouldn't say that Sky Chief will have that effect. On the contrary, I believe it will make your mother a better, smoother driver.
But how could could do that. Mama's only been driving about 5 months.
Oh, it doesn't matter whether you've been driving a car for 5 months or 5 years. When you step on the starter, you're eager for a quick getaway, aren't you?
Yes,
Well, when you reach a steep hill, you wish you were over it, don't you?
of course.
When you're in traffic, you don't like to shift, do you?
Of course not.
Well, that's why a different premium gasoline like Texaco Sky Chief can make your mental driving life easier and your performance as a driver smoother. And here's the reason. Texaco Sky Chief supplies you with flexible, surging power. Power that gives you satisfying takeoff, thrilling glides over the hills, real confidence in traffic. Yes, Sky Chief has a way of bringing out the finest performance in any car. Try it. It's your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best at the usual premium price.
And now the Texaco workshop players, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, this battered little covey takes cognizance of the vogue that is sweeping radio at the moment. Tonight, they turn their artistic fluoroscope on the many programs that shower money on people in their studio audiences. You have all heard these philanthropic fiestas that clutter the networks. Whisk your dial to any number. What do you hear?
Hello? Hello? This is the Pot of Gold calling.
Basket is on the air.
Double or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Here's your money, Mr. Doak.
20 crisp new $1 bills
50
go
crisp
to.
new bills go to.
1,000 crisp new bills go to.
Double or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Double.
Nothing.
Take it.
Leave it.
Here's your money.
Money.
Yes, folks. Over your radio, an endless stream of dollars goes to others, not to you. Have you ever envied these lucky winners their good fortune? Well, don't, for winning quiz money seldom leads to happiness. To prove our point, we bring you a sketch tonight called All Is Not Gold That Glitters, or the true story of Timken Slaw. Our hero, Timken Slaw, was a humble commuter from Nutley, New Jersey. For years, as he sped through the Holland Tunnel on the 7 a.m. bus and mulled over the quizzes he had been exposed to the night before, Timken secretly envied the lucky winners. He vowed that one day he, too, would be a quiz winner. And finally, 2 years later, his big moment arrived. And one cold winter's night, Timken Slaw found himself a contestant on Professor Diz's program. Trembling, he stepped up to the microphone and heard jolly old Professor Diz say,
And here's our next contestant. Your name, please?
Timken Slaw. I'm from Nutley, New Jersey.
And what is your business, Mr. Slaw?
I'm a kite retailer.
You sell kites retail?
No, if the tail comes off your kite, I retail it.
Oh, I see. Well, here is your question, Mr. Slaw. Who is the only president of the United States ever to be elected for a third term?
President, third term? Gee, that's a sticker.
Oh, come. Come, Mr. Slaw, that's not too hard. I'll give you a hint. The initials are FD. FD.
Father Divine?
No, FDR. It's Franklin D.
Roosevelt.
That is correct. Absolutely correct. And for his brilliant answer to that difficult question, the makers of Minute Mom, the marmalade that moms in a minute, present Mr. Slaw with 2 shiny silver dollars.
Oh, gosh, $2. I did it.
Yes, Timken Slaw did it. Clutching his newfound wealth to his little chicken breast, Timken reeled into an orange Julius stand on Broadway. Here he toasted himself with a double orange Julius straight. But as Timken sipped his yokel zombie and waited for the owl bus back to Nutley, word of his good fortune was spreading like wildfire through the town. Mr. Blab, the Nutley Big Mouth, said to his wife,
Did you hear the news, Carrie? Timken Slaw won $10 on the radio.
2 minutes later, Mrs. Blab was on the phone calling Mrs. Dow.
Did you hear the news, Sarah? Timken Slaw won $50 on the radio.
A man named Kelly overheard the call on his party line. A little later, Kelly walked into Nutley's leading saloon and yelled,
Hey, did you hear the news, fellas? Timken Slow wants $200 on a radio.
Yes, and the news kept spreading until it reached Nutley's radio station. A few minutes later, over Nutley's powerful 75-watter, came this message.
Flash! Nutley's leading citizen, Timken Slaw, has just won $500 on the radio in New York. Congratulations, Timken Slaw.
Meantime, totally unaware of the furor his prize-winning escapade had aroused, Timken Slaw, reeking of Orange Julius fumes, arrives home to be greeted by his wife.
Hello, Lydia.
Timken, you darling. I've been waiting for you.
What are all these bundles, Lydia?
A new fur coat for me, set of golf clubs for you, a new windbreaker for Grandma, and I made a down payment on a second-hand car.
But, Lydia, this extravagance, what does it mean?
Extravagance? Why, Timken, we still have $400 left. You won $1,000.
$1,000? I only won $2.
Timken Slaw, you're lying to me.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. Now that you're rich, you want to throw me aside like an old union suit.
Oh, honestly, I only won $2. You can ask Professor Diz.
Don't lie, you gigolo. You're going to spend that money on another woman.
But I don't know any other woman, except Mama. Gee, Lydia.
Oh, don't worry, false Timken. I won't stand in your way.
Lydia, take off your gaiters. Where are you going?
To the Goodwill Court. Goodbye.
But fortunately, Lydia never got to the Goodwill Court. Timken hurried after Lydia and intercepted her before she could even reach We the People. Domestic peace was finally restored, and the following morning, Timken caught the early bus and went to work as usual. He had just punched the time clock a nasty uppercut when the boss, Mr. Otis, sent for him. Timken sensing a raise, entered Mr. Otis's office.
You sent for me, boss?
Yes, Slaw. Before you get away, I want to say goodbye.
Goodbye? I'm not going anyplace, Mr. Otis.
Don't tell me you're going to keep working in this dump after winning $5,000.
But, Mr. Otis, I only won $2.
All you rich are the same, hushing up your wealth.
No, honest.
Well, goodbye, Slaw.
You mean I'm fired?
Oh, pish-tush, Slaw, not fired. You've merely outgrown the organization. Well, goodbye, Slaw. Drop me a postcard from Palm Beach.
Palm Beach? I can't even get back to Nutley.
And so our lucky quiz winner, jobless and frustrated, hitchhiked his forlorn way back to Nutley. As he wearily opened the front door of the modest Slaw home and wondered how he could break the sad news to his wife, Timken noticed a sinister fellow lurking in the foyer. As Timken closed the door, he addressed the sinister stranger.
Are you looking for someone, sir?
Is your name Timken Slaw?
Yes, sir.
I'm the income tax department.
The income tax?
Yeah, you won $50,000. Uncle Sam wants his cut.
$50,000? I only won $2.
Evading your income tax, eh? You're coming with me.
Coming where?
I'm taking you to Hal.
Hal Ickes?
No, Alcatraz.
For many months, Timken, the lucky quiz winner, languished in jail. Finally, his time served, the ball and chain were removed from Timken's leg, and he was free. As the next jailbird, Timken found himself wifeless, jobless, friendless, penniless, and alone. Sinking lower and lower, he cursed the $2 quiz prize that had started his downfall. One day, as Timken shuffled along the Bowery, in his tattered Norfolk jacket, wearing a brisk north wind for underwear, Timken saw a crowd of beaten men milling around the front of a cheap hotel. As Timken joined this mob of derelicts, a dapper gentleman in the center of the scum addressed him.
Hey, you, step in here, bum.
Who, me?
Yeah, what is your opinion of the world situation, Treyas?
I don't know. Not so good, I guess.
Splendid. Very well put, outcast. Our radio audience will get a kick out of your opinion.
Radio audience? Is this a broadcast?
This is the Vox Drop program, bum. We're broadcasting from Happy Hyman's Flop House right now. What's your name, flea bait?
Timkins Flaw.
Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, for his brilliant answer to our box drop question, Timkins Law gets 2 shiny silver dollars.
Oh, no, not that. Anything but that.
A bum refusing money?
Oh, I have my reasons, sir.
Quit kidding. You won these here $2. Here, I'll put them in your pocket.
Oh, no. Rather than that, I'll end it all.
Hey, come out of that shooting gallery. Put down that gun.
Goodbye, cruel world. Oh.
Hey, speak to me, Bud. Speak to me. Why wouldn't you take the $2?
I'm not going through all that again. Better death than be a quiz winner.
Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, you have just heard this mysterious suicide. What is the motive back of it? Send in your answers to Vox Drop, folks. Join this exciting new Timkins Law murder quiz. The person sending in the best answer will receive absolutely free 2 shiny silver dollars.
Thus, the fate of our lucky quiz winner, Timkins Law. Even Timkins' death started a new radio contest. The moral, ladies and gentlemen, is never envy the person you hear winning $2 on a radio quiz program. It's worth more than $2 to be seen in public with a master of ceremonies. The end. And now from Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
Each week, millions of radio listeners in the United States, Canada, and by shortwave to all of Latin America are guests of the Texas Company during the Saturday afternoon broadcast of the Metropolitan Opera Company. This week, you are invited to hear the 6th Saturday matinee of the season, Verdi's popular Il Trovatore, beloved for such favorite melodies as the Anvil Chorus and the Miserere. The Texas Company also invites you to enjoy, during intermissions, several interesting features, including the Opera Question Forum, with noted musical authorities, with Mr. Milton Cross as Master of Ceremonies, and curtain talks on our American way of living by distinguished guest speakers. The broadcast is heard over another network of 208 stations this Saturday, January 11th. Consult your newspaper for time and station.
Well, thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. And don't forget, next Wednesday evening, the Texaco Star Theater brings you skiing information.
When I feel myself falling on skis, what should I do?
Don't worry, lady. You'll do it.
Your song of the week. Well, wake up, John Charles. What about your song?
I ain't singing nothing on the radio till me lawyer gets here.
I understand. And our guest will be
Nelson Elliskew, the dog caterer.
And music. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
This is Columbia Broadcasting System. The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
we strolled through the moonlight, you said I love you. But the wise old owl in the old oak tree said boo, boo, boo. You said I was the someone you'd sing love songs to. But the wise old owl in the winches I said boo, boo, boo. Though I never thought you'd say goodbye, that old bird must have known that tonight he and I would be under the moon alone. Maybe I'll find a new love, that's what I should do. But the wise old owl in the old oak tree says
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that master magician who, with a few magic waves of his tongue, changes an ordinary Wednesday evening into a night of mirth and merriment. Yes, Begorra, here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for that flattering, for a change, introduction.
Well, don't mention it, Fred.
I won't, Jimmy. I promise you. Give me my word, I won't mention it. Say, by the way, what was that irrelevant word, that crept in, that Begorra you had in the announcement on the...
Oh, I just threw in a little Irish dialect. I'm trying to get ahead.
Oh, and you feel this Begorra will advance you artistically?
Why, certainly. Why not? Last week, all Kenny Baker did was say senor. He called it a Spanish dialect, and Prado. He was acting in the sketch.
Yes, Kenny was in the sketch. Of course, any acting he did was purely coincidental.
Well, Kenny made an extra $5, and look at me.
What about you?
Since I started working for you, I've lost 10 pounds.
Well, if you try walking up to the microphone when the commercials come up, instead of racing Larry Elliott over here to get to the mic, you would still be buxom and rosy. What a pair of announcers you guys are. You both sleep through the whole show with happy smiles on your faces, each dreaming the other guy has got laryngitis. Now pick up your Begorra and go away. I have never...
Hey, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny, what's the trouble? Why, what's all the excitement?
Well, do you see what I see?
Do I see what?
Look in front of the orchestra at Mr. Goodman.
What's wrong with Goodman?
Mr. Goodman isn't Mr. Goodman. He's a phony.
Now, don't be silly, Kenny. It must be Goodman. No one would stoop so low as to impersonate Goodman. Say, Mr. Goodman.
Somebody is calling Guy Goodman.
See what I tell you, F.A.?
Well, I'll be... Who are you, mister?
The name is Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Fosdick Feinschreiber?
But tonight, for one night only, I am I. Goodman. By special request, I am making like an imposter.
Well, where is Mr. Goodman?
Tonight, for one night only, I. Goodman is not disposed. I. Feinschreiber am for Goodman filling in.
Why, it's uncanny. Do you know that you talk just like Goodman?
Why not? In night school, who is Goodman's English teacher?
You?
Who else? Yours truly, Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Well, I tell you, we're a little stuck tonight. Now, do you think you can handle Mr. Goodman's dialogue?
If I can lift it, I can handle it.
Fine. Now, what about the music? Can you lead the band?
Don't worry. This Goodman is explaining.
You know how to start the orchestra, of course.
To Feinschreiber, this is nothing. Goodman is giving me this little stick with full instructions.
Oh, you...
Feinschreiber is slapping the stick on the stand, 1, 2.
All right. I'll try you out. I'll give you the cue.
Feinschreiber is on top toe.
And with our emergency conductor, Fosdick Feinschreiber, poised, we turn to the latest news of the week.
Feinschreiber is making 1, 2.
The Texaco News presents its highlights from the world of news. New York City, New York. Mayor Fiorello H. LaGuardia, reviving his anti-noise campaign, directs police department to rigidly enforce traffic regulation, prohibiting excessive sounding of automobile horns within New York City limits. Texaco News interviews the man in the street to get his reaction to ban on automobile horn blowing. First, a traffic policeman who explains the automobile horn ruling is Officer Pierce Drumgoole. What is the general idea of the law, Officer Drumgoole?
Well, the mayor is trying to denoise the city.
Oh, I see. Is there a law against blowing automobile horns?
Section 48 of the police traffic regulations says...
Section 48 says what?
A driver shall not sound the horn of his vehicle except to warn an animal or a person in danger.
Oh, in other words, if I'm driving along and I see a man in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
And if I'm going along and I see a dog in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
Well, suppose I'm driving along and I see a man with a dog. Now, do I blow my horn twice?
Is the dog walking?
No. No, the man is carrying the dog.
You can blow your horn once.
Well, but a man and the...
Only the man is walking. You blow your horn once.
I see. Well, do you think New York has cut down on the noise any?
It certainly has. It's so quiet down by the Fulton Fish Market, you can hear a pin drop.
You don't say.
The mayor's given Long Island 10 days to get rid of that sound.
Well, tell me, Officer Drumgoole, why is the mayor trying to get New York so quiet?
Well, confidentially, the mayor is expecting word from Washington any day.
Oh.
If there's too much noise, he's afraid he won't hear it.
That explains practically nothing. And thank you, Officer Pierce Drumgoole. A motorist who resents the anti-automobile horn ruling is Lorenz Bumble. You are against this horn edict, Lorenz.
In the final analysis, who is it that pays? It's the motorist.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, a guy buys a car. The car's got to have a license, he pays.
Well?
Then the guy's got to have a license, he pays.
Well,
Then he's got to take out insurance, he pays again.
I know.
If he drives too fast, it's a ticket, he pays.
Yeah.
If he goes too slow, he's congesting traffic. It's another ticket, he pays.
Yes,
If he's standing still, it's a parking lot, he pays. Today he can't even blow his horn, he pays.
Well, you feel that...
It's like I say. In the final analysis, who is it that pays? It's the motorist.
Well, do you drive a car, Lorenz?
No.
You don't?
Not no more, I don't.
Ah, you have given up motoring?
Thanks to my willpower and a certain loan company, today I am a pedestrian.
Congratulations on being on your feet again, and thank you, Lorenz Bumble. A young lady who has reacted to all recent New York City legislation is Miss Bianca Gristle. You are interested in the anti-noise campaign, Bianca?
Only as a source of inspiration.
Oh, I see. Well, what is your work?
I am poetess laureatess to the mayor, personally.
You write poetry?
I write only poems about Mayor LaGuardia.
You do? Well, how do you get your ideas?
I simply buy the morning paper, see what the mayor is up to, sit down and write a poem about it.
Oh, unique. Well, when did you start your municipal rhyming, Bianca?
I wrote my first poem the day the mayor was elected.
You don't say. What was your poem called?
Greeting to City Hall, or Pardon the Intrusion, I'm the candidate from Fusion.
And you've been writing about the mayor ever since?
A poem a day. I've composed over 2,500 Mayor LaGuardia poems.
Well, what are some of the titles?
I laid a cornerstone I know not where.
Yeah.
A red-hot rivet flew from his hand.
Very good.
My sandhog helmet is a size too big.
Oh, yeah, excellent. But tell me, Bianca, what have you done about the mayor's anti-noise campaign?
As usual, I have written a poem.
And how does your poem go?
Hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. Silent and still is Manhattan. Girls and boys have stopped making noise. Jitterbugs have muted their scatting. Ashmen, pianissimo, empty their cans. You can't hear the purr of a kitty. No auto horn honks from downtown to the Bronx. All is calm and tranquil in our city. So hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. We hope the mayor is joking. For minus its sin, its hubbub and din, you can't tell New York from Hoboken.
Thank you, Miss Bianca Grissom. Starting this week, the police department is going to test the sound volume of all horns used on taxicabs and city buses. When decibel limitations are officially imposed, instead of the raucous horns we have been hearing, like this, we will probably have automobiles chasing us off the streets with horns like this. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker with Maestro Feinschreiber at the podium sings for us Tennessee.
Some time ago, I wandered down into old Mexico. While I was there, I felt romance everywhere. Moon was shining bright, and I could hear laughing voices in the night. Everyone was gay. This was the start of the holiday. It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Tennessee meant please love me, and I could say Tennessee. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed Tennessee. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was I to resist? And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known, because her kisses are for me alone. Who wouldn't say Tennessee? Who wouldn't say
Thank you, Kenny.
Quiet, not so loud, brother. Quiet.
Who's making that noise? I was just complimenting Fosdick and Mr. Baker on their song. Oh, it's you down in the first row there.
Quiet, please. I gotta concentrate.
Concentrate on what?
On my car standing out in the street getting colder every minute. And if I don't keep my routine for starting it running through my mind, I'll never get the crate going.
Oh, you mean you have memorized the method of starting your car?
Yeah, it goes like this. Let me concentrate now. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, put in the key. 4, 5, 6, turn till it clicks. 7, 8, 9, the engine prime. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, press the starter, hope she'll go. Bibbity, bibbity, sibbity, sab. Give it up and take a cab.
Well, say, if your routine always comes out that bad, maybe you ought to stop concentrating altogether, mister. So what do you think about it, Larry Elliott?
Well, Fred, starting your car in wintry weather and driving under all kinds of road conditions does call for concentration. But why not choose a gasoline with flexible, surging power that makes your job behind the wheel easier, requires less concentration despite the weather? Try Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Sky Chief starts your car quickly without irritating delay, puts you in a pleasant driving mood right off. Next, you don't have to put up with that fussing and sputtering that engines often go through before settling into stride.
And when you throttle down, there's less chance of stalling, less need for shifting. That means fewer distractions to interfere with keeping your mind on driving and your eye on the road. Yes, Sky Chief's smooth, flexible power helps lighten driving tasks. It's your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best, yet it costs no more than other premium fuel.
Maestro Feinschreiber's a little busy. He didn't want to turn around and take a bow. You know, some of those orchestra leaders' suits have no fronts on them. You think they're bashful, but it's really... But Maestro Feinschreiber and his ragamuffins of rhythm have just played Song of India. And now Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well. Look, I'm sort of... my rubber heels have started again. Look now, Portland, I'm so... Doesn't take Kenny long to get it, does it? Look, I'm sort of busy now, Portland. If you could...
Well, I brought these for you.
Yeah? What?
These pamphlets. They're from the motorboat show.
Ah, yes, the motorboat show. The annual regatta with the water siphoned off.
Mama and I thought it was wonderful.
Oh, well, you should have been there last Friday night when the mayor officially opened the show and threw out the first stowaway. That was the night.
Oh, it was exciting today. A man ran out of one exhibit and said a boat was missing.
Really? Mm-hmm. Some shiplifter, I suppose, was in there.
Well, I don't know. They sent for the police.
Well, good. If I see a guy walking around with a hot cat boat, I'll call them up.
Yes, I'm keeping my eye open, too.
But tell me, what kind of boats did you see at the show?
Oh, all kinds. Yachts, sailboats, canoes, and those boats with a name like Drinking Soup.
What boat sounds like drinking soup?
Slurps.
Slurps? Oh, you mean sloops. Sloops, not slurps.
Well, doesn't sloop sound like drinking soup?
Oh, no, not to me. Sloop sounds more like a plunger letting go. What other boats did you see?
Those southern sailboats.
Southern?
Those yawls.
Yawls, you mean? Southern sailboats, yawls.
Well, that's what I said.
Really? Your ears are doing your mouth a dirty trick. But tell me, how long did you stay at the motorboat show?
Well, not long. Mama got seasick and we had to come out.
Your mother got seasick at the motorboat show?
Oh, yes. Mama used to get sick every time the showboat came on the radio.
She doesn't like the sea, hey?
Mama can't look at two good humor men together.
Why not?
The whitecaps make her seasick.
The whitecaps on the good humor men. Well, why is your mother so afraid of the sea?
When Mama was a little girl, she lived on a houseboat.
And something happened?
Yes. One day, Mama's father forgot he was on the houseboat, and he went down cellar.
And he couldn't swim?
If he could, he didn't.
Well, no wonder your mother, it wouldn't be worthwhile to fish him out just for that line, would it? Well, no wonder your mother is water shy. But enough about the mater with the water for the pater. Who is our guest tonight?
Do you remember the young man who started the dog walking service?
I certainly do.
Well, he has a new dog service now.
What sort of a service?
You'll have to ask him. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Nelson Elliskew.
Well, good evening, Mr. Elliskew.
Oh, good evening, Fred.
It's certainly nice to see you again. Do you remember when we last broke English here at our microphone?
Oh, yes, Fred. I was on your program about 3 years ago.
Well, time has indeed been kind to you, Mr. Elliskew. You look a bit more mature, and I might add, exceptionally well.
Oh, thank you.
Do you note any change in me? How do you think I am holding up, Mr. Elliskew?
Well,
Come, man. Let's face it. Does my head look like something you'd expect to see peeking out of an oxygen tank?
Well, your eyes do look a little baggy.
Well, it's nothing, really. My eyes are just putting on a little weight, that's all. But enough about little old bubble optic me. I'm anxious to hear about this new dog service of yours. Now, first, what is the name of your organization again?
The Canine Country Club.
The Canine Country Club. That's a swanky name, all right. And what was the original purpose of your enterprise?
At first, it started out merely as a dog walking business. But now we're equipped to offer a complete service for dogs.
What are some of the things you do for man's best friend?
Well, we exercise dogs, train them, and give them hospital care when necessary. We also bathe your dog or give it a shampoo and pedicure.
What you are really running is a combination Hound Union League Club and beauty parlor, isn't it? How many clients are you catering to at the moment?
We have about 50 or 60 regulars.
50 or 60. Well, does a dog have to show a certified pedigree to be eligible for your service, or can any old mutt get in?
No, our clientele is not restricted, Fred. We'll take care of any dog.
You don't solicit the two-legged variety of household pet, do you?
How do you mean?
Well, I thought occasionally a Park Avenue family might, hire you to take their playboy son out for an airing. Some of those cafe lizards ought to be walked around in the fresh air occasionally.
I'm afraid we don't go in for that.
Well, it might prove a lucrative sideline for you. I heard of one playboy who hadn't seen daylight for 10 years. And finally, one day last week, he had to get up early in the afternoon to see his draft board. Well, sir, he stepped out into the street and saw that big yellow thing blazing up in the sky and the light all around. He shook his head and said, "What won't those Democrats think of next?" But, I digress, Mr. Elliskew. What is this new dog innovation of yours you have installed?
It's our latest and most popular service, Fred. We call it Doggy Dinners.
Doggy Dinners? You have opened a collie cafeteria? A spaniel snack bar?
No, we prepare meals to order for your dog and deliver them freshly cooked to your door.
Canine cuisine a la carte, eh? Well, say, that's some service. Do all of the animals get exactly the same meal every day?
No. Each animal gets a diet specially prescribed for him.
Oh, you mean Oscar of the Waldorf stops in and checks on the gastronomic idiosyncrasies of each pooch?
No. Our doctor prescribes the kind of food your dog should have.
I see.
We start feeding him according to the doctor's orders. Every 2 weeks we weigh him to make sure he isn't getting too heavy or losing weight.
Is the doggy dinner the same every day in the week?
No. It's a healthy meat and vegetable mixture that's varied regularly. One day we serve lamb, the next day beef, the next day fish, and so forth.
You never prepare a doggy dinner Chinese style, do you? You know, kennel ration chow mein or seat of trousers fuyong.
No, Fred. Our meals are always cooked the same way, except that on Thursdays, when the dogs get garlic in their food.
Oh, I'll bet many a curbstone romance is broken up on Thursday. Well, this has been a mighty enlightening interview, Mr. Elliskew, and your doggy dinners are without doubt the most unique caloric service in the country today.
Thank you, Fred. They seem to be very popular with dog owners here.
Have you ever thought of catering for other household pets? You know, putting up meals called fishy feeds, or pussy potluck, tiger tiffin for Frank Buck, or mousy mess for Disney?
No, Fred. We just concentrate on our dog customers.
Well, you might go a step farther and branch out in the dog game.
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, you ought to start a flea service. You could put up a little meal called Flea Feast.
Why, I'm afraid it would be rather difficult to build up a flea business, Fred.
Why, it's very simple, Mr. Elliskew. All you have to do is start from scratch.
Oh, good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Nelson Elliskew. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rush over from the Roxy, all made up, where they are, that's a nice coat you have on there, Hugh. You like that coat? You know, yeah, you see.
What can I say?
See, a coat will get a hand. You wouldn't give a coat a sleeve, but you would give a coat a hand. Well, these fancy coats, you know, you don't get moths in a coat like that. Butterflies or better is the worst. But now the Martins sing for us, before rushing back to the Roxy out of breath, they sing Skip to My Lou.
Skip, skip, skip to my Lou, skip, skip, skip to my Lou, skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Put on your Sunday, go to meeting, I'll take you by the hand. If you will be my dancing partner, we will dance to beat the band. So join the promenade and lead the big parade. And if you don't get home at all, your call will understand. So choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou, my darling. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Skip to my Lou, my darling.
I'll be glad to go with you, Christy, do not tarry. But if I do, it's up to you to let me dance with Harry.
Skip to my Lou.
Johnny.
Skip to my Lou.
Charlie.
Skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou, my darling. Skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou. Lost my partner. Skip to my Lou. Lost my partner. Skip to my Lou. Lost my partner. Skip to my Lou, my darling. I'll find another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you. And go to another party.
We'll fly away to a neighboring state. I don't care what my friends say. We'll dance and sing till broad daylight and won't get home till Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou.
Give my regards to the doorman at the Roxy, kids.
Ahoy there, me hearty. First mate Baker reporting, Captain Allen. Shall I reap the scuppers and furl the binnacle now, sir?
Why, Kenny, where did you pick up that nautical jargon? You sound as salty as a pretzel.
Oh, those are just some words I learned at the motorboat show.
Oh, were you down at the motorboat show, too?
Yeah. And boy, did I have fun climbing over those boats, weighing the anchor, boxing the compass, climbing into the cow's nest.
Well, not cow's nest, Kenny. Crow's nest. They don't have cows on boats.
This was a Jersey boat.
Well, the motorboat show... The motorboat show certainly made an old salt out of you in a hurry. But I guess that shows enough to make a sailor out of any landlubber. Do you agree, Jimmy?
Yes, Fred. Even landlubbers enjoy the sight of a beautiful boat. And there are literally hundreds of them, all of them new and the most advanced models, too, under one roof at the New York Motorboat Show at the Grand Central Palace this week. And here's more news from the waterfront. America's leading boat and engine builders recommend or approve Texaco Marine products. And Texaco users continue to win boat races of national importance year after year. Racing boats, remember, put gasoline and oil to a terrific test. A test second to none. Texaco products are outstanding for performance on the waterways as well as on the highways. And the big Texaco red star with a green T stands for courteous service and high-quality products, whether it looms up through the windshield of a car or over the bow of a boat. So next time, try a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was So Sweet, played by Fosdick Feinschreiber and his Feinschreiberolians. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, now look, Portland. You can't keep interrupting by just sneaking around here saying Mr. Allen. Now, if you're coming on the stage and radio, it has to sound important.
How do you mean?
Why, before you make an entrance, there should be a fanfare or a door knock or something. You know, this program isn't out in the street like Vox Pop. We pay rent here. We can use the doors and windows and everything. Now, what is it you want?
I want to come in.
Well, go out and come in properly. Knock on the door like everybody else does in radio.
But I have something important to tell you.
It will sound more important after a good brisk door knock. Now, you just go out and try.
All right.
I'll begin again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Where did you come from?
From behind that door.
What happened to Portland?
I'll let her in as soon as I'm finished.
Well, who are you, Tubby?
I am the sound man.
And what is it you want?
For 15 years, I've been knocking on that door and opening that door only to have somebody else come in. Do I ever come in? No. Knock, knock, knock. Open door. Somebody else comes in. Knock, knock, knock. Open door. Somebody else comes in.
So?
For 15 years, I've been on the outside looking in. For 15 years, I wanted to see what it looked like on the other side of my door. For 15 years, I've wanted to knock, 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 open the door and come in myself.
And?
Tonight, I couldn't stand it any longer. Tonight, I did it. I did it. And I'm glad to
Everything that is going to happen happens to me. On this program, a wolf at the door would be an improvement. Now, let me see. Where's Portland? Well, it's about time. Enough already. Come in.
I did it again, and I'm glad.
That guy's crazy enough to be head of an advertising agency. Now, Portland, come out here and keep away from that door. Portland!
Here I down, Mr. Allen.
And I'm glad. Now, what was it that was so important that we had to get Orson Welles to play a sound man?
I've got some facts for you.
Facts? What facts?
The most powerful lighthouse in the world is at Navesink, New Jersey.
Well, I'm not.
It has 9 million candle power.
Oh, look, if I was a seagull and had a book, I might be interested. But I am not.
The nose of the Statue of Liberty is 4 1/2 feet long.
Portland, who is responsible for bruiting this trivia about in your untutored presence?
Kenny.
Kenny? Mm-hmm. Well, how does Kenny suddenly blossom out as a dispenser of factual rubbish?
Well, Kenny's got a new job selling this year's World Almanac.
Still trying to pick up some extra change, eh?
Yes. They put him through a salesmanship course, and Kenny's cleaning up.
Ixnay, Ortman, pay any case.
Hi, kids.
Hello. Hey, hello, Kenny.
Too bad about those people in Passaic.
What happened to them?
They aren't there anymore.
Well, who isn't in Passaic and why?
Since 1930, the population of Passaic dropped 1,618.
Oh, they aren't there anymore.
Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Allen?
Well, what's wonderful?
Didn't you hear about Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland?
I'm not interested. You almost didn't either, according to...
Who is Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland, Kenny?
Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland just happens to be the recognized champion weightlifter in the heavyweight clean and jerk class. That's all.
Now, look, I have a weight on my mind that Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland couldn't lift.
Mr. Hunnenberger lifts 115 5/10 kilos, clean and jerk.
Good luck to Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland.
Now ask me what a kilo is.
What is a kilo?
Never mind, Portland. Now, look, Kenny, I know you're trying to make a sale. I'll buy one of your almanacs and we'll get on with the program.
Who's trying to sell an almanac?
Don't play possum. I know that you're selling almanacs, and I also know that you have had a course in salesmanship. Now, I'm just trying to save a little time. Come on, give me an almanac.
I'll take one too, Kenny.
Oh, now look, Porty. There are no two people closer to me than you and F.A., but I can't sell you the almanac right now.
Well, why not, Kenny?
Here's the money. Come on, give us the almanacs and the dealer's closed.
No, you don't. There's no shortcut, F.A. You can't buy an almanac until I get to step 4.
And when do you get to step 4?
After step 3.
That's logical.
Quiet, Portland. Better you shouldn't have said it at all. Now, what is all this, Kenny?
Well, my salesmanship coach said there are 5 steps to selling an almanac.
What 5 steps?
1, make the contact.
Yeah.
2, create interest in the product.
Yeah.
3, beat down the customer's sales resistance. 4, sell him the book. 5, take your fingers out of his buttonhole.
Look, Kenny, we haven't time.
Oh, so you're trying to make me lose a sale, huh?
I'm willing to buy an almanac. I'm just asking you to skip to step 4.
And be untrue to the Wide Awake Sales Corporation and its rituals?
All I want to do is buy an almanac without the steps.
Well, I'm sorry, but you can't buy it that way, and that's final.
Well, then I don't want it.
Now you're talking, brother. That brings me to step 3. I got to beat down your sales resistance.
Oh, no.
Oh, let Kenny do his stuff, Mr. Allen. He sold one to Mr. Feinschreiber in 4 steps.
Fosdick Feinschreiber,
Uh-huh.
who is standing in tonight for I. Goodman, bought an almanac?
He sure did. He's standing over there reading it now.
Jesus, here he comes.
The name of Fosdick Feinschreiber is being bandied about.
Brandied, he says. Mr. Feinschreiber, your English is so twisted, you could wear your tongue in a braid.
Do you like the almanac Kenny sold you, Mr. Feinschreiber?
What Feinschreiber is understanding, Feinschreiber is liking. So far, Feinschreiber is understanding nothing.
Well, what's so hard to understand in an almanac?
On this page, take a look. These figures maybe you can understand.
Why, this is perfectly simple, Mr. Feinschreiber. It's a chart. You see, it says here, April 18th, sunrise, 6:40.
Yeah, but what did he pay to place?
Mr. Feinschreiber, $6.40 is not a pari-mutuel price, and this book is not a racing form.
But Kenny said...
Kenny, did you misrepresent your merchandise?
No, Mr. Allen. Mr. Feinschreiber himself said it was a racing form.
I said it was a racing form.
You sure did.
Now, quiet, both of you. Now, just what happened, Kenny?
Well, I showed Mr. Feinschreiber this almanac, and I said, how would you like to buy this?
And what did you say, Mr. Feinschreiber?
I, Feinschreiber, in all sincerity, said, this is a racing form.
There. He said it again.
Now, Kenny, that is a matter of inflection. And before you inflect any more of your salesmanship on us, once and for all, will you sell me an almanac?
I tell you, I can't sell...
I've got an idea, Mr. Allen.
What?
Maybe Mr. Feinschreiber will sell you his almanac.
He can't sell it. He doesn't know the 4 steps.
Never mind that. Well, Mr. Feinschreiber, what do you say? Will you sell me your almanac?
Well, they're pretty scarce, buddy. They've been going like hotcakes.
Oh, brother, something tells me he doesn't need the 4 steps.
What steps? On 14th Street, I, Feinschreiber, sold off a stoop.
Mr. Feinschreiber, before you tear off my lapel, how much will you take for your almanac?
Well, I want to get home early. It's my last copy.
Hey, he's great.
Well, Mr. Feinschreiber?
I will turn my back. This will permit you to steal it for 75 cents.
But right on the cover of the almanac it says, price 60 cents, pay no more.
So who is selling the cover? Feinschreiber is selling the book.
Now listen, Mr. Feinschreiber. Your copy of the almanac has already, it's slightly used. Now, I don't intend to pay even 60 cents.
Why do you think I started at 75?
I'll give you 50.
I paid 60. My own brother couldn't get it from me for a penny under 60 cents.
Gee, Fosdick, your own brother?
My own brother, not for a penny under 60 cents. Oh, that is for me. Come in.
Hello, Fosdick.
Hello, Joe.
Say, Fosdick, for a penny less than 60 cents, can I get your almanac?
No.
Okay, so long, Fos.
So long, Joe.
And that?
That was my own brother.
This is the end. Before anything else happens, Master Baker, your next song is The Lost Chord. Will you sing it for 25 cents?
F.A., I wouldn't sing it for my own brother for a penny less than 30 cents.
Your own brother?
My own brother, not for a penny less than 30 cents.
Don't open that door. I'll pay.
One day at the organ, I was weary and ill at ease, and my fingers wandered idly over the noisy keys. I know not what I was playing, or what I was dreaming then, but I struck one chord of music like the sound of a great amen, like the sound of a great Fiddling for perplexed meanings into one perfect peal. tremble away into silence as if it were loath to see. I have sought, but I seek it vainly, that one lost chord divine, which came from the soul of the organ, and then put into mine. It may be the desperate angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in heaven I shall hear that grand amen. It may be that desperate angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in heaven I shall hear that grand
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start a new day.
A new day? You can't start a day at night.
Now, don't quibble, James. I meant I want to start a new kind of a day. A day like Mother's Day, Father's Day, and Eat a Prune Day, you know. Out of closet day.
Now, what are you going to call this new day of yours, Fred?
Dud Day, Jimmy. A day dedicated to eradicating the duds from your life. Ladies and gentlemen, is your house cluttered up with World's Fair souvenirs, old Christmas cards, seashell collections, discarded snoods, nagging mothers-in-law, and other obsolete and useless impedimenta, the scientific term for duds? Throw out your duds on Dud Day. There's no place in your life for duds.
That's absolutely right, Fred. Just as there's no place in gasoline for duds these wintry days. For in starting your car, you must depend on only a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And that small quantity of gasoline must come through with all of its energy if you're to get time and battery-saving starts. If it's handicapped by duds, slow starts, bucking and stalling, power waste are almost sure to result. But you don't get duds with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. They're taken out, all out, by an important step in Texaco refining. You're getting only the lively, useful, quick-action elements in Fire Chief. That's why it gives you fast starts, quick engine warm-up. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Noting the present popularity of medical novels and doctor photoplays, the Workshop Players bow to the trend. Tonight they present a prophylactic potpourri called The Specialist Quandary, or When a Bootlegger Calls on a Doctor, Which is Seeing Whom About a Case. Music, Fosdick.
In the annals of all medicine, no institution has risen to the homeopathic eminence enjoyed by the great Allen Clinic. For 20 years, medical men the world over have beaten a path Dr. Allen's malady marked, and never once has Dr. Allen failed to diagnose and cure any case that has baffled the greatest minds in medical science. In 1915, at the Far Rockaway surgery, the life of a little boy named Jessup was saved when Dr. Allen looked up from the operating table and said,
"The boy will live, intern."
Remarkable, Dr. Allen. 3 years ago, this boy swallowed a silver dollar.
Here is that silver dollar, intern. And here are 6 pennies I removed from his stomach as well.
But, Doctor, the boy only swallowed a dollar. What are those 6 cents?
The interest for 3 years at 2%.
In 1918 at the South Bend Clinic, medical history was made during a Dr. Allen operation. Dr. Allen, proceeding with his uncanny care and skill, had said...
Scalpel, nurse.
Scalpel.
Clamp.
Clamp.
Ligature.
Ligature.
At this point, the dynamo failed. Every light in the hospital went out. Dr. Allen shouted...
Light. Light.
The power's off, Doctor. What shall I do?
Strike a match, nurse. Stick it between the patient's toes.
There you are, Doctor.
Good. I will operate by the light from this hot foot.
In 1933, at the Alaskan Medical Convention, Dr. Allen explained his most amazing operation.
Members of the Alaskan Medical Board, I found this Eskimo boy, this tattered specimen, Ragu, dying on a snowdrift. Shouting for help, Ragu's tongue had been frozen stiff. In an emergency tonguedectomy, I removed Ragu's tongue and epiglottis. I replaced them with those of a St. Bernard dog who happened to be passing. Today, Ragu stands before you, not only alive and well, but with his St. Bernard throat functioning perfectly. Say hello, Ragu.
Hello.
And now, in 1941, we find Dr. Alexis Allen back in the great Allen Clinic. Little does Dr. Allen suspect that today he will be confronted with the greatest crisis of his medical career. Dr. Allen, reeking of iodoform, chuckles as he enters in sanitary sanctum.
An antiseptic good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Dr. Allen.
Have my clinic reports come down?
They're right here.
What's this? 405 wants a menthol inhaler and a chiropodist.
405's that automobile case.
Oh, yes, the plastic patient. He lost the tip of his nose. I grafted a piece of his big toe on the end of his nostril.
That's why he wants the chiropodist.
Why?
He's got a soft corn on the end of his nose.
Yeah. The last plastic job I did, I grafted a piece of nose onto a toe.
What happened?
Every time the patient's toe sneezed, he had to take off his shoe to say Gesundheit. Who is this?
A patient, probably. I'll see. The doctor will see you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. I'm very busy. Lie down. I'll examine you at once.
Tell me the worst, Doc.
Gad, you are you have a sunken chest, knocked knees, flat feet, hollow cheeks, twitching hands. You are a horrible, hopeless physical specimen.
Thanks, Doc. You're a pal. So long.
Just a minute. You are happy and you're a physical wreck. Why?
I'm on my way to the draft board. So long, Doc.
Let me see. What is my next appointment?
Dr. O'Brien is coming.
Dr. Mountbatten O'Brien? The great allergy specialist?
Yes, Doctor. He's bringing an allergy case for consultation.
Good. If that's Lionel Barrymore again, tell him he can't play with my stethoscope today.
Oh, no, it's Dr. O'Brien and patient waiting.
Good. Show them in.
Yes, Doctor. Dr. Allen will see you, Dr. O'Brien.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. Excuse my rubber glove.
Dr. Allen, you've got to help me. My reputation in allergy circles is at stake.
What is the case?
The patient is my own brother. He has been seized with a violent allergy. It has taken the form of hiccuping.
Neck static, eh? An unusual allergy.
My brother is a concert violinist. He's playing at Carnegie Hall this afternoon. One hiccup will ruin his concert.
I will examine the patient, Doctor.
Oh, good. My brother's right outside. I'll call him in. Yasha. Come in, Brother Yasha.
Yes. Here I am, brother.
Oh. This is the great Dr. Allen, Yasha.
Excuse my other rubber glove, Yasha.
Help. Hello. You see, Dr. Allen, some mysterious allergy has induced this chronic condition.
Yes,
Oh.
You don't know what you're allergic to, Yasha.
No, every few minutes like that.
And this stomach percussion will jeopardize your violin concert today.
How can I play? I have my violin right here. Listen. Oh, dear. I'll be ruined.
Yes, it's terrible. Now, let me see. What allergy
I've tested Brother Yasha for everything. Pollen, chicken feathers, dill, pickle seeds.
I have it, Doctor.
Huh?
He's allergic to hair.
Hair? Oh.
Yes, your own hair. That big, shaggy mane. We'll have to cut it off. It's your only hope.
Cut my hair off? Oh.
At once. Take these clippers, Dr. O'Brien. Escort Yasher into my operating room next door and get to work.
Yes. Come, Brother Yasher.
Heavens, my head will look like a pale eggplant.
Poor fellow.
Yes, an allergy is a curse, nurse. Oh, excuse me.
Heavens, have you caught that allergy?
No, it was just the calorie sounding taps over my breakfast, I guess. Who can this be? Come in.
Dr. Allen?
Yes?
You gotta help me, Doc. I overdone it.
You've overdone what?
I overdone saving box tops, Crummo box tops.
Well, what is Crummo?
It's that new breakfast food, Doc. The only breakfast food that contains hydrophephaldol.
Oh, yes, hydrophephaldol. The new concentrated vitamin derivative that gives strength.
Yeah, that's it. I'm all hopped up with that hydrophethal stuff. I'm too strong.
Ridiculous.
I'll show you. I don't know my own strength. Look, I'll just squeeze your desk.
Good heavens, man. My desk is in splinters.
It's that hydrophephaldol. I'm full of it. This morning I scratched me head. My ear came off. And then hey, excuse me, I got to sneeze.
Dad, you've blown out every window in the clinic. A little later, you blew them out.
You got to get this hydrophephaldol out of me system, Doc. I'll kill somebody. I'm afraid to tie me necktie. I'll strangle myself.
Well, there's only one way to weaken you in a hurry.
Yeah, what do I got to do?
Read Superman every day for 30 days. Superman will give you an inferiority complex.
Thanks, Doc. So long.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute. The door is over there.
I know, Doc. I'm taking a shortcut through the wall.
Gad, that's the most unusual case I have ever seen.
Well, Yasher's case is pretty unusual, if you're asking me.
Oh, yes, that reminds me.
It's no use, Dr. Allen. We've failed again.
You cut off Yasher's hair, Dr. O'Brien?
Yes, but it hasn't helped. Come in, Brother Yasher.
Yes, coming, brother. Oh.
Gad, his hiccups are getting worse.
You've got to do something, Dr. Allen.
Dr. Alexis Allen never fails. Yasher?
Yes.
I'll see about this allergy of yours. Are you allergic to nail polish?
No.
Are you allergic to breadcrumbs?
No.
Are you allergic to...
No.
Are you allergic?
No.
Allergic? I've got it.
What is all this?
The case is solved, Dr. O'Brien. Your brother Yasher has been living with you say?
Yes.
You are an allergy specialist. Yasher has been hearing you use the word allergic morning, noon, and night.
You mean...
Exactly. Yasher has become allergic to the word allergic.
By Zimbalist, he's right. I can't stand the word allergic.
I told you.
Amazing. And the cure, Dr. Allen?
That word must never be used in Yasher's presence. That will stop his hiccups. Yasher must never even use the word himself.
You hear that, Yasher?
Yes.
Your violent career is saved.
Good.
Do you understand, Yasher?
Absolutely. I've taken oath. I hereby resolve never to say the word...
Be careful, Yasher.
I bet you thought I was going to say allergic.
And now, just a word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. Americans have a special knack for giving things appropriate names, names which become a part of the language. And in that regard, it is interesting to note the name which the American public itself gave the country's gasoline and oil dealers, service stations. The name tells the story, a story known to every motorist who has ever stopped for air in the tires, water for the radiator, or for any of the many courtesies offered today in service stations.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. We're a little late. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.